910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, December 5th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
He's on camera. But Jason Bishop's here, and he's not on camera because I threw a monkey wrench to the whole equation this morning.
Oh.
Forgot my backpack, which has my laptop.
Backpack.
What's interesting is, as the station is embracing YouTube, they've introduced all these new cameras to the studio. Only one works.
Okay.
And I guess that one had primarily been on Jason. I got here, and then Mike Marr was trying to get Jason on camera through StreamYard.
They'll figure it out.
His browser's blocking it. Jason's never used his camera once.
You shouldn't
ever.
worry about it.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, you shouldn't worry about it. It'll figure itself out.
So we'll figure it out. I was a little worried about the precipitation this morning just because of the hype.
Mm-hmm.
So I woke up like an extra 20 minutes early.
Nah, nothing.
Couple of snowflakes while I was driving
It's
in.
mostly south.
So what are they saying? I saw PG County last night. It was 2-hour delayed.
Loudon's too.
What is Montgomery County still on time?
I haven't heard anything different than that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be stunned if
I would
they
assume
did delay.
they're all 2 hours. 2-hour delay.
That'll
haven't
screw
heard
up my
of a delay.
wife.
Usually I get a
tennis this morning.
Usually I get a text message from the school, and I don't think I've received a text message. So I think they're on time in Montgomery County.
All right, good.
But I don't have the latest information of the.
I mean, how do you even know? What do you just look up Montgomery County Schools, their website? Like, I don't even know how you do this. Like, if you weren't listening to the radio, you were just at home.
Yeah, we had to figure something out the other day because we do have a carpool, but we hadn't run it by everybody that if Jess has to work at like 8 a.m. and they do a 2-hour delay and I'm already here at work, what do we do with our kids? So I think we now have somebody that will.
I got the full list of
hours.
just Google DMV school closings. You get the full list here. It's on fox5.com, fox5dc.com. Got all of them to see. I know Loudon's 2 hours.
A lot, all that.
That's
I heard
a big
yesterday.
list.
It's a big list.
I just don't know.
Where's Monkey County?
I don't see him in there.
I don't see him.
I'm looking at the M's. Are you looking at the M's?
I'm looking at the end. I don't see Montgomery County in there.
Yeah.
On
All
time.
Right.
Good.
All right. Good.
Interesting.
Could change because I mean I think they're only expecting maybe a little bit of flurries in the next couple hours, and then it'll be gone, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be out of here by 1 o'clock.
I haven't watched 1 second of weather, so I don't even know what's going on. Some cold front.
I knew I had to get up early.
Storm, yeah,
that it was going to have a little precipitation.
Mostly south.
So my son's going
like
to
a dusting.
He's going to the Bills game, and I guess they said there's some sort of squalls. I don't even know what that is. What's a squall? A winter squall or some sort of.
I think it's a bad weather pattern, although I don't know
what it means. My wife sent me a text yesterday. I go, well, what am I supposed to? Why do I care? Some sort of winter squall or something up in New York this weekend.
Winter storm. I just call it winter storm.
I
mean, all that comes right off the lakes. All that snow comes right off the lakes in Buffalo. So it comes quick.
Yeah, but we're here.
So they're playing at home against the Bengals, right? They're playing the Bengals this week. He's going to that game. Wow.
He's going to be part of Bill's Mafia.
I guess, yeah, he's one of his best friends from Marist, one of his teammates, lives right there and is a huge Bills fan. And I guess they want to go before. Was it last year with the stadium or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, it is a Football Friday on the Fan. We'll be talking about the Commanders-Vikings matchup throughout the show. And it might be Jaden Daniels under center because good news for the Commanders as Jaden had a full practice yesterday.
It's been my instinct all along.
Good.
He looks fine. What are we doing
Let's
here?
Get him out there.
I mean, now that he was a full participant, now it's just crazy not to just clear him already. So maybe they won't. Who knows? You never know until it's done.
Yeah, we don't know if he's still functional or not. We will get the latest coming up at 7 o'clock. We'll hit the Skins. Hey, Pack Show. This is the kind of show Jason loves. Chip Patterson's going to join us talk college football at 8.
Yeah, that's huge. Championship week starts tonight. JMU. I should go to the JMU game. I should.
Then go.
I know I should.
What's stopping you?
Nothing.
Then
Just
go.
let-
We got to go
laziness.
to do it.
I mean, it's going to be
have
butt
do it.
cold. I mean, you got to sit out there in 3 hours and
You
butt
don't have
cold.
coats? You don't have gloves?
Yeah, but it's much more comfortable in the old living room or in the bedroom. But it's 7:00 game tonight in the Sun Belt Championship. Troy at JMU tonight down in
Nice.
Harrisonburg.
So we'll talk some college football with Chip Patterson. Scott Abraham joins us from ABC7. He'll give us the latest on the Commanders, the injuries, what to expect. We have comedian David Kackner join us in the studio. People remember him from The Office. He played Todd Packer. He's a big Kansas City Chiefs fan. He's at the Arlington Draft House this weekend. So he'll join us at 9. And then we scheduled to join us, have Coach Carberry joining us at 9:45. Of course, Capitals have won 9 out of their last 10 games.
And they play Anaheim tonight, I believe.
So Coach Carberry scheduled to join us today. We missed him a couple days ago. Last night you had Thursday Night Football on Amazon, and we said that it was probably an elimination game for both teams.
Yep.
The Cowboys are still technically alive,
Single-digit
and
percentage
they did
chance.
score 30 points.
Yep.
But when you allow 44, it's not good. Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs scoring 3 touchdowns gets the win. They improved to 8-5. And now, you look at that NFC North picture. Who knows? They might be able to climb to the top.
Sure. I mean,
Because Chicago's got a tough schedule.
Chicago's got to play the Packers, I believe, twice. Yeah, they got a real tough schedule. But last night, I mean, I didn't watch the game live. I just watched some stuff this morning, and they were breaking it down. But they were talking about how Dan Campbell with the Lions, they set an NFL record last night, and we kind of talked about this yesterday. After losses, this is the 15th consecutive win after a loss. That's an NFL record.
So he gets them up after a loss.
He gets them up, especially at home. And apparently Jared Goff in the play action last night was really, really good. And look, the Cowboys do struggle in the secondary, but Gibbs now, Jahmyr Gibbs has 54 touchdowns before the age of 24, and that's an NFL record. The other guys on that list were guys like Randy Moss, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders. Hall of Famers. And Jahmyr Gibbs now has 54 touchdowns. He's got the most touchdowns prior to the age of 54 in NFL history.
Look, the difference in the game was turnovers.
Yeah.
So Dak had 2 interceptions. Ferguson in the first half had a fumble when they were on the move. Look, Dak finished with 375 yards passing.
Mm-hmm.
But after the game, Richard Sherman lit into George Pickens. One of the interceptions, he was kind of lazy on a route. You could tell he was just kind of rounding. It didn't look like he was kind of half-assing it, and the ball gets deflected, gets picked off. Here's Richard Sherman after the game on Amazon.
The big story here in the game just looked uninteresting. Playing football, and that's what you can't have. If you're going to be a superstar, if you want to be the best receiver in the National Football League, you can never be disengaged. It doesn't matter if the game's going your way or not going your way. You can't just disappear in these games, or else you're not going to have impact. And just right here, cruising routes. You're the guy. CeeDee Lamb is not in this game. He's out, and you get intercepted on your slant routes, and you can't be the guy and half-ass it. And I'm sorry, that's just you can't. It's unacceptable. And if you're the Dallas Cowboys and you're looking at it and you're looking to pay him big-time receiver money, $40 million, you got to look at this tape and say, hey, is this a guy we can trust paying $40 million to show up regardless of circumstance? I don't know.
CeeDee Lamb was concussed.
Yeah, he left with a concussion.
So CeeDee Lamb had a concussion. Pickens ends up with 5 catches, but in particular, that route that he's talking about, the audio there wasn't great. He just kind of rounded the route, and his break wasn't great. And, it's like right there, and then it kind of pops up, interception. And that's the difference in the game. The Dallas Cowboys still put up 30 points despite 3 turnovers. But their defense couldn't do anything.
Their biggest weapon was their kicker last night, who I believe set an NFL record with 355-plus yard kicks, including a 63-yarder. Aubrey is an unbelievable kicker,
and he hits them so easily.
Yeah, no.
I think it was the first one. It was a 56-yarder. Maybe it was the second field goal. I forget. I mean, it probably could have gone 75.
I know. He looks
it
like he's not even trying.
It was a 56-yarder. He's just chipping it like it was a 25-yarder. And it's hitting the back of the net high up there.
He's unbelievable.
What was his story again? He was a soccer player. Is that what it was?
Soccer player for Notre Dame, right?
Yeah, soccer player. And then was he doing like some arena league or something or some?
I'd have to look up his background.
Some weird league, and then just been
signed with them. And it's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a cannon for a leg.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Dallas couldn't capitalize when they were driving. They were settling for field goals, and Detroit was scoring
Well, it
touchdowns.
looks like also beyond the turnovers, obviously a massive factor. It's hard to overcome 3 turnovers. Detroit just so inefficient. They're so efficient. 4 or 5 in the red zone.
Also, he played for Toronto FC. Now he was part of the reserve squad, but he played professional soccer.
Right.
Then he played for the Birmingham Stallions. He was a center back.
What is the Birmingham Stallions? That's another.
It's
like
the
their
league
B-League
just
team?
below it, the
Yeah.
US.
But then he played in a minor league professional football team too.
Or my bad. It was Birmingham Stallions was USFL. Bethlehem Steel FC was kind of the minor league
Okay.
soccer team.
So he was in the
Yeah.
USFL.
Yeah.
I wonder who invited him and said, "Hey, dude, you should do this." Maybe he kicked in high school football.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's just unbelievable.
He's just a beast.
He is.
Best kicker in the
But
game.
you got to score touchdowns in Detroit. You can't just kick field goals.
Yeah.
And,
Actually, I mean, according to Wikipedia, it says so he got released by the Bethlehem Steel FC in 2018. He went to Notre Dame, got his degree as a software engineer. Then he's watching a game on TV. A kicker missed a field goal, and his wife said, "You could do that." And then he just began working with a former Mississippi State kicker and kicking coach 3 times a week.
Mm.
So he didn't have high school
Didn't even do it in
background.
high school. That's sick. Yeah. I always
He
thought
is-
that was my dream that my son would be a kicker.
think about this. He's
That was always my dream. I'm not kidding you. When my son was little, I bought tea and football, and we would try. And honestly, and my son played varsity soccer.
Mhm.
Yeah, he never could kick the football correctly,
really.
and I couldn't teach him.
Yeah.
To me, it's the
Well,
dumbest
Brandon
thing ever.
Aubrey is just a natural.
He's a natural.
He's from 50 plus. He's 9 for 11.
I know.
I mean, isn't that incredible?
Yeah,
It's the opposite of what the Commanders have had.
he's the best kicker in the game.
He's up there. Jason Myers is really good for Seattle too. He's 7 for 10, 50 plus, but 9 for 11. But anyway, so Brandon Aubrey was kicking his ass off, but they couldn't score touchdowns, so they lose. And now they have, I believe, Dallas has a 6% chance of making the playoffs, so they're pretty much cooked.
Hey, on the other side, Jake Bates. Remember, he hit,
Yeah.
I think it was a 59-yarder to push into overtime a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at his stats.
He's having a great year.
He's 10 for 16 on plus 50.
Yeah, he's having a great year.
I mean, that's what you need as a kicker. That's why Matt Gay is no longer with the Washington Commanders. All right. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. That is the number for the Junkies text line, sponsored by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Welcome back on a Football Friday. I put up our Junkies poll today, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch. They've got tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And the poll is very simple. You can vote at Junks Radio. The Commanders are in the midst of a 7-game losing streak. Did they snap it and beat the Vikings on Sunday? So you can vote at Junks Radio.
So a couple things. First of all, just getting back to the Jaden thing. Again, it's been my gut all week. He's going to play. I actually thought he was going to play last week, but they held him out. The mom, that was the biggest clue. The fact that I saw clips of him throwing, and then the clips I saw yesterday of them, they were doing something where they're straddling the bag, going back and forth, and then firing. I'm sure you saw the same thing. The one thing that did jump out at me is his arm is so much stronger than Mariota's. I mean, it's crazy. Mariota's doing a thing, rips it, and then Jaden does it and just freaking rips it. Like really rips it. It's just demonstrably different.
Yeah.
Noticeably different. And if he's a full participant, what are we waiting for here? Okay, we could do a little stiff arm test, but I fully expected to play. Here's the downside. I found out I have to drive my daughter to volleyball right in the middle of the game. In the middle of the game. She's 16, but she doesn't have her license yet. It's way out in Virginia. It's actually kind of close, I think, to near where Valdez actually lives. It's actually moved. So is that technically still Herndon or Chantilly? I don't know where the hell that is. You know where that Porsche dealership is? Remember I told you there's a Porsche dealership out there or something? And it's like a warehouse district.
Like Chantilly?
So it's Chantilly, I guess.
Oh.
So whatever. It's not a big deal, but it's off of 50, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a different locale. She has to be there at 1.
Mm-hmm.
She has practice from like 1 to 3:30. My wife has she has a lunch engagement with some old friends that's been planned for a long time. So, my other 2 kids are in New York. My mom can't drive anymore. We don't have anybody near us that is on the same team. So it's down there. I guess I could send her in an Uber, but I've never sent her in an Uber by herself.
Not just drop her off at 12:30, 12:45, and then just go to some restaurant.
That's what I'm going to have to do. That's what I don't want to do.
I mean, you got your phone or bring an iPad and you can watch
I know. And I've done it. I've watched games. I'd almost rather watch a game in my car on my computer.
You can come over.
I know. I don't really want to. I don't really want to. I like to watch it by myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like lock in.
Take it all in.
I don't want to be smoking and joking with Valdez and his boys. And, I don't really want to do that.
He's not going to be watching it with his boys.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't really want to be around people. I like to just lock in.
All right. Well, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
Well, but it's a huge dagger.
Yeah.
It's a huge dagger. It's my little window. It's me time. I got to be locked in. And now I got to have.
What is the wife doing at that time?
I told you she's got lunch with friends that's been planned for a long time.
Uh-huh.
It's just planned, and I can't ask her to cancel it. I mean, I literally can't ask her to cancel it. It would be.
So you'd rather just sit in your basement and watch the game there, and then,
of course,
as opposed to just
sitting
at a bar,
watch it with a bunch of hooligans.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, there's got to be a place that's just it's not very crowded. It's not very popular.
To that place, yeah, Famous Dave's. That nobody went to.
Yeah.
It was dead.
And then now it's gone?
Gone.
Yeah.
Because it was always dead.
It was dead.
Yeah, there used to be one in our...
It was a bar, and it would be me and like 2 other people. I didn't have to engage with them. I just knew the bartender.
There used to be a Famous Dave's in our neighborhood.
It's perfect.
But that hasn't been there for like 5 years.
That place doesn't exist anymore.
He's always got issues with weekend plans.
I still have young kids. You're out of the kid business.
I know.
You have adults.
I've got multiple games on Sunday, but they're actually early, 9:15, 12:15, and they're short games, futsal games.
It'll hurt you a little bit,
maybe, but it's. I want to say there's 30-minute games.
He'll miss a quarter.
I don't even think so.
Yeah,
well, I'm telling you,
I don't
quick,
like to miss anything. Games. What if I miss a kickoff return? What if I miss some bonehead penalty?
I don't miss it.
I don't like to miss anything.
I start from the beginning. Watch the whole game. I got it on DVR.
Especially if Jaden's coming back.
Have it on DVR.
Can't you DVR it?
Everything's DVR'd naturally.
I know, but stay off your phone.
Right. Don't watch.
And get home. You know how hard that is.
Get home and then watch it.
Watch it at 4?
Yeah. And then you can fast forward through all the commercials.
No, in the hierarchy, for me personally, I'd rather be uncomfortable somewhere and watch it live than try to be on some blockade for 3 hours.
Yeah. Well,
an information blockade.
All right. So what do you think's going to happen? You're going to just sit in your car and watch it?
I'll probably find some bar, restaurant,
Oh,
or
okay.
food court or something.
Why don't you just sit in the gym with your iPad?
They don't really want you in the gym to watch kids. Like they kind of don't. They frown on that. Like parents can come in the last 15 minutes or something. They don't want parents just hovering.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I never liked it when I was coaching, and I had one parent that would like almost get on the field.
You know,
What
was
are
it
you
Jason
doing?
Bishop? You sure it wasn't Jason?
I mean, you could always find maybe you find a hotel
like a lobby,
and a hotel
like a
lobby,
hotel, like a Marriott or something.
and there won't
sit
be
in the
anybody in
lobby.
there.
I mean, I go there to poop. Why can't I go there and watch a game?
It's got to be.
Is there a
one of our-
hotel near there?
It's got to be.
It's a place where I don't have to be social. I don't have to interact. I don't want to be distracted.
Yeah.
Don't want to talk to people.
Hotels everywhere.
The last thing I want
Off
to
of
do
50?
is talk to people.
Kind of offensive though
talking.
that you didn't take up his offer if he's right by there.
I don't want to bother him. And I don't, honestly,
Matt,
don't.
do you live in Chantilly?
Herndon.
Oh, you're in Herndon. Okay.
Honestly,
it's 10
I
minutes.
just want to lock in. He doesn't even like the Redskins.
Locking, he'll have probably multiple
likes
TVs.
He likes it when they lose.
I know the Ravens are playing at 1:00, so that's probably his main
I
TV.
like it when they lose.
I know you deep down. He likes it when they struggle. Deep down, he likes it. He's a Ravens fan to hardcore.
Hey,
I don't even know. When did the Ravens play? Same time?
1 o'clock.
Jason,
yeah.
should I make it awkward? It's like,
Okay.
EB was bitter at Valdez yesterday.
Why?
You want to explain?
Well, I just didn't think it was cool.
You mean
So,
because of?
I agree with you.
Yeah, I didn't think it was cool. That I mean, I'm sure that they were partying and everything.
Why are you
but
bringing it up on the
I
air?
don't know. I don't know.
Good radio.
It's
You know
not
what I'm
a big
talking
deal.
about?
It's not a
It's-
big deal.
It's
It's when he and Cakes were playing cards or whatever, and then he put $200, and one of the halves of the bet was on Cornell, and he was like, he tweeted, "Oh, Coopoo" or whatever. And I know that's a
Oh.
funny joke, whatever, but
I didn't know that.
it wasn't really cool.
Ah, okay.
But it's fine. I wouldn't do that if like your nephew was playing.
Coup poo,
You know what I'm
you
saying?
called him?
No, he just said
No,
Coopoo, and
yeah.
he put $200.
Cakes-
Oh, because
Hicks and I had a parlay
Bet on
with,
the other
with
side.
With
yeah,
the cat.
you know I was going over there rooting for Cornell, and it's a joke, so it's
Yeah.
fine. Let it go. I understood it was a joke.
But you're a little salty.
I mean, I just didn't think it was that cool.
I don't think it's that cool. He didn't
I
have to
wouldn't do
tweet
it
it.
if it was his son-in-law or something, or future, you know, whatever. Or I wouldn't do that.
His
I didn't know-
brother.
I didn't know that it bothered you that much.
Because I didn't say anything. But
Well-
yeah, I didn't think it was the greatest thing. I didn't bring it up. JP brought it up. I don't know why he's bringing it up.
Just because you mentioned Valdez's house.
Oh.
Maybe that's why you don't want to go over to his house.
No.
You should have
Fine.
bet on Cornell in the first half. Didn't they cover the first
I
half
would have
number?
told you, bet on the first half. Cornell's always competitive in the first half.
Why-
Second half, plays.
Why?
I don't know. You're just kind of teasing me because I know I'm hyping up Coop because he's my daughter's boyfriend. He's a great kid, going to the game, supporting him, and then you guys are mocking me, betting against him. That's
It's
fine.
fine to bet against him. He didn't have to tweet it.
Yeah,
And make
yeah.
it public.
That's fine.
It was a
It's a bit.
bit. It was
I
a-
know, but it's a bit. He put $200 on it or whatever. I mean, he felt strong about it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. It bothered me, but not a big deal. Life goes on.
So
A lot of
Cakes
things
and
bother
Cakes
me.
put some money on it too.
Yeah. We went all.
Oh,
we
you
went.
split?
In on it together.
I have no idea.
I didn't know that it upset you that much.
Didn't upset me that much, but it was like a little jab. It's all right. It's fine. I'm just supporting my daughter's boyfriend and their family. Great kid.
I mean, I don't think Valdez
My-
could deny
my-
it. It was a definite jab.
It was a jab.
It was a bit bet.
I guess. It's fine. You guys won the bet. I would have been thrilled for you to lose it, but you won it. So you guys should all be happy.
Oh, I thought he
No.
took Cornell.
No. That was the thing. You bet
We
against
took.
them.
Oh, you bet
We
against
took
him.
Towson.
Oh,
Then-
he took Towson.
yeah, and I
Okay.
said Coop who?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying coup poo because you bet on Cornell and he didn't shoot the ball well, so you called him coup poo.
No, it was before they made the bet.
I
Yeah.
got you. All right.
It was fine. Whatever. Didn't love it. Wasn't my idea of a great bit, but it's okay. It's cool.
Little awkward.
It's all right. It's okay. I didn't say anything. I just said boo.
Boo.
But I mean, I guess I understand it from Cakes' perspective. He's a Towson grad,
Mm-hmm.
so we want to bet on Towson. We're always the underdog. Anytime in almost any sport except for lacrosse and hockey.
I guarantee Cakes just went along with Valdez.
Yeah, but I,
Like it
don't know.
was Valdez's idea.
we're-
I have no idea.
We're getting ready to.
Let's be real. Cakes is not he's a follower in that.
We're getting ready to grab something, and we said, "Let's, the Caps play. Let's
Let's do a
put a bet-
parlay
yeah,
bet
let's
against Cornell.
let's put the Caps." And then it was minus 155, and he said, "Oh, that's a little juicy. Let's find something to put with it."
What was the line on the game? I don't even know.
Caps was minus 155, and then the
Towson.
Towson was minus 300.
Oh, they were that big.
Oh, so you
favorites?
money line parlay
Yeah.
them.
So he,
Yeah, I had no idea what the line was. To me, the line was even going in. Now, when I saw the lineup, I saw the 7-footer and the other guy. I said that's going to be hard to keep up with, and that's eventually what happened. They eventually kind of wore him down. That's fine. Whatever. Whatever. I didn't love it because
It was a dig. It was a jab.
It was a jab. It was a
No
jab.
doubt.
I think he was being playful,
Right.
but it's fine.
Not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, but it was a little. I got root for the underdog. Whatever. It's all good.
Well,
I didn't know your feelings would get hurt so much.
Feelings
by
got
it.
a little bit hurt. My
I mean,
feelings-
out of all the games
feelings
that
got a
were
little bit
available, you picked that one. It was
Just,
a bit.
just because I would want
Well,
you to
there's
root,
a-
I would want you to root for him too. I would think. I feel like Jason was kind of rooting for him. He was interested. He was kind of keeping an eye.
yeah.
That's all.
I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah.
If they would have beat Mason, that would have been huge for you.
Yeah, I mean, they're
I mean, they
anytime
obviously
the
had no
Ivy
shot,
League in
but-
hoops is out of conference,
Right.
it's
I
tough.
have no affiliation with Cooper Nord whatsoever. Sorry.
other than me.
Well, I mean,
Right. That's all.
I know. So out of all the games that were available, that was the game that jumped out at you.
No, they did it just to
no,
No,
we,
they
we
did it
did
for a
it. I
bit.
told you we did it because
Because he's
they
been
had
talking about
show
it.
tie-ins. Yeah.
Yes.
you would have got better money. Now you would have lost, but what were they? We were plus what then? What was Cornell?
Probably plus 250 or probably.
Probably, yeah.
I would have, if I had known that, I would have bet on Cornell actually going in.
On the money line? Oh,
Or
yeah.
plus 250.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page. Bish Bucks.
All right. We had
You can lead off with
3
the
minute-
Wizards' great performance last night.
If you want, I mean, I was going to lead off with last night's game, but if you want to lead off, I don't know how you allow 145 points. I mean, it's hard to lose by 45 points.
They lost by 45 to a team that didn't have their top two players. Now, Jason
Correct.
Tatum's potentially out for the whole season
Yeah.
with the Achilles,
Let's see.
although I don't think he's ruled
I'm
it
sorry,
out.
they allowed 146.
Well, you
Yeah,
guys,
but they lost by
Unfunny Ben,
45.
They lost by
he'll
45.
know. I
Ben's
heard,
actually got to the point where he's over Coach Keefe now.
I heard Coach Keefe on the pregame show as I was driving around, and they were interviewing him, and he was like, "Yeah, we're excited for the challenge." You know, I didn't see the final. I can't believe that they lost by that much.
It's a hard watch.
See, they
Like
were-
you can be positive about some players, whether it's Keyshawn George or Alex Sarr at times, but when you're 3-18 and you're losing basically by an average of 20 points per game, and then you lose a game like that by 45. I was watching some of it early, and specifically I was looking at Vooch because Vooch will put up some offensive numbers, and what I noticed, and everybody says this, he plays zero defense. Jason.
well, I don't
Like
think
if, you
anybody
were,
does.
if they inserted you,
Right.
all right, they're like, oh, we got, let me
55-year-old.
put another big, tall, white guy out there. Now, Vooch is like 5 inches taller than you.
Right.
But if they put you out there to guard whoever he was guarding or whoever he'd switch on, you would be as effective as him.
Right.
He literally, like in
He
a
just
switch,
stands there.
pick and roll. They'll run a pick and roll, and then he'll be on a guard, and the guard will just blow right by him like he's not there.
Right. Well,
And he's
I'm
not the only one.
I'm sorry. In the NBA, I don't even know how the Wizards beat the Hawks. The NBA is so unpredictable. When bad teams, sometimes, good teams, they just don't want to show up, especially on the road. But it's hard to lose by 45 points, even if you don't have a good roster. I'm sorry. It's just hard to do. That means every player you have sucks.
Well, they didn't play Sarr. Who else did they not play? Anybody else?
Koulibaly
No-
didn't play.
Koulibaly
Who
and
else didn't
Sarr.
play?
I guess those are the two big.
No Trey, no Kispert.
Oh, no, Trey hasn't been playing for a while.
They're banged up, but Boston's banged up too. They didn't have Jaylen Brown. They don't have
Yeah.
Jason Tatum the entire season.
Yeah. Top two
Well,
players.
it's funny.
out.
I did listen to the pregame interview right before the game, and Coach Keefe sounds like he always does. Somewhat optimistic about it. He's like, yeah. And they're the way we've been playing the last 6 or 7 games, the way other than the last game, the way we've been playing defense, the way we've been cutting down on turnovers. So we're excited for the challenge. Yeah. And then they just get smoked by 45.
How many turnovers? did they have?
I guess they don't care though, really.
18 turnovers.
Yeah, I guess prior to that they had been pretty good.
They were down yesterday post game.
They were.
Keefe was a lot more down than I'd say he typically was. He said we need to reevaluate what we're doing because this is a frustrating and unacceptable loss.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's good.
You can't lose by 45 at home and have let's go Celtics chance rating down and get up there and
Yeah.
say like this wasn't unacceptable.
Yeah, that's
They
what I
know
mean.
that.
It's one thing to lose. I mean, they're not going to beat the Celtics. Celtics are better, clearly, even without those guys. But you can't lose by 45.
80-42, they were outscored in the second half.
I saw that.
Yeah, it looks like it was competitive in the first half, and then it just fell apart. Gave up 43.
All right, real quick before we go to break,
Third.
as I mentioned, big night in college football tonight and this weekend. It's championship week. There are 2 7:00 games tonight. You've got the Sun Belt Championship with JMU. JMU is a huge favorite over Troy. I believe they're 24-point favorites. And of course, if JMU wins the Sun Belt Championship, they are ranked. They will probably, more than likely, go to the college football playoff. Bob Chesney, their coach, is coaching tonight, and he'll coach through the playoffs if they make it, and then he'll go out to UCLA and take that job. But this is a huge game for JMU, especially if Duke wins. If Duke wins the ACC championship, because Duke, if they win, are probably not going to be in the college football playoff because they have 5 losses. Can't put them in there with 5 losses. Anyway,
Seems crazy.
yeah. You got the Conference USA Championship. That's Kennesaw against Jacksonville State. You got North Texas and Tulane tonight, 8:00. That's the American Championship. The winner of that game will be in the playoff because they're both ranked. And
The winner of who again?
North Texas and Tulane. The winner of that game will be in the college football playoff. A lock. And then UNLV will play Boise. That's the Mountain West Championship. Tomorrow, BYU, Texas Tech, 12:00 on ABC, Big 12 Championship. You've got Georgia, Bama at 4, SEC Championship. That'll be interesting. Indiana, Ohio State tomorrow night on Fox, Big 10 Championship. And, of course, Duke, Virginia, ACC Championship. If Duke wins, you're probably not getting an ACC team. Unless Miami can squeak in as an at-large, you're probably not getting an ACC team into the college football playoff, which sounds crazy.
Well, especially if like Tulane and whoever the other school is, you said
Tulane, North Texas winner.
North Texas, one of them gets in. That
Yep.
seems wild.
Kind of rooting for Duke
Mhm.
for
I am-
upheaval.
I am too. I mean,
Yeah, just
I want to see the chaos.
yes.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see JMU get in, but if Duke wins, that's going to help JMU's case.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll hit the skins coming up at 7:00. Coming up at 6:50, we'll give you a chance to win some Capitals tickets as well here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel's Fridays, turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. History last night. LeBron James's streak of double-digit scoring nights came to an end, but he made a winning play at the end of the game. Luka Doncic, not there. I think he's in Slovenia. So maybe his wife isn't living with him because he had to go for the birth of his child, his second child, and it was in Slovenia. It wasn't in LA.
How far is that flight?
Oh,
Right? It's
15 hours.
I mean, I
don't
have
know.
no idea.
You're basically going to Russia.
Yeah.
I
All right,
have
so
no
he's going to
idea.
go fly
But,
to Slovenia, be there for the birth of his child.
but the Lakers were playing the Raptors last night, and Austin Reeves, undrafted,
Mm-hmm.
44 points. And I think he had double-digit assists.
He's been balling. It's like at least his second or third big game recently, right?
Yeah, so he's been great. LeBron struggled from the field, but in the end, it's a tie game, 120, and Austin Reeves is dribbling the ball and gets doubled. Kicks it to LeBron, top of the key. LeBron penetrates, kicks it out to Rui Hachimura, who hits the game-winning three. So credit LeBron for making the right play, but I was telling Jason during the break, just watching some of the highlights, it's kind of sad. Like it looks like right now, and maybe it'll change. It looks like he hit the wall fast in terms of his offensive explosion, and I mean he's over 40 playing basketball.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
still
and
played
he start-
36 minutes.
And he started the year injured.
Yeah.
Right? He missed a bunch of
sciatica
time.
or whatever, which
Yeah,
I think is pretty painful. I don't know if that's still bothering him.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
I mean, he was 4-17, so he had a tough shooting night, missed all his threes. He still contributed 11 assists, 6
No,
rebounds.
he can pass.
Yeah.
It's
That's always been his game. He's always been a great passer from day one. But yeah, that's good. It's good that streak ended because I know there was controversy a couple of games ago, right, where he got into it, or at least what's his name? JJ Redick was upset with him for that talking to the Suns during the play. It wasn't kind of locked in there at the end, and it looked like he was just kind of milling around, hanging around just to get his double digits that game.
yeah, they got him a 3-point look so he can get to double digits, but it ends up. But look, for basically 20 years, every game that he played, he scored minimum 10 points.
Oh, he's a great player.
All-time leading scorer. Everybody's going to put him in their top 5, if not the top 2 players of all time. There's just some people, the younger generation will say he's greater than Michael Jordan. The older generation like us will put Michael Jordan above him. It's just the way it is.
It's amazing that I don't pay as much pay as much attention to the NBA as I used to, and not as much as you guys. But Oklahoma City's 21-1. They've won 13 straight. Do the Bulls? The Bulls have the regular season win record, don't they? Didn't they win?
No, the Golden State Warriors was 73 wins.
Oh, they broke it. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
The Bulls had 72. and then
Bulls
the-
had 72, and the Warriors broke it. Okay, but Oklahoma City, man, 21-1. They're gunning for it. They're gunning for that record.
Yeah.
That's an unbelievable start.
So I'm thrown off because I don't have my computer. I left my bag right where I put I have this little bench, the entrance.
Mhm.
And
So you
that's
actually
like,
walked out empty-handed.
I brought my gym bag. So I used to set it up in the car, and then sometimes some people, oh, somebody could break into your car. And that did happen to me once when I left my car open. So I leave my bags, my gym bag and my backpack right on this little bench at the entrance where my shoes are. So then, because I'm old, I'll get my shoes in the morning and I'll sit on our steps. Because I don't want to just stand up and put the shoes on and tie them. It's hard.
You might topple
So
over.
It's like sitting down to do the shoes.
Yeah.
And then I just grabbed the gym bag. And then when I got out of my car today, I went for my backpack, which is usually in my back seat when I get out over at Homewood, and no backpack.
Mm.
So I'm just thrown off a little bit trying to get online here.
This video of the window washer crew that was dangling from the high
Was it
rise.
the classic thing where the thing was like sideways or whatever?
I mean, that is
those
some
guys are always strapped in.
that is some scary stuff, man. It's unbelievable.
Is it on Twitter? If I just type in window washer Tyson's, Is it
Yeah.
Tyson's.
Yeah, it was in Tyson's.
I haven't seen it yet. Those guys, they can't pay those guys enough.
I know. I mean, these guys. Sometimes these guys over here, right next door to us, those guys are washing the windows right next door.
Yeah. Or
But
here,
they're even here, but they're they're only, I don't know, 20,
I'm surprised that
20
doesn't-
30 feet up in the air.
I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often, where it just gets cockeyed like that.
Yeah. How many guys were on it total?
I don't know, but
Was it
they're
2
usually
guys?
strapped in. So I'm sure. Do you think they were scared, or they knew they'd be fine? It was just going to take a while.
I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe
they're strapped in.
they are strapped in. Maybe it's happened before with them. Who knows? But I'd be freaking frightened.
Well, you would be frightened just being on the dumb thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it was at a 45-degree angle, and the worker was hanging underneath the, whatever the ledge
scaffolding?
was, the scaffolding. Yeah,
And then how did they ultimately rescue
the basket.
Him? Did the basket went all the way up there? Or did they fix the ropes like up top and then slowly pull them back up?
I just saw him finally getting down to the ground. I didn't see how they got to
Oh,
him.
they lowered him down to the ground, or he got in the basket. That's
Fairfax County Fire and Rescue did a great job of getting him down, but man, that's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine being in the building and seeing that? And whatever offices were right there on that level. That would have been scary.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But
What would the
But they got
hourly
him.
wage need to be for you to do something like
I
that?
couldn't do
No,
it.
I
I
don't-
wouldn't do
I-
it.
I couldn't do it.
There's no fee. You could pay. You could say, Eric, you can make $1 million a year. You can wash all the high rises in DC. I'd say no thanks. It's your job. You enjoy it. No thanks. $1 million a year, 40 days. All you have to do is work 40 hours, just like you're working at a freaking Starbucks or something. But we'll pay you $1 million, and you got to wash every high rise in DC. That's your job every day.
Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Not worth it.
It was at 7900 Tyson's One Place. Right. I'm sure you could see it from the Beltway.
Yeah.
It's right at the
I don't
Beltway
know
and
which
Chain Bridge.
building exactly it is.
You've driven by it a billion times.
But we've all driven by him.
Yep.
A million times.
Yeah, but they got him.
I get so many like high things on my feed, like new roller coasters that are coming off a cliff. It
Mhm.
comes on my feed. I got something where some dude, I don't know where he was. I don't know if he's in Brazil or somewhere, where he broke the world record for free dive off the side of a cliff. He was 41 meters in the air. How high is that? 41 meters. That's like 130 feet or something, right?
Sure.
It's like something, at least something like that. And the guy's just in his little skivvies. He throws a couple rocks down to the lake,
Mhm.
and then he just launches himself up. And then it wasn't even like a dive. He did some weird thing. How do you survive 140? How do you even survive that?
I don't know.
How do you survive the impact?
Did
He
something
went
slow
side-
down his impact?
No, he did some weird twirl thing. It wasn't even a dive. He did some weird way of entry. But I guess he survived it. I don't know. Heights freak me out. It's the number one thing I'm probably most afraid of.
Yeah, I can't.
Heights is my number one
That's
fear.
the one thing that I would never do. Would be go up on the scaffolding or those platforms and go wash windows on high rises.
I used to not be scared, but I told you when we were in Switzerland, we did 2 cliff walks.
Yeah, that's. I
Well,
couldn't
that's
do that.
crazy. And you're not even tied in or anything, right?
Not
just
tied
walking.
in.
Yeah.
There's a fence, but if you go to the fence, you look down
Yeah, it's terrifying.
and it's thousands of feet.
Yeah.
And
Well, did you do the thing
little
rappelling down the
nervous.
building in Bethesda? That was like a PR thing like 10 years ago.
I
Remember that?
didn't.
I think Tommy McFly did.
Hmm.
Yeah, he does
But
some
no-
crazy stuff on Channel 4.
Does he?
Yeah, he does some nuts.
Yeah,
nutty-
they
nutty
had some
things.
bit where they had like the radio people out and you could rappel down some building. I don't know if it was a grand opening of something. Nope, no thanks. Not
I used to
doing
do
it.
things. I've done skydiving. When we were in Europe, Kelsey called me soft. They did canyon jumping, which was basically a bungee jump, a
Mhm.
little bit different because it was a canyon swing. But you gotta have blind faith at times.
Would you do how much? I mean, I know for me it'd be a 0. Let's say you were with the Golden Knights. You know how good the Golden Knights are. You've actually experienced it. They, for some reason, also the Travis Pastrana bit keeps showing up on my feed occasionally, where Pastrana's in the plane, I guess over Puerto Rico. He drinks a Red Bull
And
and,
he
he just jumps out with no parachute, and then his boys they
Catch
jump
him.
out and they go catch
I
him,
know, it's
and
crazy.
then pull the ripcord or whatever, tie him in, whatever. Would you do that?
Hell-
You'd say with
hell no.
the Golden Knights,
No.
you've experienced their professionalism.
I know all of them. You got to trust those people.
Yeah, I know,
Big
just
time.
say, let's just say. I mean,
For a lot of money, sure.
you would do
If it
that.
was life-changing money,
say $20 million.
done.
$20 million. You would jump out of an airplane.
I jump
with no
out, but I
parachute.
know that they're the best
the
in the
Golden Knights,
world,
they're the
and
best
those
in the world.
guys are going to get me. Yes.
They'll probably get you.
If
Yeah, but
it's
it's
like
not
a
100%.
if it's 99.9%, sure.
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
But
if
I'll
it's
tell
I don't know
99.
how you can put percentages on it.
I don't know what the percentage is.
I'll tell you that I did the skydiving, and that moment of truth when I looked down, like I was in the plane, I wasn't really that nervous about it. But
I
that
don't know how
moment
you
of
couldn't
truth when
beat
I
it.
edged out and I just looked down at Upper Marlboro or whatever I was looking down at,
Yeah.
it freaked me out a little bit.
A little bit, of course. I would have pooped my pants.
And then those dudes had me land on the exact spot they wanted me to land on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I say yes, I do it for 20 million now, but once I'm up in that
Hold
plane,
on. You're actually
Right.
saying you would do it too?
I'm saying it now because
You
I,
are. So you would.
no, I would.
I know,
What I'm
listen
saying
to
is,
you.
I'm saying now I would do it for the 20 million, but once I got up into the plane,
The moment of truth.
there's no way I would do it.
Okay. So, deep down you wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you could give me $1 billion. You could say you could be a billionaire. And I would say, I'm not doing it. I'm not jumping out of this thing with no parachute. I mean, I don't know what the odds are. The guy's catching you.
I don't even know if I do it with the parachute.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. When we come back, we're going to hit the Skins. It is a Football Friday on the Fan. 7:00, we'll hit the Skins. And right now, we're going to give you a chance to win those Capitals tickets that we said we were going to give away. Caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. You get the tickets to go see the Capitals. That's Thursday, December 11th at Capital One Arena versus Carolina. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/contest. 1-800-636-1067.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Detroit Lions take down the Dallas Cowboys 44-30. Jahmyr Gibbs powered to 3 touchdowns for 92 yards. The Lions are 8-5. Commanders preparing for the Minnesota Vikings. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on having wide receiver Terry McLaurin back against Denver.
The playmaking ability, in gotta have it situations is key. Obviously, as you saw at the end, the practices lift up, intensity ramps up when he's out there. He's just a difference maker for us. And so it was nice to obviously get him back and get the ball to him.
Celtics beat the Wizards 146-101. Derek White had a season-high 30, and it's the worst loss of the season for the Wizards, who are now 3-18. LeBron James's run of 1,297 consecutive double-digit regular season scoring efforts ended with 8 points in the Lakers' win over the Raptors. James Madison will go with Florida coach Billy Napier as their new football coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They are the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle. Cakes returns on Monday after a couple of days off. Coming up later this hour, 7:25, give you a chance to win some tickets to go see OAR in concert for their 3 Decades tour. So that's coming up at 7:25. 7:45, we have our weekend parlay. We're running out of season to hit one.
Mm-hmm.
We're running out of season. We are packed today. Got Chip Patterson at 8, talk some college football. Scott Abraham from ABC7 at 8:45. David Kackner, who, of course, was from The Office, will join us in studio. He's at the Arlington Draft House this weekend. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock. And we got Coach Carberry at 9:45. But, hey, it's 7 o'clock. Time to hit the skins.
All right, guys. I think we talked about it yesterday, but the Commanders did activate edge rusher Drake Jackson from the injured list, his 21-day window. I guess they decided to activate him. I'm not convinced he's going to play, but I think that he will.
I'm intrigued.
He's still listed as questionable.
High draft pick, right?
Second round pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a Peters pick.
Yep.
Well, at least Peters was assistant GM.
He was in San Francisco. Yeah.
I don't know why my computer is not going. It's not this freaking page. I got to reload.
While you're
the
looking
page.
for that, I should mention that Hit the Skins is cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts. And it's all grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience. It's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
All right, so he was a 3-time All Pac-12 selection at USC from 2019 to 2021. The Niners selected him in the second round. He was 61st pick overall. He played in 23 games with the Niners. No starts, but he did have 6 sacks, and then all of a sudden he got injured in week 9 of the 23 season, underwent surgery on his patellar tendon, and that only cost him the final 9 games of that year, but all of 2024, and then obviously the first 10, 11 games wherever we're at here in 2025. So he's been out a while. You really don't know what you're going to get.
Think about that. He hadn't played since 2023.
He hasn't played since October 29th, 2023. So
I kind of look at the end of the season as, because they are 3-9 and they're not going to make the playoffs, as a testing ground. Right? We talked about this with Treylon Burks. If Treylon Burks can show you something, some consistent production here during the last several weeks of the season, then maybe you bring him back and factor him into the equation. And same thing for Drake Jackson.
Oh, totally. Totally an opportunity. It's really a move for the future. See what he's got. Kind of in accordance with that move, they released Darnell Savage, who they just signed a few weeks ago, who had made some plays, but he was a healthy scratch last weekend. And apparently that pissed him off he asked for his release.
Oh, he was a healthy scratch.
He was a healthy
okay. I
scratch.
thought
He
he had
asked
a
for his
little
release.
injury, but no, okay.
I guess he wants to play. Doesn't want to sit here and just waste the weekends. You being healthy scratch for a team that's not really going anywhere. Of course, we've talked about Jaden Daniels and his availability. And I'm sorry, during the break, I was just reading Candace Bruckner's article in the Washington Post, and
She wants to shut him down.
I think it's atrocious.
Yeah, I agree.
This is one of the worst argued columns that I can remember reading in a while for a paper like the Washington Post. You know, you may have issues politically or whatever, but their sports page has always been, you know, kind of an iconic sports page for me. She's kind of mocking the idea of getting game reps. She says anything he needs to work on, he could do February through May, or I mean, just outrageous.
They're not
to me.
playing games.
I mean, I don't even know.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm reading this article and I'm literally, my jaw's hitting the table.
Yeah.
I can't believe. Listen, I understand you want to protect them.
She's not alone though. We
I
know
know.
that when we
But-
put it up as a poll.
But she's mocking the idea of reps and game reps and acting like he can get whatever he needs in the offseason thrown against air.
She's minimizing game
He's
experience.
minimizing game experience.
I totally agree.
He's
He's not an 8-year vet.
This
He's in his-
article
he's in his
is
second
a
year.
joke. Actually, you can make the argument you want to rest him simply because you don't want him to get hurt. Fine, but don't mock reps. Don't mock game reps.
I don't remember exactly where it finished, but our poll of the day a few weeks ago was whether you wanted to shut down Jaden or not. And there was about 20%. I think it was around 20% of our listening audience, fans of the team, that wanted to shut him down. They're just afraid he's going to get hurt again. But
Understood.
Okay,
to
well, then don't
minimize
start him next year.
experience,
Yeah.
minimize
Don't start him in
experience,
week 1 next year.
I think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
common sense.
Yeah.
If you've watched any sport, whatever you see from a rookie, let's just use the NBA, Cooper Flagg. Every game he's playing, it seems like he's getting better.
Mhm.
You don't think he's going to be better next year because he plays this year and better in year 3 because he played in year 1 and year 2?
Mhm.
Like, that's what happens. You know,
Here-
progress is not always a straight line.
Well,
And
and-
sometimes people have sophomore slumps. But generally speaking, young players need game experience that helps them get better.
Especially at
Of
quarterback.
course.
Especially
Of
at
course.
quarterback.
It's she's just
And he
mocking
wants
it.
to play too. He wants to play.
Yes.
He
And
wants to
listen,
play.
she's mocking it. It's just this line just rubbed me the wrong way. She's making a play on Iverson. She goes, and reps? Really? We're talking about reps. That's why February through June exists on the NFL calendar. You get all the reps back home in California or in Ashburn under the sun without edge rushers such as Brian Burns bearing down on his defenseless body. Really? He really can. He can get those. He can replicate the game reps there.
In February in a high school
Give me a
field.
break. This is really
Listen.
one of the worst
It's dumb.
argued columns I've ever seen. Just say you don't want him to get hurt and you don't have a good answer for it. You just want to protect him for next year because the season doesn't matter. Fine, but don't disrespect the rep. And then she's throwing in there because Kurt made a critical, did a video where I didn't even think he was that bad. He just said, hey, here's some things he might be missing. Here's some things that he's not saying he sucks.
Kurt
He's
Warner.
Yeah.
She's kind of using that as part of her argument that these are things that mechanics that need to be tinkered with and things he could do in the offseason. What?
The one
What?
thing we don't
This
know.
is a garbage article.
The one thing
I'm
we
with
don't
you.
know,
It doesn't
and
make any
you may
sense.
say it's a garbage article, is that might have been her assignment. And I mean, they said, write an article
I understand how it
because
works.
it's going to polarize
I
people.
understand how
It's
it
going to get
works.
people up bitter.
You do one pro,
right.
you do one con.
You
I
do,
understand. I'm not
you do is
stupid.
shut them down.
It's a poorly argued article. I can't believe it passed the muster. I don't even know who's over there anymore.
Yeah,
Everybody left.
who's the sports director over there?
I don't know.
It's not-
And Steinberg
not
used to
Bear.
be one of the editors, but I think they all left and went to the Athletic. I don't know who's left over there.
Yeah.
Well,
they're not going to do that. They're not going to bench him for the rest of the year unless he's hurt. He's going to play if he's healthy.
if you want to bench him and just because you're scared he's going to get hurt, fine. But don't mock like 5 real games and say that he could get all of
That
that in
means
June
nothing.
in the summer, at a high school with a
If
buddy.
you don't want to play him because you're afraid he's going to get hurt, then when are you ever going to play him?
I guess you only want to play him when the season's on the line. And as soon as the season starts going sideways, you pull the kid because he's skinny. I don't know that I just saw it during the last commercial break and it infuriated me. I apologize. All right. So obviously they have a game against the Vikings.
Vikings got some guys banged up, especially on the offensive line.
Yeah, they have interesting. Again, on the injury front, so for them, you're talking about they have Blake Brandel, their guard. He's is questionable with a concussion.
Mhm.
Their guard, Donovan Jackson, he's questionable with an ankle. Remember, they don't have probable designations anymore.
It's either out or questionable.
Out or questionable. Christian Darrisaw, he's a local kid, right? Was he from Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech. Yeah.
He's questionable with a knee. So you got 3 offensive linemen questionable, and they have others. For us, what's interesting.
Well, and also JJ McCarthy looks like he had a full practice yesterday.
Oh, so they may get the JJ McCarthy experience.
So McCarthy may be going.
I would rather play him, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Even though the other guy may be worse, I'd rather play JJ. Let's make it a challenge. Let's see what the kid's got. We have our typical injuries. I guess it's going to go until I don't know. I feel like DQ will announce today after practice that Jaden's going to go, but who knows? Noah Brown, it seems like everything's trending in the right direction there, but you never know with him. But the one that's interesting is Bobby Wagner's actually missed a couple practices this week with a knee.
Right.
And they say Bobby doesn't miss practice.
Mhm.
Like if you give him a Veterans Day, that's one thing, but he doesn't miss practice for like little things. So something may be going on, clearly to some extent with Bobby Wagner's knee. Now he's 15-year vet, whatever. He's going to the Hall of Fame. If I had to bet,
I'm going to guess.
I bet he's play.
I was going to say, if I had to guess, he's probably going to go.
But I don't know. But it's serious enough that he's doing something unusual for him, which is missing a couple practices. It is funny when you look at the breakdown, and I'm just trying to figure out, hey, what do they do well? What do they don't do well, et cetera?
They don't do much well this year.
Both of these teams don't really do anything well, other than Washington runs the ball well because of their quarterbacks. Their leading passer is still Carson Wentz. So even though they had the kid last week that was awful, right? He only played once.
He had
JJ played a few games. Carson Wentz is still their leading passer. He's thrown for 1,200 yards.
He threw he's
6
got 1,200 yards.
5 picks.
Correct.
But
JJ McCarthy has 10 picks.
JJ McCarthy had one good quarter. That
Yeah.
one good quarter, I can't remember who they came back to beat. Was that the Bears?
Might have been the
Bears. He had a comeback win.
that was in
and-
week 1.
And people were like, okay, JJ's got something, and he hasn't really done anything besides have that one good quarter.
Where they beat the Bears, he threw for 143 yards.
yeah, but
He had one good quarter.
he had
it like the
that
fourth quarter or
fourth
something?
quarter
Yeah.
win.
Yeah.
He's only completing
They
54%.
actually started out 3-2. So JJ, they lost him, I guess, after week 2. But they beat the Bears in week 1. Then they lost to a bad Falcons team. Then they smoked the Bengals with Carson, even though he only threw for 173 yards. They lost a tight one to Pittsburgh. Carson threw for 350. Then they beat Cleveland, and then since then they've gone 1-6.
Six. Yeah. I talked about this yesterday. Both Washington and Minnesota are kind of the same trajectory because they started out 3-2. Injuries to the quarterbacks obviously affected everything, and they're on a downturn.
Here's the
Both
different
teams.
trajectory, though. Next year, Washington has full confidence that Jaden Daniels is their starting quarterback.
Yeah, Minnesota
doesn't know.
they don't know.
I don't know.
They don't know, but the JJ is going to be the guy.
I actually think
That's why they got
they
to see
still
him.
have to give him next year, even if he kind of bombs these last 3 or 4 games. I mean, you can draft somebody if you want, but I still think when you're a first round pick like that, he hasn't played that many games.
He's only played 6.
6. Let's say if he plays 5 more, 10, 11 games, he deserves more than 11 games before you
Probably.
you give up on him.
Probably. We did put up our poll of the day. Do you think that Washington snaps their losing streak
think they
and
do.
beats the Vikings? What do you think the early voting is? You can vote at Junks Radio.
They've played better the last couple weeks, so people might be starting to turn.
78% yes.
64% yes. So you can vote at Junks Radio. People are feeling a Commanders win this weekend.
Well, again, the Minnesota doesn't really do anything well. They don't pass the ball well. They're I mean, not that it really matters, but they're 29th in passing yards. They're 25th in rushing. They're 28th in scoring, only scoring 18 points a game. I guess their best asset is their defense. They're like
Where
the
are they
bottom
ranked
third, they're
defensively?
18th. They're 18th in points. So they give up 23.5 per game there. Of
But
course,
you
they
still have to worry about Justin
Jefferson.
Yeah, that's the thing. You still
They
got to
got
worry about Justin Jefferson.
Jefferson and Addison that
But
are dangerous.
Jefferson doesn't seem that engaged. He didn't
Yeah.
talk to the media after the last game. He's obviously
Yeah, he's pissed.
bitter.
Yeah, he's
I mean, he
frustrated.
was a couple years ago. Did he win the Triple Crown?
I
He
think
might have
he
won the
did.
Triple Crown with yards, touchdowns, and receptions. most in the league, and it's just gone downhill since.
Their leading rushers, Jordan Mason, but even that's kind of weird. Like he only got 6 carries the last game. They did average 7.8 yards per carry. He's only gone over 100 once this year. He's got 122 carries for 578 yards. He can hurt you though. I mean, he's averaging close, 4.7 yards per carry. They just, I don't know. Maybe it's get behind so much.
He came in because Aaron Jones was banged up, so he's technically the number 2. Aaron Jones is the 1, and Aaron Jones is back. But I assume Aaron Jones will start this week, and then Mason will see some carries.
Right. So that's what because he looks like he's getting 6, 7, 8 most games.
Number 2.
Yeah. So I don't know. If you look at the matchup predictor, which I always get a kick out of on ESPN, I think they've got us at like 51%. So it's like the first time I've seen us on the right side of that in quite a while.
Right, but by a slight margin.
Yeah, but by the slightest. It might not even have reached the 51 threshold.
It's an ugly matchup just because both teams aren't good. But if Jaden plays, then that's obviously more reason to watch and root for Washington.
If they play like they
There's
did
something
against
to watch.
Denver, they should win the game. Against a team that is struggling like the Minnesota Vikings offensively, they should be able to win that
They
game.
could keep their defense kind of doing what they're doing. No big blown assignments. Hold teams to 21, 22 or whatever.
Zone it up, bend, don't break.
Yeah, do what you do. Force a couple punts. Maybe hold them to a couple field goals on some long drives that kind of sputter out at the end. And then hopefully you'll be pretty efficient offensively. It could be the first game since week 1 where they have Terry, Noah Brown, and Debo and Jaden.
All at the same time.
All at the same time. Maybe week 2, but they haven't had that many snaps with all those guys there. I think they've had something like 30-some.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Remember, coming up at 7:25, your chance to win tickets to go see OAR, their 3 Decades tour. That's here on The Fan.
So it looks like a bunch of schools delayed, but Montgomery County
They're on.
still on time. Good for them.
Okay.
Good for them. I mean, it's a joke. You go outside. I mean, literally, I saw like 3 flurries where I live. I saw nothing.
It might be snowing more now. It's snowing here.
Is it? Nothing's accumulating, right? Like literally nothing.
I mean, they're only calling for an inch tops.
It was snowing when I was driving in.
Yeah, a little
It
bit.
just wasn't sticking.
I mean, I saw a couple flurries. I'm sure it was coming down, but I didn't see them.
Did you grab any of the free chips? There's a box in the break room. It's not really chips.
They're nuts.
Well, no, there's bags of pretzels and maybe one bag of
The
popcorn.
white cheddar popcorn. Yeah.
So I took one of
I
these
like
little
white
pretzel
cheddar.
sticks.
But look, what is this called? Cars.
I don't know.
Yogurt apple nuts. These are good.
That's not really my thing. That would be your
Do
thing.
you know how many he took though?
100.
I took 5. Look.
Yeah. Guys,
Well, I mean, they're out there for us.
yeah.
Someone put them out there
I don't know.
for the taking.
All
I
right.
took a bag. I'm eating my pretzels right now.
I'm still feeling a little ashamed because you guys talked about the Costco pumpkin pie. I don't
Mhm.
think it was from Costco, but we had a leftover pumpkin pie that I noticed in our garage kitchen or garage refrigerator rather.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically in 2 days I finished it. It wasn't a Costco size, but it was a regular size.
It was
But it
good.
was just something you get at Safeway or Harris Teeter or something
Crushed it.
by myself. No one else in the family ate it.
Hmm.
So I'm feeling a little guilty.
Over how many days?
2. I get a slice in the morning, then later in the afternoon I have a slice, then maybe in the evening I have a slice, and then the next day in the morning, and then next thing you know, the thing's gone.
That's what happens when you're home a lot. You know what I mean? You end up snacking. Like, you got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I felt like when I stopped.
You know what I did recently? And it's probably bad for you. We had Nestle Toll House cookies,
Mm-hmm.
the kind that you're supposed to put in the oven.
Mm-hmm.
The squares, right? And each row, there's 4 or 5 squares. So if you cook them, you might eat 3 cookies at a time. I ate 15 squares in a row. 15 of them
of the cookies?
raw cookie dough without cooking them.
Oh, that's gross.
That stuff
I
is-
just kept going back to them.
Oh, I
they were
love
so
cookie dough.
good.
I
You
love raw cookie
you
dough.
got the sugar.
I like it. a
You got
lot.
that sugar disease.
So good.
I have it
Addicted
too.
to it.
Believe me, my mother has that. My mom's staying with
I
us.
mean, you're supposed to cook it. I don't think it kills you that you're having the raw cookie dough, but
No.
it's supposed to be baked. I just didn't have the patience to wait 15, wait for the oven to warm up, bake them, wait for them to cool down. Just eat the cookie
My
dough.
wife made some banana bread with chocolate chips in it. Man, it was freaking
you
good.
crush it.
I've been crushing it for the last 2 days.
Love bananas.
For the I know I'm not a
don't you like
banana guy.
banana bread?
No,
It's
You don't
okay.
like banana bread?
It's
Well,
okay.
you put
you
chocolate
put
chips in
chocolate
it.
chips, that would make it palatable.
Yeah.
I'm not a big banana guy. I had a banana the
I
other
love
day.
banana
I
bread.
barely got it down.
Yeah.
I barely got it down. But
We
my-
have bananas in the kitchen all the time. I just walk right by them.
Yeah.
It's very rare that I'll just peel
if I'm gonna
banana
do
and
any
eat it.
fruits, especially this time of year, blueberries. I get a handful of blueberries.
I like blueberries.
But for whatever reason, my mom's had it in her head that she wanted to make brownies.
Mhm.
So I finally, like literally 10 o'clock last night, she has me, and she can't. She uses the walker to get around because she could fall, and she can't. And the tray's been collapsing, so we're in a little bit of a dilemma here where she can't bring anything from point A to point B. Everything has to be brought to her. So
So
she's
the
like,
tray on the
so there's
walker
a tray and a walker
is broken.
So if you put like a bowl of cereal on there, it collapses, and now
And
you got milk all over the floor.
Oh,
the
that's a
the
nightmare.
bowl breaks. Right, it's a nightmare.
You gotta get a new one.
So I ordered a new one. It's not coming until Monday. So she kept pushing me. She said she wanted to make brownies. She's got a sweet tooth. So can we make brownies? I said, honest to God truth, I don't know how to make brownies, Mom. I don't know. I don't know from it.
Why can't she make them?
She can, but then I have to get everything. She said, "Can
Oh,
you
yeah.
just bring everything?" And I swear to God, I don't know what it's in it. I've never done it. I don't want to do it. She's pushing me and pushing. Finally, I go, "Okay, what do you need?" So I have to go to find a box of. I don't even know where we keep the box of brownies. I found a box of brownies. I guess you got to add eggs. Then I had to go get eggs.
Milk.
Then I needed vegetable oil. I
Mhm.
guess I didn't know you have to put a half a cup of vegetable oil in these things.
All
I
right.
found vegetable oil, and then you had to put a little bit of water in there. Then you got to butter the pan. First of all, I don't even know what pan you use. What pan? I don't know.
It's a baking sheet, I'm guessing.
No, I guess not because
No?
mine
No,
are
it
too
can't be a
big.
sheet.
We were going through all the pots and pans because D was gone. I didn't have a pot and pan. I didn't have the proper thing. Apparently, it's a glass brownie thing that we have. Finally found that. She had to stir all the brownies. And then, how long do you cook brownies for? I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Took forever to cook
Whatever
the
the
brownies.
box says.
Every time I kept taking it out, they weren't fully cooked.
Yeah.
Making brownies, which should be the easiest thing in the world, was a freaking nightmare.
Were they good?
But-
They were definitely. You know when they were good? Actually, when they weren't even fully cooked, like kind of like their cookie dough,
Right, like
thing.
gooey.
When they were
You should have
gooey.
brought
Yeah.
some in.
Hey, right now, caller number 10, we're going to hook you up with 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour Friday, July 24th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation. Just be caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. This story from the New York Post. The battle of the sexes just got stinkier.
Ugh.
On average, humans fart up to 23 times a day, but not all of those toots are created equal.
How many?
23.
The average person.
Research shows that women's gas smells worse than men's.
I don't know how.
And there's a
Who
scientific
did the
reason
research
why.
on that?
How can they tell? How can you tell what smell is worse than others? You have a bunch of people rate the smell. I mean, who's doing the smellometer?
Apparently, Dr. Michael Levitt, who's a gastroenterologist and a prolific researcher known as, I'm not naming him this is what he's known by,
The fart
the king of
doctor?
farts,
All right.
set out to figure out which gases gave flatulence its signature funk. He recruited 16 healthy adults with no history of gastrointestinal issues, and each of them strap on some sort of system, gave them pinto beans and a laxative, did some research, and then they had judges
Right.
brought in to rate each fart on a scale of 0 to 8, with 8 being very offensive. And apparently, women's flatulence ended up smelling worse.
I mean, it's the most bogus study in
I
history.
can't believe someone
the most
participated in
bogus
it.
study in history.
I can't believe people participate.
Yeah. What is this scientific? So he's saying they were statistically significantly different. Or was it like 51-49%? And he just said
The findings were that while men tended to pass larger volumes of gas, the study
course.
found that female flatulence contained a significantly higher concentration of hydrogen sulfide than their male peers.
hydrogen sulfides is what makes it stinky.
I guess so.
So gross.
It's the chemical behind the rotten egg smell.
It's wild to think that even like, okay, maybe if you're having a bad day, you could say, yeah, I might have farted 23 times.
Right.
What's wild to think that on average, the average person passes gas 23 times a day. And it's definitely wild to think that like women are
do
doing that.
Right.
I can understand Ben or Valdez or me. You know, maybe I eat something that's a little upsetting or just got to go to the bathroom. Average person.
I don't think I've ever heard my wife fart. I mean, maybe it's happened.
You've been married almost.
I know. I
25,
don't think I've
30
ever
years.
heard her do it.
I've caught my wife like twice, and she's like so embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They try to be sly.
Right.
I don't know what they're doing. You've caught your wife though trying to sneak one past you. Like you're in the car and she tries to sneak one, and then you don't hear it, but all of a sudden you know that
Maybe, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
yeah. It's a stunning amount of gas that we produce.
I was blowing ass all night last night in my bed. I don't know why. I think I had some chicken. It was chicken parm I had last night.
Doesn't it typically
Chicken
mean,
parm last night was awesome, and I was blowing my ass in the bed.
Doesn't it mean that you have
And
like
your wife is just there with her iPad because don't you say she watches
I'm
shows?
saying when she was asleep. We were in
Okay.
the middle of the night.
so she had no idea.
No idea.
Doesn't it mean though that basically you're baking a brownie and it's pretty much ready?
I don't, think
I
so.
don't know. I don't know how that
Like
works.
It happens all
especially
the
if
time.
you're
Maybe.
especially if you're going on a run. If you have
Maybe.
a bunch of them, let's say you have like 6 in an hour.
Yeah.
That means you're
Probably.
you're close to taking your brownie out of the oven.
Probably.
That's what I think.
But I didn't this morning.
I don't know. Ben, how many times have
Benj,
you,
what
have you
up,
tooted
Benj?
already this morning?
How many times did your girlfriend fart?
That's awfully invasive.
Does she try to hide? She tries to hide it from you, right?
Not anymore.
Oh, really? She just rips them in front of you?
Yeah.
Wow. That's true love,
and
buddy.
you do the same, right?
That's true
Oh,
love.
of course.
Yeah. Is she funny?
Way more than me.
Yeah.
Funniest
Yeah.
person I know.
Benj, my man.
Someone's got to do it, right?
Yep, somebody's got to do it. Anyway, that's a gross study.
Yeah.
I am also saying it's not scientific.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many people you need to find a significant sample, but I'm guessing more than
Well, it's also got to be
16.
more objective than just having like a couple judges. And it's like when we do our taste test things, and you got one of them is like
Roger.
the engineer, who's not even consistent in his own grading. You know what I mean?
No.
There's
We
no
haven't seen him in a
consistency
while. Is he still
Haven't
around?
seen him. I saw some new guy
Is
recently.
he still working?
I think Roger. I saw him last week.
Maybe just
I
took
don't
a
know.
long,
Maybe he might be off
long
this week.
vacay.
He was definitely here last week. See,
Okay.
Daniel, and then I think we have a new head guy. Is the new head
Yeah.
guy started yet? Is he like full time yet? Like the guy,
Kind of.
kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a new guy roaming the hallways.
I'm just.
But same old thing. I know it doesn't bother you guys. I moved it next to a trash can. But in our hallway, there was just a random box of trash on the floor. Just right in the middle of walking. We got a big, powerful guest coming at 9 o'clock. You want him walking, having to step over a box of trash?
Right.
Makes no sense.
I don't know. You pay attention to that more than I do.
I don't see it.
I don't
It's
see
like
it.
when my wife puts something for me she wants me to take to work or something. I walk right over it. She could say, "Oh, don't forget, can you bring Kate's volleyball bag?" She'll put it right next to this. I don't know. So I'll just walk right over it.
Well,
Don't
JP
even
forgets
see
his bag all the time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, when we come back, are we gonna do the weekend parlay? We haven't hit one in a while. Let's maybe
A while. We haven't hit one in like 2 years.
Let's dial it back. We don't have to be like
You just want to do a
Honest-
money line parlay
no. I mean,
or $10
I'm
will
not
pay
saying
us
we do one where we
30.
pay one. No,
Let's
Right.
all do touchdowns.
I
No,
think
that's
the
never
harder
going to
one
happen.
hit.
That's
Let's
never
all
going
do
to
That's
happen.
harder one to
touchdowns.
hit.
Why?
No, because
never
that's
gonna
what we've hit touchdown parlays. It was supposed to be a touchdown parlay, and everybody ventures off and just under 50 yards and this and that. Let's do a touchdown parlay where we all are locked in.
Okay, but that's going to be impossible to hit.
I think it's easier when you can open it up. I think it's harder when you got
It doesn't matter what we do. It's not
Mar
gonna hit.
doing UFC. I mean, what's Mar's UFC record? Is he good at it? Even
No idea.
Probably about 500.
right.
It's not documented. I know
Well, I'm
that.
just saying. Let's instead of going for $10 to win like 2,500 or something. Let's. Do
I
one
get
that-
what you're saying.
to like 300, 400. That'd be fine.
That you don't have to do a plus 550.
Yeah.
I
just
understand.
yeah.
All right, we'll come back with our Junkies weekend parlay here on the Fan. We are packed on a football Friday. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we'll talk some college football. Chip Patterson, one of the best college football writer for CBS, will join us at 8 o'clock. Scott Abraham from ABC7 jumps on at 8:45 as we talk Commanders Vikings. You can vote on our poll of the day at Junks Radio. Does Washington win on Sunday?
They're showing Doug Gottlieb throwing that chair after they lost to Robert Morris in the last
I read
second.
about that.
Are they doing a little bit better this year? Don't they have a couple wins?
I haven't paid attention
It's
to
Wisconsin Green Bay, right?
Yeah. I think they just call him Green Bay, but I have not paid attention to their record. Did he throw the chair across the court? Like Bobby
No,
Knight?
he was off the court in the kind of like heading towards the tunnel, essentially. The Green Bay Phoenix, that's who it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? They do have a few wins. So they
Good.
were like wretched last year. It looks like they're like 5-6, maybe.
All right.
Yeah, I want to
Improving
say
a little bit.
I mean, it
I
doesn't.
want to say they were like 5-25 last year. Or
I
something.
mean, they beat Iona. I know a kid. We got friends who's got a kid on Iona. They beat UMass. That's a good. I mean, back in the day, it was a decent win. Lose to Robert Morris by 2. All right, so they're more competitive.
All right, so we've got.
You still doing the radio show? Still trying to do both?
Yes.
I think so.
Amazing.
We also have David Kackner joining us in studio at 9 o'clock, Spencer Carberry at 9:40. So we are packed the final 2 hours. Let's get into our Junkies weekend parlay. Spin the wheel.
All right, well, Cakes is not here, so Cakes is not placing it in his account. So I think Mike Marr is going to place it in his account.
He'll be on the hook
So
for it.
Mike Marr, why don't you start us off, bro?
So I would take Stonebridge going belt to ass in the state semifinals tomorrow afternoon.
At
but
Stonebridge,
At
correct?
Stonebridge box
who do they
office game.
have?
They're playing Maury, some victim.
Where's
from
Maury from?
757.
Are they from
Norfolk.
Norfolk area? Okay.
Yeah, they're screwed tomorrow.
Probably.
Know that.
And your head coach is Kedrick Golston, former Redskin.
Yep.
Yeah, he really turned the program around.
And who's the coordinator? You guys have
Well, Rock Cartwright, I think,
Rock
was on.
Cartwright. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
But
we
they
have
have somebody else that's on another former Redskin that's on the staff.
a lot
too.
of talented players. And we had a kid just commit to Tennessee the other day on signing day. A couple
Nice.
other D1 players, but that's not available on FanDuel.
Is that your alma mater?
Yeah, played
Okay.
football there as well.
Right.
But so I will be going to college football tomorrow. Box office game, 8 p.m. Number 1 Ohio State against number 2 Indiana. Give me Ohio State money line minus 186. Ohio State coming off a massive win against Michigan last weekend. They finally got the monkey off their back. Ohio State has won every game this year except for week 1 against Texas by 18 or more points. And Indiana has had a ton of close calls, specifically against Penn State when they squeaked out that win a couple weeks ago. So I like Ohio State to get it done. I think it will be close, but they'll get it done.
Yeah, they lay 4, totals 47.5. That's tomorrow night on Fox, Big Ten Championship. Of course, both teams, no matter what the result is, will be in the playoff. All right, I'll stick to tomorrow night as well. Also at 8 o'clock on ABC, ACC Championship. All right, this is Duke and Virginia. There's a ton of storylines here. Specifically, if Duke wins the ACC Championship and beats Virginia, the probability of the ACC getting a team into the college football playoff is very low if Duke wins. Now, if Virginia wins, they will be in. They will be in the college football playoff. But if Duke wins, they're probably out. They've got they're 7-5. They got 5 losses. One of those losses is to UConn. Now, UConn had a really good year under Jim Mora Jr., but still, it's UConn. I'm sorry, you just can't lose to them. Anyway, Duke played Virginia a few weeks ago at home and did not look good. They lost 34-17 to UVA. They started the game 5-3 and outs. All right. They couldn't run the ball. Darian Minson, their stud quarterback, didn't play very well, but they've played a lot better offensively since that game. I think Duke pulls off this win plus 150 on the money line, and Duke beats Virginia and wins the ACC championship, and the ACC gets zippy teams in the college football playoff. I want to see the chaos, so I'm rooting for Duke. So take Duke plus the 150 to beat the Cavs.
You know, have you ever you've been to Duke, right?
Yeah.
I was
See
there.
hoops games
I
there.
was there. My daughter played volleyball there a couple years ago, and there was a football game going on at the same time. I was kind of surprised at they have a lot of fans, like the Duke football program.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of shocked. Like a decent tailgate scene, like it was not bad.
Yeah, it's a great campus.
They've had decent teams at times.
Yeah, not bad.
So take Duke
coaches.
and take Ohio State tomorrow night in college football. I'm guessing we're going to have some NFL plays here next. Let's go to John Paul Flame.
I do have an NFL play, and I've got an anytime touchdown. You know who's been hot at getting in the end zone? plays running back
Jahmyr
for the
Gibbs.
Chicago Bears. It's Kyle Monangai. Scored touchdowns in 4 straight games. Did it against the Giants, did it against the Vikings, did it against the Steelers, did it against the Eagles, and I think he will do it again this week. I'll go Kyle Monangai anytime touchdown.
What's the line
what's
on
the
that?
I
number?
believe it's plus 210.
Plus
Okay.
210. All right.
All right, we got a couple plus bets there. All right, so Common guy to score a touchdown plus 210. Behind the glass, back to Matt Myers. I'm guessing it's not a Cornell play.
No.
No. I'm gonna take the Steelers plus 5.5 against the Ravens. Ravens just haven't looked good for the last 3 games. Something's wrong. Something's not clicking. Defense is looking better. Offense is just kind of meh. The offensive line has kind of been in shambles, and I just think the Steelers' defensive line might be too much for the Ravens. This game means a lot
Oh,
for
hell
both
yeah.
teams. So I'm going to take the 5.5, and hopefully it's a Ravens win by 3. So I'm Steelers plus 5.5.
So what is going on? What are they criticizing Lamar for? Are they criticizing him for just not being as explosive? Is there something going on like health wise?
I mean, he's been on the injury report for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
mean, ever since
He's
he
on
got
again,
back.
man.
is that what it is? Like he's not as explosive, or is it like the throwing accuracy's off? Like what are they?
Well, I mean, he hasn't run as much. I don't think he has a run over 20 yards this season. Or maybe since he's gotten back from his injury. But I've always claimed that he's dialed back his running and trying to float around the pocket to kind of do a kill shot down the field. But I mean, the Bengals game, he didn't look that great. He kind of looked off. He looked off against the Browns. The accuracy wasn't there. I mean, trust me, he had plays where his stat line would have looked a lot better if Isaiah Likely didn't fumble at the goal line, or Tez Walker caught the deep ball.
So
that
it's
he
not
threw.
that far off.
It's not as egregious as people are saying, but
He's got 15 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions. Like passer rating, he's still top 5.
He's
Like old
protecting
school
the ball,
passer rating.
but still, people have been critical.
but I mean, he had some bonehead fumbles against Cincinnati, but it wasn't as bad as people are saying.
All right.
But it could have been probably his worst game as a pro.
They've
But
got
that's saying something.
They got the Steelers 2 more times. They got the Bengals in Cincy, who of course they just lost to. They have the Patriots at home. They got to go to Green Bay. They got some tough outs.
But look, the biggest difference is he generally runs for about 800 yards a season. Last season, he had 915 yards. Now he's missed some games, but he's only run for 264 this year in 9 games.
It sounds like
Last year, he gave you 915 and 17. So he's down a lot. He was running for 6.6 yards per attempt last year. This year, it's 5.1. His career average is 6.0. So the running is down.
So the winner jumps to 74% probability of making the playoffs in this game. Loser goes all the way down to like 24, 23%.
It's a big swing.
So,
All right, Valdez is in.
All right, plus 5.5 of the Steelers. Stay behind the glass with Benj. This is going to be a hoops bet.
No.
Oh.
You know, one thing I want to clarify, I still don't understand why every time the weekend parlay comes up, Mike Marr develops this like accent like he was born and raised 1,000 miles from here. He grew up in Ashburn, Virginia.
What's the accent?
He's hyping it up.
Okay.
It's his hype voice.
It's his hype voice. All right. Well,
It's his belt to ass
What do you think
voice.
he sounds like a hillbilly a little
yeah,
bit?
something like that.
Yeah. Well, it might
Speaking
be his roots.
Speaking of Ashburn, I've got Ashburn syndrome right now. And I think I'm going to go with Chris Rodriguez to score a touchdown. He scored in 3 of the last 4 games for him, a heavy feature in the last 2, 15 carries against Miami, 11 against Denver. I think if Washington's going to score points in this game, which I expect they do with the way the offense looked last week, I think Rodriguez is a feature in the red zone for him.
Okay.
All right.
I hope so.
What's
I've
that?
started
What's
in one
that
of my
number
leagues.
for that?
I think it's plus 200.
Plus 200. That's exactly the number. It's because it's up to me, right? I'm last.
What's you?
That's exactly the number for Terry McLaurin. And I'm gonna go with Terry. Of course, Terry's only played in like 5 games this year. 6 games. He's had to leave a couple of them for injury, but in his last 2, he's got 10 catches for 150 yards, a touchdown in each game. He clearly wasn't right in the first couple of weeks, but he looks like he's healthy. Looks like he's ready to go. He's big impact. Plus 200. I like it, especially with Jaden being back. I think he showed how important he is to the offense. They're going to try to force feed him. He had 14 targets last week, which helped too. So if he gets anywhere that kind of targetage, I think that's
good
a
chance
good
he
bet.
scores.
Yeah.
All right, Mike Morrow, give us the breakdown and the payout.
So we got Terry McLaurin anytime, Chris Rodriguez anytime, Ohio State money line, that's a lock. Pittsburgh Steelers plus 5.5, Kyle Monangai anytime, and Duke money line. $10 pays $2,375.02.
There's your
Somehow we
2,500.
just did another big one.
Oh, we
I
had
wanted
4
to do one that was
We
reasonable.
can't get away from. You know what? You're going to be happy when you're counting your portion of the winnings.
All right. Do you like this one? I thought we liked it last week.
Of course. Always like them. I usually do like them.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little college football. One of the best in the business, Chip Patterson, college football writer for CBS Sports. He'll join us right here on the Junkies.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Jaden Daniels practiced fully Thursday. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on the potential of getting Daniels back this season.
I mean, he loves to play the game, and so I think you start there with just his passion for it, the preparation, the process, all those things. So just continue to learn as a player, continue to grow as a player, and hopefully, have some of these weapons out there with him that we can build some more rapport with going into next year.
Commanders and Vikings on Sunday. Detroit Lions over Dallas Cowboys 44-30. Jahmyr Gibbs powered to 3 touchdowns. Celtics easily over the Wizards 146-101. CJ McCollum 22 points. Washington has lost 10 in a row to Boston. LeBron James's run of 1,297 games with at least double digits came to an end last night. 8 points in the Lakers win over the Raptors. Iowa State coach Matt Campbell is a favorite to take over as Penn State's head coach. Billy Napier headed to James Madison. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Jason Bishop.
Cakes is
trying
off.
to track down Chip Patterson, talk a little college football.
Mm-hmm.
Been a lot of coaching drama in the last couple of weeks. Now you have championship weekend, which is going to lead to the college football playoffs.
Correct.
So all eyes on college football this
There's
weekend.
been a lot of controversy with coaching changes and with the calendar and with signing day being early and coaches having to decide if they're leaving and if they're going to another team, are they going to stay and coach in the playoffs, or are they going to leave or
Is
be
Penn
forced
State
to leave?
still the biggest opening out there?
Yes.
Eh.
Penn State is talking to Matt Campbell, who is the head coach at Iowa State currently. He's been there about 10 years.
Is that the guy that
And
wears like a tie? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Arizona State, maybe. Is it some guy I thought he
I don't
wears
think
like
they
a tie, like a younger-ish guy?
I don't think he wears a tie.
Mm.
But he's a good coach, and he's been a good coach in Big 12. But Penn State's, they fired Franklin about 55 days ago, and they still don't have a head coach, which is shocking.
Well, and, we talked.
Shocking.
No, this is a different guy that I'm thinking of. We talked about they lost 28 of their commitments.
28 commits.
Which,
Yep.
I mean, you can understand they don't have a coach. It's hard to commit to a school. I mean, my son did it when they switched coaches. He decommitted, went to
right.
another school. I mean, it's hard to
So
commit.
now they're going to have to be traditionally Penn State is more recruiting, high school recruiting heavier than portal. But when you got no coach, you got to go heavy in the portal because you got
Yeah.
nobody committed out of high school.
Big time.
All right, did we track down Chip?
I
Yeah, we
think
got Chip.
so.
We
All
got
right,
Chip.
join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It is Chip Patterson, college football writer for CBS Sports. What's going on, Chip?
How we doing?
What's up, Chip?
Been a busy couple weeks for you, right?
Oh, man.
Gee whiz. Hey, don't worry. Things are totally going to be calm this weekend, right?
Right.
Nothing big happens. It's not like the college football playoff gets announced. Then we've got first-round games on campus. Then we got the holidays. I mean, it is. I'm excited about it, though. I was looking back. It has been a wild season. I felt like Lane Kiffin took up too much oxygen for what was a pretty fun close to the year. But at the end of the day, it's we've got all the pieces in place for a pretty strong finish to the college football season.
All right, we're not going to talk about Kiffin. We talked about him.
Yeah, let's go.
No, we're not talking about Kiffin. We're going to talk about Penn State, though, before we talk about the games.
Yeah.
All right, Penn State is still the biggest job without a coach. They fired James Franklin 53 days ago, I think, something like that. Still don't have one. They talked to a bunch of guys. I was talking to some people kind of inside the program. They're so pissed off at the AD. They said he's effed this whole thing up. They brought some
What
guys.
should he have done? What should he have done?
Well, he should already have a coach. I'll tell you that.
Well, all right.
He should have had a plan. He should have had a plan. If you're going to fire James Franklin, who was a big time coach who put your program back on the map, you should have had a backup plan immediately.
The coaching carousel is a high stakes game of poker.
Yep.
And I think that there are coaches who took jobs on Sunday who Penn State was talking to that Penn State could have had if Penn State wasn't so confident it had Kalani Sitake on board.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I mean, that's just colossal, right?
Right.
If one of those coaches that takes another job is introduced as the head coach of Penn State, then maybe you are sitting there with like your own set of like, oh, well, I mean, is it really an upgrade from James Franklin to this guy? But at least you'd have a coach.
Right.
Like, at least you'd have a plan. At least you'd have an identity instead of this absolute free fall. I mean, like right now, Matt Campbell is the name du jour. Do you know what Matt Campbell doesn't have? A great record against ranked opponents.
Yeah.
Matt Campbell has a worse winning percentage against ranked opponents than James Franklin does.
Mhm.
Wow.
I mean, we really went so hard early, and I'm going to go right back to the press conference when Pat Kraft addressed the media after the news of the firing of James Franklin was complete. And I said this at the time. I said, this was very clearly an emotional hire.
Mm-hmm.
Not an emotional hire, excuse me, an emotional firing.
Yep.
Because he said, I was going to sleep on it, come back the next day. But then I was like, you know what? We just got to go. We got to move ahead. We got to do this for Penn State football, which means it was not well thought out. So, no, I don't think there was a backup plan.
Yeah.
I think that they thought that they would have first mover advantage. I think that they thought that because they were Penn State, that they'd be able to get the pick of the litter.
Yeah.
But as we can tell by the, 9, 10, 11 power conference coaches that have said no and signed extensions at their current school, you are not in that same position that you thought. So coaching carousel is a high-stakes game of poker, and from the firing of James Franklin all the way to what we saw this past weekend, there have just been a lot of bad bets.
Yeah, it's nuts. And where do you think Matt Campbell would be on their list of coaches? He'd probably be 15 or 16 on the list.
I mean, on their list, clearly, but
yeah.
My colleague Tom Fernelli did mention him right off the bat.
Okay.
When we did our emergency podcast for the firing of James Franklin, however many days ago, he kept saying the Matt. So Matt Rule, of course, we were all talking about. Again, Matt Rule, not a great record against ranked opponents, but let's set that to the side. It was Matt Rule and Matt Campbell. Those were honestly the first two names that we thought of, just based on just like either for Matt Rule, the connections to Penn State, or for Matt Campbell, a coach that we think has done a pretty good job at Iowa State and with more resources might be able to have some success. So the fact that they went big game hunting, all along the way, like, oh, we're going to make a run at Kirk Cignetti. Oh, we're going to make a run at Kalen DeBoer. Oh, we're going to make a run at, all these other big names. If they land back at Matt Campbell, then when I talk with Tom Fernelli on the Cover 3 podcast, I'm sure he's going to say something like, never wrong, just early, right? Just the idea that this was maybe a sensible move all along. And given the current situation where it's interim Terry Smith, maybe Matt Campbell, or mystery door, I do think that Matt Campbell would at least give them an opportunity to have someone who has a plan, who's run a program, not a Penn State-sized program, definitely, but at least run a program and with a little bit more of a lot more of an NIL war chest. I think that it'd be interesting to see what kind of talent he could get in there and whether the player development that has been so key to his success at Iowa State, and I do mean success. He's had one of the most successful runs in Iowa State football history. Yeah. If that would be able to work out for Penn State, but this is, you mentioned National Signing Day here at the top of the segment. Here's what I believe: to go from number 2 in the preseason poll, or heck, let's just say from the moment they were running out of the tunnel at the whiteout against Oregon back on September 27th, to where they are today, is one of the most drastic collapses of a college football power in the modern era.
100%.
They were on top of the world, and now they've got no one in their signing class. They've got no coach. And you look up, USC has the number 1 class. Oregon's up in the top 5. Heck, Washington, Illinois. The Big Ten crushed it on National Signing Day, and you, a presumed Big Ten power, have been left flailing, falling behind.
Sticking in the Big Ten, how do you see the big game on Saturday night, Indiana, Ohio State?
So I go back to those Clemson wins against Alabama in the 14 playoff era, Deshaun and Trevor Lawrence, because while Clemson had a talented roster, it was very much at a talent deficit to those Nick Saban super teams. I was at the game in Tampa. I was at the game in Santa Clara. And in those games, there just turned into a moment where it was just good on good. And you said, you know what? I've got an NFL quarterback and I've got wide receivers that can make contested catches. Let's just see if we can go out there and make it happen. And Ohio State might have one of the best defenses. It might have one of the best defenses of the modern era. But if they just get them in one-on-one situations, I think Indiana's got an NFL quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. And I think that whether it's Elijah Surratt, I think whether it's Omar Cooper, whether it's the Becker kid, the sophomore 6'4" guy who came up with some big catches late in the year when Surratt was out, I think they've got wide receivers that can go out there and make contested catches. When Indiana went into Autzen Stadium against Oregon, they started throwing haymakers. They're like, we are not going to play scared. We are going to let Mendoza come out here and let it rip. I think they will do the same. If they have success, we could be in for an all-time classic. If they make a couple mistakes early, Ohio State could run them out of the building. I really think we're dealing with very much a opposite ends of the possibilities here. My lean is more towards lower scoring. Mendoza gives them enough plays so that we are really coming down to the last couple possessions. But I am very willing to entertain that the Buckeyes could just continue to, even against an Indiana team that's 12-0, just really look like the monster in the sport this year.
So you wrote a column about the ACC possibly not getting their champion into the college football playoff. Are you in Charlotte or are you in Raleigh? Can't remember.
I'm in Raleigh.
Raleigh, okay. But I assume you're going to be at the game tomorrow night.
Heck no. Why would I go to that game?
I don't know. Oh, you're just going to watch it on TV. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's just like we do. I say that's disrespectful to the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Right.
Yeah, Jim Phillips, PhD, MD. I apologize, Jim. I know you're a huge fan and you're always listening to the show in DC on your stream every single morning. So, Jim, I'm sorry. But, yeah, we've got a Cover 3 instant reaction live show as soon as the Big Ten game goes final to recap the day.
Gotcha.
Then I'm turning around 10 hours later for a ton of Selection Sunday bowl announcement stuff.
Yeah.
So if I can avoid a 3.5 hour drive to navigate around that, I think I'll do it.
I'm with you.
Studio.
I'm with you. All right, but let's start with tonight because James Madison is a huge favorite in the Sun Belt Championship against Troy at JMU. All right, they're going to win that game unless something drastic happens. They're a 25-point favorite.
The only loss this year is Louisville,
and they are ranked. Okay, so if they win the game, they're still going to be ranked. Especially if Duke wins. Now, if Duke wins and beats Virginia, Duke's not going to the playoff. JMU's going to the playoff. Now, if Virginia wins, okay, probably it takes a spot away. But if Duke wins, and it could be tight, and I know Duke didn't look good a few weeks ago when they played down there in Durham against Virginia. But if Duke wins, the ACC is not getting a champion in. Maybe they're getting it large with Miami, but they're not getting their champion in.
And so if you read the story, you know how dumb it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is just the greed and gluttony of conference expansion has left us with these situations where we have to get down to the 5th tiebreaker.
Right.
And the lack of foresight to see that with a 17-team league and only 8 games on the conference schedule, that you'd be left with these scenarios where, look, we've had huge ties before, but the fact that even among the tied teams, we have so little head-to-head. We have so little even common opponents.
Right.
And in that story on CBSSports.com, I detailed how some of the dumbest results of the ACC season are what put Duke into the ACC championship game ahead of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Like North Carolina 20, Stanford 15, Clemson 20, Louisville 19. Wake Forest 30, Louisville 23.
Mm-hmm.
Those games All of them involve non-contenders. None of them had a winning record in conference play. 3 of those 6 teams are not even bowl teams. And yet, if you flip every one of those results, just 3 of them, if you flip every one of them, Miami wins the 5th tiebreaker instead of Duke.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that the difference between having a great, not great, but like compared to what we have right now, Miami against Virginia, the number 11 team against the number 17 team, that makes sense for ACC football this year, right, guys?
Mhm.
Like, it's a little bit better than the American. It's not as good as the Big 12. That's kind of what ACC football has been in 2025. That would be representative of the season that you've had. However, because of these dumb tiebreakers, now we've got the potential of, like you mentioned, the ACC missing entirely. Now, as I started digging into that story, I did start to wonder, and I did start to hear some chatter that the selection committee, which, guys, I mean, we got to talk about this selection committee, right? I mean, honestly, Mount Rushmore of committees, right? I mean, you got to think 14, you got to think 23. I mean, this is just like, this committee has shown the ability to do whatever they want. And it's impressive. It really impresses me. This committee can just say one thing one week, one thing the next. I mean, I am just continue to be amazed at what they're able to accomplish.
Yeah.
But if the committee says Duke's win over Virginia is better than James Madison's win against Troy, they could still put Duke ahead of James Madison.
It could. I would be surprised, but you can't put a team with 5 losses in the college football playoff. You just can't do it. I'm sorry. You can't.
Listen, I'm telling you, this committee is amazing, guys. They do whatever they want. It's like there are no rules. I'm so impressed with their agility and flexibility from week to week.
All right, we're going to let you go. Appreciate the time. Enjoy the weekend. Hopefully there's some chaos. Hopefully Duke wins. Do you think Duke's going to win? I think they're going to win.
I don't think they're going to win. Their defense is just absolute cheeks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like
I like it.
Put that in the article.
That is funny.
Yeah, since the start of November, the only team they've looked good against was North Carolina, and that offense is one of the worst in Power Conference. So yeah, I think Virginia will be able to score, and I think Darian Mensah, if he takes care of the football, can do the same. I think it'll be a shootout, but I do think that Virginia ultimately is going to get the win.
Hey,
Love
Chip,
it.
I do want to throw in one extra. Since you mentioned North Carolina, what do you think happens next year with Bill Belichick in that program?
I think he's back, and the amount of staff changes will come down to the stubbornness. But I mean, they've got the number 17 recruiting class in the country, and they'll be really young, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to some of the young players who I thought helped them be able to have a pretty good defense this year. So quarterback's a huge question mark, and but he will be back, and I think that staff changes are definitely necessary. I mean, just as speaking as an alum here, I would like to see some staff changes just because the product was so poor, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. But I mean, it's Tupac committed at this point. There's too much pride. The people who fought to get Bill Belichick hired are not ready to admit their mistakes.
Do you buy the story, though, that he kind of was exploring out options, like, halfway through the season?
I don't buy that he was. Now, whether Bill Belichick Inc. or representatives or,
Right.
I can't speak to that. But from the coaching standpoint, the people that are inside the building, I mean, he's super frustrated. He is pissed off. Like he is very unhappy with the performances that they had in the back half of the season. They were a little bit lost early. I think Bill Belichick learned a lot, but I saw a staff that recruited their tails off as soon as the regular season ended. But you know what else I saw, guys? I saw a lot of Carolina players tweeting their transfer portal entries. So I think there's going to be about 30, 35 guys that leave the team.
Oh, my God.
And, we'll see.
Good.
We'll see what happens.
I hope
I
it
mean,
happens.
in the middle of the season, they had a stretch where they were playing some good football. Almost beat UVA, close game against Cal, beats Syracuse, beat Stanford, and then the last 3 weeks were pretty bad.
Yeah, the state game was really, really disappointing. And look, they had a lead against Duke, and then Duke ran a fake field goal that I think just chopped. I think that was the kick in the nuts that kind of ended whatever efforts they were going to have to be able to finish strong and have some respectability to the way it looks at the end of the year. But you're right. In the middle of the season there, They weren't great. Do you know what they were? They were Argyle, Iowa, right? They were punting, they were kicking field goals, they were playing good defense, and their offense was atrocious to watch. But you know what? They were solid enough that if the game was decided in the 20s, North Carolina had a chance. And when you consider that both Kirk and Brian Ferentz spent time with Belichick in New England, it's not surprising that when Bill Belichick came to college football, he just wanted to build Iowa wherever he landed.
All right, good stuff.
We
Chip.
love you, Chip Patterson. Thanks, buddy.
Sounds good. Y'all be well.
All right,
All
thank
right.
you, buddy.
Chip Patterson, CBS Sports College Football writer, one of the best. Coming up next, let's open up EV's entertainment page, find out what's going on in Hollywood, the music scene, and more. Don't go anywhere.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They want to put $200 in your pocket when you open your first checking account with them and you meet some easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs. Just a fast drive to free money. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We'll go around the NFL, go through some of the top matchups this weekend, including the Commanders-Vikings game at 8:45 with the Junkies Blitz. Trying to figure out, like, tomorrow night, I think I'm swapping. Dylan wants to come home pay-per-view, but then he has to watch his sister so that Jess and I can go out. And I don't know if I'm going to feel like it. If it's, like, snowing, I don't think it will tomorrow, right?
And it's supposed
No,
to
you're
end
good.
soon.
But
Yeah, I'll be out here by 1.
maybe
I
I'll
think.
go see our guest, David Kackner at Darlington Draft House. And then before that, I hit Hyde for dinner. I don't know. But it just
Is there a Pupatella nearby?
no.
You always got to consider Pupatella.
I've only been to Pupatella once.
You're sleeping on it.
Kind of sleeping
It's a
on it.
good
There's
spot.
nothing, there's no spot close to Gaithersburg.
All right, but you're going to be out potentially in Virginia.
Yeah, but
There's a
I'm
bunch
telling
of
you that
them.
I might hit Hyde.
Okay. Go
I
to
think
Hyde.
we got gift cards.
Do I have a Hyde gift card?
Yeah, you do. You got a text message.
There's a Circa in Arlington.
There you go. A lot of possibilities.
It's a
I
good
love
spot.
Circa.
Usually some talent there too.
They have some silly
I'm
apps
bringing talent.
that I
Yeah,
get
well, there'll be more talent.
that I get sized for.
Bring your talent, and she can join the other talent. Yeah.
But and one of them is like a tuna tartare thing that I love.
Mhm.
But man, I've seen a couple things have been showing up on my feed about sushi
Mhm.
and about all the parasites that are in sushi
Oh,
and everything.
can't worry
It's
about
actually
that.
getting me scared now to eat it. I'm
Oh.
like, what am I doing? I've been eating it for 30
You've been
years.
eating forever.
30 years.
You might need to get off reels. It's just going to scare you in every
I
which
know.
way.
They scare you with everything.
Parasites and everything.
I know. It's freaking gross.
Anyway,
Yeah. Don't
trying to
read that.
figure it out. Maybe that's what I'll do. But it's always easier to just go out in Gaithersburg.
Go,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
go
It's like when
near
you're in
home.
Ashburn, it's easier to
Yeah,
go.
well, stay home.
Yeah. Like I thought about it. Oh, God,
I think
DC.
we're just going
When's
to
the last time I've done that?
go to DC.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
All right, let's open up the entertainment page. It is sponsored by the great people over at BMW Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's awesome. She's the general manager over there. Of course, you could check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. So they're going to set you up with a great sales associate. You're going to find the car of your dreams. You're going to take it on a test drive, and you're going to fall in love. So check it out, BMW Fairfax. All right, Valdez, this is right up your alley. Jason, do you know what one of the new most requested fetishes of the year is? This is, I think, according to Pornhub. I know that it's somehow involved, but it's a sex fetish.
No idea.
Are you
Oh,
into? I know you're
you
not
know
into
I'm
sex
not.
anymore. Like you're out on sex.
Yeah.
Nobody
Um,
believes it.
I don't believe it, but it's fine. That's his
Okay.
chick. So he's out on
You
sex.
guys just don't know me. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I know. Out on sex, but if you were into sex, maybe you'd be into armpit licking.
Why is Valdez? Why
That's-
is this up Valdez's alley?
That's
Well, I mean,
disgusting.
he's the one that found the story.
Oh, I
and
got
he's the one that's sending it to
There
me.
can't be a large portion of people that are into that.
Well, it's fourth now. It's called Masha Lagnia, most commonly known as armpit licking or sweaty armpits.
Oh.
It's fourth
One of the
in what?
most requested fetishes. It's fourth behind. I don't even want
Okay,
to
but
say
it's
this
fourth
word.
in fetishes.
Yes.
Okay,
fetishes.
not the fourth
You don't want
most
to say what
popular.
word.
The first
category.
word is it's something that I think I had a friend that admit that he was into this.
Hmm.
You Jason, you and I have a friend that said he was into this.
Give
Uh,
me
I'm gonna
the-
get-
give
I'm
me the
gonna-
initials
Can
of
I
the
guess
friend.
it? Can I guess what it
you can't
rhymes?
even guess it.
Even what it rhymes with?
It might rhyme with something. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can say what it rhymes with.
Because I think I know the person you're talking about. So I think I might have been with you when you
All right. but-
fessed up to that. Does it rhyme with legging?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So that's the number one fetish. Okay.
That's number one.
Number one. Number two,
Some sick people out there.
feet content. By the way,
Oh,
I do have I took pictures of my mom's feet just for your own edification.
Oh my gosh.
Do you
I don't
want
wanna-
it?
I
Not
don't
to
wanna
put on
see it.
air.
no, it was for the
You want me
the
to
bit.
set,
I actually
you grossed out. You think you'd be grossed out?
I'm not a foot person,
You're not a
but
foot
the
person?
way you hyped them up,
I mean, here's the thing.
I'm intrigued.
Here, that's what I'm going to send it to you. Okay, just because here's the thing. They're just clean feet. They're not sweaty and gross or anything. They're just clean
But
feet.
they'll have to look old. They have to
They look
like
old.
80-year-old feet.
Veiny, hurting feet.
They
Toenails probably poopy.
I'm telling you, for 89 years old.
I just don't want to see it. Sorry.
All right,
Here, send it.
I just
Myers
sent it
wants
your
to see
text.
it. I don't want to see
I
it.
just sent it to your text. For 89 years old, so I have to put on her. Come on, man. I have to put on. They're clean. They're clean.
What is that thing on her toe?
It's just
She's
like
probably
it looks
got a
like
rotten
it's a scab.
toenail.
It looks like it's a scab from years and years.
It
of
looks
wearing,
like
heels or
a
something.
pimple.
Yes.
So legging number 1,
Yeah.
toes number 2.
can't look.
They're clean.
Whatever.
They're clean.
I mean, I'm not a foot fetish guy. I feel like Jason. I don't know if you're a foot fetish guy. Where you used to be into like chicks' shoes or feet at some point.
He likes.
I think-
Jason
no,
likes clean feet.
I like clean feet.
These are right up your alley. These are clean. They're just
Yeah,
older.
but
They're 80.
Dude,
They're
I get.
old. Put it this way.
I think women that have like trifling toes and feet, they could be gorgeous in the head, in the face, but if they
Their
have trifling
are
feet,
trifling.
they dip.
Right.
It's just my.
Put it this way.
If you had
personal
if you had a whoever your number 1 seat is, 10 out of 10. Let's say Cindy Crawford back in the day. I don't know if
Right.
you were into
And
her.
she had bad feet.
Whoever. Gabby Reese. You're always into tall chicks, right? And she had my toes.
Why don't you go
Oh,
from a 10 to a 6?
And she couldn't deal. Like she's unbelievable.
No,
Great body, everything.
Couldn't
like,
deal. Couldn't deal with it.
Hey, if Sydney Sweeney had these feet, I couldn't date her.
Right.
Okay,
Like-
that's an 89-year-old person. But I'm just telling you, they're clean. They're not sweaty.
Maybe compared to other 89-year-old women, maybe they're very nice, but they're still poopy.
I mean, I don't know. Put it this way: of all my responsibilities I have to do for my
Hey,
mom, to put on like
Do it again.
come on, to put on the compression socks, it's not as gross as you would think.
There's a lot grosser things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just very veiny. I mean, but she's 90.
Yeah. I mean, I think all things considered, they're pretty good.
I need to see another 90-year-old's foot.
It is kind of
To
weird how
compare.
much EB's into those feet, though.
No, it's not.
I know you have to deal with it, but I
just have to do it every
Yeah.
day. And she's obsessed with it. Like what? I'm on the. So she sleeps downstairs in an old office that we turned into her bedroom, right? So she can be on the same floor as everything. And
Mhm.
when I'm downstairs at like 4:45,
You mean on the main
or whatever,
level?
yeah, when
Yeah.
I'm 4:45, I'm getting ready to leave or whatever. She's always asking me, "What time you coming home? I need you to put my sock." Like she's obsessed with
So we're
me
getting
putting
the
these
socks
socks on.
It helps makes the blood flow and everything.
Why?
right?
Why does her ankle look like Allen Iverson crossed her up?
Well, I mean, because I just think it's
It's
a little little
it's-
swelling, but I
it's-
think it's actually pretty good. That looks actually pretty good.
I need another
You know
angle.
what? You know what? Ask your mother. How old's your mom? 75?
70. I think you just turned 70.
All right, your mom's relatively young. Ask your mom to send over a picture of her foot. You can do a comparison. You can do a side by side.
Right. It's probably not great.
I have no idea.
No, probably not.
I have no idea.
My mom probably would.
My mom's
Probably
feet
got-
when she was before she passed, they weren't
Money
great.
feet.
No,
Oh,
they were getting. I mean, the nails were getting like rotted.
yeah. No, my mom. I think my mom's nails and everything, dude. I'm telling you,
I
if you
hate
look at it
talking about
closely, it's not.
I hate
they're-
talking about ugly
They're
feet.
not bad. Yeah, those are pretty good feet. Those are way better than JP's feet and my feet. We're half the age. We got half the wear
Okay.
and tear
I think
on
my
that.
foot is better. Her toenails better.
toenails better.
My foot is fine. My toenails are.
I bet
better.
your toes. I bet your foot's sweatier and stinkier.
It might be
has to be.
stinkier
It
and
has to
sweatier
be.
because I
It ha-
run.
My foot's sweaty every time I take
but
my
I
socks
wash
off.
my feet every morning.
Okay,
I
do
put soap to foot this morning.
I don't put soap per se. I do trickle down.
Right. He does the trickle down. He
I do
said
trickle
that.
down.
I do soap. I go in between the toes. I got clean feet.
All right, so I'm just gonna.
Just real quick, but why is armpit licking attractive?
I don't know.
Is it like the smell, the
just
Well, one thing
pheromones?
they say there's a dominatrix thing to it, like when like people that are into that kind of thing. So sometimes a dom might force their sub to lick their armpits and do stuff
'Cause
like
it's
that,
like humiliating.
humiliation. But also they say it's a nerve dense area that even light touches and playful little tickles can feel intense and make it erotic.
Hold on. So it's sensual. Is this for the person smelling or for the person getting their armpit
For the
smelled?
person getting their
Oh.
armpits diddled. So it,
I thought this was for the person
Who's
who's
doing the licking?
doing the licking.
I think it's for the person who's experiencing it. Who's
Okay.
because they say there are definitely people who could finish their race from having their armpits licked.
Finish
Oh.
the race.
Hey, what was number 3? Because that was number 4. You gave us 1
Number
and 2.
3 was feet contact. Number 4, I'll just say it
I
politely.
thought 2 was feet.
No, 2 was it rhymes with legging.
Okay.
3 was feet content. 4, just say playfully, water sports. Like
Okay.
what Brett's into.
Oh, jeez. What was number 1 again?
Armpit licking.
Oh, that's number 1.
Armpit.
I missed the whole number
You missed
thing.
the whole thing.
I thought
Yeah.
you said that was number 4.
No. Armpit licking, legging, feet, Brett's fetish. Those are the top 4. I don't know how that made it into the entertainment page, but somehow, according to Valdez,
It was entertaining.
That was the most entertaining story. Netflix. I guess we'll probably have to expect our how much are we paying for Netflix these days? What are we paying? About 20 bucks?
No, it's
Oh, is
more
it-
than that.
Is it 30 now? I have no idea.
Is it 32? $32 a month? Something
Okay.
Maybe 28.
Might be going up because they just paid $72 billion to buy Warner Brothers and HBO. It's agreed to buy the legendary TV and movie studio and assets like HBO Max streaming service for $72 billion plus their debt. I guess Warner Brothers Discovery is also the parent company of CNN. So most of the changes will take in effect in the summer of 2026. So watch out.
Netflix. All right, 25.
That's how much we're paying right now.
I'm paying 25 a
Yeah,
month.
there's a small chance that we pay for 2 Netflixes. I got to get that app where you go through and you see all
You
your
see all
links,
this stuff,
all
right?
the things that you subscribe to that
Yeah,
you don't even
you're
realize.
burning money.
Burning money.
Yeah.
But
But $25 a month is Netflix.
And then last but not least, Tara Reid. Remember, she claimed that she was drugged while she was at the like hotel bar or whatever it was.
She was in a wheelchair.
The police, she was all hammered. The police have gone through the footage though, and they say they see her. She's at the bar. Nobody's touched her drink. She still maintains though she's pissed. Something happened. Maybe
Something was spiked.
something was spiked there. Maybe the bartender or somebody did it, and it's just not caught on camera. Who knows?
Hmm.
But they don't see anybody visibly.
Put
It's
something
the
in her
most
drink.
relevant
She's not
she's
looking.
had though in years.
In years.
Hadn't heard of Tara Reid until the story in years.
You used to hear stories about her all the time, being hammered, drunk, and everything, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
But back in the news.
Well, where did she end up when she
I think
felt like she was drugged?
I think the hospital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they called the ambulance or whatever, paramedics or whatever.
Gotcha.
Coming up next, Scott Abraham from ABC7 joins us as we talk Commanders Vikings on a Football Friday. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Joining us right now on the Rude Gas Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's our pal Scott Abraham from ABC7. Scott, what was it like at the park this week?
Good morning, boys.
What's up?
I mean, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't understand or kind of realize that this team is on a 7-game losing streak when you walk in that locker room. There's still a lot of optimism, a lot of energy. They know they played well. They know they played hard against Denver, and they're hoping they can just build on that against Minnesota. So it was actually really refreshing going in there because I thought it would be maybe a little doom and gloom, another loss, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, and now you've got the possibility of Jaden returning. What did you see from him? Did you analyze how his arm was hanging or anything like that?
I mean, it's been like that the past week and a half, 2 weeks, where no brace, no stuff on his elbow. Looks like Jaden out there, and the expectation is that he's going to play on Sunday. We'll probably get the official word later today when Dan Quinn talks to reporters, but he was a full participant yesterday. But again, still there's no official word that he's been officially cleared for contact yet. So again, we're waiting for Dan Quinn, and I'm sure that question or statement will be made from Dan, and we'll go from there. But all signs are pointing toward hopefully Jaden getting back on the field on Minnesota, and that would be such an exciting time because finally you look at the offense with Terry McLaurin back and Sam Cosmi back. They got all the pieces kind of back except for Austin Eckler. So that would be the offense that you would think would look like it in week 1.
So what's your gut? Does your gut tell you he's going to play?
Yes. My gut tells me he's going to play. And I think it'll just be, business as usual. I know there's a lot of angst out there with the fan base, and I get that, but he's a football player. He's a competitor. He wants to get out there and play. He's got to be Jaden. You shouldn't have any limitations on this dude where you want him to get reps. You want him to get meaningful playing time because, listen, he didn't play a lot this year, and he's in his second year. So these are valuable experiences in game situational moments where you can build upon, and especially it's a true evaluation of what the offense can look like or should look like throughout the season. And it's a good evaluating tool for GM Adam Peters and the coaching staff to figure out, do you bring back a Debo? Do you do this with a Chris Paul or a Laramie Tunsil? So it's just good sample size for them to get more information as to they got to make some decisions in the offseason.
What do you think about people? We were kind of talking about Candace Buckner's article in the Post today, but the people who, and it's not just Candace, and maybe she doesn't truly believe this, but she was talking about benching him for the entire year. There's no point in playing him, benching Jaden. What do you think of people who say, why play him? He might get hurt again. It's a second year quarterback. He has to keep developing.
Well, she's acting like reps in the offseason are equivalent to game reps, which is like the dumbest thing I've literally ever read.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, I think there's a lot of PTSD in this region with Robert Griffin III, and I think that this stems a lot from that with this fan base, and I get that because you have a dude in Jaden Daniels that's probably going to be the cornerstone, the backbone of this franchise for many years to come, and you don't want to see another injury. I get that, but he's in his second year. He's a football player, and I think it just sends the wrong message to the entire team when Dan Quinn preaches competition, dating back to OTAs and minicamp in May, and you're going to sit out a healthy starting quarterback because you're afraid he's going to get hurt. He's not a baby. He's not wearing a diaper. I mean, it's ridiculous to the point of like, he's a football player. He's getting paid a lot of money. Get him out there and see what he can do. And these are valuable game reps for a second-year player.
Let's talk, you mentioned the word evaluating. And one of the guys we've talked about here and had a spectacular catch is Treylon Burks. What do you hear the players and coaches saying about him? McLaurin was raving about him.
A couple of guys specifically said, that's why he was a first-round pick. That's why he was a first-round talent. That flash moment, that big flash play against the Denver Broncos. And I think he's got to get more reps, right? He's got to get more integrated in the offense. He had a lot of snaps against Denver. I'll be curious to see what the snap count looks like with the potential return of Noah Brown, which all signs are pointing toward Noah Brown going back in. But he certainly has a lot of talent. He's been hampered by injuries throughout his career. Didn't work out with the Titans. Maybe this is a second chance, a breath of fresh air for him to kind of kickstart and restart his career. I know he loves it here in Washington. We talked to him on Wednesday, and he hopes to stick around. He said, he loves the coaching staff, loves the locker room. He certainly has the talent. I think it's just about staying healthy and just getting more confidence and more reps in his game.
Why do you think Debo hasn't been as explosive as he was in the first 4 or 5 games? Is it all kind of stemming from that heel? And, he's still been a contributor, but it hasn't had the same explosion.
Yeah, I think partly the injuries and battling the heel, but also just you don't have a Terry McLaurin on that football field. That masks a lot of things, guys, where defenses don't have to account for Terry and maybe the explosiveness in those chunk plays or the explosive plays from Debo are limited just because, frankly, defenses don't have to worry about anybody on the outside where you have to worry about a Jalen Lane or a Luke McCaffrey versus a Terry McLaurin. It's a different mindset, a different way you can approach this Washington offense from a defensive perspective. So I think not having the full arsenal on the outside and all the pieces in place in Austin Eckler is kind of limited Debo and what he can do in this offense because, frankly, defenses can maybe account for Debo a little bit more without a Terry, without an Austin Eckler. So I think that's part of the puzzle piece as well, EB.
Scotty, we always talk about the the holes in the roster that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are going to have to fill for next year. Get younger, get more athletic, get some more help at a lot of positions. But we don't talk about coaches as much. Now, Tavita Pritchard's going to take the Stanford job. He's already left. Obviously, Joe Witt's been demoted, so we don't know what DQ is going to do about defensive coordinator. He may stay on as defensive coordinator, but I would guess he would hire somebody else. But we don't know about Kingsbury. Do you have any vibe on what they will do and make any changes in the coaching staff?
No, not really. Still think they haven't got to that point yet. Obviously, they're trying to win football games, kind of build toward next season. But in terms of Cliff Kingsbury, there's a possibility where he could get a coaching job, head coaching job in the NFL or the college level. Then you would lose your DC and your OC going in the offseason. So that's an interesting position for this team. Obviously, you lose a Tavita Pritchard, who was the quarterbacks coach. You bring up a David Blau. David Blau was the assistant quarterback coach. Mm-hmm. So I assume David, once the offseason hits, he'll be the full-time quarterbacks coach. But and then in terms of Dan Quinn possibly calling the plays, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I think they'll eventually go the traditional route where he hires a DC that he's familiar with from his days at Dallas, Seattle, Atlanta, somebody in that, per se, Dan Quinn defensive coaching tree that he has familiarity with.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something to monitor because, you obviously you want to look at the roster, the players, the X's and O's aspect, but the coaching staff, they were very fortunate this past year where nobody left. The coaching staff was left intact. I don't think that's going to be the case this offseason. So a lot of changes for the offseason for this team.
Looks like J.J. McCarthy will play. He was a full participant in practice yesterday, so let's assume he does play. I still think the Commanders are going to win even if Jaden doesn't play. If Marcus goes, I still am picking Washington. What's your pick?
Yeah, I like Washington as well. What are they? What's the spread? Are they underdogs right now?
I think they're 2.5-point dogs.
Yeah, so I think they're playing well. I think that Denver game really showed everybody what this team should have been, could have been this year. I loved just the intensity, and it felt like a game like they played last year. So I think they're going to build on that. J.J. McCarthy doesn't necessarily scare me. He still has a lot to prove in the NFL, so I think they can rattle him, get some turnovers. Got to account for Justin Jefferson. Obviously, he's a game breaker. Got to somehow contain him, but I think this offense is going to get rolling a little bit with Terry. Terry looks so fast, guys. Mm-hmm. His explosiveness, the way he can get off the football, the separation, he's such a difference maker, and you forget about that when he's been gone. So I like the Commanders as well. Give me a 24-20 win for Washington.
Ooh, all right, there it is.
Off the schneid.
Thank you,
I
Scotty.
think most people believe they're going to win. We have a poll. Last I checked, 64% of the listeners were picking the Commanders. So There are some expectations
Gotta stop
for
the
Dub
bleeding.
this weekend.
Stop the bleeding this weekend.
Need it, guys. Have a good weekend.
Yep. Thank
All
you,
right,
Scott.
Scott.
Appreciate it, bud.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Actually checking in on the poll right now. It's up to 70%. 70% believe the Commanders win. You can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, we have comic and actor David Kackner join us in studio. Know him as Todd Packer from The Office, Champ Kind from Anchorman. He'll join us in studio next here on The Fan.
Detroit was able to outlast Dallas last night 44-30. Jahmyr Gibbs with 3 touchdowns. And on Ross St. Brown, despite a bad ankle, 6 passes, 92 yards. The Lions are 8-5. Commanders preparing for the Vikings Sunday, hoping to get quarterback Jaden Daniels back in the fold. Helping him big time this weekend would be Chris Rodriguez, who was very good against Denver, says offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury.
That first guy has a hard time bringing him down. And so with teams kind of packing the box in the way they were when we were down some guys outside, I think he was a great answer for us, and it has just kind of carried that forward as we're getting these pieces back. I think things will open up for him, and I expect him to continue to have success.
The Celtics defeated the Wizards 146-101. LeBron James' run of 1,297 consecutive double-digit scoring performances came to an end last night. 8 points in the Lakers win over the Raptors. James Madison will hire Florida coach Billy Napier after tonight's game against Troy in the Sun Belt Championship at 7 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And, of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Presented by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Happy to be joined in studio by David. You know, we were having a debate.
Okay.
Because somebody said that I should pronounce your last name Kackner. I thought it was Keckner.
Hackner?
Yes,
There's
that's
no
what I
A.
was told. I thought it was
Hackner as in a
Keckner.
hack? Here's the declensions of it, okay? So the Germans say Kirchner, because in German, there'd be an umlaut over the O. My grandfather was adopted by the Kirchners. I'm not even German. Now, let's look at the other way.
All right.
It should be, at the very least, it should be Kochner. That's the way it should be pronounced.
That kind of by the way it
Okay,
looks.
I'm
Yeah.
from a very small town in Missouri.
All right.
Apparently don't understand phonetics.
Yeah.
Shocker.
They pronounce it Keckner.
Keck.
The odd, yes. Now,
That's my instinct was Keckner.
right. That's you've heard it that way.
Yeah.
But your brain looks at it. Nowhere in the English language does the OE make the short E sound. So
Right.
you're all correct. However you want to say it.
Did you
Well,
ever
well,
have
the
an
interesting-
agent or anybody say to you, "We got to change your name"?
No, of course not. Those days are gone. Nobody
Nobody does
that
that.
foolishness doesn't.
They said you should have a hairpiece.
One of the yes. one of the biggest stars we have right now is named Chalamet.
Right.
So if you're going to change your name,
Yeah.
my mother was a Downey. So I should have, when I got into show business, I should have changed it to David Downey, put a junior on there. How
Boom.
you doing? Halfway
Boom.
to show
Yeah,
business.
down.
You'd be Iron Man right now.
I would be
All
Iron
right,
Man.
I apologize. I don't know your name.
Rob
Mayer.
Mayer. It's okay.
Hi, Rob.
That's okay. I've only been on your show twice, Only best friends with Danny Rue.
Not
You know.
memorable.
Kate John came to the trivia show last year. It's okay. Only been in the circles.
Memorable.
As we get older, we start forgetting things.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't
I'm
know.
going to say maybe I wasn't there that show.
Maybe you weren't there.
This was like 25 years ago, literally.
Oh, it's
When
25 years
my
ago.
comedy career started when your radio career started, when you're doing nights.
Oh, is that right?
And I came on and I did your little, why am I diminishing it? I was there. There was some kind of contest and I did comedy and I lost to a girl who just,
Wait a
she
minute.
had
You're on
cleavage.
for a comedy
She did
contest?
cleavage.
Oh,
Oh, you
Yeah.
did like a talent show, like we used to do.
Yeah,
at
yeah, you had a
Chucky's
talent show.
did?
Yes.
You did
Yeah.
one of our talent
I
shows?
did one of your talent
You
shows.
grew
But
up
you
in
know,
this area?
Yes.
If
No,
I
you didn't.
recall,
Yeah, I
He's
started.
He's
I
from
did
here.
open. I'm from Fairfax, but I lived at the time in Winchester,
You had any
Virginia,
idea?
and I would drive an hour to Wiseacres Comedy Club right in Tyson's Corner,
Wiseacres.
Oh.
and that's where we would do our open
So
mic.
you
But
know,
if you
know
did-
Danny well then? From Danny?
Yeah, I
Well,
know
it's up
Danny
to you.
really well.
Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah.
if you did comedy, I'm going to be honest. I remember our early talent shows. You
Yeah.
probably had no shot because we were
Oh, I had no
amazed
shot.
by somebody that was a backwards talker. Like you could throw any word his way.
Yeah,
and
he can say it backwards. It's
flip it
crazy.
back.
I can't do that.
And then there was
my
a guy
jokes are
that-
forward.
and then there was
Yeah.
rest in peace. I believe Ray the Puker.
he died?
Was, he could
Oh, shit.
puke on command.
Yeah, you can't
That's
beat
tough
that.
to compete.
It's
Now-
hard to beat.
Thank you.
My craziest story with you guys, it was you used to do trivia. You had to get 3 in a row to win.
Shootout.
But you get one and then you get on hold.
Right.
And I got the first 2 right. And then this is how long ago it was. It was during Mike Bray just got hired, I guess, for Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. From
And they
Delaware.
had the Gore Trump
not Trump, Bush
Right,
controversy, Supreme Court. So I was on hold for like an
2000.
hour during the Bray
What was
interview.
that, the hanging chads? And
Right. So now I'm
Florida.
thinking, I'm trying to guess what the third question would be. I'm like, can I name the Supreme Court justices? Of course I can. And then, so you used to do, this is how weird this was. You used to have, can you spell this athlete's name?
Yeah.
And I was
We
like,
did?
Peja Stojakovic is on my fantasy team.
Wow.
Can I spell Stojakovic? And I'm like, why am I trying to?
So you're anticipating.
I'm
the
like,
question.
there's no way they're going to ask me that. You go, do you want sports or non-sports? I go, on sports. You go, spell Peja Stojakovic's last
kidding
name.
me.
I swear. And I'm like, what?
No way.
But then I couldn't get it. So I didn't have it. So, but I couldn't tell you. Oh, I guessed that, and then I don't have it. So then I look like I'm lying, and I'm an idiot. So
Yeah.
I lost whatever you were giving away.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Nothing's changed.
It still stuck with me. Yeah.
Nothing's
I still
changed.
can't spell Stojakovic.
So you're still an idiot.
Yeah, thank you.
But in the best way. We're friends,
Yeah.
so I can say that.
That's
right?
true.
In an endearing way.
Have you guys been friends a long time, or just through the comedy?
We met
Recently,
at the
we've
Arlington
known
Draft
each other
House.
8 years. I'd say recently we've become good friends.
Yeah, just today, actually. we turned a corner. It's a lot of tension.
We
Yeah.
met 8 years ago.
At least 8 years
at
now.
the Arlington
We
Draft
did meet
House
there.
where we're performing tonight.
And then starting next year, it'll be 5 straight years. We've been touring pretty much 40 weeks a year.
Endless.
Oh,
It's
really?
endless.
Yeah.
5 kids.
Where do you guys live currently?
I live in Annapolis,
Oh,
Maryland.
so you're
I live in
Yeah.
Los Angeles,
You're in
California.
LA.
So the
Yeah,
opposite.
it snows all the time.
Yep.
Wow, that's a home run. I have no idea.
Yeah.
He's one of our stars.
Sure.
Junkie
Yes.
Temper that.
Yeah.
Temper that.
Do you
We
remember when
tweaked,
we
we
lost
tweaked
him?
the game a little bit
It's
over the
okay.
years.
You wanna
but
have-
we
you still do
play
it?
it.
I'll enter
Yeah, we still
again.
do it.
Let's do
Do
it.
it
Yeah.
again.
We have
Hold on.
prizes to give away.
JP, who were you? You said some chick had like boobs. Like,
Yeah, I
Some
remember
woman.
I saw her and I was like, whatever she's doing, she's gonna win.
I
Yeah.
remember we had comics, but
I don't
what else?
remember
Do we have
that.
people singing? Did people
yeah, I
sing?
mean,
Yeah, it was
We
a
did that a
variety
couple
show.
of
It
years
was
ago.
a
Yeah.
real- it was a real
But it was
talent show.
literally it was when you were on at nights. I mean,
Yeah.
basically when you started at nights is when I was going open mics. So we were.
Okay, were
Yeah.
there preliminaries? How did you get yourself into the contest?
Yeah,
Did you have
yeah.
to-
I forget how. I think you just had to.
I think
call
you just
it in.
call.
Yeah.
Open up,
He
yeah,
just
if you got
showed
talent,
up.
you can show up.
Because we're letting
Exactly.
him all the way to the final rounds
Yeah.
here. It's like he
Yeah.
went through
No,
Star
if
Searcher.
it was
or,
hard to get on it, I would have. I was lazy. I wouldn't have done it. I have to email. Forget that. I
What
got
was, the,
things
what
to
was
do.
the contest? We had Rodney Pete as one of the judges.
That was just a like
Those were like
a bikini. I think it was just
Oh, that was a bikini contest.
Nice.
You remember Rodney Pete, the former
Of course,
quarterback?
yeah, he's
Yeah,
known
sure.
for judging bikini
And when,
contests.
and when he was here in Washington, he was one of our judges. He came in studio.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it was a
Right.
bikini contest. But
Yeah.
That was a USC.
Did you start, David? Did you start as stand up or
No.
no? You started
I
acting.
did sketch and acting at Second City in Chicago.
okay,
he was on Saturday Night Live as well.
Right. Well, Second City. I mean, that's like the iconic, the greatest.
Yes,
right?
that was the farm. I mean,
He had Chris
What-
Farley in his.
Yeah.
his
when I
crew.
I started classes the same day Chris Farley started. The people like
and right away, you know, he's superstar immediately.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. When I started classes, you of course you're not as they say, the Stoics say, comparison is the thief of joy. So
Okay.
don't compare. But you can't help it when you're a
Mhm.
young person. You've got to compare
You see
yourself.
where you
No,
where you
it's-
fit.
it's-
Of course.
yes, any team, any competition.
hold on.
Yes.
Is his mic out?
Yeah, the mic just crapped out. Hey,
See if you can wiggle this
Hey,
thing or something. Take mine.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Check. Hello.
Use mine.
Is it
We'll
working?
switch mic.
yeah, pass yours down.
There we go.
and then
Do what?
Go move the cakes. There
Get
you
the
go.
young person in here and make him go back to work. What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
Is it working now?
Yeah,
Check,
Yeah,
check,
now
check.
now you're good.
It's a
Good
delicate ecosystem.
Good
You
radio.
simply touched the microphone stand.
So anyway, when I
Oh no, it went back
It's
out
gone.
again. It went
Hey,
back out
hey,
again.
yeah. Just
Rodney
slide
Pete
that.
broke it.
Fine.
Rodney Pete broke it.
Yeah.
All right,
Check,
so hold on.
check.
As soon as you see Farley, you're
As soon as-
checking it
well,
out.
Very quickly, you're like, okay, this guy is not like everybody else. So his success, I'm taking out of the mean, if you will. Like, it doesn't matter
Was he,
how good. yeah.
was he off like camera or off stage just
Was he
funny
different?
too, or is he a
Yeah.
quiet guy? Because he strikes me maybe he could be a quiet guy.
What he wanted to be. He could be he's very humble man. So put that in there.
Yeah.
But just like a lot of people at that age, you're really trying to be funny all the time.
Okay,
Always on. All of us were.
right. But right away you say this guy's different.
Well, once you're in class with him,
Mhm.
you're like, oh my God.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Did you know you had a talent for that, and that's why you like? Because you got to audition to get into Second City, right? You can't just show up. Everybody
Not for
wants to be in
cla-
Second.
I guess so, right. Yeah, for classes, you kind of have
You kinda have to
But
audition.
that's a moneymaker. They're not going to kick people out.
It's like going to modeling school. Like you may
Yes,
not
yes.
advance, but they'll take your money.
Great analogy.
Okay,
Just you look pretty, you're in.
so you go in, and then Farley's there. Who else is in there? In that sort of in that era when
In
you were
that
there?
era, Stephen Colbert, Steve Carell, myself, let's see who, Rachel Dratch, Amy Poehler,
My God.
Tina
Wow.
Fey.
Tina Fey,
Pretty good.
Tim
Oh, yeah.
Meadows, Mike Myers,
Big names.
Timothy
Oh,
Chalamet.
it goes-
No, I got that one right.
no, it goes-
That's-
it goes
I
to
love
like
that.
25 people, and there's probably 40 that you don't know that have affected comedy in the last 20 years. All that were writers on SNL and writers on Conan and Colbert and all these shows. It's amazing. Late night.
So how do you
Fallon, yeah.
get the balls though to try out for Second City?
Because when I was 13, I watched Saturday Night Live for the first time when it started. My parents used to go out dancing. I used to have to babysit my younger siblings. I knew they wouldn't let me watch SNL.
Okay.
So when they went out dancing, I didn't say anything. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm going to watch a show because they just said no.
Yeah.
But I knew this live show was coming on. They used to do live commercials for SNL, and that's when I first saw it. I'm like in prime time, and I was blown away. Like, this is something special. They haven't done live TV for years, and so I watched the show, and about halfway through, I'm like, I'm going to do that. And I'm
But you
from a
went
small-
to college, right?
Yes.
Like you're no,
but
it-
you went to college,
No,
right?
no, but in like maybe you had like you thought you had to have a regular job at some
Well,
point.
I knew my parents wouldn't pay for
Okay.
like theater school,
Got you.
so I was a poli-sci major.
University of Missouri.
Well, before that, I went to Benedictine College in Atchison, Kansas,
Oh,
which
okay.
became famous 2 years ago when the Kansas City Chiefs kicker Butker came out and gave his
That was
knucklehead
controversial
speech.
speech.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was there.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah.
And then you worked at Howard Johnson's, right? Is that where you?
Bob Evans.
Bob Evans.
Bob
Sorry.
Evans,
Sorry.
same thing.
Yeah.
Down on the
Then
farm.
I moved. So when books came out, finally, 8 years later, about SNL, that's when I realized in reading the books, oh my, they all went to Second City. So then I visited Second City, saw that they taught classes, then moved there to Chicago.
Gotcha.
And that's all about it. Second City, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. Isn't that all improv or no? It's all improv.
Well, it's a ton of improvisation to script. So improvise, then you might script it out if it's good.
Okay.
You can't normally just script out something. Usually, it's a great way to generate a lot of ideas,
Right.
and then the rest is working the script out.
So, but in college, you were poli-sci, so that's no theater stuff. You
No
didn't do any
theater.
theater stuff.
Correct. I took a Shakespeare class.
Right. All right. It's more than I did.
Yeah.
We almost took one. I still remember
I
because
knew it would be too
we
hard.
grew up together, went to college together, and I still remember orientation. You intro to shakes. It's like no chance.
Okay, so you grew up together, went to college together, and recently are friends.
Like
Robert.
barely.
Yeah, right.
Barely
They
holding on.
tolerate
Oh,
each
okay,
other.
so it's gone through. Where's your friendship right now?
Oh, that's a
I feel
good
like
question.
Howard Stern. Thank you, Bob.
Brothers.
Brothers.
Okay.
Okay,
That's a level.
different
Brothers.
question, right? That's different question.
Because brothers fight.
That means
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I'm always
But they
there.
love
for
They've
each
you.
been
other.
fighting
Right.
forever.
Yeah.
I'm
But they
always
love each
there
other.
for you.
Yeah.
But I mean, what's your friendship?
They were friends.
So you enjoy? Do you spend time together?
No, we
outside
used
the
to
studio?
before we worked together. I think when you work together, 30
We never
years.
hang out outside of this studio.
Okay.
Not
And
like
any of
we
you
used
call
to.
We
each
used to.
other.
Sometimes.
Eric and I would go on vacation together.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But no longer.
No.
Well, it's because
That'll
Hard
never
to once you have
you
kids.
work with
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Chasing your
I
kids
get it.
every week. You have
Right.
5 kids, right?
Yeah, you don't have to explain anything. To me.
Yeah.
Just,
You know
I
how
get
it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know
I mean, if
exactly.
you're on a
Yeah.
show for 10 years, you're probably not vacationing with
Hey.
the guys you're doing a show.
Hey, what-
Well,
Yeah.
Imagine doing it for 30
How about
years.
vacation together when we're doing shows in
Correct.
Hawaii?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift?
I'm happy they found love.
Right.
I
I
don't-
mean,
what?
It's annoying.
Why?
Because Kelsey's annoying. I like Tay Tay.
What?
Oh yeah, I'm not a big Travis Kelce fan.
Okay, that's fine. We all.
I
get
know
it.
you're a
Just
big Chiefs fan.
detractors.
I just hate when the freaking camera's all over him. And
Well, that's
he's-
not their choice. He doesn't. That he has no control over that.
I know, but
Is he
well,
a good guy? Do you like him?
Great guy.
Great guy.
would we like him?
Oh my God,
Oh, okay.
you'd be charmed in seconds. And here's the thing: this guy lives life so presently. It's a beautiful thing to connect with.
You hate hearing this.
Well,
But I
maybe it's
swear to
because,
God-
and it's not just Travis, because Jason Kelsey's all over. Maybe just because
Yeah.
we're just inundated with the Kelsey.
I hate
There's a lot
Donna
of
Kelsey.
exposure.
I hate the mom. She's dead to me.
But here's the thing: when you meet the fella,
Mhm.
you're instantly charmed.
Maybe I would have a
You would
different.
love him
opinion.
because he lives so presently.
Hmm.
It's like,
Is
wow,
he
that's-
down to earth, dude? Very
Yeah.
down
I
to earth.
just said
You
lives
just said
life
yes.
100% presently.
Yeah, he
So I
did.
know, but I didn't equate that to down to earth.
How so?
I don't know.
And now you
I'm not
wanna-
that smart.
You're being semantical.
Okay.
Semantical.
All right.
Look, the guy is completely present. That's down to earth.
Okay.
He's 100% in front of you, alive, without pretense.
He's looking
Okay.
you in the eye.
I brought my
Okay.
He's a
so
man of the
I
people.
I do a
Okay.
thing called Big Slick every year in Kansas City. Well, we do it with the Royals.
Okay.
They help us do the stadium. The owner is amazing young.
Jason Sudeikis and Riggle and all.
So myself, Sudeikis, Riggle, Rudd, Gardner, and Stone Street myself, we'll host this thing. We bring like 30, 40 celebrities in to raise money for Children's Mercy Hospital there in Kansas City.
Mhm.
So bigslick.org is how you look that up. And so I took my kids this year
Okay.
to the Big Slick. Oh, three of my five. And Travis Kelsey was there. And of course, they were enamored immediately. But he hangs out.
Nice.
He's the
dude.
most chill dude ever.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm
The
wrong.
nicest
Maybe I'm
guy
wrong.
you'll want to meet.
It's not your
What about-
fault he's overexposed or
That-
whatever.
that's true.
It's not
Yeah,
his
that's
fault
true.
or whatever.
Right?
Yeah.
He's just living his life
Yeah.
genuinely. And he's as good a person
What
as
about
you'd hope.
Mahomes? He actually seems like a decent guy too.
100%.
Yeah, Mahomes
Yeah.
seems like a
Like,
good dude.
there's no better compliment I can give you than as good a person as you hope and better.
Mhm.
And that's true.
Yeah, Mahomes seems like a good dude.
Real and very without.
All right, so
without
maybe I'm
pretense.
wrong, Kelsey.
Are you nervous about the way they're playing this year?
What would
Yeah.
my anxiety serve anything?
Well, that doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Am I? Of
I'm
course
anxious
I
about
am.
a lot of stuff.
I mean, as a fan,
I know
yeah.
it shouldn't be, but
I can't believe that's where we are.
yeah.
I can't believe it. But hey, man, we always, pull it out. It looks like we have to win the rest.
Right.
Well,
Right?
even if you don't make the playoffs, you had a pretty freaking good run. So
Of course.
you've been
Of course,
spoiled.
you've got to have a bad
You've
year.
been spoiled.
Yeah, and I don't think
Yeah.
it necessarily means it's over. You might
No,
be a
as long
little
as you have the
too.
guy,
You're still
you
gonna
know.
have Mahomes.
It means we get a better draft pick, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
you have Mahomes, you're going to be fine.
You're going to
Yeah.
find eventually.
Didn't Brady go like 10 years or something? Like that,
Yes.
Super Bowl in the middle of that all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that
In the
That
middle
should have been your
Yeah.
third shootout question.
it should have been. Yes. I'd have nailed that. So that stupid Peja Stojakovic. I cut him off my team after that.
Really? Wow, you
Yeah.
are a brutal guy. Here's the thing. It's good. It's inevitable. Our this week, as you know, our O line is beat up. There's 3 starters that aren't starting.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do, right?
Mm-hmm. How many games? Do you get to a lot of the games?
I hope to get to 1 a year.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay.
I did a tailgate thing this year, for CBS, and so I was at a Chiefs game.
The Ravens game, I think.
It was a Ravens game. We won. And we were so early. Like I came from a show in Arkansas. We did a show in Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, I don't recommend it.
The Grove.
Northwest.
Our show?
Wow.
Don't vacation.
Middle
No,
of
the show's
nowhere.
great.
Actually, it's a very cool area. But
Yeah.
then I had to drive 3 hours at night after midnight to get to Kansas City to to be in the van at 7 a.m. to go do this tailgate event for CBS.
For a 4:30 game.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was different times.
It was a late game. And
Hmm.
so we're 2 hours, and so we're driving around on this golf cart all morning. My girlfriend at the time was on the back, so she's getting sick, right? I didn't know that, going on these
Mhm.
curbs and stuff. So she's not feeling well, and it's 2 hours. It's hot as heck.
Uh-huh.
It's 2 hours before the game, so we elected to go to my sister's and have lunch and
Right.
hang out because my family lives in Kansas City.
Oh, okay, they're right there.
That's an ex-girlfriend.
Correct.
Correct.
Recently.
And
Yeah.
Wonderful young lady.
very recent.
Was she LA based?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is she in the business?
I mean,
I don't know. I got lots of questions.
she's
but-
business
You always want to know
adjacent.
where they're from. too.
I'm big in where you're
She's
from.
actually my assistant and has
Oh.
remained so. So we're great friends.
Oh, good.
All right,
Yes.
David Keckner hanging out with us, and you're doing Instagram Live right now.
I'm doing a live. Yes. I don't know how to
IG.
interact.
It's gone
with live.
viral.
If you want me to interact with live, it's probably not going to happen. I guess
Did
I
you
should push comment.
Tag Rodney Pete.
All right, he of course is going to
I
be
work with
at
Rodney
the.
Pete's wife.
Holly
Holly
Robinson.
Robinson,
Pete.
yeah.
He'll be in the Arlington Draft House. Go to arlingtondrafthouse.com for tickets. Keep hanging out. We'll be back with more.
Come on, gang.
Don't go anywhere.
We're gonna keep going. Gonna keep doing it. Now I can
There's a lot of chaos right now, but it's good. It's a good chaos here on the Junkies.
It's a typical
Rob
Friday.
Mayer's here with us.
What's up,
we
Gary?
learned that he's a comedian who once did a talent show when probably in 1997, 98.
That's tracking.
Like
yes. I
early
started in
years of the
1998,
Junkies.
so
We
it's-
started
yeah.
okay. We started full time in 1997 at nights. We did nights for 5 years. David doesn't care how you pronounce his last name. By the way, this is how they wrote it phonetically here, and you would say Kakner. Wouldn't you say if it was that way?
Yeah, that's really bad. That's the worst I've heard.
Right, yeah.
That's the worst I've heard.
Congratulations. It's Kakner.
Kakner is the worst pronunciation I've heard.
But that's Valdez wrote it out in all caps. Kayck.
Yeah,
they do.
Cack.
No, it's not cack. It's keck.
Keck.
Like
I listen to
Hold on.
5 YouTube.
He can't hear you.
Oh,
He can't
yeah,
hear you.
Is this? Doing a series about the 250th anniversary of our country.
Okay.
And so I don't know if I can. I guess I'm gonna say it. Doesn't matter.
Right.
I did one of those with him, which is
Gotcha.
delightful.
Do you enjoy doing the Instagram live? Because he was doing Instagram live. He was pulling Mike Marr in
I
here.
never did.
We have a guy who won an auction to like sit in studio, and all of a sudden he's getting asked
that
about the
right?
birthday.
Yes.
Yeah. He just won an auction
Lovely
to sit
young
in with
man.
us.
Yeah,
Yes.
lovely young man.
Baseball coach
I
at
thought-
Marymount University.
Yeah, played pro ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, played pro ball.
And you just interviewed him.
I know. Well, here's the thing. I never do Instagram lives.
So what moved
But-
you today?
Because I'm doing shows here in the area.
Just promoting.
We've been trying to do more Instagram.
Right.
We've been
Well,
trying to be more active.
it's one of those things. You got to participate.
Are
more.
you TikTok people? Are you dancing on TikTok?
No, I'm not
We are
dancing.
on TikTok. We're not
My-
dancing.
my
We're trying
daughter-
to get views.
My daughter dates a TikToker who does very well, and he dances on it.
Uh-huh.
But it's another part of the medium, and you have to do whatever
You have to embrace it all, right?
You got to embrace it all.
What's the newest thing that maybe I'm not even aware of?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess what's
I'm
the
not the
newest
right
thing?
person.
I don't know.
Somebody
asked
We
me.
got young people over here.
I mean,
You're
that's
asking
more
the wrong people.
unfunny
TikTok is
Ben.
Hey,
probably-
Ben. Chime in, Ben.
Unfunny Ben.
What?
What's the newest thing? Is there anything newer than TikTok, like as far as the social media scene that kids are using? I guess dating apps, but that's not really social media.
Snapchat's still a thing.
A dating app, that's not even closely related to it.
Yeah, Snapchat. Is that even still cool or no?
Yeah, I still use Snapchat.
Yeah.
Still have some streaks.
It's all manipulative stuff.
But
on
that's more
Snapchat.
like
You lead people
teenagers.
on
No,
red
a
or
girl
whatever.
asked me, "Are you on Snapchat? Are you too old?" I go, "I'm definitely too old." Like way too
My
old.
daughters are all.
Rob had a but
Yeah,
young man.
mine too.
The only thing about new is there's trends on TikTok. That'd be the newest thing. But I ignore that stuff. I don't care.
Yeah, well, TikTok is still king in terms of like finding out the trending dance or song or whatever. If your song blows up on TikTok, it blows up in real life. So that's the best place to do it.
Thank you for mentioning that. Follow my son and look my son up if you don't mind. Sargento_official. So Sergeant SARGENTO_official.
Okay.
He sings in Spanish. He went and did language immersion in Latin America last year, and his buddy's dad has a studio, and now he's killing it on TikTok.
Sargento.
Sargento, yeah.
All right.
They call it Sergeant, but they call him Sargento.
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 There you
There he
go.
is.
There you go.
On his
Underscore official.
Instagram,
Yeah.
also Sargento_official.
Yeah.
Very
Killing it.
cool.
Sargento.
Isn't that
How
what,
many of your 5 kids are going to kind of pursue what you were doing into the arts?
Charlie wants to, so he's still kind of finding his way there. Sergeant is doing music. I'm going to make my daughter do a TikTok Instagram series, which I'm not going to announce the title because it tells the whole thing. And Margot, she's gorgeous and she doesn't really want to, which is perfect because she doesn't need it in her life. Like Margot and I did a TikTok a couple of years ago when she was in high school. It got millions of views and she didn't care. She shut it down.
Now, I want to ask you something because I was listening to you tell, and I forget the baseball coach's name.
The young
Just
man.
met him.
Yeah.
Lovely young man.
But like, there was a lot of stuff going on, right?
Right.
Because we got certain plugs we have to do on the show
Okay.
and all the breaks, and all of a sudden he gets into a discussion about a book and a philosophy, and because he's about to have his first
I was
child,
nervous about it.
and one of the things I think you told him was, you don't tell your kids what to do.
Right.
You try and help them discover what they want to do.
My job is to discover who they are.
Mhm.
And so then then it makes it like it wouldn't be fun to continue to discover who they are as a human and be the person that helps them along the way, as opposed to what we do as parents, which is you're 5. Now we're going to do Little League, whether you like it or not.
Right.
Get your head. You're reading books all the time. Stop reading books. Go play baseball. And they just out in the field and not enjoying it.
Yeah, they would hate it.
So is that
That's
yes,
the
right?
advice you gave to the baseball coach. Yes.
But no, he loves it. He loves sports, and his dad played at West Point, and his uncle did too.
Yep.
That's a
Now,
military
you have
academy. If you
twins.
guys are aware of that,
Yeah, we have heard of that. Yeah.
Your twins' advice is the best because you have twins.
which is what? Well, like my advice on in parenting twins is don't parent them as twins. They don't want to be parented as twins. They want to do it together. It took me a long time. When I was teaching them to ride bikes, I would teach them everything together.
Mhm.
And they would get mad. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm spending time with you. But they don't want to be spent time together. They want individual time. So it didn't hit me till I was teaching them to ride bikes. And my daughter Audrey threw her bike down and stormed into the house. I'm like,
Wow.
what? I missed it. I'm like, what happened? Then I was like, oh, they don't want to do this together. They do have to do everything together.
And do they get along great?
Oh
but
my
they just don't. But they just don't want to
That's
spend
it.
their time with you together necessarily. Per
Now
se.
it doesn't. That's not
Yeah.
part of it now so much
Yeah.
as at that time when they were
Yeah, when they were
children.
6.
when you're developing
tired
and
of-
you need attention.
It was
Yeah.
always together. And
Right.
it took me several signals before I realized, oh, they want to do this separately.
But I'm assuming you've taken them to a bunch of Kansas City Chiefs games.
I have taken them to a bunch.
So they didn't
Yes,
just, they didn't just,
That's Travis
they didn't
Kelce.
just discover, like, you didn't let them just pick a team,
correct.
because philosophically you would let them discover there's
Well,
32
you're
teams,
right.
and all of
Sir,
a sudden,
sir, you're
because
right.
you were spitting philosophy,
Right.
like,
Yes, you're
but
right.
you
So
made them a Kansas City
I
Chiefs fan. or you-
introduced them to the
Right.
Chiefs. Had they chosen otherwise, I wouldn't have disallowed it.
You
Right.
can't allow to be a
I
Raiders
love you
fan.
trying to
That's just a
catch
life
me.
of misery.
But here's the thing: as it turns out, they're not football fans.
Oh,
They don't even care either way.
They're NBA fans.
Oh, they
My
are.
boys, yeah.
What of your work that they've watched? What are they fans of? They
good
love The Office. They love
I don't know.
Anchorman. They love do they have favorites?
I don't know. They don't
They don't care.
Don't talk about it.
It's not important to them. In fact, my daughter goes to.
Believe me, I get it.
Well, no,
Yeah.
right. My daughter goes to Boulder, and her friends only found out in the last month that I was Todd Packer from The Office
Wow.
because they don't trade on it.
Mhm.
So I'll put it that
Right,
way.
right.
Is that
And
the most
Office
recognized?
huge
Is that where you get most recognized for all the things you've done? And so, I mean, like Saturday Night Live, etc. Is Todd Packer the biggest? For you?
Yeah, I'd say The Office and Anchorman.
And
We
Anchorman.
saw
and
the
the
shift like
Goldbergers.
5 years ago. It went from
Yeah.
Champ Kind to Todd Power.
Yeah.
Because during COVID, everybody watched
The Office.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over
and
and
like
over.
teenagers that never worked in an office.
How old are the young boys in here? How old are they?
They're
I'm 38.
25 and 22, 23.
22, yeah.
And what
Yeah.
do you guys? Do you know who I am at all, or were you?
You know
aware?
from The Office, right?
No, don't.
Yeah.
Don't ask him. Yeah.
Yeah. Talladega Nights, Anchorman. I didn't watch The
Actually,
Office.
I think his tour de force is waiting.
Yeah. Well, you're
Yes.
an older guy, so that's
Yes.
okay. I
Every-
was
He plays an A+ pervert. If there's a movie out there,
always.
yeah,
True.
yeah.
This guy now,
And, I mean,
he can't turn it off.
he's like Leo when a pervert role comes.
But
Really?
but just so you know,
The most misogynistic,
Yes.
ass-grabbing
Right.
pervert.
Right.
Like that is
But-
his typecast.
I do it
In multiple movies.
I do it ironically.
Multiple movies.
I do it ironically, so I'm trying to make fun of that person.
Yeah,
Well, the
yeah,
guy
yeah.
waiting was,
It is
was
acting.
based on your Bob Evans manager.
One of the Bob Evans managers, yes.
Was
But they-
Hansy?
Not Hansy, no, but he was kind of a douche.
Oh, it's just-
I remember talking to this guy one time. He was a regional manager, and we're sitting there, and he's wearing baseball shorts, legs completely open in a meeting. I'm an assistant
man
manager.
spread.
Big man spread. I'm an assistant manager trainee, and he's sitting there, and he asked me if I play softball. I said I can because I'm thinking it's part of the stuff I have to do.
Yeah.
He goes, "You a righty or lefty?" I said, "Right-handed." I said, "What about you?" And he just merely uses his left hand to indicate it, like he's too beyond even saying the words. Just kind of
right.
kind of throws with his left hand a little bit, like indicating lefty,
Yeah.
while slowly closing his eyes. That kind of douche. Like, yeah, lefty. You're not as good as this kid. I just forced my philosophy on. That guy played pro ball. You got your nuts in my face, and you're assistant. You're a regional manager of a
His
Bob
left,
Evans.
his left. Yeah.
Yes.
Where'd you peak at Bob Evans? Was it assistant?
I left the program. Because I found out I had to go to the management training school in Columbus, Ohio, and then I found out they could ship you anywhere they wanted.
Oh, really?
And I moved to Chicago to go to school to attend Second City,
Right.
Yeah.
and then the other assistant manager ratted me out because he
And
got.
said you were going to school on the side or something?
Yeah, he said he's not going to continue being a manager. He wants to go to Second City. He ratted me out because he got caught. He got sent to the store to buy flour, and he also bought a Mounds candy bar, which you're not supposed to do for himself. And it's on the receipt. And I showed it to him, so he tore it off the receipt. Like this guy was not very bright.
He got busted.
That's funny.
All right. Well, look, Rob Mayer and
Thank you,
David
boys.
Keck are going to be
Thank
hanging
you,
out
guys.
at the Arlington Draft House. Go to arlingtondrafthouse.com to get your tickets. It's tonight and tomorrow night.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
said
shows.
7 and
He said to get
9:30
you
both
and your
nights.
wife some ticks.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can make it. I talked to Pete about it.
Please do.
Wow,
just
now
need
you're going
to-
to see if you can make it. Because we gave him tickets. You don't give people stuff because then it's not worth. There's no value to
Or
it.
just say you came and you loved it. Don't
Let me
even
ask
say
Yeah,
you,
exactly.
what did you think of my parenting advice to the young ball player?
It was very deep.
Mhm.
He's just about to have a baby.
Right.
I'm guessing it was great advice, but
Too much?
especially in the
The
first
first
early
advice
months of the
is
baby.
sleep
Is it-
when the baby
the,
sleeps.
the first year you remember is just keep him alive.
Right.
You
You
know,
remember,
alive.
do you remember what I said? The most important thing is this. Number one, they're not your children. You don't own them.
Yes.
We say they're ours, but they're not. They're their own human being. But the most important thing is to see and hear them at all times.
Mhm.
Rather than we want to get in there and start parenting. No, I want to see you and hear you and discover how I can help you through this moment you're having right now.
That I like.
He's just
That's
got to get
perfect.
his wife
Nice.
to the hospital and make sure everything goes good. That advice.
Okay,
great.
I think you and I together
I
for
love that.
the rest of the years we're going to mentor him as parents. Could be the best. That's a show. That's a show.
I could use a side gig.
Okay, but let's do. I'm not kidding. We should do this, and I would love to do it.
Do it.
You and I and him check in once a week.
Periodically, see how he's
Once
doing
a week.
as a
Look
parent.
at
we
that
had
guy
to
won
do
the
it.
auction. Next thing knows, we doing it.
We had to
Show
do
with
it
a
on
famous guy.
TikTok or Instagram Live. the three of us.
We'll do it on Snapchat.
Well, no one will see it.
right,
She had such a great talk last time. I remember. I
Yeah.
think I've talked too much. Are we done? Are we moving on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what?
okay.
We
We
have
got a
the.
commercial.
I mean,
The
you can
Caps
hang out
coach.
with us. We have the Caps coach scheduled to
That's
join
right.
us next.
No,
They won 9 of the last
we
10
appreciate
games.
you.
Yep.
Spencer
My man
Carberry,
David.
head coach of the Washington
Caps.
Capitals, scheduled to join us next.
But you guys are delightful.
Thank you.
Let's talk some hockey, boys.
All right, join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Is the head coach of the Washington Capitals, Spencer Carberry. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach. 9 out of your last 10 feels pretty good. What happened in that one?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
You know, it's so funny. I remember just like 2 weeks ago, I asked you, I was like, Coach, I don't know. Are you guys any good? Like, what's going on? Like, you know, you're up, you're down, you're up. And now you're just on friggin' fire.
Yep.
Kind of give us your take on what's going on right now.
Yeah, I think sort of what we talked about before. We just now have found a way. We're finishing at a lot higher rate. So on our chances now, they're ending up in the back of the net. Our special teams has improved significantly, and we're playing from in front in a lot of these games. Which when you get the lead and I feel like too, when you get the lead and a few of these games, we're starting to get our swagger back a little bit because you got to find ways to close games out. And if you're like the Islander game is a perfect example. We go there, we didn't play great, but we get the lead. We go into the third period and we've got the confidence and sort of swagger to protect that, hold on, make the plays that you need to, and get out of there with 2 points, even though you didn't have your best.
So I saw your PR staff put out an interesting nugget that in the game the other night, you had Ovi score 2. He's 40. And you had
Ryan
Leno score 2.
Yep.
He's under 20. It's like the first time that's ever happened. It's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah, that was a cool stat. I saw the same thing of first time ever in the history of the NHL that a 40-year-old on your team has scored 2 and a 20-year-old, right? Is that, am I saying that
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
What's going on with Ovi? He's got 14 goals. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's
Second on
doing.
the team in points. I think it's like over 30 points already. I mean, he's having a remarkable year. And by the way, I know that it's the kind of the unspoken, like he's leaving, like this is it.
This is his last.
You can't leave when you're this productive. You can't.
Yeah.
It defies all logic that he's gotten when he's hot, he's hot. He's done this his whole career, and when pucks start going in for him, and it's crazy how they come in bunches, and he just finds different ways every night. Whether it's his shot the other night in San Jose, it was just him being around the net, and he finds a couple of rebounds, does a great job finishing in tight, and he's on the board with 2.
Yeah, it's just
and
crazy.
you guys, he scored in 11 of your games. You guys are 10-0-1 in the games he scored.
That's a crazy stat too, is when he scores for whatever reason, our team, like we play well in that game and we win the hockey game, which is another crazy stat.
And we got to give props, by the way, to Willie because he's having an unbelievable year. I think he's got 15 goals, something like that. And he's so productive. And he has been for the last few years, but this is going to be, it looks like a career year for him.
Yeah, he's been fantastic all year, and I sing his praises because I'm happy that he's getting the accolades because a lot of people notice the production, like you're talking about the goals, assists, and he's producing it right now at the highest level he ever has, and we've needed it, but there's so many things that he does that go unnoticed and don't show up in the box score from a leadership, from a physicality, from a presence, all the things he does in the game, his vocal leadership on the bench, just how hard he plays and his preparation and how serious he takes his craft, and he just leads by example. And so there's all these little things that happen every single night that he's making a huge impact on our team and the outcome of the game, and it's usually in a positive way.
So let's get back to Leno. The only rookie in the NHL this season to record a 4-point game, 2 goals and 2 assists the other night. He drew his 15th penalty of the season, +9 penalty differential, is tied with Connor McDavid for second best in the league. The guy's starting to ball out, right?
Yeah, he's playing really well right now, and it's been great to see because I know, everybody, when young, really talented players come into the league, fans, and even us as coaches and teammates, like you want it to happen right away. You want him to be an impactful player from day one
of training camp, an exhibition game, an opening night. And it's not realistic. Like it just takes time to get comfortable in the league. And sometimes it's more than 20 games, but Leno has done it the right way. Like, and it's partly our job as coaches to help them manage minutes, make them feel comfortable. And I feel like he's at the point in the season where he knows what he needs to do. He's starting to really feel comfortable inside of our locker room, in the lineup, knows what he needs to do on the ice. Here's where I can be aggressive. Here's where I need to be a little bit more conservative. All the little nuances that go into being successful as a young NHL player. And he's really been learning on the fly at a really, really, really fast rate. So that's been nice. We got to run, Coach.
Like,
We're up against a break. We got to run. We're up against a hard break.
Get that win tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us.
Thanks,
Keep
Coach.
it going against the
buddy.
Ducks.
Yep.
Thank you, bud.
Ducks also division leader.
Coach Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. B. Mitch and Finley, next.
nice to obviously get him back and get the ball to him.
Celtics beat the Wizards 146-101. Derek White had a season-high 30, and it's the worst loss of the season for the Wizards, who are now 3-18. LeBron James's run of 1,297 consecutive double-digit regular season scoring efforts ended with 8 points in the Lakers' win over the Raptors. Capitals and Ducks tonight at 10 p.m. on The Fan. James Madison will go with Florida coach Billy Napier as their new football coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kern on The Fan.
Just enjoy your boutonnieres. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. And today, Brian, is a good day. Today is a good day, B. We got snow on the ground. I'm not complaining. Kids are in school.
Not yet.
I'm not complaining.
Not yet.
You know what happened last night, B?
What?
We bet against the Cowboys and we won money.
That's what I'm
Today
talking
is a
about,
good day.
baby.
I like Detroit all day. That line made no sense. The whole world was betting on Dallas, and
Well, you know that, man.
Dan Campbell, desperate mode. I will ride with that man.
Hey, man, listen to me. Dallas threw it around, but as you know, they say it. Well, Mark, my buddy Mark, you know, Wimbers, Mark say, Dak. He say the real Dak leaves around Christmas. He goes to the North Pole and work. So I'm about to show you this.
It's like Santa.
Yeah. No, he works for Santa. He said.
Dak out there grinding in the Elv tool supply line.
He said, "This is Dak in December."
Oh, that's tough.
Put it
That's
out
a
there
tough
for
look.
for the thread right there. He said, "If you ever notice, Dak disappears in December."
Listen, Dak balled out last night. He was really
He
good.
threw 2 interceptions.
He threw 2 interceptions.
So I mean, listen, bro, you throw the ball 47 times. You're supposed to ball out.
Yeah. 31 to 47 for 376 with a touchdown and 2 INTs. It just shows don't listen to people. Do have a belief in your building and build the thing you
That's
want
what
to
you
build.
do. You pick the people that you feel fit you and the people that you, based off of what you think, you build your team off of that. Can't listen to them. Listen, bro. Everybody's a GM.
Right.
Everybody's a scout. You know, I see a lot of comments and a lot of stuff off. Sometimes I comment. Sometimes I say, you know what? This does not make any sense to comment. I'll make myself more stupid by commenting.
Certainly, the hit to CeeDee Lamb was scary. I don't know if you saw, he had like where your hands go up and kind of freeze. That stuff's just scary. You certainly hope he's okay because that looked dangerous.
It's football, brother. I mean, listen, those things happen every once in a while. I remember in the body bag game. That's how I think Walter Stanley was the one that was knocked out like that, where he was straight in the air, wouldn't move.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, you those type of hits happen. That's when you get hit and it affects that the spine or the brain.
Yeah.
And your body can do some weird things, brother.
You know who was very good last night was Jared Goff. 25 of 34, 309 and a touchdown. My man cannot move. Or early in that game when he tried the spin move down in the red zone, I was like, dog, that is not your game.
Hey.
I get he thought he was going to be able to get outside of the pressure. That is not your game, Jared. You are
You know what he does? And what he does damn well.
Gets
man.
ball out fast.
He can throw that thing.
Yeah,
bro.
dude. I find this a fairly remarkable statistical anomaly, B. Listen to this. So the Cowboys went for 417 total yards, right? They were 6 of 15 on third down. 25 first downs in the game.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a lot of offense happening.
Yeah.
But Detroit has pretty similar numbers. 408 total yards, 20 first downs in the game. They only had third down 8 times.
Yeah, because they kept getting first.
Right.
On
They were averaging 5 yards a carry.
On first and
Right.
second down, they were getting it. See, this is the thing about it, too. Like, the amount of yards sometimes, I think, is a little misleading. When you are always down in a game and you're constantly
you're chasing.
throwing it,
Right.
you are going to sometimes have more yards than the other team. But if the other team has a defense that turns it over and gets it shorter field, and they score touchdowns, you get field goals. And you end of the game, oh man, that team had 400 yards total offense. Yeah, because they were starting at the 15, they were starting at the 20.
Right.
You were starting inside their zone.
Totally.
Because they got one on the 14-yard line. They got a touchdown out of it, I think it was. So when you do things like that, that total yard thing could be a little misleading. Look at the amount of yards per play.
I'll try to pull it
That
up.
changes everything
Totally.
right there.
I also think
And Dallas tosses the ball around.
right. Amon-Ra St. Brown, bona fide badass.
Yeah.
Like nobody thought he was going to play all week. He ends up playing. Now it's worth pointing out that was not a short week because both teams played last
Thursday.
So they had a full week to prepare. But
you look at him, look at his body, the way he works out. A guy like that, you can see him coming back and playing. And
Agreed.
he has this will, you know what I mean? Although he was an ass with the Ron thing, still the dude has an unbelievable will to be out there on the football field.
Agreed. Jameson Williams, this is a unique take. He looked taller last night. Maybe it was the all whites. He looked taller. Did you notice that? Is that just me?
I think that's you, Jay.
Okay. To me,
He always looked tall.
he looked taller last night to me.
He looked sleek.
You and I have talked about this a lot. George Pickens is having a monster season for Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, though, was the first is he ready to tweak out game. Like last night to me, Pickens had the one face mask, which when you hear a face mask called on a receiver, it's like, oh, what? And then they showed the replay. It's one thing to make the contact when you're trying to get off press coverage. He grabbed, hung, twisted, turned.
Yeah.
Like I feel like a Pickens flip out is approaching.
He was getting frustrated last night because they were in his stuff.
And then he just started dogging it.
Yeah.
Did you notice that late in that game?
But see, this is the thing about it. There are a lot of front runners in the world. They are great when things are going good. But when somebody make it a little difficult for them, you find out what they really are. And one thing about Dan Campbell's crew, they don't give a damn. They're going to play physical. They're going to play hard throughout the game. And he was getting a little bit of that last night. And they would tie you out in his ass.
Yeah,
they were hitting him.
It was
they were hitting him.
They were absolutely hitting. You know, it's crazy because it seemed like Dallas was killing themselves with penalties, but the penalties were almost equal. The yardage wasn't, but Dallas had 7 penalties for 76 yards. The Lions had 8 penalties, where you could a huge swing in that game was when Pickens got the deep pass interference. And it came back because of like an illegal formation. Like it was offsetting penalties.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was a 5-yarder. One of them would have been a 45-yarder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's the name of the game, man.
Hey, man. You can't hurt yourself at the wrong time, brother.
Right. I think. What did you think of Kirk Herbstreit constantly referring to Brian Schottenheimer as Shotty?
They might know each other. They have a nickname. I don't worry about that.
It was just a lot. It was a lot of Shotty.
You know, it's like some people have, and some people want you to know that they have a personal relationship with the guy.
Right.
You know, and if he's calling him Shotty, he has to know him outside of just meeting him on a Thursday, on a Wednesday or Tuesday for a production call. So that's why he's calling that. And you know, it's kind of like sometimes it's like trying to one up people like, oh, see, I know him. I know his nickname. You know what I say to that? One finger salute. Who gives a damn?
I love it. I got some news that I think our listening audience, at least except for the fake Cowboy fans, are going to like. You know,
they're real Cowboy fans. They just fake.
They've just never been to Texas.
They're fake people.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Cowboys' odds are to make the playoffs now?
What is it?
9%.
All right.
They have a 5% chance of hosting a wild card game, a 4% chance of going to a wild card game, and a 91% chance of spending the playoffs on the couch.
Okay.
I'm not mad at that. And my guess is, just because the playoff scenarios get so convoluted down the stretch, but my guess is I think Washington might be able to truly close them out on Christmas Day, which I think a lot of Commanders fans would appreciate that, just to close the door on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was a fun game to watch. I enjoyed it. Then we wake up and we get to see some snow. I was up early.
That was cool, man.
I was on with Jumi and Tony this morning. Appreciate them. So I was up early. It wasn't. I know you were up early. What time were you up?
I got up around 6.
Was it snowing at your place yet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it snowed overnight a little bit. And then a little dude that was happy to see snow, so it was cool.
Oh, is Bria's here for the concert?
Yeah.
Oh, so was he fired up?
All right. He's like, it's snow.
Had he ever seen snow?
Yeah, he was here before when it happened. But like when I went to go work out this morning, I noticed I saw him and Deshaun on the couch sleep. I was like, what happened? So I came back up later. I look at Deshaun and this look on his face. I say, he wore you out last night? He say, oh, man.
And then he had him up early this morning?
Oh, he normally have him up all night sometimes. This dude here got energy, bro.
I know that feeling. Well, I imagine Deshaun or Bria are probably out in the yard with him playing in the snow now, right? Or do they have snow clothes? I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Listen, if I know your grandson, like the videos you show me, that boy's looking at snow in the yard. He's going into the yard.
No, he has his venture today was up and down the little step down into the living room.
Yeah.
He wants to do it without using his hands. They tell him to hold on. So he wants to step the foot without holding on. And normally he'll step and run to the couch and catch himself on the couch. He caught it this morning. He knows what he's doing this morning.
What are the chances of B. Mitch building a snowman with his grandson this afternoon?
0. Hey, I'll stop on the way home and get one made. Give a little fake one.
I kind of, is this bad? I kind of hope the snow melts before my kids get out of school so I don't have to go out in the yard. Is that bad?
It's bad, but it's not going to happen. You know what's going to happen, Jay? The snow will not be on the roads.
Right.
But it will be on that grass. And in your backyard with those trees,
with the hill,
hiding stuff, you're going to have snow like that.
So what I wouldn't mind,
you would be outside.
For the girls, if there's enough snow on the little hill in our backyard, they could just sled there. I could start a fire in the fire pit, pour some red for me and the missus. See, I could do that.
In other words, you just gave yourself what's it called?
She ain't listening. She's getting her hair done.
Don't worry. Somebody will call her. JP says he's going to make a fire and I have some wine tonight. And you know she likes the expensive wine, so you should go get her some Cayman 75, the real one.
We are back in studio. Good to be back in studio. Jeff is running the big chair today. White Brian holding it down on the other side. We hope Landfill feels better. I thought of something this morning, Brian.
What?
Where do you think is the center of the college football universe this weekend?
Indiana and Ohio State.
No, sir.
Where?
State of Virginia.
Who?
JMU plays tonight at home.
Uh-huh.
And then UVA and Duke, as dumb as that game is tomorrow. If Duke wins, we'll set off the most controversial set of college football rankings, including probably getting JMU into the playoff. Like, it is incredible. How far is Harrisonburg to Charlottesville?
JMU have to win?
An hour? JMU has to win.
Okay.
I mean, they're
so if Duke wins, JMU has to win also.
But JMU plays tonight.
Yeah.
So they play first. But JMU is like a 24-point favorite in this thing. That's why they play the games. I understand. But nothing could set off more chaos than the consequences of JMU and Duke UVA, which is just bizarre. I mean, seriously, Harrisonburg to Charlottesville's what? An hour? Half hour? 45 minutes?
Not very far.
And JMU has built a hell of a football program. UVA is having a great season. But, like, these are not traditional powers in college football.
Well, JMU is a traditional power when they were playing. in the Division II.
Right.
Now they're moving up and they're trying to make noise too.
Like Ohio State, Indiana is the biggest game of the weekend, but both those teams are getting in. You can maybe argue Bama and Georgia has a little more intrigue, but even if Bama loses, I don't think they get knocked out. We'll see, but I just don't see it going that way. So shout out to the state of Virginia, man.
Okay.
JMU and the Who's, the Dukes and the Who's, man. White Brian, you're the biggest college football head here. Isn't the biggest controversial possibility surrounding UVA and JMU? Oh, Jeff doesn't know how to turn White Brian's
Can't
mic
hear you,
on.
right?
White Brian, just text me what you think, and I'll read it on the air. Because despite all of the television cameras and the streaming, still an audio-first program. We got him?
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I'll be watching Duke UVA over 1 versus 2. That's
Why?
how much this game means.
Really?
Yeah, I'll have it on the YouTube TV multi-view, but I'll have the audio on Duke UVA.
I don't know that I can do that. Also, your boy, Coach Napier, Billy Napier, got hired by JMU. I think it's my understanding JMU's coach is staying on for certainly tonight and then whatever may happen next. Then he's going to UCLA. Billy Napier is going to take over JMU. Napier's a dude that knows how to win in the Sun Belt. When he was at Lafayette, they were rocking.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this. Now, I don't know much about the current JMU coach that's heading to UCLA. I don't think that's a very good job.
It's a bigger job than where he was. Doc gonna say, hey, give it to me when I was there. Hell, they got to do their own thing.
Briefly, how was your ride in?
Good.
So
it was smooth.
For one of the first times in my life, I identified potential trouble and I addressed it. I knew it's snowing. And then my ride in, I typically go right past the Kennedy Center. I come
if
down
you had done
Rock
that
Creek.
tonight, you'd have had a problem.
And
today you'd have a problem.
The Village people are in town. Shaq's in town. Kevin Hart. This World Cup brouhaha.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I gotta do something different today. Do you know that from my home in Maryland to get to our office in the district required me to drive through Virginia?
Why?
Because for me, I basically am like almost due west of here. And between the Navy Yard studio and my home is the Kennedy Center. And they have the perimeter they have surrounded with roads closed from there.
I came right down like I normally do.
Yeah, but you come on below it.
I came on Independence, but normally they shut everything down. But that was a truck that had, I don't know what the hell this truck was, like a box truck, was across the road. So if you were coming from the way you normally come, you couldn't have passed anyway.
Right. That's why my option.
But they were stuck. It's not like they were trying to park it there. He looked like he had tried to do something. He was spinning out trying to get off of the median.
Dude, when I looked at my house, my options were, so I basically came down through Georgetown, Key Bridge, cut through Roslyn, and then came over the 14th Street Bridge, which really wasn't a big deal. But from my house, my options were that, like cut through Roslyn, cut through Arlington, or to go all the way Military Road to Missouri Ave to North Capitol and then come down that way. Like no matter what, avoid, the West End, Kennedy Center, Foggy Bottom, Georgetown, avoid it. That's my advice for you. Now, it was pretty cool.
That stuff starts tonight. At 12, right?
I think it's at noon.
Okay, so
I wanted.
I rode past it and I saw some police officers out there, but all of them looked to be focused on that damn box truck, not knowing how to drive.
Well, if there's a stuck box truck next to the Kennedy Center when there's a global event about to happen,
you
might need to call a box truck tow truck. Get that thing out of there, man.
Well, they were just sitting like they were just admiring the truck.
So I wanted to laugh about something because I was with you. David Kochner is the actor that played Todd Packer in The Office. He was an anchorman, just a hysterical dude.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the office this morning in the Junkie Show. I don't know if you saw him on your way out. He might have left before you got here. Couldn't be nicer, cooler, whatever. But like the Junks are doing their thing. I was just sitting over there. I'm not trying to intrude, whatever, right? And then as Bishbucks was leaving, he and I were chatting about betting college football like we normally do. And he said, "Oh, do you know Dave?" I was like, "Yeah, I actually met him years back at the Super Bowl." And the funny part of that is I posted a picture meeting him, and my wife, you and I were together for this phone call. Lauren called me. This was like the Friday of the Super Bowl in Atlanta. We had been there since Sunday, and enjoying ourselves. Lauren called me. "You look bloated. You look drunk. It's time to come home."
Yeah, I remember that.
And you know what I did? I changed my flight and I came on home.
The bloated sign, though. Why you look bloated?
Just that might have been the IPA days. I don't know. All right. It is a Friday, which means at 11 a.m. we will responsibly celebrate Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Coming up next, Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, going to join the program. We're going to get Jaden news today. I very strongly believe DQ is going to say Jaden's the starting quarterback. We'll wait for that to become official. I want to talk to the big man about Washington's big men. I all of a sudden, I am in a very encouraged space about this.
Well, that's all you're going to talk about anyway.
That's all he wants to talk
Mitch
about.
never talks about little guys. He always talks about the big guys.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Commanders are prepping for the Minnesota Vikings on the road Sunday. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on what it would mean to have Jaden Daniels back behind center.
He loves to play the game. You start there with just his passion for it, the preparation, the process, all those things. So just continue to learn as a player, continue to grow as a player, and hopefully, have some of these weapons out there with him that we can build some more rapport with going into next year.
Detroit beat Dallas 44-30 in Thursday Night Football. Jahmyr Gibbs with 3 touchdowns. Celtics beat the Wizards 146-101, worst loss of the season. Capitals and Ducks tonight at 10 p.m. on The Fan. College football, James Madison against Troy tonight in the Sun Belt Championship. It'll be the last time Bob Chesney coaches the Dukes. Florida coach Billy Napier taking over in Harrisonburg. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris and Florida State quarterback Tommy Castellanos are appealing the NCAA for another year of eligibility. Virginia takes on Duke Saturday night in the ACC Championship. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to everybody in their cars navigating the snow in the district and the surrounding environments. Shout out to everybody on the stream, probably sitting on their computer, not navigating the snow. Shout out to the folks watching us on Monumental Sports Network. I got my Caps hat on. Caps play tonight. Caps are red hot. Friday night West Coast game. I might watch that, B. I think the puck drop is at 10. What I'm definitely paying attention to.
I think you're going to be asleep.
I think you're probably right.
You're getting old, dog.
Oh, I'm old as hell. What I am paying attention to is
young man talking about how old he is.
Washington's game in Minnesota this weekend. Traveling out there with all of us is Mr. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports Network, Beltway Football Pod. What up, Mitch?
What up, boys? How we doing?
Did you take Carver for a long walk in the snow?
You better believe it. You know that this is my kind of weather. I'm just a big kid at heart. Loved it. Took Carver out, threw the ball with him. He's a huge snow fan as well.
I bet, dude. So
your dog name is Carver?
Carver, yeah.
I believe he's named after George Washington Carver. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. You know how much I love PB&Js, and when I picked up Carver during COVID, that just made sense to name him George Woofington Carver.
Woofington, I like that.
Mitch's two favorite.
I like that, dog.
Your two favorite historical figures are George Washington Carver and what's my man with the bridge?
Come on, you know the name of the bridge.
What Tidings? Is it Tidings?
Yeah, Melody Tidings Bridge, baby.
Mitch is a peculiar dude, B.
I'll say.
Well, dude, I kind of stumbled upon a stat earlier in the week that I just found really impressive. And when DQ talked about the offensive line performance against Denver, I think just the eye test showed you how impressive it was. And then the way Quinn kind of gushed about those guys. I wanted to talk some O-line, and you're the best person to do it with.
Because we know you love talking about big men.
How
JP says big men have the big man weight. We're all in it together.
How impressed have you been with the development? Let's start with the rook of Josh Connerly.
Yeah, I mean it's been impressive to see him get better week after week. I mean, he had a real gauntlet of pass rushers to start the season that he was kind of lining up for. So there were going to be some early season struggles. He's a rookie. He's playing a brand new position on the right side. Didn't really play that in college much. So I think that we've seen him get better as the season has gone on. And I think it was a little difficult mid-season that he then had to change with Sam Cosmi coming back. And Cosmi wasn't 100% coming back from ND, and we've seen Cosmi get better kind of as this season has progressed. And the two of those guys together have really started to become a real force on the right side. And, you know, it was great to see that against a D-line as good as the Broncos. But you want to see that continue to progress, and you want to see them be able to road grade in the run game like they did, as well as protect whichever quarterback ends up being back there on Sunday. But it's been a really nice progression for Josh, and he's certainly solidified that right side in my mind, for next year and years to come.
So then let's go to the left side. Laramie Tunsil's played at a really high level. Cliff Kingsbury yesterday, it was pretty remarkable for Cliff to say this, and maybe Cliff could say it because he thinks he won't be here and have to deal with the repercussions of it. But for Cliff at the podium to say he's going to get paid a lot of money. One, I love that just the reality is Cliff's telling the truth, even though he's technically under contract next year. Like, he ain't playing on that deal. What do you think should happen? What do you think will happen with Tunsil?
Yeah, I mean, I think should and will both have to be re-sign him. I can imagine a world where Cliff Kingsbury walked into the building and Adam Peters is like, please see me in my office. And Cliff just likes to fire from the hip. But, you know, we talked about it on the Beltway Football Podcast a little bit, JP, about at the trade deadline, Tunsil was one of your few pieces that if you were going to make a move could bring you back something. The fact that they didn't trade him tells you that they need to re-sign him. And it's going to be a very similar situation to what this front office went through with Terry McLaurin last year, where they're under contract but don't have guaranteed money and want a new deal. And you hope that they learned some lessons from last year and are able to get a deal done with Tunsil early. And I think it's something that, you need to happen. And if they're able to re-sign Tunsil, I think outside of quarterback, O-line might be the position group that's the most set as we go into this offseason and next year.
I think they got to make sure they solidify the offensive line and defensive line. If you look around the league right now and look at the teams that are really, really are performing at a high level, their O-line and D-line are dominant. If we don't notice that from watching other teams, and hell, look at the history of this damn franchise. If we don't notice that, then something wrong with us.
Yeah, I mean, this franchise has spent a lot of early draft capital on D-line, and not have it come back in spades the way that they want it. To me, it's too early to start doing the whole draft talk, but they need a difference maker on defense in this draft / offseason, and it's got to be at the defensive end position. So I think that you need to go through and figure out, which of this group are kind of depth players who are here right now. I think Jacob Martin has done a good job, showing out a little bit. But at the end of the day, you need to pick up somebody, get somebody in-house who can wreck a game, and that's got to be priority 1A this offseason.
It's going to be interesting. Another guy I think it's interesting, Chris Paul. He's played well.
He played very well.
He's set to be an unrestricted free agent. What do you think happens with Paul?
Chris Paul is going to be an interesting case study. He's been here for a while, hasn't played a whole lot, and then all of a sudden has popped. And I think that, this front office and coaching staff are going to have to decide, is Chris Paul, that good of a player that he deserves, $5 to $10 million a year? Or is Chris Paul having a really good season because you have all-pro, one of the top left tackles in football, Laremy Tunsil, on one side, and Steady Eddie Tyler Biotish on the other side in the middle? You obviously have Brandon Coleman, who's kind of sitting in the wings there, who seemingly could step into that starting role, but had that opportunity this year, got on the coaching staff bad side, whether it's based on injury, amount of time being on the field, and ultimately is now, kind of your sixth lineman, your kind of swing guy who can play anywhere. So as much as Laremy Tunsil, I think, is a slam dunk home run must resign, I think Chris Paul is going to take a little more analysis. To me, I don't know that it's going to be worth the money that he could potentially earn on the open market. I mean, the average starting guard in the NFL gets, 10 mil or so a year. So, if Chris Paul is signing back as a starting left guard, I imagine that his camp's going to want, 7.5, 8, 9, 10 a year, which might be a little steep for his level of play.
I also wonder if Chris Paul is their best shot at a comp pick, right? Because they may spend enough money in free agency anyway that they're not going to get a comp pick. But I don't know that maybe if Debo goes somewhere else, I just, that compensation formula is pretty complicated, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch.
But I mean, you look at it, even the staff before talked about Chris Paul.
Dense.
And we were worried about, we didn't understand what the hell they were saying, but if you watch him, the guy doesn't get moved very much, and he moves people.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah. And that's what you want in the damn guard.
Well, I mean, we talked about it, last year and into this year. This front office coaching staff has done a really good job of, identifying players that can't help them and getting rid of them. And the fact that Chris Paul stuck around as this change happened and, stayed on the roster and was on the 53, I think should have told us a little more about kind of how impressed they were with him. And I think things have gotten better as the season has gone. So by all means, I'm not disrespecting Chris Paul at all. He's become a very good player. I wonder how much he wants to come back here because he finally found a staff that, believes in him and wants to be a part of it. Maybe they can, maybe that can be a part of the formula in re-signing him.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch it unfold. Lastly, before we let you go, we should hear from Dan Quinn probably about an hour, maybe 90 minutes or so, regarding the quarterback for this weekend. You got a gut feel what happens?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it's going to be Jaden, or at least I think it's going to be Jaden starting. And it's interesting that they've been as cagey as they've been with him, just because the result, the outcome is not as important as when you're in the middle of a playoff run. But at the end of the day, I want to see Jaden back on the football field. I want to see him playing, and if he feels like he's healthy enough to play, the coaching staff wants him to play, and the medical staff is ready to clear him, he's got to be your starter on Sunday.
All right.
We will find out
I'm with that, Mitch.
a little later. Thanks, big man. Appreciate the time, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's our
got
guy.
to give him and talk about a little guy. See?
Yeah.
Like it.
That's our guy, Mitch Tischler. Give him a follow at Mitch_Tischler. Nobody talks big man better than the big man. We're going to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore in about a half hour. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and I got to tell you, nobody takes care of 106.7 The Fan listeners like Paisanos. Right now, you can score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Whatever you want, pizza, wings, pastas, salads, they've got it all, and it's perfect for game day, late night, or when those holiday leftovers finally lose steam. Just hit paisanospizza.com, load up the cart, and watch that total drop with FAN30. If you're feeding the whole crew, use Crew20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Say you're going to have a bunch of family over around the holidays, watch some football. The Crew20 custom catering order is great for a game day spread, an office lunch, a holiday hangout, whatever it is you're doing. Maybe everybody gets together from your fantasy league to watch some playoffs. Use Crew20. Paisanos has seriously tasty options, including pre-planned catering package with the discount code already baked in. 2 ways to score. FAN30 for any order, Crew20 for the whole crew. Paisanos, something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com.
Boom, boom, boom. Stop, drop, shut it down, have a love shot. Oh, no, that's a Rough Riders roll. Stop, drop, shut it down, have a love shot.
Is this the song Jeff was trying to come at you with? So you think you're Superman? I got the kryptonite.
Nah, that's Party Up.
Okay. DMX seems like one of the most intense fellas.
Oh, he was.
Ever.
He was that.
Every time I remember that his real name was Earl, it always threw me for a loop. R.I.P. to DMX.
Yeah.
B, I'd like you to wish Curtis a happy birthday.
Curtis, happy birthday to you.
Curtis sent me a tweet. He said, "It's my birthday, boys. Taking a birthday road trip to Myrtle Beach, and my wife allowed me to leave around 10 so I can hear my guys on the way down."
There we go.
Love that.
He riding with his wife?
I assume.
Hey, hello, wifey.
Hello, wifey.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
He didn't give us a name.
He did not. What do you think he's getting for his birthday?
Something in Myrtle Beach.
Bill Sullivan wants to know where I got my quarter zip. This is an RLX quarter zip from Chevy Chase Club. Shout out to Roland. B, we're easing into this thing with a lot of college football on the brain, knowing that the college football playoff will be set on Sunday, and then a really busy, important slate Sunday for the NFL.
Yeah.
For Washington, we're going to find out about 12:15 is when Dan Quinn's going to talk. If you look at offensively, what we know anyway, Dan Quinn earlier in the week said he's very optimistic about Noah Brown.
Okay.
Terry McLaurin talked Wednesday.
Terry showed us what he's about last week.
Well, certainly. We know Terry.
Debo did too.
Terry, when he was talking, was asked about Noah, and he said, "Yeah, I can't wait to be out there with him. I know how hard he's worked out." And then he's like, "Not sure that's official yet." And then Debo talked yesterday and was like, "Yeah, man, I can't wait to have the three of us out there." Debo wasn't worried about the officialness.
Listen to me, dog. These players are trying to get out there and ball. They want to see everybody back because they want to see what could have happened too. And I know teams might not want them to say stuff, but hey, players know one way: get ready to play. And I know who I've been working with. That's just how it goes.
So you've got the offensive line healthy together.
Yes.
Tunsil, Paul, Biotish, Cosme, Connerly. You've got just this receiver group who I believe will be the active receivers on Sunday. Terry, Debo, Noah, Lane, Burks.
Yeah.
I think that receiver group might be the best 5 active wideouts they've had all year.
Yeah.
And you'd obviously love to have Luke. He's hurt.
Yeah.
But just getting Terry, Debo, Noah all out there at the same
All out there
time.
together makes a world of difference. And Burks, after last week, everybody wants to see more.
Then you've got your tight end group healthy, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Your running back room, you have lost Eckler from what the plan was.
But McNichols has shown you he can fit that role.
This might be the best this offensive group has looked. And then you might add
like
Jaden.
they say, on paper it is.
And then you might add Jaden to it.
Yeah, we may have to see how it produces.
Sure. I mean, you still play the games, right? And what do we know about Brian Flores and that Vikings defense?
He will blitz the hell out of you.
Like
from the moment you step off the plane, he's sending blitzes at you.
He believes in pressure.
Yeah.
And so if they can generate the pressure with the front, they will. If they need to add juice, they will add juice. And they'll be coming from everywhere. It's an important game for whoever's at quarterback to get the ball out of their hands fast. And it's an important game for whoever's at running back to run the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the run game is going to be vital here to stay ahead of the chains, not have sacks, negative plays, whatever it may be. You know, I asked Chris Rodriguez yesterday, you've had some ups and downs in your time here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, C-Rod's a guy they've cut twice. But right now, it feels like this is your role. And he's like, man, we're a running back by committee, but I do realize I'm getting a lot of work,
Yeah.
and I do love the opportunity.
I think every player that gets work, what you do, you go home and look in the mirror and say, you know what you've been doing, keep doing, and try a little bit more. You're not getting the work just because they want to give it to you. You're getting it because you've proven that you can do it and you can handle that job. So what he has done, what he did on the offseason, what the coaches told him he needed to do and the things he went out and did, keep doing that. Just don't get happy with it. Always try to push it just a little farther. Because when he came back and told everybody about how his body, he changed his body, this, that, and the other, he all of a sudden invested in him. He dedicated himself to making sure he was his best to go out there and get it done. Look at the results. Keep it going, brother.
Updated look at the NFC standings from last night. If the playoffs started today, the Cowboys would be out. The Cowboys are now all the way down to 10th at 6-1.
Okay.
It's pretty remarkable to play an odd number of games and still be 500, but here we are. The Lions move up to 8-5, still a game behind the Niners, who are 9-4, and right now the Niners would be the last playoff spot. Then the Packers at 8-3-1, the other half of that tie, helping them out. Then the Seahawks at 9-3. So Detroit still got to chop wood, man. They're still on the outside looking in of this.
What's their remaining schedule?
Actually,
they have the Bears in one of them, don't they?
Yeah, I mean they're going to have division games certainly.
Yeah.
I took a photo of it last night because Amazon posted it. So the Bears' remaining schedule at Green Bay this weekend, home against Cleveland, home against the Packers, at San Fran, and then Detroit week 18.
See, they can take care of San Fran themselves if they can handle that game.
The Pack. So this AFC North feels pretty open still to me. The Pack host Chicago this weekend, at Denver, at Chicago, home against the Ravens,
NFC North.
At Minnesota. Yes, did I say AFC?
Yeah.
Pardon me. Detroit won last night. Then they go to LA, home against the Steelers. They close back-to-back roadies at the Vikings, at the Bears. It's going to be fascinating to watch that NFC North unfold. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk to Maryland Governor Wes Moore in just a few minutes.
Commanders focused this week on the Minnesota Vikings after the tough loss to the Denver Broncos. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury liked what he saw from Chris Rodriguez against Denver.
Like I said, that first guy has a hard time bringing him down. And so with teams kind of packing the box in the way they were when we were down some guys outside, I think he was a great answer for us, and it has just kind of carried that forward as we're getting these pieces back. I think things will open up for him, and I expect him to continue to have success.
Detroit beat Dallas 44-30, so the Lions are now 8-5. Celtics did beat the Wizards 146-101. The Hawks are next for Washington. Capitals against the Ducks tonight, 10 p.m. on the Fan. College football on 3 reporting that Michigan State has received a $401 million donation. Virginia's Chandler Morris and Florida State's Tommy Castellanos are both seeking 1 more year of eligibility. The ACC Coach of the Year is Tony Elliott from Virginia. The Cavaliers against Duke tomorrow night in the ACC Championship. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me. When the Party Rock crew, all drinks are free. We like Ciroc. We love Patron. Shot, 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 shot.
All right, when you hear this one, it's officially Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Nothing like a snow day. Just like if you're 23, go to the bar right now. If you are a young person, if you're in college, if someone is listening
in college
to us
study.
in College Park,
don't be like JP.
Snow days in college were the best.
Some of these dudes need to go study right now because they got a exam coming up.
Nah, blow it off.
You can study the day before the exam.
Yo,
and that's why you fail them.
You know what I just realized?
Before the day before you won't pass. You'll pass.
Jeff, you know what I just realized? They didn't have snow days in Lafayette. Because if you don't know how good a snow day is in college,
we had every day in Lafayette.
That I believe.
Okay, we didn't need a snow day, but I'm just telling you, be on top of your stuff because half of them probably ain't been doing nothing all year.
I want to be clear. I'm telling college students today on a snow day, go to the bar, don't study.
Yeah,
that's my advice.
JP and I graduated. We did it. You can too.
C's get degrees.
Took you a little extra time.
Oh no, I was
4
on time.
years.
Yeah, I was on time.
I wanted to take more time, and my father said, "Who's paying for it?" I wanted 4.5.
We never experienced that 150-man snowball fight across campus, man.
No, we only did it the whole damn day.
When
we got out snow, we lost our damn mind.
In hindsight, I don't know that this was the most responsible behavior, Brian. But when I went to Maryland, I lived on Knox Road, College Park. And if you know, Knox Road, Route 1 is like that big intersection where all the bars are. So you go up the hill and then back down the hill was where our incredibly crappy apartment was.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a winter weather storm. And at the bottom of this hill was this big old patch of ice. Well, people driving down the hill had no idea. And we just sat in the yard and drank beer all day and watched people spin out at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Somebody in our dorm just bombarded the hell out of the campus police.
Eventually, somebody went.
I don't know who that person was.
Lit a flare or something. What happened?
The campus police was coming by, and you can stand outside of our windows, and you have an area to toss. It wasn't a balcony, but it's like you get outside the window and had areas, and these dudes were just bombarding this damn police car
with what?
Snowballs.
Oh, so it did snow in Lafayette.
Yeah, with extra stuff in it. The snowball. When they got up to the floor, nobody knew who was at that window.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
didn't see anything.
I didn't see nothing. I just know it was some dudes up there doing it.
Let's. I wonder, Jeff, if you had to wonder who had the best arm in that crew, could it be the quarterback?
I ran the ball a lot. I didn't go it.
Yeah, nah. B Mitch hit me with a snowball in his prime. We might have to fight for real.
Something tells me B could juice a snowball.
No, you just gotta
a number of major matchups this
teach
week.
other people how to throw.
Like real, we're in it second weekend of December now. This is serious business.
Mm-hmm.
AFC North. Sunday, 1 o'clock, Steelers, Ravens.
Yeah.
Big one. That's a slobber knocker.
They got something riding on this one.
They're both 6 and 6.
RC.
Yeah, RC and the governor.
WM, baby.
We'll have to ask
We
him
got to
about
find
that.
out.
That is a big one. Sunday, 1 o'clock, Jacksonville, Florida. Colts, Jags. AFC.
That's a good one.
AFC South on the line there.
All right.
That's a big one. We continue. Sunday night football, Arrowhead Stadium. Houston at KC.
Yeah.
KC fighting for their lives.
KC, Houston coming. that defensive line they are bonkers, bro. They're good.
I put a bet in on them to win the AFC South, plus 310. Kind of juicy. Sunday, 425, 325 local, Lambeau Field, Chicago, Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a game, man.
It's going to be a good one.
That's a game. I think the Bears proved themselves to be for real last week with the big win in Philly. How do you feel about Chicago going to Lambeau?
I think Green Bay should be the favorite.
They are.
But
The
I
number's bigger than you
believe
think.
that, if Micah Parsons wants to continue the mindset that everybody had when they first started this season, he's going to have to harass the hell out of Caleb. Because the thing about Micah, most guys can get pressure on you and then you can run away from him. He can run them down. He can change this whole ball game.
Shout out to my man Carter, just checked in via Twitter. He said, I'm listening right now and a student at William and Mary. It's the last day of classes, a.k.a. blowout, which is basically where everyone borgs right before finals and it's snowing, so everyone is going to go to a snarty, a snow darty. There's a lot of words in there that I'm not that familiar with.
Snarty is snow party.
I guess darty is day party.
Yeah.
So a snarty is a snow day party.
Yeah.
You have my full support. Jeff, what's a Borg?
I never heard of that one.
White Brian?
No idea.
We're going to have to Google that. What is a
How about you ask the guy that just said it?
Uh-oh, here we go. Borg, Blackout Rage Gallon, a large alcoholic drink that are popular at college parties or in science fiction.
Oh, we need one of them for the show.
Yeah, we might need some Borgs. Nobody go anywhere. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour, every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Black Knight. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume.
Just hit the east side of the LBC.
On a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G.
With 213 on 21 and Lewis.
Brothers shooting dice, so I said, let's do this. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. In a moment or two, we expect to get a call from the governor of the great state of Maryland, Mr. Wes Moore, making his weekly picks. The Gov got hot over the last month, back up over 500. I feel like me and the governor are on opposite wavelengths, where I started the season very well and have gotten cold. I did have Detroit last night. I knew that much, B.
Smart man.
Going to be an awesome week. I'm seeing a bunch of videos from Ashburn. Jaden Daniels sure looks like he's getting ready to play on Sunday. They're at practice right now. Fridays are fast Fridays, usually about an hour-long practice, and then we'll hear from Dan Quinn. People keep asking me if Jaden's going to wear a brace. It's his non-throwing arm. Like, why are we so worried? The knee brace, I can understand the concern because, that can slow you down a little. It's cumbersome. But, it's his left arm.
It's the left arm, but I still think if you get tackled, you fall or something like that, it can help you out. That's the only reason I asked it. But, we'll see. Because what I noticed when videos pop up, you don't have one on in practice.
I'm watching one right now from Keim. Shout out to John Keim. I'm watching the left elbow. Doesn't look like when I saw him, he didn't have anything on it.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen one on him every video I've seen.
Right. But, maybe that's part of the contact.
I think back when Corey Detmer had it happen too. I don't know if Corey wore no brace after he came back.
All right. We are joined now by the governor of Maryland, Mr. Wes Moore. Gov, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Man, I am great. How y'all feeling? How was Thanksgiving?
Oh, great,
It
man.
was great, man. We all had a great time.
Good.
Gov, we're in the content game, and maybe you could leave the content to us because you're in the government game. But B. Mitch and I both watched and really enjoyed your interview on the Pivot.
Yeah, it was good,
with Ryan Clark. How did that come to be?
Well, listen. First of all, I think people have to realize, I'm a legit fan of this work, man. And so when I was so I told them, I was like, listen, I listen to you guys, and they were like, listen, we'd love to have you on the show and just chop up. So they came through. We talked a little bit of football, a little family, a little politics. So it was a real good time.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good. Good interview, man. Damn good one.
Well,
thank you, man.
It seems like you guys might have a wager for Sunday's game.
Yeah.
I think we do. When he said 25 push-ups, I was like, that's it.
So
you don't have much faith in your team.
It did get me a little curious, Governor. You are a busy dude. But you obviously stay in good shape. Like you're quite fit, kind of jacked. How do you make time? What is your fitness routine like?
So I tell you, I don't compromise on this, and I think it's actually really important that people understand. You need to find those things that you're just like, listen, this goes on your schedule, and one of the first things that goes on my schedule every single morning, I work out over at the Naval Academy, and
awesome.
And it's an amazing experience working out. First of all, when you get a chance to work out with the midshipmen and all these young boys, and particularly because as an Army guy, all these Navy guys always trying to smoke me, so I think it's comical. But ain't no way I'm going out like that. But it's been great because honestly, it's as much mental health as it is anything else. And listen, same thing for you guys. There's a competitive spirit that athletes have. And you never lose that.
Yeah.
And so every single morning I will be up at the Naval Academy, getting after it. So it's been great.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
One quick thing, Gov. I love the story when they gave you the map and you say, "Oh, you want to leave here," and you were walking in circles in the woods.
I'm glad you loved it because I didn't love it when it happened to me.
you seem to have taken it as a building block though in your life.
That's right. That's right. They sure did, though. They literally were sitting there watching a flashlight doing circles and laughing the whole time because they knew the map was fake. The map took me to the middle of the woods, and I thought I was going to the train station. So it was but what's funny about it is it's the same thing that when I moved up and got in leadership, I did the same thing to these young boys. I was like, and I was like, here, you can leave. Here's a map. So it's just a tradition that we just passed on. It's just hazing.
Oh yeah, that's it.
I love it. I love it. All right, Governor. Certainly I don't know where you want to start, but I feel like Steelers Ravens is a good place to start. This is a massive game with the NFC North on the line, and interestingly, there's a lot of pressure on Mike Tomlin, and in these spots, he's generally responded. I just don't know what they have offensively. You want to start there with the Ravens and the Steelers?
So I think there's a lot of pressure on Mike Tomlin, but I ain't gonna lie, there's a lot of pressure on Harbaugh too. I mean, in fact, I would actually probably argue there's probably more pressure on Harbaugh because you can't have the roster that we have built during the offseason and not win the division and not keep on losing to your division and keep on losing to your division rivals. Right? So I think both these coaches have very real pressure on them right now. This is a hard one for me because I can't stop thinking about what I saw on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving was horrible. I mean, like, just across the board, we were just beaten, right? We were beaten off the line. We were beaten on special teams. We were beaten in coaching. We were beaten at home in a prime time game. And so it's just difficult for that to lose, for that to escape my mind. I am going with my guys this Sunday. I think I'm hoping that home field advantage is going to matter in this. I mean, the bank is going to be rocking. These games are always tough. The Steelers are banged up. The Ravens are banged up too, and Lamar is not at 100%, but the Steelers are banged up too. So I'm going to go with the Ravens on this one. But I do want to be clear, this is a must-win for the Ravens, and truthfully, this is a must-win for Harbaugh.
It feels that way, and it's just so weird with the Ravens right now because Lamar doesn't seem right. Even Derrick Henry
don't seem right.
Like it just doesn't seem right. But Pittsburgh, nothing seems right either.
Correct. No, these are frankly two teams that are both beaten up. There's a certain swagger that, and here's the thing to remember: there's always been a swagger about Steelers Ravens.
Totally.
Like, always looking forward to this game. Like, this is going to be good football. It's going to be tough football. It's not. I have to be honest with you. If you look at the way both the Steelers and the Ravens have been playing in recent weeks, even the same energy about the game is not there. So this is going to be a tough one because I think for both teams who just pride themselves on this rivalry and pride themselves on what it's going to deliver and pride themselves, there's something going on right now in both cities that is just really challenging.
So Gov, you're taking the Ravens though. It sounds.
Yeah, he said that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the Ravens on this one, but this is hard, right? This is, I'm nervous that this is talking about, like, is this what it looks like when we're watching Ali in the 80s? You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is tough. This is getting tougher to watch.
So that gets us to our next game for you to pick pretty well. The Bengals are traveling to Buffalo to take on the Bills. What is your level of nerves about the Bengals coming back in the division, especially after Thanksgiving night?
So I'm still not a believer in the Bengals. I think that they were playing the Baltimore Ravens when the Baltimore Ravens are still trying to figure out our identity right now. I think the Bills have been, the last couple of weeks in the Bills have been really, really tricky. But the thing about the Bills, in terms of just being a sound football team, I think the Bills are still a sound football team. I think the fact that the Bills are at home does make a huge difference, particularly as we get later and later into the year and you're getting into these winter games. So I do think that matters. So Joe Burrow is the truth.
Joe Burrow is arguably, I would say arguably, actually not arguably, the second best quarterback in the AFC when healthy, right behind Lamar. So I do think that matters. I think you saw the offensive spark that the team has been missing for a while since Burrow's been out. I was listening to somebody talking about how they're making an argument for Joe Burrow's MVP because they haven't lost with Joe Burrow, as quarterback. The only time they've lost is when Joe Burrow hasn't played. So it's fair, and that's a fair point. I just think the Bills are just too tough and too consistent a team, and particularly when you're going to home. So I'm going with the Bills in this one.
I know it's a bad word in Baltimore, sir, but I think Patrick Mahomes might like a word with you on your AFC quarterback rankings.
He might. I'm not saying in the career, but I am saying if you had to pick a quarterback right now that you wanted to build around and healthy, I just think that when you look at the numbers that Joe Burrow does put up, and you look at the age of Joe Burrow, it might be blasphemy, especially in Kansas City, but I think that everyone would argue that Patrick Mahomes' best days, and they were some damn good days, but they're probably behind him.
Well, what's even crazier than that, and I think if you're talking, and not to get too sidetracked here, but if you're really talking AFC quarterbacks, considering age, talent, everything, at some point Drake May comes in that conversation. I don't know; it may be premature at this point, but I don't know. It's an interesting time, particularly in the AFC, with the true powerhouses, the Chiefs, the Ravens, seemingly, at least for this year, on a downturn, and we'll see what happens. There's a lot of football left. One of the teams,
I'm not, and I just say though, I'm not mad at that. It's still too early.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's still too early to throw Drake May in that conversation.
I agree with you. Now, speaking of Mahomes and what Kansas City is or isn't at this point, they are fighting for their playoff lives. They play Sunday night.
Tough defense.
Sunday night against a Texans team that is absolutely surging, playing excellent defense, really gets after the quarterback. What do you make of that Houston-KC matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, these last weeks too, I've been really impressed by the Chiefs, by the Texans, and you're right. That defense is just lights out. Yeah. That defense is looking really, really good, and I think for most offenses, their defensive scheme makes it really tricky for a lot of these offenses to read. I am still going to go with the Chiefs on this one. The Texans are on a roll, but I think when you're watching the Chiefs, who are just vying for a playoff spot. And frankly, I think when you saw even the last couple of weeks what the Chiefs have been able to show is that there's still a lot of fighting that dog. And so, Patrick Mahomes is a gamer. And I've been saying it all year, I still have a very real issue with the fact that Patrick Mahomes is a team leading rusher. And so I think, it just shows one of the real weaknesses that Kansas City has. But I think Kansas City pulls this one off, despite the fact that I do think that this surge that we're seeing by the Texans, it is impressive.
Yeah. I mean, the kid Anderson, like the way Houston plays defense is the way coaches talk about wanting to see
violent.
That's right.
Violent. Yeah. I mean, even their corners. One of the things that I find so impressive is how physical that secondary
and they
plays.
wrap up when they tackle.
Remarkable.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
All right. Before we get to the Commanders, Governor, we're skipping ahead to Monday Night Football. The LA Chargers look pretty hot. The Eagles do not. What do you make Chargers-Eagles?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the better games of the week because I'm actually going with the momentum play on this one. And I know right now I think Vegas has the Eagles up on this by 3 or something or something along those lines. I think Vegas is wrong, and I think the Chargers are going to pull this off. I think there's something going on with the Eagles, and it's not a field problem. It's a locker room problem.
I agree
with that. And as we're getting to this point of the year, locker room problems are more problematic than field problems. And I don't know exactly what is going on when it's not even just that you're having a lot of the challenge of where's the leadership coming from. Then you're getting all the backbiting, which is really tricky when you're getting folks talking to the press and all that kind of stuff. And so, I know Herbert is shaken up, and he's got the hand injury. The thing that does give me confidence in it is that it's his non-throwing hand. And I just think Herbert has been playing great. And by the way, let me tell you, if you're a fantasy guy like me who has Herbert on my team, Herbert he's been delivering this year. So shout out to Herbert in fantasy.
I know you got to run. So last one, another quarterback with possibly an injury on his non-throwing hand. Commanders going to Minnesota, Washington Vikings.
Yeah. If Jaden plays on Sunday, I think the Commanders wipe the floor with him because again, you're right. It's on his non-throwing arm, and I'd say first of all, shout out to Jaden Daniels. When I saw that injury, I was like, oh God, like the fact that he is back on the field this quickly is really pretty extraordinary and says a lot about, again, the fight that this kid has.
Yes.
But this is going to be the first time all season that if he plays, that you're seeing him play with Terry, you're seeing him play with Debo, you're seeing him play with Cosme, you're seeing all that stuff right now. And I just tell you, even though and I'm not a whole, like, that was a good loss kind of guy. I'm like, a loss is a loss. But that was a damn good loss last week. A damn good loss. And so, when you combine that with the way that the Vikings are playing, McCarthy just looks terrible. He just looks lost. He just looks like he doesn't know what he's doing out there.
Yeah.
And so I think that the Commanders win even if Mariota's under center, but the Commanders win easy if you got Jaden.
Governor, I know you're busy. Thank you for the time,
Appreciate you,
sir.
man.
Hey, I appreciate y'all so much, man.
Stay out of the snow.
I'm trying to.
All right. Thanks, Gov. Take care.
Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Recapping the Governor's picks. He's got the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Chargers, and Washington.
Yeah.
I think he's right, and I think we'll know soon about kind of Jaden's status. Listen to him talk about the Steelers and the Ravens.
That game you look forward to, man.
And it just doesn't feel all that functional right now.
Yeah, it like when you saw that game coming, you knew it was going to be black and blue. They're going to go at it. Doesn't really seem like that right now. Because the Ravens defense hadn't been playing like they capable of playing. The Ravens offense was also violent back in the past. Derrick Henry's on your team, but doesn't seem like he's really taking advantage of people on defense.
No.
And when you look at the Steelers, I think the whole Aaron Rodgers thing has kind of thrown a monkey wrench in that thing. They're normally a defensive-led team where their defense not killing it this year. And offensively, it just seems like everybody not on the same page to me.
Well, and then you start getting the reports of Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers locker room not going great. Aaron Rodgers starts throwing receivers under the bus last week or whatever.
But this is not the first time he's done stuff like that.
Right.
He does that a lot. And I've always said when things get bad, we'll see. Because when he first showed up, he said all the right things. When it goes the other way, Aaron Rodgers is never going to be blamed. He's going to blame everybody else. And you know what locker rooms get tired of real quick? That person who thinks they're perfect.
Totally. So whatever's going on there, I just don't think it's gonna. I think Baltimore is still more cohesive than whatever's happening in Pittsburgh, but I don't know how cohesive Baltimore is either. And I don't know what's going on with Lamar. He keeps missing practices and whether he's dealing with an injury or not. Like, it's just, You're right, though. That physicality, whatever that style of ball that we've kind of become used to in that Steelers-Ravens rivalry, I don't know that you get it on Sunday at 1 o'clock. I think what Commanders fans should be most excited about is kind of what's going to happen with this quarterback. I think kind of noon on, we will open the phones. We're going to do Ask B. Mitch Anything at 1 o'clock. Our friend Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN, is going to join us at 1:30. Does any part of you be last night?
Oh, we got a song from Jeff. Whoa.
Jeff Walker dropping a song. When's the last time we had one of those? I feel like it's been a month.
Been a while, man.
B, I think you're going to dismiss this, but I at least want to present some information. Last night, I loved Detroit in that game because from a Vegas perspective, the line made no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas was red hot. Detroit is not. Everybody bet on Dallas. All they did was move it up towards Detroit. So Vegas very much, like Chris Russell loves to get up and scream and say, oh, all they care about is making it 50-50. That is not always the case. When Vegas thinks they know something, they very much want all the action on one side and they want to be on the other. Last night, that was the setup for the Dallas-Detroit game. They wanted everybody on Dallas. They knew they'd get it. They kept the number nice and juicy, and Vegas made a ton of cash last night. That's the reality, Chris. They don't always want 50-50. I'm just saying the numbers kind of look the same for this Commanders-Vikings game. It may not matter with the Vikings offense being inept, but the numbers kind of look the same. 77% of the bets are on Washington. 73% of the money is on Washington. And yet they've kept this number with Washington getting just a little bit of points. I'm very curious what happens if in an hour from now, Dan Quinn names Jaden Daniels the starter, if that then changes. But as of right now, just from the betting perspective, it looks pretty similar to Detroit and Dallas last night. Does that give you any pause?
Nah.
Why?
Because I think you look at Detroit. Detroit had played in games and they ended up losing to some teams that just played better that day. But they still are good offensively and defensively. Dallas, their offense is great. I told you the defense was not.
Correct.
Okay? And I still believe that. When Amon-Ra came on the field, he gave them a little something. Some
juice.
That changed that right there. This game with Dallas and with Washington and Minnesota, we just had Burchich on yesterday.
Yeah.
He told us straight up. Every game McCarthy plays, he throws an interception. And the other guy
is that good?
No.
No.
And the other guy is not better than him.
Way worse.
Now you have a running back in Mason who's one-dimensional in a sense. And that if Aaron, was Aaron the quarterback, the running back?
Yeah.
If he doesn't play, he can mix up some things for you. But Mason normally going to be going downhill. All you got to do is make sure you don't allow Jefferson to get off. And I think
that's the one guy that could break you in this game.
That's the one guy. But you know what? The two guys throwing it to him, who we don't know who's going to play. The two guys throwing it to him, they may throw it to anybody. They might throw it to you, Jay. You better keep your head on a swivel.
I got to get some receiver gloves. When we return,
hands kind of small, though.
Jeff Walker's got a song. We're giving away Motley Crue tickets. Maybe we play some Motley Crue. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
We want DMX.
I do want DMX. Governor Moore's picks are in the jar. Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Chargers, Commanders. A lot of C's in there, much like my college transcript. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about all the help Better Services has provided me and my family when we were going through our water damage situation and now going forward. They hooked me up with all new appliances to match the ones I had, took great care of my wife, the exact KitchenAid double oven thing she wanted, she got, thank goodness. Plus, handyman services. Say you've got just some little patches in your walls you need fixing before the family comes to town for Christmas. Better Services can hook you up. Say you're thinking about a bigger build out. Maybe you want to renovate that kitchen. Better Services can hook you up. They've got a huge showroom in Kensington. You can go and check out all the different appliances, and they can give you next day or even same day delivery in certain situations. This is a family-owned company that does good work for good families. They've been great for me, and they can be great for you. Check them out, betterservices.com, BETTAR, betterservices.com. You better get better.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders and Vikings on Sunday. Nicky Javala reporting that Bobby Wagner with his knee is on the field at the start of the media viewing portion of practice. Lions beat the Cowboys 44-30. Capitals ready for the Ducks tonight, 10 p.m. on the Fan. Caps have won 6 in a row. Head coach Spencer Carberry this morning on the Junkies. We got our swagger back.
Like the Islander game is a perfect example. We go there. We didn't play great, but we get the lead and make the plays that you need to and get out of there with 2 points, even though you didn't have your best.
James Madison set to hire former Florida coach Billy Napier tonight. The Dukes against Troy for the Sun Belt title game at 7. ACC Coach of the Year is Tony Elliott from Virginia. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CRV and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Under God.
Larry Hoover.
Getting work. Hallelujah.
When did this song come out?
Under God.
That was a minute ago. Hold on. I got to look
It
that
says
up.
2010. That song used to play a lot at
Jeff, you playing a
Redskins
15-year-old
practice.
song, Jeff?
Yeah, but that
I'm just
song
messing with it.
kind of stands the test.
I was growing up when that song was out.
Dude, that song used to play a lot at practice. Trent loved that song. I remember that well. All right, B. It's still snowing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like how hard, Jeff? Give me a
It's
snow
coming down,
update.
dog.
You can look out and like actually see flakes. It was
Big
supposed to
flakes.
stop at 11:15.
My phone's got it snowing through 1 o'clock.
Let it snow.
White Brian, how
Who
was your
sings that
commute
song,
with the
Jeff?
snow?
Not great, and the one to XM is even worse. So I hope the snow stops.
So, what is your commute every morning? From you're in like
100% chance all the way to 1-something.
so White Brian lives in like Glover Park, the one area of the city that is not accessible by Metro, and White Brian does not have a car. So let's just start.
I do have
there.
a car. It's just not very good in the snow.
Well, you don't drive it when it's not
So
snowing.
you do have a car and you just don't drive to work?
Yeah.
Is that
I don't blame them.
because of parking?
Parking, yeah, and it's an older car. Rather not put miles on there.
Huh?
How old?
2015. I have like 150 miles, 150,000 miles.
Are you serious?
Yo, the
Man,
mileage.
you better drive that damn car.
Yeah, I got an 05 and I run that thing every day.
Also, the mileage from my house here is 9 miles. From your house here is probably 6 miles. I don't think that mileage is going to make or break your 10-year-old car.
It adds up.
No, preventative maintenance adds up.
You know,
you do that, you'll be fine.
I ride over 30 miles one way every day.
So hold on. So what? I just thought you didn't have a car. So White Brian has a car.
It's like he don't have a dog. His whole life is confusing, man.
All right. So White Brian, you take the bus to the train to get here every morning, right?
I take my car to the Metro and park in a neighborhood, and then Metro.
So you are driving the car every day.
Yeah, but it's like
But
a
he only-
mile,
Like a mile. So he's saving the car.
He's saving 5 miles.
and I'm not paying for parking.
Okay, but how much is a Metro every day?
Like $9
Total? Is that round trip?
round trip.
Metro got expensive. Damn. And then you go straight from here to XM?
I go home, go to the gym, eat, and then go to XM.
And XM's in like New York and Florida, right?
Yeah.
How
You
the
drive
hell
there?
do you get
Do
over
you
there?
drive there?
Yeah, there's a parking lot there.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we get free parking there.
Shout out to XM. I paid to park in the building today. I didn't feel like walking the 2 blocks in the snow.
It's not like you were
I
walking
saw
in
it
the
was
snow, dog.
snowing, and I was like parking
it's no,
enforcement. that
it's
time.
no snow on the ground, dog, on the sidewalk.
I wasn't worried about. I didn't feel like getting snowed on. I just didn't feel like getting wet. Where'd you park, Jeff?
On the street. I said it's snowing, parking
They ain't
enforcement
coming.
not coming today. Here I am.
The ticket people.
Oh,
do
I
not-
just saw him out there.
the ticket people are the
I'm
opposite
joking.
of the post office.
You saw
yeah,
Quickie
he was
J?
shook.
I was about to go move my car.
Yo, the mailman delivers rain, sleet, snow. The ticket people do not. They chill when the weather's bad. All right, we should be.
I
Here.
don't think there's enough snow to stop them from coming today, though.
when
Why
I
you
used to
stop them?
when I used to park on the street a lot, like when I was in my 20s, you were good if the weather was bad. And the ticket people used to be way more hardcore pre-COVID. I don't know why COVID has changed. Oh, did I tell you guys this? I got a damn bus lane ticket. Have you guys gotten one of these yet?
No,
No, but
we
I
don't
know how
ride in
you
the
got
bus
it.
lane.
They got cameras in the bus lanes, and you get a ticket. I was turning. Where am I supposed to turn from?
That's kind of messed up, Jay.
And it's not it's on the actual bus.
You
So
gonna
if you
fight
was in
that
the
one?
lane and a bus was there, they took a picture of you.
Well, I'm
So-
not sure.
You were in front. You were turning in the bus lane when the bus was trying to keep straight, and you were holding them up, probably.
That it's also possible. You know that CVS on Main Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good CVS for me to stop at in the mornings on my way down here.
Mhm.
And the bus lane is always open. So I often will just park there real quick.
Oh, so in other
So I'm
words,
not sure when I got it.
No,
I think I'm just gonna pay.
So
this
in other
one.
words, you just did something wrong, and now you trying to act like you just got a ticket for the bus lane.
I didn't know they had cameras. There was no bus.
So you were
Just let
doing
me
something
park real
illegal.
quick.
You just didn't know a camera was going to
I
catch
was
you.
running in to buy chapstick. You know how long that takes? 40 seconds.
No, it take more than that because you're slow.
No, it's self checkout. I was in and out.
You got to find it.
I'm a 1 minute man,
Took you
Brian.
about 2 minutes, and that's why that camera got you.
Jeffrey, it's my understanding you have a song for us, and
Yes,
we need
I
to
do,
give
Minute
away
Man.
some Motley Crue tickets.
Yes, sir, Minute Man.
What is the order of those events you would prefer?
Let's go song first, Motley Crue over the break.
Okay.
Like that.
All right. Tell us your inspiration. Prince, it is Minnesota.
No.
Bob Dylan?
No. My inspiration
Bob Dylan
was the shortcoming of last week. And y'all already know, ever since that article came out about us having a chance if like Philly lose and like we went out, y'all know my crazy tail got the optimism that we can do it.
Let's go with it, Jeff.
You gotta have your faith. So here we go.
Opportunities are going to come, but it's up to you to maximize that opportunity. There's no room for mediocrity and false hustle or excuses on the race to greatness. If you want it, gotta take it. Keep on running, keep on pacing. Cross your T's and dot your I's, cause greatness what we chasing. If you want it, gotta take it. And never mind the haters. It's a long, hard road, but stay focused, you can make it. Yeah, we lost the game, but we not lost no more. That's a bar, and I felt every word DQ spoke. Man, how far can we go? We saw a miracle before, and statistically we in it, so you know the fans got hope. If they Vikings, then we thought, grab the equipment and let's go. Been a while since we had a win, been fiending for some more. I don't know what's in store, but I know one thing for sure. We can win 5 games and make a run in the playoffs. If you want it, gotta take it. Keep on running, keep on pacing. Cross your T's and dot your I's, cause greatness what we chasing. If you want it, gotta take it. And never mind the haters. It's a long, hard road, but stay focused, you can make it. It's gonna take a lot of magic, but it can be done. And it start out with y'all doing y'all part. Do your job. Knuckle up.
I like it, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
I like it. That said, it is mediocrity, not mediocrity.
Bro, and you know what's crazy? When I said that yesterday, somebody corrected me and was like, yo, it's mediocrity. I said, for real? You sure? And I just went with it.
You got to stop going with people, man. Google.
They're both words, but the word you were looking for was mediocrity.
Yeah. Okay. See, I just like, there's Google and other stuff. I don't know why young people don't use it.
When I was writing it, he was for sure with it. So I was like, all right, bet. And that's my fault for not double checking.
Do you believe the person that told you that they really
Was it Big Trell?
No, it wasn't Trill. Big Trail. That is hilarious. But
isn't that his name?
No, Trill.
Oh, all right.
Trill
With an I,
800.
not an E?
Yeah. with
Okay.
an I.
Big Trail, my apologies.
But yeah, when the album drop, I'll make sure I go back and fix that.
All right. Appreciate that. I just looked something up because Jeff's song actually made me think of it. 2 months to the day since the Commanders have won a game.
Jay, why you want me? I ain't want that.
Damn.
It's been a long damn time, bro. I'm gonna tell you, they need one. They need one bad, bro.
They need one.
They need one. Like I said the other day, playing well and losing, you could take something from it, but playing well and getting that win at the end, that right there can do a lot for them.
Need a dub. The
That's what I'm
locker
looking
room
for.
needs a dub.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right. Moment.
'Cause you can build on that with a dub.
Totally, dude.
Yeah.
Moment a lot of folks have been waiting for. Time to give away some Motley Crue tickets. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Caller number 10, you win 2 tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins, Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Tests this morning confirmed that Lions star defensive back Brian Branch has a torn Achilles, according to Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. The Lions beat the Cowboys last night 44-30. Quarterback Jaden Daniels warming up and making throws at the beginning of practice where the media was allowed to video as the Commanders get ready for the Vikings on Sunday. Capitals and the Ducks tonight at 10 p.m. on the Fan. Caps red hot. One big reason, number 8, head coach Spencer Carberry on the Junkies.
It's crazy how they come in bunches, and he just finds ways, different ways every night, whether it's his shot, and he finds a couple rebounds, does a great job finishing in tight, and he's on the board with 2.
Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
They may not stream it on Fridays.
So
They don't always stream Fridays, so we'll keep an eye, but don't be shocked if we don't get it. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the Eastern Seaboard. Shout out to pick a city on the Eastern Seaboard, B. I'm going to go shout out to Newport, Rhode Island.
I'm going to shout out to Jeff, being clumsy as hell.
Yeah, are we going to post what just transpired in here?
I was sitting here chilling.
I saw you were sitting. I was ordering the Chinese food.
Well, Jeff
shout out to
decides,
Hunan Dynasty.
You know, Jeff is trying to become
a ninja.
No, you're seeing like he want to become this guy. So he was he'd have set his camera up.
I think White Brian was filming it.
It was totally White Brian's idea.
So,
I highly doubt that.
He gave an introduction to his camera. I'm just over here chilling. When he ran in here, so I threw punch first just to get him off of me. But he
really did just sprint in here and try to sneak you.
And I sideswiped you, gave you that little move right there.
And then I just clipped him, and he fell on his knee right here. He crawled out of here like a little wounded animal.
Yeah. Are you going to post the video?
Yes, but I didn't account for you tripping me. I accounted for the arm coming already. But then when I hit the floor, I was like, dang. But I accomplished the mission.
And you know what? This may
What
go
did you
viral.
possibly
It
accomplish?
may go viral, dog.
I told
You can do that, or you can eat a cicada. Which one?
I'm not going to ski boat B Mitch. I'm not going to ski boat him because that's my boy. But I had to go give him the little the neck rip. You know that thing. I should have gave him a nugget.
Well, all I know, you may have a swollen knee in the morning.
All right. I'm getting a little bit of information.
Jay, when you work with young people, bro, you just got to always stay on your cues, be on your toes, dog.
So something happened. Speaking of stay on your P's and Q's, and this never happens, and I just find this really funny. Adam Schefter, the real Adam Schefter account, just tweeted out the following. Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is out Sunday versus the Rams due to his heel injury.
The Rams.
Yeah, like he just doesn't have typos. You know what I mean?
Hey, sometimes, bro, you got to get it out.
That just made me laugh.
And spell check is the worst.
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect. It's the worst because nobody's going to say the Rams.
Right.
Okay. And sometimes it'll give you a word you're not even trying to damn spell. You know, and it's not, that word doesn't even fit in the position they put it. That's why AI scares the hell out of me. All that stuff works hand in hand.
Not shocking news, Brian.
Yeah.
Out of Arizona. Kyler Murray now officially shut down for the season. Not expected to play again this year.
Yeah. I mean,
how quick can they get out of that deal? How good of a job did that agent do to
much
break the Cardinals into paying him?
To be honest with you, dog, when you draft the guy and you all behind him, You got to sometimes do that because you look stupid if you don't.
Well, they can't get out of it next year. Guaranteed $37 million next year.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But whenever he gets out, wherever they get out of it, he's not going to be hurt. That's a fact. He will not be hurt. He'll be rolling out of that thing.
Oh, yeah. He'll be healthy for that one.
Rolling. He got some cheddar, dog.
Waiting to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Should be talking soon. Here's how you know they're coming, because the Commanders official account will tweet out the captains of the game. They always do that right before Dan Quinn sits down to then discuss the captains of the game. The other thing we got going on as we're
injury report just came out.
What's that?
Injury report just hit. So they're getting ready to talk, I think, soon.
Okay. Yeah. We're hoping to take DQ live because we think DQ is going to say, hey, Jaden's back this week. Now, there is a little bit of news that Noah Brown did not practice today. That's a planned rest day. I saw and spoke to Noah for a brief minute yesterday. I absolutely think that guy's playing this weekend.
Right.
He looks good. He looked really frustrated for a while there. And Noah is a quiet guy. He's kind of a reserved guy, but he's always polite, courteous.
Well, that was Thursday injury report.
Yeah, that's Thursday. Injury report won't be out till later this afternoon, just because they have to.
But when you go out there and you work your butt off, Jay.
Yeah, I think he was pissed and sad.
And no matter what happens, you keep having a setback. That's demoralizing, bro. I watch guys do it. Like I'm I would say, fortunately, blessing. I never had to really go through all that stuff. But I watch a lot of my teammates, like, you see the struggle, like they're trying and they think they're at a point, you don't get the information you want. And you're doing everything you've been told to do. You do everything you know you're supposed to do. You're sacrificing like you're supposed to, but you're just not getting there. That pisses you off. You're like, well, hell, if I'm doing all the right stuff and it's not working, I'm going to make this comment, and I'm not trying to excuse anybody for anything they might have ever done. When guys do everything they're told to do and it doesn't work, I can see why some guys try alternate methods. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I people don't understand when this is your, like, you have a job. You all may have a job, a regular job. This here is a dream for many people. And you get to a point where, damn, I'm there and I'm doing everything and nothing is working. And I can see guys saying, you know what? I got to try last resort. And it probably happens. And a lot of people get caught in those situations. But then, sometimes you got to fight through that. That's your journey. That's your path. That's been laid out for you. So, no.
Yeah, it's I think Noah is absolutely going to be good to go. I think, as we watch all this, I'm curious. Here's I believe, do we have White Brian? See if you can get Fox, probably FS1 on one of these
for the draw.
I believe the World Cup.
The draw thing is started. I was looking at it in the kitchen.
All right, talk for a second.
So I was checking out the stuff in the kitchen. I saw Drab looking at the TV, so I started looking at it, and you can see it looked like a bunch of people that are.
Is it on FS1?
That are involved with the that type of FIFA and all that type of stuff. I don't know if it's on FS1.
Hell, FS1 looks like Cowherd right now.
Yeah.
Is it on regular Fox?
It may be.
Yeah, regular Fox.
Is that just 05 on these TVs?
Bam, right there.
All right. I think I got
final draw for the FIFA World Cup. And they got Kevin Hart, who's 1 foot shorter than the young lady's name.
Is that Heidi Klum? Who is that?
She's about a foot taller than Kevin Hart.
That's a good looking woman,
yes,
whoever that is. White Brian, you know who that is?
I think it's Heidi Klum.
Shout out to Heidi Klum. I mean, she is legitimately 14 inches taller than Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got heels on.
Kevin should have put on some other colors today.
So here's what's going to happen.
I'm just being real. What you think, Jeff?
Yeah,
he wasn't
sure.
thinking like they're gonna have that background for it right there.
While listen, left hand up here. I personally, this is just me, care more about Dan Quinn officially naming Jaden Daniels starter for Sunday than I do the World Cup draw.
I do too.
Okay.
But
that's
when
two of us.
When the World Cup starts, I'll be happy to check it out. And,
I will watch the games. I'm
and
into
some
it.
of these games, they come from all over the place, and you got them early games. I've watched games very early.
But it's going to be our time zone. I don't
So
think
I'll
the
be
games
good
are
with
going to be that early. I'm into the soccer. I just don't know that I can get down with the draw. Who's this bald dude? White Brian? Looks like Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank. They got that dude up there?
Like Telly Tavares.
I'm assuming. Oh, FIFA president. Yep.
Sepp Blatter? Is that him?
No, Giamu, some Tino, something like that.
Tito's?
Giafatino.
Do you think they're serving Scotty's Vodka Red Bull over at the Kennedy Center right now?
They should be.
They should be.
If
Get
they're
that
not, they
party
should be.
jumping.
Yeah.
Sepp Blatter at some point was the head of FIFA, and apparently
Not Sepp Blatter right
incredibly corrupt. But that's a hell of a name.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gianni Infantino.
Shout out to Gianni Infantino. Personally, I'd prefer if they'd put Heidi Klum back on screen instead of this fella.
She's much better looking than he is.
Yeah, he's not a looker.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's good at other things. Jeffrey? What, Jeff? Why are you looking at me like that? Jeff,
yes.
What do you care more about? Dan Quinn's press conference about Sunday's game between the 3-9 Washington Commanders and the 4-8 Minnesota Vikings, or the World Cup draw happening right now in Washington at the Kennedy Center?
The World Cup draw.
Do you really?
No, JP, come on, man. I'm worried. I'm over here keep refreshing X, trying to get DQ up. Yeah, man, I'm anxious too.
All right, White Brian is not a Skins fan, so this might be different for him. White Brian, what do you care more about? Dan Quinn's press conference to name Jaden Daniels the starter for Sunday's game, or possibly not, but I'm pretty sure he's going to. Or the World Cup draw with my man, this old bald dude on TV.
The World Cup draw, because I'm really hoping we don't get Norway in our group.
Ooh, the group of death.
What? You know what, though? You can just wait and find that out. I mean, if you do and if you don't, you ain't nothing you can do about it. So why be waiting here looking for it?
But I want to ask folks on the phones. 800-636-1067. What do you care more about right now? Jaden's status for Sunday or the World Cup draw? Because I'm not mad at the people that are into the World Cup draw. Like, globally, this is not a contest. Globally, this is not a contest. I bet nationally, it's probably not even a contest. But here, to the people listening to our program, like, when does the World Cup even start? Next summer, right?
Well,
July or so?
Well, Joey said he kept the World Cup draw because the Commander season is over. But he is weird.
Not fully.
He is weird, though.
Jeff, God bless you. Do you actually think they're going to run the table and get in the playoffs?
You know how Joey's a weird dude, though.
But I can have that little bit of faith.
Joey's a soccer head, man.
Yeah, but
Soccer heads are different.
He's slow as hell. He's non-athletic. And when you say he loves soccer, he never played. Not even when he was his kid.
Yeah, I don't think he has a kid.
I said not when he was a kid. He didn't play.
I bet he played as a kid.
He was goofy. They wouldn't let him play.
Why you got to call Joey slow? I've never seen him run.
He can't run. He never got picked. He was the guy sitting on the sideline playing with the four-leaf clovers.
Joey's just getting all the shrapnel. Apparently, he played baseball as a kid.
No, he didn't.
It's what he just put in the text thread.
Sitting on the bench and just yelling for other guys to do stuff and not playing.
Well, then I didn't play much either.
Oh, we know you were a bench warmer. You were a guard and tackle. You go out the water and
You know what? I wouldn't say yesterday because of the Charlie Jupe Jerry beef. But when Charlie was like, yeah, back in the day, we used to call people self-check.
That's what you were?
There were times I was called self-check. I was more of a defensive hustle guy until I developed a little bit of a jump shot. But I will let people weigh in.
So you got the ball and they just turned their head and looked the other way?
All right, we got captains, Jeff. We got captains. We're getting close. I care way more about the captains than I do the old bald Italian dude just talking. My man is just talking. What's he talking about?
He's talking about the World Cup.
But like, what's he saying?
Jay,
I don't know.
How the hell? I can't read lips.
All right. Do you care about the captains?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's get it.
Jeremy McNichols, Will Harris, and Sam Cosme.
All right. I'm liking that.
How do you feel about the premise of game captains versus season captains, just in general, the way DQ does it?
Well, I like the way he does it because what it is, what I know Andy did it like this. you pick guys that were your year captains, okay? And then every week you pick some guys to be captains as well. You get what I'm saying? So you had an offense, defense, special teams guy that were the captains for the year. And then every week you'll pick one guy from each of those 3 phases that were the guy that had a great game the last week. You make sure he's a captain the next week. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you kind of get a combination of both. I think Joe did a little bit similar to that too. Norv just had the weekly captains, but people know who the leaders of their team is. You know, they know that on day one of training camp. But then you have guys who do some extraordinary things certain weeks, and you want to make sure you give them that love too.
Yeah, I hear that. So I just posted a Twitter poll, and I only gave it a 10-minute time frame because this is very much a right now event.
Yeah.
2 major DC events happening right now. What do you care more about? Jaden's status for Sunday or the World Cup draw? I'm very curious how people vote because this World Cup draw, at least what I've seen so far, is boring. At least NFL schedule release.
I think Dan is I'm looking at something popping up on the Commanders thing.
Oh, we got DQ when you're ready, Jeffrey.
Something done, like put J-Mac in. Like he's going to find a way. He's going to get it done. And so there's some big deals. I specifically brought him up just oftentimes when there's a play to be made, whether it's on offense or on teams, J-Mac's usually somehow involved in some of these plays, a block, a big play on a 3rd down, the right read, just those conversions. It's such a big deal. We talked a lot over the last few months about standards, and we continue to push and chase that. And I like to think if you walked into yesterday's practice or today's, you wouldn't know what our team's record was. And the effort, the intensity, that's not something that we're looking to show up on Sunday. That's got to be every day. And it says everything about our group, that they continue to put into that work to get ourselves ready to play. So, that's what I was looking for from them. And so that's going to be the case in a series of weeks leading ahead of these types of practices. So no doubt it'll pay dividends for us over the game. So about Jaden through a great week of practice. He was full Thursday, full today. He's been cleared to play, and he will start Sunday. See how I buried the lead right there, John? You like that? Yeah, I was just trying to go so long and wait it out. Yeah, I saw you getting ready. So, but he really threw a great week, you guys. And like the other players, when you're injured, there's a lot of work that has to go back to it. I thought Jaden and the medical team put in many hours behind the scenes to get ready, from treatment to rehab to specific brace to all of it. And that's what it takes, when you're, finding your space to get back. And so just gratitude for everybody, pulling the same space. Everybody here is aligned and how we want to get things done. So that was a good deal. Anyway. Yeah.
Sounded like somebody got tased.
I felt good going into the practice through Wednesday, just by the way he threw the ball, and that kind of carried over into yesterday. And then after they did a lot of the post-practice work with contact and that, the throwing part, you can tell he's been on that, not just this week, the throwing part, he's been on that the whole time. So that looked as sharp as ever. So I thought that part would come, but we wanted to see everybody around him, with the game plan of how it would work. So I thought just the whole week, John, he threw a hell of a week.
Why or how important is it for him to get back out there just to finish out this season?
Yeah, it's really important for him, for his teammates, for any of the guys, honestly. And, looking into it with 5 games, that's like 30% of our season. There's a lot. All of these matter. And, as he's developing, there's certain things he's working on too, to go ahead and be as competitive as hell and, taking care of things that he can. And so it's really important, John. And so as the process for that begins, we're ready to get rolling with that. Yep. So Bobby, I thought had a really good practice today. No surprise. I wasn't surprised that he would. And, coming back from an injury, there's literally nobody tougher. He just wills himself into that. A lot of it's his discipline, how hard he works at things in his training. So there's carryover where he's stronger than the, average dude. He's definitely built differently. So I'm encouraged for him. And then Noah had a planned day today where we rest him, and he's had also a really good week, Nikki. So we'll do all the transactions and such tomorrow, but he threw a really good week too.
That was Commanders head coach Dan Quinn telling the world what we kind of were all expecting. Jaden Daniels will start this Sunday in Minnesota for the Commanders against the Vikings. Opening these phone lines up. How fired up are you to see Jaden back on the field? How should this offense look? This is as close to complete as they've been all damn year. Big news here on The Fan. Jaden Daniels is back. Phone lines are open. Nobody go anywhere.
Rock.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Breaking news for the Washington Commanders. Dan Quinn said that quarterback Jaden Daniels will play Sunday against the Vikings. Also, that Noah Brown will also play against Minnesota. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson has returned to practice, on track to play against the Steelers. However, Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is likely done for the season, says coach Jonathan Gannon. Capitals and the Ducks tonight at 10 p.m. live play-by-play right here on The Fan. They've won 6 in a row. Tom Wilson having a huge year with 16 goals, 14 assists. He does so much, says Spencer Carberry on the Junkies.
There's so many things that he does that go unnoticed and don't show up in the box score, from a leadership, from a physicality, from a presence. All the things he does in the game is his vocal leadership on the bench.
Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Little Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday action right there.
It's my buddy right there.
B. Mitch and Finley. I have officially no idea what's going on in the World Cup draw now, but I still am yet to see any sort of matchup.
You got to do all the talking stuff first, Jay.
What I do know, however, Jaden Daniels will start at quarterback Sunday for the Washington Commanders. Yeah. All right? Simple question. How fired up are you? Our guy Austin in Calvert County called quick. What's up, Austin?
Hey, guys. I am super ecstatic that Jaden's back. I mean, I always love watching my Skins, but it just feels like something's missing when he's not playing. And people have forgotten, this guy is a proven winner. Everybody's trying to say Drake May's the best quarterback out of the class, and he looks damn good right now, but he don't got no wins in the month of January like Jaden does. Jaden is a proven winner. And I'm so tired of everybody trying to, say that he's regressing. I don't think he's regressing. We haven't been healthy all year. This will be the first time all year that we got all of our guys on the field ready to go. I'm so hyped. Screw tanking for a draft pick. Let's get some wins, man. Thank you, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Love your show. My favorite show on The Fan. Have a great day, guys.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, Austin. Thanks a lot, man. I love that call. And we didn't plan it. He just happened to go first. But I love that call because I think I get draft position. I understand all these things. But that locker room, those people, what they need is a win. And I think
that's it.
Mariota's played well, but I think Jaden gives him the best chance of a win. Let's go to our guy Big G in Sterling. What's up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing today?
Doing good, brother.
All I'm saying, it's just great to see he's back. To see our team gelling. I mean, we getting our identity. Remember back to a few weeks ago, you were saying we ain't have an identity. We getting our identity right now. We get ready to rock and roll, baby. We get ready to shine. To show what we really got, man. You just think we've been hurt all year. These guys ain't even played. You ain't seen these guys on the field yet all year together. But you're going to see them on Sunday. Let's rock, baby.
Appreciate you,
Mitch.
All right, thank you, brother.
See you, buddy. Let's go to Jonesy. People are fired up.
What up, Jonesy?
I thought we'd get the call oh, man, you can't play him. You got to
Hey,
rest him.
Mitch.
What up, brother?
What's happening? JP, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
Fellas, I am going apoplectic, man, that these guys are going to be together for the first time this season. We get to see it. You know what I'm saying? All we could do was 2-3 weeks or a month ago, could just imagine if we had these guys together on the field all at one time. Jayden, you Terry, you Devo. Oh, my goodness. I just want to see it, see what it could look like for next year. And we got to get it right next year. But we want to see what it look like in this game coming up. And this is a winnable one. Yes, indeed. We've almost won the last one. This one's going to be the one we get. And I love it. And just like last night's game, I love that too. Cowboys lost. That was funny. And I'm on the road right now. And trust me, I got some money off of a call I can't get off of a buddy who's a Cowboy fan. I'm out, fellas.
Good luck,
Hey.
man. All right. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. So now I'm curious. This is now official.
What's official?
That Jaden's playing. The head coach just said it. Jaden.
Now you want to see the line.
Here's the other thing. Jaden's probably going to talk here in a minute inside that locker room. So be prepared for a little bit of Jaden.
Yeah, we might have some
conversation.
Bang, we're gonna break straight to it.
No movement right now.
No movement.
I
They
wonder.
probably hadn't had time to move it just yet.
Yeah, it just happened. Maybe that's baked in, dude. If it doesn't move, it means Vegas knew it was coming.
Or they felt it. You know, they have strong feelings. And they seem to get stuff right, Jay.
I loved what Dan Quinn said when he's like, man, we have 5 games left. We have so much of our seasons left, and we need to win. That
See, I don't think people look like football seasons happen, but you don't play a season and then everything just ends. You if you really look at it properly, I know you always say each season is a finite
its own entity,
you know,
man.
it's his own entity, but the coaches have to look forward to the next year. And players are also looking forward to next year. Players sit there and think, okay, how our team will be next year. They know it's going to be different, but you try to see which guys are going to come along with you. You think these guys don't want to see how good they could have been if all of them were healthy? And what could possibly be a great start or a great nucleus or, you know, a foundation of something else moving forward? They want to see that, you know. And like I said, when people go do rehab, they don't do rehab to sit down. They do rehab to go back and play. The average person doesn't understand the work it takes and the dedication and the time it takes to go come back from an injury. After you do it, you know what the first thing you think? I want to see where I'm at. You don't think, okay, I'm going to wait till next year and figure out where I'm at. No, you want to see it when you get done. And if the doctors give you the okay, you go for it. It's just life as an athlete.
Agreed, man. And it's an interesting time for the Commanders, right? Like they need to get a win. Now you've got Jaden out there. You've got Terry. I mean, just Terry. The energy and presence that brought last week was so apparent. And I think now you add Jaden to that, and it's just going to keep juicing. There is Bobby Wagner missed a couple days of practice. He was back there today. Bobby Wagner's listed as questionable for Sunday. Dan Quinn said of Wagner, coming back from an injury, there's literally nobody tougher. He just wills himself into it. A lot of that is just discipline, how hard he works. He's definitely built differently, so I'm encouraged for him. How significant is it to you if Wagner can't go?
Well, I think for those out there that always said, well, you know what, we need to play somebody young, you would get a chance to see because he wouldn't be there. But the thing about it, Bobby does more for this team as a leader, a motivator, and a guy could get guys in the right places than anybody would know about. And that makes a world of difference as well. When the young guy come in, he may be faster. The young guys may not know the stuff. They may not, like, you remember they say Bobby will come in and drop off stuff to the coaches to show them things. A young player is not there yet. He can't dissect a lot of stuff. So you get a chance to see, but knowing Bobby, as Dan said, I think Bobby will be playing. I just think he'll be back on the field.
Listen to this, Brian, and you're a guy that played through a lot. The last time Bobby Wagner missed a game was week 2, 2018. That's 125 consecutive regular season starts and a league high 8,488 total snaps.
That's how you go. See, I kind of side with that. I like that. So I really like him doing that though. You know, like he plays, and I'm sure he's been banged up.
You know
he
who's
still
been
played.
Banged up and is now playing? That's Jaden Daniels, Washington's quarterback, speaking with the media now.
And it's significant, but I had time to sit back and reflect and, you know, focus my energy otherwhere, and I was being a great teammate.
When did you feel like you were ready to go back?
This week,
What gave you that confidence?
I mean, range of motion, other little things, and psychologically, you know, I had that itch. I had that itch ever since I got hurt, but I had that itch to get back there on the field and just strength and everything. I felt confident that I could be myself out there.
The injury itself was pretty disgusting looking, respectfully. But like, what was sort of pain level? Just out of curiosity, what was the pain level like the following week or whatever?
It was hurting that like the first 2 days, but the week after it wasn't really hurting as much.
What has the season just been like in general, just with the injuries and this time or whatever?
There's been a lot of adversity, but you know, I'm young in my career, and you know, something that I got to battle through, and you know, you go through adversity at some point. So, however you approach it and try to weather the storm and come out and see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, now from a team perspective, certainly the goal is to have we win more games here down the stretch. But for you individually, what are you trying to get out of these 5 games knowing you missed time?
I'm just trying to go out there and play football. No expectations, do whatever it takes to be the best version of myself and ultimately help my team try to win some football games.
Do you think that it is conceivable to gain momentum from whatever happens here in the last 5 games that helps spring forward into next year again, considering 4 seasons kind of coming?
I mean, I think every season is different. So you can't really use it as momentum, but every season is different. A lot of things happen. So you really just trying to go out there and finish the season strong. You know, I'm healthy enough to go out there and play, and who am I to go out there and not tell my teammates I don't want to play, because that's something that is out of my control. So I'm going to go out there and give it my all and obviously be smart, but at the end of the day, I'm really focused on these last couple games and, you know, see where the tables turn.
Jay, you've scrambled at a higher rate than any of the quarterbacks in the season.
That was Commanders starting quarterback Jaden Daniels will be back on the field this weekend against the Minnesota Vikings. After that, when we saw him go down with that elbow, it looked bad. And now he is back. I loved that answer right there. He's like, man, I'm going to go out there and play football. I got no expectations, but there's no way I could look at my teammates and not go out there once I'm healthy. I got to be smart, but I got to play my game. And that is the correct attitude.
Yeah. That's the thing about the togetherness that guys have.
1
Makes a
o'clock.
difference.
1 o'clock. Ask B. Mitch anything. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with an NBA happy hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA happy hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You're watching on the YouTube stream. You're watching on Monumental Sports Network. A lot of celebrities in town. You got the World Cup draw going on at the Kennedy Center. Kevin Hart, Heidi Klum, whoever this bald dude is that keeps talking. There are a lot of celebrities in town. Now, we also have celebrities here in studio. The incredibly good-looking, effervescent Chris Russell is here. Hello, Roos.
It would help if I turn on my mic. Thank you for that intro. It's not true, but thank you.
You and I are going to talk football in a second.
Yes.
But I want to shout out the good work they're doing over at El Zol. There's all
Absolutely.
sorts of stuff going on in the studios today. So introduce yourself and tell everybody what's going on at El Zol today, because you guys are raising real money, right?
Yes, we are. We're raising real money for patients and families at Children's National Hospital. My name is Emma, and I'm joined here with my colleague, Jackie.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us.
Where did Chepe go?
A wedding.
A wedding?
Yeah.
All right. So we're
Chepe said he was out, huh?
Yeah, Chepe's had enough.
Chepe checked out.
I mean, Chepe does start working at like 6 a.m. or something, right?
Oh, yeah. We got on air at 6 a.m.
So hold on. You've been working, and you're still here raising money for the kids, and Chepe bounced.
It was for a cousin's wedding.
Okay.
A first cousin?
He said he's hosting the wedding.
Oh, he's hosted.
What is he, like the priest? Is he marrying them?
I think he just might be.
All right. Shout out to Chepe. Feliz cumpleaños. Children's Miracle Network. That's not what I meant to say. How do you say happy wedding? Feliz.
Feliz Boda.
Feliz
or
Boda.
Que vivan los novios.
You spent a week in Spain. You don't know how to say happy wedding?
I didn't go to any weddings, Roost. I went to a football game.
Sorry.
Oh, did you go to the
Yeah.
Rangers game?
Brian and I were
That
there.
was fun.
It was wild.
Rooster was there. He did some stranger things.
You not know
Stranger things.
Tell these nice ladies what you did in Spain, Roost.
I was innocent. What did I do in Spain? I had like
barfed
4
on the boat on people's food.
Oh yeah, I barfed all over a sailboat in the Mediterranean Sea. Sorry, not the story you were looking for, was it?
Which part of the Mediterranean?
The one you probably don't want to go to.
Outside of Barcelona. He was in Barcelona.
Yeah, I was in Barcelona. So, and I had a beer on an empty stomach, and we hit some really rough, choppy waters once we passed Steven Spielberg's new yacht, and boy, did it come out fast.
That's not what
in a
the
hurry.
ladies wanted to come talk to us about,
Well,
Chris.
you're the one
Keep
that
your
brought it
barf
up.
stories to yourself.
Sorry, ladies. You guys are doing great work. I did not do anything.
How much
good.
money so far? Are you allowed to say?
We're not allowed to say. You'll
Oh.
have to tune in at 7 o'clock to find out.
Tonight?
Tonight.
This thing goes all day? Do you guys have to
How do
stay
people-
here?
how do people donate?
You can donate by going to childrensnational.org/donate.
Okay.
Childrensnational.org/donate.
Rooster, we can put you down for 1,000.
Absolutely.
It's for the kids.
Elzol does it. Well, all right. I mean, if B Mitch is giving me 999 of that, then we could put me down for 1,000.
I
Elzol
legit-
always does a tremendous job.
We legit want to support Children's National. I had surgery there as a kid. I know so many people that have been through there, the great job they do, and the great job you guys do. But if I may, next year, and left hand up, maybe I got an email to my Odyssey email, which I don't check. But can you let us know next year? Because I was alerted by the plantains in the kitchen. That's when I was like, yo, El Zol's doing their fundraiser. I also love plantains.
I saw the balloon. The balloon.
Yeah, the big hot air balloon. But good luck. Congratulations. Keep up the great work. And make sure you get that $1,000 off Chris.
We will. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. What is the website one more time?
childrensnational.org/donate.
It's also on the screen.
Do you have to point out, like, yo, we're with El Zol or something?
If you want to make it in honor of El Zol, that would be wonderful. You
Okay.
can check, I'm making this gift in honor of someone. Just enter El Zol. We'll make sure it's all credited to El Zol,
Just not Chepe.
not Chepe.
Not Chepe.
Or for those Chepe lovers, feel free.
Ooh. So, I bet there are Chepe lovers. That
Oh, yeah.
dude has charisma,
No, he does,
as the
he
kids
does.
would
Oh,
say.
yeah.
Thank you all very much. I'm going to ask
Appreciate
Chris
it.
about the quarterback. You're welcome to stick around. But I know you got work to do. You got 14 hours of radio to do.
Thank you for having
Yeah,
me.
you guys are doing all right.
Congrats.
Good
Good luck
Be
with
good.
the,
Have a
with
good
the
one.
cash, and thank you for the plantains. Roost,
Yes. How were the
you
plantains?
owe those ladies $1,000, by the way.
Yeah, you agreed to that.
Well, I agreed to it on behalf of you and me. $999
No, you
from
did
you
not.
and $1 for me.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's not how I remember it.
I think so.
Jaden's back
Yes.
officially. How
Yeah.
excited are you to watch what should be the best offense we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, when we first got hint of the news yesterday afternoon around 4:15, 4:20 or whatever, I tweeted something to the effect of, it gives you a reason to watch the game other than, okay, the Commanders are playing, I got to watch the game. And what I mean by that is it gives you not only Jaden to evaluate and look at and see where maybe he's changed some of his thought process in terms of getting rid of the football quicker, so on and so forth, and to see if he's accurate and all that stuff. But like you said correctly, to work with Terry McLaurin for the first time since week 2, potentially to work with Noah Brown for the first time since week 2. Am I missing anybody else? I mean, Sam Cosmi wasn't there.
Whole offensive line together.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the only one we're really missing from a key part component would be Austin Eckler, who's
Yeah.
been out, of course, since late in week 2. But I mean, he's not coming back. So,
And like I said, McNichols can play that role.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it gives you, I mean, quite honestly, on a big NFL Sunday where there was other big games at 1 o'clock opposed, I was kind of thinking I might have to really kind of split my time at 1 o'clock. Now I'm like, okay, I'll watch the Commanders, especially when they're on offense. And then maybe when they're on defense a little bit, I'll split my time between the other big games on Red Zone.
I have a question.
Because I'm not in Minnesota like you guys.
I have a question, Brian.
Yeah.
Chris, though he does not need to, drives to New York, drives to Philadelphia. He flew to Madrid to watch this team play.
He's not going to Minnesota.
Now, no. Now, just on television, he's barely going to watch it because he has to watch the other games. But you tell us you have to be there for all of these Commanders events, and now you're barely even going to watch it?
Here's the thing. I don't think I'm going next week to MetLife Stadium. I think I'm bowing out of that because the game doesn't mean anything for either side.
And yet
I'm not
he didn't
going
bow out of Madrid for a pair of 3-17.
I mean, Madrid was a little bit of a different story.
You wouldn't have that bad story if you didn't go, though.
That's true. There were a lot of other bad stories, but I won't get into any of those. But here's the thing that I would say. I'm going to watch the game. It's just like if Jaden wasn't playing and it was Marcus Mariota.
Say it right,
Mariota.
dude.
We're
going to try to say
I know,
it right.
Collinsworth and
but see,
Tirico.
you don't have to say Mario.
Well, that's what they were saying.
No, but
The key is Mari, not Mary.
And I always said Mariota, but until you asked him that the other day, which was good, I didn't realize that he drew a distinction between Mariota and Mariota. I've always called Marcus Mariota.
But his mama
But I
probably
never
put
called
that
him
distinction 'cause
Mariota.
She named him.
Yeah.
His mama call him Clay. I'm going to call him
Mama
Clay.
call him Mariota. I'm calling Mariota.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's his mom's decision, is it?
Well, daddy.
Okay.
Okay.
How about that?
Hey.
Roos, this has been a particularly roundabout, confusing radio hit by you, I got to say.
It's normally that way.
I aim to please, number one. Number two, B, looks like you got some good grub over there. I might steal some of that because that's apparently the only reason why I come over to this side of the aisle.
Want a piece of shrimp toast?
No.
It's good.
Good, thank you.
Sure.
He's worried about barf.
It's always good to see you guys. You guys are a fun radio show. I just say that. I know I get accused of saying some weird things, and JP, you took something that I said a week and a half ago and said, you're talking about our show? No. I don't talk about your show.
The only thing I've talked about with you is when you reported that you thought Muriel Bowser could be the next head coach of the Wizards.
Yeah.
That was
right.
That's the only
Well,
report.
and you also accused me of saying that I said that your show is cookie cutter radio. And that's not what I said.
You missed, I don't know if you were here yet when Rooster called himself the Mike Shanahan of the Odyssey station.
No. I did not call myself that. Jeff and Laurel. Jeff and Laurel. So one of my listeners.
Can you believe this dude gets paid to speak for a living?
Yeah,
I can't remember. I've got a lot on my brain. Anyway, he called me the Mike Shanahan of Odyssey DC and Sports Talk Radio because I've given life to Cowboy B. I've given life to AMAC. Matt Essig went on to greener pastures. I cultivate and I work with our young bucks, and then they spread their wings, kind of like McVay. And
I just tell them get the hell out of my
guys.
face. I don't like them.
Yeah,
young
I
people.
know you're
Jeff,
a little rougher around the edges.
Does the description of the description that Chris is giving himself of helping all these young people spread their wings? Not everybody may know this, but all the producers have a group chat. Is that his reputation in the group chat of somebody that's just out there helping the youth?
I think we refer to him as Jim Zorn.
Damn!
Come on.
Damn!
By the way, I screwed up. Not to anybody's surprise, it's Jason and Laura. Sorry.
Not to anybody's surprise. Chris, I'm going to help you and get you out on time because you have a show to start.
Oh, wait. I thought it started at 2.
It does. Now, when we come back, it's Ask B Mitch Anything, 800-636-1067. And breaking news, we know where the U.S. is going to be playing. We finally got some actual information out of this World Cup draw. Nobody go anywhere.
Final stages of negotiations to make current Iowa State coach Matt Campbell as its new head football coach, according to Yahoo Sports. Quarterback Jaden Daniels will start on Sunday against the Vikings, and wide receiver Noah Brown will also play. Linebacker Bobby Wagner's knee listed as questionable. Lions star defensive back Brian Branch out for the year with a torn Achilles. Lamar Jackson set to return against the Steelers. Kyler Murray also out for the year, according to Coach Jonathan Gannon. Capitals and the Ducks tonight at 10 p.m. on The Fan. Head coach Spencer Carberry on the Junkies, they got their swagger back.
Like the Islander game is a perfect example. We go there, we didn't play great, but we get the lead. We go into the third period and we've got the confidence and sort of swagger to protect that, hold on, make the plays that you need to, and get out of there with 2 points, even though you didn't have your best.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 final draw underway in D.C. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
So close to you, right?
B. Mitch and Fenley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody out there. If you're driving around in the snow, listening to us, listen on the podcast. If you listen on one of the apps, if you chill on the YouTube stream, if you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, I got this dope Caps hat on. Wherever you are, we appreciate you. It's time for Ask B. Mitch Anything on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Ask B. Mitch Anything, of course, brought to you by Collars & Co. I believe Brian is wearing a Collars & Co. merino wool button-down right now. That's a nice shirt.
3-button.
Those are nice. It's soft. Now, real question. Do you wear an undershirt with that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't wear undershirt with anything.
Ever?
I don't like undershirts. Never did. I get hot, bro. I don't like stuff to make me hot.
You're hot-blooded. Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Kevin Sievert's going to join us a little over 20 minutes, so if you got a question for B, get it in now. Can I start and ask B. Mitch anything?
Go ahead.
I was shocked that was Lauryn Hill on the World Cup draw.
I was shocked, too, because I'm just keeping my thoughts to myself.
I will, too.
She didn't look like herself to me.
So when Jeff said it, I was like, what? But then in the aquarium, they had the audio up. And as soon as I heard her voice, it was her. Like her voice is.
Is this thing running on time? Because if Lauren there, was she supposed to produce?
Is she at the Kennedy Center or did she perform somewhere else?
That looked like the whole Kennedy Center right there to me.
I don't. Who's this woman speaking now? I don't know either. The first event of this incredibly drawn out World Cup draw thing that would have had me interested would be to see Lauryn Hill perform. That would be cool.
If you would have recognized her.
Well, fair. Fair. All right, Toothpick's been on the line. Let's get to Toothpick.
What a pick.
Hey, what's good, B. Mitch? What's good, JC? I'm sorry, the Grinch.
Take it easy, dog.
So listen, so my son is 22 in the Air Force, and he came to me and told me something that, he got away with as he was a younger kid, right? I was like, wow, I wonder what B. Mitch got away with, because he lives that great life. So B. Mitch, tell me something that your parents probably don't know that you got away with that ain't gonna get you in trouble now.
I didn't do anything wrong when I was young.
I doubt
Are you
that.
kidding me?
I was always on the up and up. Man, I can't tell you stuff I got away with right now. I tell you in person. I can't say that over air.
I got you.
Like
you.
little
I got
stuff.
You for sure.
Like I grew up across the street from a golf course, and golf balls would break our windows all the time. So when I broke a window in the house playing baseball, I just told my dad it was a golf ball. Stuff like that. My dad's now in heaven. You can say these things.
I didn't live by a golf course, JP.
You lived on a farm.
Yeah, and I didn't tell my dad that I gave that red rooster that gunpowder.
There you go.
And I didn't tell him I shot it with the pellet gun after he gave me the little, what you call them? When the little
claw?
thing,
The little-
they got me, dog.
I don't know what the hell that's.
The rooster lost his mind and attacked me
Did it
one
have
day.
the
So
spur?
so I shot him. And he
That's a
thought,
good
he
Louisiana
thought something
story.
else happened to him. So
There you go, Pick.
I got away
He's
with
out
that
here
one.
shooting roosters. The next rooster we shoot should be the one down the hall. Thank you, Pick. Ben is in Bethesda. Benny, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Here in Bethesda, all the kids play youth soccer. I don't know in the Bayou of Louisiana, but I want to see if Brian played soccer growing up, if he was any good, if he thinks he could have been a pro maybe at soccer, and if he's going to watch the World Cup.
Nah,
Thanks,
soccer
guys.
didn't
Later.
exist in my town when I was growing up.
Really?
No, everybody played no soccer.
What about in high school?
High school, no.
There was not a soccer
I played
team?
football, basketball, baseball. I ran track. That's it.
But at the school.
We had no soccer at our school.
Really?
No, dog.
When did that change?
I don't know if they got soccer at my school now.
They've got to.
I don't know if they do. I've never seen
Plaquemine High School,
I've
right?
never seen soccer at my high school.
Is it Plaquemine High School?
Yeah.
That in the year 2025 to not have soccer would be wild.
Why does everybody got to have soccer?
I think it's.
You gonna watch the World Cup, Brian?
I'm gonna watch some games. Yeah. I think down south, like they never put the emphasis on soccer and lacrosse and all that like they do it over here. Look, football is big down there.
I get
we
that.
put 8-year-olds in the shoulder pads and let them knock each other out. We don't sit up here and worry about stuff. We go for it.
All right, so just doing a little research on this, I have landed at the Iberville Parish School District website.
Okay.
And for athletics, I guess there's 4 high schools in Iberville Parish. Is that where you grew
St.
up?
John's is there, I know for sure.
Maybe it's 4 public ones then?
Well, St. John's is in high school? And I went in Plaquemine. I know we got Plaquemine. We got Plaquemine, probably White Castle.
It looks like there's East, North Iberville, Plaquemine, and White Castle.
White Castle.
So I can't say this means they don't have soccer.
You don't see nothing about soccer, do you?
On the high school athletic schedules, the only schedules that are available for the 4 high schools in your home parish, football and volleyball.
They had volleyball when I was there, but basketball, football, track, baseball.
Was the basketball rims peach baskets too?
No, I bet you can't go down there and play with nobody down there.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, we probably wouldn't have gave you no basketball shoes, just like you didn't get no helmet.
Self-check.
I will punish everybody at this radio station in basketball for sure.
Yeah, you punish everybody and everything.
Ant's pretty
Jeff.
good, dude.
He'll punish.
I can be.
He'll punish everybody and everything at this station. I'm just waiting to punish him one day. That's all he.
And
What
what
we
you
got
want
on
to
that
do?
bike? I am going to punish.
Oh, I know you are. But I'm not scared. That's
No,
the
I
thing.
don't
I'm
want you
not
to be scared, but I'm telling you, I'm going to do it so just rudely till you gonna be like,
That I
damn,
believe.
man, I didn't know I was that damn bad.
That I believe.
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna lap you. I'm gonna talk to you, leave you, come back again.
I'm just gonna shoot my jokes off. I'm gonna be all right.
I got a question. I got a question for Ask Me Mitch Anything.
What
Brought
you
to you
got?
by Collars & Co. I think Jeff's doing a bit, but there is a mathematical possibility that the Commanders could still make the playoffs.
There is.
When you're in the locker room, when you're a player in a lost season, how much attention do you pay to those scenarios?
None. Just think about you think about that game at hand, and you try to think about the next one when you get to it.
Is that different when you're really good and you're trying to figure out like winning the
I'll be honest
division,
with
getting a bye?
When
'Cause
we
you've been on
were
both sides of that.
were really good, I told you before, Monty Coleman was like, "We're 1-0. All we worry about is the game coming up next. Win that game." He didn't let you must get to thinking about it in the first half. Second half, he was talking about what you got to do. Focus on right now. And we were at 11-0, and we still wasn't sitting up here having an opportunity to think because Monty kept being checked. When you got 25-inch arms, you got to listen to that dude.
Monty Coleman played 16 years.
16 years,
215 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. All for the Skins, man.
Mm-hmm.
One organization. Not enough dudes do that. Landfill submitted a question. We hope Landy's feeling all right and didn't have the driving snow flu.
I think Aunt Landfill had the what did he say he had?
A stomach bug.
He had a stomach bug.
All right, B. Landfill sent this in. He wanted me to ask.
Oh, Lord.
According to a poll, not only do most Americans believe aliens exist, but a good chunk of them think aliens have visited Earth. Where do you land? So I had my big high school guys dinner the other night. I told you this. And there were, I'll say there were 14 people because I think the room sat 14 and every seat was full. And these are dudes I've known, 30 years, 35 years in some cases. Everyone's married. Everyone at least has been married. There might be some divorces in there, whatever. But
Jay.
every dude in there was married to a woman or is married to a woman.
And they think they are aliens?
What one of the guys said, based on statistics, at least one of the dudes in this room is gay, and there's a good chance one of the dudes in this room is an alien. Now, I have no idea what the statistics say, but it was kind of interesting when you start thinking and looking around. You're like,
First of all, Jay, if all the guys grew up with you and they made that comment, I wouldn't let it sway me one bit because all of y'all crazy. And y'all probably were having this conversation after some sips.
We are sipping for sure.
Nah, man, because like the person that's probably saying one of these, he probably was the most tipsy of all of them.
Well, let's get back to Landfill's original question. Do you believe in aliens, B?
No. Like space aliens? No.
Yeah, space alien.
No. I think that somebody has very, very good imagination and came up with some stuff and they keep moving on. Yeah, like
what do you make of all the UFOs and stuff?
I think I really believe a lot of times we see the UFOs and all the stuff like that. It's our government and other governments doing stuff, and those lights get seen and they tell us, oh, it's something from another country, another world. Okay. I think it's just us doing a lot of crap.
Jeffrey, I think you're our foremost alien expert. Do you have any?
He gonna go hang out with him.
I don't know, bro. It's like I wouldn't count it out, but it's like when you look into history and you see like all these beings that the people before us put in like these hieroglyphs and stuff. How do you make that out? Like, I don't know. I think it's a strong possibility they could be here. That's just me though.
White Brian, where are you on aliens?
He high-fived one before. Jeff did.
He was high.
But if they visited us, we'd all be dead. So there's no way.
The question is, listen to me, human beings are asses, okay? And we're very rude. If we had met some aliens, things that are bigger and stronger, can do all kinds of stuff, I'm with White Brian. We would have been wiped out a long damn time ago.
I don't understand why we all assume the aliens could beat us. Why couldn't we beat the aliens?
That's what I'm saying.
First of all, I love to hear y'all say them ask stupid questions.
I'm asking.
If you see what they show us that's an alien, I want to find out the first dude gonna stand up and try to throw some hands with him.
Jeff.
Jeff talks a great game. Jeff ain't finna fight no damn. If an alien walk in here was 8 feet tall and look like Godzilla,
fight or flight, dog. I don't know what you talk. I don't know what you talking about, bro. If we cornered in this goddamn studio and it's an 8-foot creature fight, bro, I'm doing something to get out of here.
Yeah, you gonna dive out the window and kill yourself.
You can't even break this window.
You would.
Nah, I would have
you
to.
strong
I
enough
would
to
have
do
to
it.
tackle, bruh. Probably give him like a quick pop, 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 and then run. Hopefully, he don't trip me up like BB.
I never thought we devolved to the space where we're debating.
But are there aliens? Are there aliens in the United States? Yeah. You know why? Because they came from another country. We got illegal and legal aliens.
I think we've changed those terms.
No, well, whatever you want to call it.
I don't think we say that anymore.
Yeah, definitely had to dump that one.
I don't know. Maybe it's back. But I think there was a period of time where we weren't saying legal and illegal. I don't know. Left hand up. I don't know.
Well, we got people from another country in this country, and I don't think we got people from. We all think we know. Okay, let me ask you a question. We've experienced and seen everything. Have we gone to another planet and took a picture of something else there?
Mars, I think.
The moon?
Did we take a picture of a person there?
The
Or
moon's not a
alien there?
planet,
Did we
right?
take a picture of an alien there?
I don't think so.
Okay, so but we've been everywhere. We've seen all this stuff. We did everything in the world. We don't see nothing though.
Plot
So-
twist. What if they come from the ocean because we haven't discovered a lot of parts of the ocean?
Okay, well,
There's some crazy species in Antarctica.
they got some crazy
Look
species
at
down there.
octopus.
But you know what? We have pictures of those. We've sat down there with them. My question is,
I
if
don't think humans have been to the bottom of the Mariana Trench is like
human being might not have been there, but they
three
had,
Mount
We've
Everest.
they've sent
percent of the
they've sent animals, sent machines down there,
Have they?
and with scopes and all. But the whole thing about it is, Jay, why they still stand in the ocean? And if they got all these, look, bro, Jeff probably something tasty or not tasty. They could have ate his ass a long time ago.
As much as I be in and on the water, you right about that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So
I got one last
you know,
one.
a
just in case.
crocodile might be an alien.
Crocodile feels like more of a dinosaur, but maybe dinosaurs were aliens. I don't know.
That's what I think. I think people took dinosaurs and
I think
they
I
have some
have
strange pictures of those and made that into an alien-like creature.
I think I have a question that will have a more objective answer. Joey asks, "What's on your Mount Rushmore of Louisiana foods?"
My Mount Rushmore of Louisiana food? Oh man, gumbo, etouffee, muffalado.
No one asked you, Jeff.
Crawfish boiled.
You only get 4, dude.
I just named 4.
But you just were rattling them off. Is that your Mount Rushmore?
That's my Mount Rushmore.
No boudin?
It's not on the Mount Rushmore. I love it, but
You know what would be on mine?
Well, first of all, hold on. Let me go back. I'm gonna take the muffalado off. Fried catfish. Bam.
See, you ain't say crabs.
I was wondering if you were going to say the char grilled oysters.
That's not on the Mount Rushmore.
For me, when I go to New Orleans, I love all of it. When I go to Louisiana, rather, things I love down there that you don't get elsewhere. And you can get like charbroiled oysters elsewhere, but they're just not as good.
They're not the same.
I put that on there, and the barbecue shrimp dish.
Yeah,
like
they have no barbecue on it.
It's not. It's nothing like it sounds. It's like this unique sauce.
It's basically like
That's it.
What's the little shrimp thing everybody get when you go places?
Shrimp cocktail.
No. The hot one with the garlicky stuff.
The Bam Bam shrimp, Pow Pow shrimp. What the hell's it called?
Oh, the garlic one, like buttery and the
Scampi. Yeah.
Basically, barbecue shrimp is damn near shrimp scampi,
but
they just got way more spices in it.
And like there is a dark red, purplish brown sauce.
Not
but it's not
necessarily
like a traditional.
When you
barbecue.
get traditional barbecue sauce, there is no dark red looking like no real barbecue. What if you go somewhere and they tell you they're getting you barbecue shrimp and it tastes like barbecue? It's not the right stuff.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. When we return, Minnesota Vikings preview with
we got an alien. Joey is a damn alien.
Kevin Seifert joins us.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 draw, co-host Team USA will be in Group D. Quarterback Jaden Daniels will start.
I can tell Go-Go when I hear it. Do you know what time it is? 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 That's the clock.
Brian.
What?
How many times did Jeff ask me to send him Kevin Seifert's number?
Enough.
Easy 5, maybe close to 10.
You sent it to him and he's still looking for it?
So I look in there. So this is how it works when you have a guest on the radio. And we're very excited to have Kevin Seifert, covers the Vikings for ESPN, on the program. He's a friend of mine. And I'm waiting. I pull up the guest once Jeff gets them on the line. And Jeff's got the go-go playing. We're all kind of vibing. And I look in there and he looks at me and he's just bobbing his head. And I'm like, are you going to call him? He had completely forgotten to call our guest.
That's Jeffrey.
He's too focused.
But he will beat that 8-foot alien up.
Too focused on fighting the alien. We're going to be joined by Kevin in just moments. Looking forward to catching up on all things Minnesota.
Jeffrey.
All right. Our guy Kevin Seifert covers the Vikes for ESPN. What's up, man? How are you? Kev, you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, Kev? How you doing, man?
How we doing?
Oh, we're good, man. We're good.
Things here are looking up. Jaden is now playing Sunday. What is kind of the Minnesota reaction to hearing Jaden Daniels will be back on the field?
They haven't. I don't know if they even know yet. They've been out at practice during this exact same time period, so we'll find out when they get off the field. But they, I know that Kevin O'Connell had talked a lot about his work with Marcus Mariota pre-draft, and I don't know if they were locked in on the likelihood that he was going to be playing, but it sure seemed like it. So this will be an interesting turn of events for them. They're kind of wrapped up in their own quarterback controversy and concern, but this will certainly, I think, add another layer of spice to this game.
Yeah, what has been the issue with the team this year, you think?
I mean, to me, there's a million different ways to answer that, but when your quarterback is playing below NFL standards and below any standard that anyone would ever want a quarterback in this league to play, that's where it starts. I mean, their defense has actually been pretty decent for most of the year with Brian Flores, the defense coordinator, and special teams has made a few mistakes, but for the most part, their kicking and punting have been excellent, and their returning has been excellent. And so it really comes down to the fact that they took a big bet on J.J. McCarthy, and it has not paid off. And in fact, it's failed spectacularly. And when your quarterback's not playing at any close to level of standard, it's really hard for the rest of the offense to pick up the slack.
Is that something they think they can correct this offseason, or will they have to go looking for another quarterback?
I mean, I think that's a real possibility, as crazy as it sounds.
It's that bad?
The kid's 22. He's not going to be 23 until, I think, January. So he is young. He is very green, very inexperienced. You can see the athleticism. You can see the arm strength and the arm talent. But I think they just massively misjudged his readiness to play. You know, in the NFC North, we watched the Packers hold Aaron Rodgers on the sidelines for 3 years. We saw Jordan Love spend 3 years on the sidelines, and that's potentially what J.J. McCarthy probably could have needed. And they thought they would have a good enough team around him and a good enough coaching staff to sort of support his development in real time on the field and games that count.
And I think they just misjudged that. So I don't know that – I'm not saying that they would, like, give up on him and like, cut him or trade him after 1 year, but I don't know how they can, potentially go into next year saying, oh, he'll get it all fixed in the offseason and we'll just take the same bet next year as we took this year.
Wow. Talking with our friend Kevin Seifert from ESPN, covers the Minnesota Vikings, does a tremendous job, been doing it a long time. Wow. I didn't realize, I thought the core, like kind of the vibe from the Vikes was, yeah, it's been a tough year for JJ, but he's young. I mean, he's only played 6-7 games. And now it's, because I saw a report somewhere that like the Vikings might be interested in trying to get Daniel Jones back next year if Indy doesn't keep him. I just kind of thought that was junk. That's real though, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's not just, I mean, all young quarterbacks struggle at one point or another, and I think we were sort of thinking that would be the case, but this has not just been your basic young quarterback struggles. It's been a quarterback who's sailing passes over the heads of wide open receivers. He's clearly struggling to process his reads fast enough before the pass rush gets there. Pass protection hasn't been great, but it's not like it's been impossible. They've called plays that are supposed to be quick games where you just 1, 2, 3 step throw to the first read, and he just has not done that. And so the analogy I've used is that normally, you start with most rookie quarterbacks at step 1. He's at like step -1. Like he has 2 steps to go to get to the starting point where you normally see quarterbacks. And it's not totally shocking. I mean, when you think about his time at Michigan, he spent 3 years there. They had a run-based offense. He threw like 700 passes over 3 years, which is about half as many as Jayden Daniels threw in college and the rest of that class for the most part, the Bo Nixes and even Caleb Williams and Drake Mays. And so came in after 3 years with a lot less experience, just literally just throwing the football. And I think Kevin O'Connell tried to make a lot of changes to his mechanics and get him to the point where he could be a much more consistent thrower. And that really seemed to bog him down. And actually he regressed over the course of the season. Like his last start in Green Bay, where he suffered the concussion that made him miss last week's game in Seattle, like that was much worse than his first game, which was against the Bears on Monday night, where he had that big comeback in the fourth quarter. So he actually was going backwards instead of developing as they had hoped. And so this week, O'Connell said, let's forget about the mechanics, forget about the footwork, forget about all the technique stuff. Let's save that for the offseason. I just want you to go out there and rip it. Just throw to the guy that's we're supposed to throw to, and what might come, what may. And so we'll see if that changes anything. It's been really disjointed and really kind of shocking given the infrastructure they have here with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and a really expensive offensive line. And I think most people thought Kevin O'Connell was one of the better coaches in the league if you're going to drop a young quarterback onto the field right away. And so it's all been a pretty shocking turn of events.
Could the injuries be causing some issues as well? Because like young guys come in, they got a lot to learn. Then you're injured on top of it. And, you have to go out there, learn this stuff, and also be comfortable in forgetting about the injury. And I think that could probably add a added little level to it.
Absolutely. I mean, he hurt last year was his rookie year. He hurt tore his meniscus in the first preseason game. So he was on injury reserve before the season ever began. So he did not have a single snap of practice during the regular season last year. And that just the way the NFL rules are with injured reserve, even once he started to get his mobility back. And so they tried their best to keep him up to speed with like virtual reality and that kind of stuff, and have him, draw plays on the board during quarterback meetings and those kind of things. But it wasn't a totally lost year, but it was pretty damn close. And so they had to make a decision about him as their starter for 2025 at a time when they hadn't seen him throw in a even remotely competitive moment since the previous training camp. And then he plays 2 games this year and sprains his ankle and sits out another 5, and then has a concussion. And he also hit his hand on a helmet and had a bruised right hand. He's a right-handed thrower, and so I don't think that usually helps with your accuracy either. So really been a one disaster after another.
So with all that said about the quarterback situation, we finally saw some of the frustration spill out in public for Justin Jefferson. What is that locker room like? You're there every day. You know the players. You know the coaches. How they all handling it?
They have kept a good public face. And Justin Jefferson being the leader of that. If he had melted down, he's obviously frustrated, but he hasn't said anything in public that's critical of either the organization or the coaches. He hasn't gotten into a shouting match with anybody on the sidelines. He hasn't ripped the quarterback or say we need to get Kirk Cousins back or we need to get Sam Darnold back. He hasn't done any of that. And so when the guy at the top of the totem pole in the locker room is, holding fire, I guess is the best way to put it, then everybody else does as well. And so there hasn't been any outward signs of it. But look, this is a veteran roster. They have the most expensive payroll in the league this year. It's $350 million. They signed a bunch of free agents on both sides of the ball, including Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave, a defense, and 3 new offensive line starters. Re-signed a bunch of their own guys and thought they could make a run. Those guys signed here to win now, not to be part of a long-term development program for a young quarterback. And so, I don't think there's any doubt that there's a lot of disappointment and surprise and bewilderment. And I'm sure there'll be some guys that huddle with their agents after the season and reassess whether this is the right place for them to be. But it has not gotten into open warfare or anything like that at this point.
Man, so lost in the sauce of all this, there's a game Sunday. The game, honestly, the line in this seems pretty odd to me. Who do you think wins on Sunday?
Yeah, I was shocked to see that. I think, and the line that I guess you're referring to is even before Jaden Daniels came, was announced that he's going to play. And so it's amazing to me that the Vikings are in a position that a team that lost 7 games in a row was going to come to Minnesota and win, or at least be favored in the betting line. And so, they have not played well at home for some reason this year. They've lost more games than they had the last few years combined. And I'm not sure if there's a clear reason why, so maybe that's affecting it as well. But look, whether it was going to be JJ McCarthy or Max Brosmer, who was the starter last week and had that infamous underhanded flip interception for return for a touchdown that will be attached to him for life. I think anybody looking at it from the outside is going to say, when the quarterback play is this bad, what's the path to winning? And so, and especially now that Jaden's going to be playing, it feels to me like this will be let's put it this way. If the Vikings can't play better offense in this game, they've scored 6 points in the past 2 games combined against the Washington defense and the way it's playing right now, then they really will have a lot of soul searching to do. So I think that they probably will play better offense in this game, but whether that's enough, I don't know.
Well, we'll find out together. Good luck to your Who's tomorrow night, man.
Hey, appreciate that.
All right, I will see you Sunday. Thank you for the time today.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
All right, man, take care.
All right. That's our friend Kevin Seifert. You can give him a follow at Seifert, ESPN, SEIFERT. Kev does a great job covering the Vikings and the NFL as a whole. Nobody go anywhere. We got to wrap up the week in betting. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part about a Ruud system, it's whisper quiet. You don't even know it's on, except that your house is the perfect temperature. No more noisy interruptions once you get a Ruud, just peace of mind. The way they do it, they control the humidity. On a really cold day like today, your house is going to feel perfect. But here's what makes you feel even better. Money. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on new heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
I'm coming home.
All right, B. Breaking news on the Fan. You're home for World Cup soccer.
Huh?
The United States of America will open 2026 World Cup against Paraguay on June 12th in Los Angeles.
All right.
Go U.S.
Go.
Now, according to the experts, so far, Washington's got a pretty good group.
So we don't have to worry about Norway.
It doesn't. I don't know.
The group of death.
The group of death. We will have to get Paul Tenorio back on.
That don't even sound good with hockey, with soccer, to be honest with you.
They're
You see a guy get hit in the knee and he grabs his elbow. See a guy get hit in the elbow, he grabs his knee and he stay on the ground for 5 minutes. Then he gets up and he run full speed.
They got that magical spray, B.
Come on, dog, please.
What do you know about the magical spray? All right, so here's what we know so far for the United States. They got Australia in their group, and they got Paraguay in their group, which means they avoid Norway.
All right.
Because Paraguay is in pot 3. So I don't think you get 2. It's like Sudoku. You can't do 2 from the same joint. So they got Australia out of pot 2, Paraguay out of pot 3, which means pot 4, Brian. They're going to play pot 4. I don't want to besmirch anybody because I do not know what I say here, but it seems like these are like tiered out, like best teams, second best, third best. Pot 4 appears to be some very small countries, is what
It's
I
like
can
when
see.
you play in golf and you have to get the guy from the A group, B group, C group, D group.
That's what it appears
So that
to be.
pot 4 is like the D group.
Because you're talking about Cape Verde, Curacao, Haiti, New Zealand. Although Jordan is in there, if the United States played Jordan, would at least have some serious political overtones. But what we know, the U.S. opens against Paraguay June 12th. And so far in their group is U.S., Paraguay, and Australia with another.
They still got more draws to go?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to drag this thing. How do you think I'm getting home from here? Because
Well,
no
if they're
way I'm
still
going by
inside, if they're
Kennedy
still inside, you can go and buy it. But when they break, it's gonna be some trouble.
Dog, I'm not going over there.
Well, just go the way you normally go. Well, no, go across the bridge.
It's telling me to go GW.
Yeah, go across the bridge, take GW, you'll be good. Then you cross. Don't go all the way to 495.
No,
you might want to cross back over when you get like to Arlington area.
I could cross over a chain bridge.
Yeah.
Do you think Jeff has the Heard It Here first sounder?
Probably not.
Oh!
You know why? It's Friday. Trying to get out of here.
Jeff, you did such a good job. Jeff, you did such a good job in the big chair today and having that Heard It Here first sounder ready. I'm not even going to bring up that update that just stopped midway through and that you forgot to call the guest. I'm not even going to
Nah, that wasn't my fault on the update.
It wasn't.
So the computer is running out of memory, so it only downloaded half the update.
What about calling the guest?
Yeah, that was on me.
How'd we do this week, White Brian?
Mitch won again.
That's what I do, dog.
He is hot.
Hey, Jay, I just got a text by the aliens. They said, watching the show, man, if anything on Earth is an alien, it's probably an octopus. It's the only known species that is not carbon-based.
Jeff's going nuts based on this information.
Because I literally said, if anything's an alien on this planet, it's an octopus. Because look how they change colors and all that.
You couldn't give me no reasons, but this man gave me a reason.
A chameleon changes colors.
Yeah,
I think.
Alien. See, a chameleon can't just, you know what an octopus can do? An octopus can squeeze in a hole and all that. That's crazy.
I don't know a lot about octopi.
If that's the case, I could be an alien.
Nah, B. Nah. The
I know
octopus could probably like.
Jeff missed that.
He missed it completely.
I caught it.
Yeah, that one did go over there.
Anything we like this weekend?
Man, it's the win, baby.
Yeah, I'm with that, Jeff.
White Brian, you got a winner this weekend?
Giants.
JMU.
Giants have a bye, so they won't lose.
They gonna win. All right, 10 seconds, Jeffy.
I like the Jags this weekend. Thanks to everybody that listened to the show. Thank you to all our guests, Grant and Danny, coming up next.
What's up and welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan live with you until 6:30. We'll take you all the way up to your Friday evening plans, and we are out and about. We are in Reston at Kraft House today, and we're pumped up. We're going to be out here hanging out with listeners, getting ready for Week 14 in the NFL season and the Commanders and the Vikings. By the way, I just heard through the grapevine that we've got a raffle going on out here in Reston for somebody to win tickets to go see the Wizards. So if you want to enter to win our drawing for Wizards tickets, come on out to Reston today. Put your name in. At the end of the show, we will pull your name from our raffle box, and somebody's going to win tickets. Danny, speaking of tickets, at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to see Leonard Skinner today on Grant and Danny. We'll be busy. A lot going on, but I want to start with the big news. 5 Cars back on the track.
He is back on the track, my friend. Again, I was right, and then I was wrong, and I think I was wrong again. Then I was kind of right. Whatever. Bottom line is no more Willie won't he? He will, as announced today by Dan Quinn at his press conference. I thought that was really, really cool. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right, of ramping up. You actually ramp up towards something. He will play, and we will see it live in person in Minnesota.
Yeah, it adds some spice to our trip, and we're not alone. Thousands of Commanders fans, I'm sure, are going to Minneapolis because it's not a stadium that the Commanders play at very often. This is a place where they almost never play. And so it's going to be one of those destination trips for Commanders fans. It's also considered, for people that don't know, one of the nicest, best NFL stadiums. It's still kind of new. It was one of the initial stadiums from a technological standpoint that has the tech of while you're inside, you feel outside at times. So for a lot of reasons, I can't wait to get out there. But boy, does this spice things up for those of us that are going to be in person. And for everybody else watching on TV, this game just became must-see television again. It went from a fairly uninteresting Week 14 game where the results don't matter to now you've got to tune in, you've got to watch to see how Jayden Daniels looks, whether or not A, he's completely healthy and B, can stay completely healthy, but also how does he deal with the blitz of Brian Flores and the Vikings? How does he deal with some of the things he had trouble with against the Seahawks when Kurt Warner and some national analysts were beating up on him a little bit the last time he was on the field? This just became really, really compelling again.
There's so many different aspects to that, but you said the most essential one to me. It's the thing that I care about. Just as a tangentially, I'll get to the smaller one first. I like it when players that I care about who are developing go up against a different style. Right? The paradigm of the league is to back off, cover with 7, rush with 4, make people think and don't go all the way down the field, knowing that a penalty, an incomplete pass, a TFL, something will interrupt the drive, right? Those are the drive killer type moments, and you're counting on a mistake when you have the offense run more and more and more plays. That's kind of the paradigm. Basically, it's the Pat Mahomesization, if that's even a term I made up, of the NFL, where they said, we're getting destroyed blitzing people. You come after these guys like Brady and Mahomes with their supercomputers in their brains, they'll pick you apart and kill you. So we're not doing that. We're just covering, no big plays, and that's how defense is. There are a couple guys that run counter to that. Todd Bowles is one. This was the first test that Jayden Daniels ever had in the NFL in a regular season game. And Brian Flores, he is here to blitz you. He's here to also blitz you and blitz me and you, and he'll blitz a couple people in the crowd. That's what he wants to do, is bring pressure and see how you handle it and how you deal with it. I like that just from a developmental perspective, that it's a little bit different. It's another look, another chance for growth.
Well, what I really like about having to deal with all the blitzing this week is this is actually an area of Daniels' game this year where he has struggled. If you remember last year, he was incredible against the blitz, really dynamic and prolific. When you brought someone, he would just throw behind the oncoming defender and they would make plays. This year, the numbers against the blitz have kind of reversed. Marcus Mariota, I believe, is 7th against the blitz in the National Football League in terms of completion percentage and efficiency. Jayden Daniels was completing, before he last got hurt, 47% of his passes against the blitz this year, which was dead last among qualifying quarterbacks. And so what I really like about the matchup is, number one, I think you're going to see a reversal of some of those numbers. I'll bet you he handles it a lot better with more talent around him, which we'll get into in a second, because he's going to have his full assortment of weapons, basically. But beyond that, I think this is just a really good test. Like, this is where it's become clear to me, I view him coming back and playing differently than a lot of fans of this team, it seems like. We all want the same things. We all want Jayden Daniels to be on the field, staying healthy, playing spectacular football, the team winning important games, getting back to the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl ultimately. But how you get there, we can have differing views. And I think it's critical for him to get in-game reps. I think it's massive for him to be back on the field. And I need to see him basically get tested. You've got a golden opportunity. I think they screwed up in the preseason by not having him throw a single pass. I think they screwed up in training camp with how they went about their operation. And now you've got a de facto more valuable, more legitimate opportunity to kind of recreate some of those things, to develop him, to get him back up to speed, to make up for some of the areas where I think self-inflicted wounds set in for this offense, for this operation, for Jayden Daniels. And so now you've got 5 games. This has been my point all along. This is not 1 week. This is not week 18. 29% of your season is out in front of you. That's 29% theoretically of practices, of games, of time on the grass for this guy to go get better, to go make plays, to develop again so you're not stunting the progress that he can make the rest of the way. And to get to see him get tested against Flores and the Vikings is a huge deal. Because if it goes great or it doesn't, is irrelevant. That's the gift of this now lost season, is that he's going to be better for everything that happens as long as you can keep him healthy. And the juice is worth the squeeze here. I'm really excited for Sunday. And I'm happy for the fan base because him being on the field, him not being on the field is a binary difference between these games, frankly, being worth watching and not.
Yeah, it's my level of interest, yeah.
No slight against Marcus Mariota, who is a adequate backup and is a guy they should re-sign the second they're able to. Keep him around as your QB2 because it's pretty clear you're going to need a second car in the garage that you can use when the other one needs some work.
That's right.
But this is the Ferrari. And getting to get back out on the highway and open it up a little bit again is the whole point. That's why we spent the big money.
So you and I have already argued about this. I'm sure we'll argue about it more, but that fader exists for me. Like that data point that you're talking about, him playing well, him playing poorly. I'm interested in it. I will watch, of course, with great interest. And I care to some degree, but it's nowhere near. It's dwarfed 1,000 times over by the adjustments I need to see. In order to feel comfortable, in order to feel happy, to feel confident, I need lessons learned. I need a guy that's been hurt 4 times significantly. 3 of them caused him to miss games. I need major adjustments. I need paradigm shifts. I need that starts with him, with Jayden Daniels himself. I need those hits to go away. I need every shot that he's taking to be minimized. Part of the position is you're going to get hit. You deliver the ball from the pocket. See that Cincinnati Bengals game that you and I were at where he hit Terry McLaurin in stride for the game-winning touchdown. That's part of the position. That's going to happen. The unnecessary, the avoidable must be avoided. I need an adjustment there. I need it now. I need to start right now, this minute, for these next handful of games. I need coaching staff to reflect that in terms of designs, what's called, what's emphasized, what's being coached. If it's, well, you can't clip his wings or something like that, and you just sort of toss your hands up in the air to say you're helpless to influence it, that's not acceptable to me. I care about those things 1,000 times more than what happens in a lost season for a team that's playing out the string. It's still important. It's still, again, data points for growth and development. And as you said very well at the beginning of this, your speech just now. Speech, not a speech. What did you give?
I was a speech.
Your soliloquy.
Yeah, I'm looking for votes.
Your prepared speech.
Yeah.
At the beginning of your prepared campaign speech is we all want the exact same thing, right? Healthy, thriving Jayden Daniels carrying this team to meaningful wins. That's what everybody's looking for. How to get there, I think, is a great conversation. But to me, the thing that I'm going to be watching like a hawk is, do I see a difference in I need to be available? My lesson learned from this 3 separate significant injury season is that I'm lucky all of those weren't worse, and I need to do everything I possibly can to protect myself. That's what I'm watching.
So a couple of things. One, I have seen that people would suggest, well, he shouldn't run at all. He can play, that's fine, but he doesn't get to run. That's not how this is going to go. He's going to run. That's what he does. This is why he is special. Can he also win from the pocket? Yes. This is not an either or. He is capable of doing both. His ability to do both, the fact that he's a dual threat, the fact that he is a running quarterback is why he went number 2 overall. It's also ingrained in him in the same way that I have a proclivity and a propensity to want to eat chicken wings, or that Danny can't help himself from going and finding a pickleball court. When Jayden Daniels is playing football, he is going to use his legs. That is going to happen. So the idea shouldn't be he's got to stay in the pocket. He should be Jayden Daniels, play football. But to your point, you got to be smart. You've got to make decisions, I don't even want to say better because I don't know that he's made bad decisions when he's gotten hurt. For the most part, I think the injuries have actually been somewhat coincidental to his play style in a sense. It's not like Robert Griffin where he's getting crunched, turning it back upfield or not getting out of bounds or something. So I don't have as big an issue with that. Like the conversation they're having about Jackson Dart in New York right now, where he's saying, just watch my tape from high school. This is who I've always been. I can do this, guys. Trust me. And he doesn't know that, oh my God, you're not going to last another season if you keep doing
when
it.
you were headbutting dudes from like, whatever, Teddy Roosevelt Central High School, when you were bigger and stronger than everybody. That's awesome. This is the show up here. This is the big leagues.
That's a real discussion they need to be having in New York because he quite literally seeks out contact. I don't think that's what Jaden Daniels has done. And I don't feel the same way about him that I do Dart or I did about Griffin. I think he is smarter and better. There's a Lamar element a lot of times of, getting down, falling, sliding, whatever. But is it true that, yes, he got hurt while running against the Packers and got crunched? Absolutely. Did that happen against the Panthers? Yes, it did. Did that happen more recently against the Seahawks? Although that one to me was just super fluky. Yes. So are you more at risk when you weigh what he does, when your frame is his, and you're running around getting landed on by giant men moving at a high rate of speed? You are. So that's something he's got to be mindful of, no doubt. But where I will be okay with a philosophical shift moving forward for the rest of this season, not into next year where games matter again, but if they want to turn down their interest as a coaching staff in designed runs, I would like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like there's no reason now in games where whether you win or lose doesn't really benefit you that much, getting him going downhill, asking him to be physical between the tackles on any of that. And they've taken a lot of that out of the playbook, it feels like anyway. But I think a lot of the reason we don't see a lot of those now is just because he hasn't played most of the year. But I would just advocate for less designed runs. If you can get him to the edge in space near the sideline where he can get out of bounds, I'm cool with those. But anything kind of between the hash marks where he's going to have to either get down or get tackled probably based on where people are in space, no thanks. And that is one of the things. There could be a bunch of them that they do differently now in these final five, Jim Loke style, where they're trying to get to the finish line, keep as many guys healthy as possible, but where there is valuable activity going on.
Yeah, I mean, think of I'm not saying you don't want to go full Russell Wilson. You never want to do that. But think of the number of times you saw Russell Wilson know a play is dead, whoever's fault that is. We could have a great discussion. But you get to the sideline and you just kind of flip it away to avoid the hit. I need those. I don't know that Daniels always does that. I think he's always still got in his mind, I can make a play here. And sometimes he's right. Other times it results in that, a hit that, previously wasn't catastrophic, but this year, 3 different times it has been. Again, one of those had nothing to do with him scrambling, nothing to do with him being out of the pocket. That Dallas hit was a fluky, terrible thing. That's the position. That's part of it. That's always going to happen. You referenced his frame. It's one of those things. It's not quite to the level of adult content. And, Sandra Day O'Connor saying, I'll know it when I see it, but it's close to that. I remember, again, it was, I guess it was Robert Mays, who we had on yesterday. We had on a while ago. They're in the shotgun to emphasize the quarterback run game. Stop emphasizing the quarterback run game. Get out. If that's the reason you're in shotgun, not good enough for me. If the reason you're in shotgun is we like Daniels or any quarterback to be able to see the field, never have to take his eyes off the defense, see as the coverage develops. If that's the case, okay, an argument can be made there. It's not necessarily one I buy, but that's one I'll say, okay, at least that's thoughtful. We got to keep the element of his running. No, you don't.
Sure you do. Sure you do.
No, you don't.
What do you mean get rid of the quarterback run game?
I'm not talking about getting rid of it. I'm talking about emphasizing it. When you emphasize a certain thing, then it becomes ingrained. The point is, if I'm emphasizing him as a passer, as an escape artist, as a playmaker, I want that emphasis turned up versus quarterback run is a huge part of our DNA.
So maybe it's a semantics thing because I don't know what emphasize is versus not emphasize.
If the reason you're in the shotgun is because you're emphasizing the quarterback run game, that's wrong. That's a broken paradigm.
That's what one analyst said. I think they're in the shotgun because that's what he's always done, and that's what Cliff's always done. I don't think they're going, we'd like to get under center, but we're going to stay in the shotgun so Jaden can run more. If Lamar Jackson's under center plenty. They still have an offense predicated on him running.
I don't know the answer. I don't know why it is. That's a smart analyst who said that one thing, and that's why I keep saying, if that's the reason, and I don't know what it is, if that's the reason, then let's have a conversation where I shake my finger and say no. If the reason they're in shotgun is other stuff, Okay, I'm going to have that
Sure.
conversation. But I think that's important. I want paradigm shifts where everybody's priority is him being healthy, and including his, by the way. The biggest responsibility here in this pie graph is Jaden Daniels himself.
Well, I think their priority is always him being healthy. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury hasn't had that as a priority, or Dan Quinn hasn't had that as a priority at any point. That would be insane. I mean, he is the keys to the kingdom. He's the face of the whole franchise. As we've seen this year, when he's not on the field, you don't really have a chance to win. So I don't think there has to be any kind of philosophical shift on that. I think they've always wanted to keep him healthy.
Well, when you run quarterback power early on in the season, that tells me that's not a paradigm. That tells me it's we can get these yards right here. I don't care about those yards. I care about Jaden Daniels.
So you would
health.
never do that ever.
I wouldn't do it as often as they did.
Right. I mean, they did it a handful of times over the course of
which was enough.
A football season.
And once people sniffed out his keepers for whatever reason, whether it's his fault, someone else's fault, I go, maybe that's not something we need to run as often. But they certainly did it.
So that I'll disagree with. This guy ran for 1,134 yards at LSU when he won the Heisman. That's why he won the Heisman, and it's why he was the number 2 pick. He ran for 885 yards the year before that at LSU, and it's why he became a household name in college football and was one of the top 10 picks going into the season where he climbed the list. The beauty of Jaden Daniels is he can also throw, which is why at I don't know, if you divide the number of plays he's doing something by passing versus running, it's still 70-30 or whatever it is. And the majority of his runs, by the way, are scrambles. They are not designed runs. Most of his yards, like last year, he was number 1 in the NFL in rushing yards on scrambles with 600 or something like that. Whereas Lamar, most of it's on designed runs. So would I not, as I said earlier, would I not have him running between the tackles in these meaningless games now? I wouldn't. Would I rip that out of the playbook altogether? Do I think that's an issue generally? No, because I think they're tapping into what he does great. It would be like saying, I don't want Terry McLaurin getting injured on the sideline anymore like he did in that Chiefs game. So let's not have him trying to get the ball in small windows in contested areas on the sideline, which is literally the thing he does best. But the fact that he comes back now, Danny, gives you a reason to watch again. And I have been fascinated by this idea of the number of fans who didn't want to see him back for fear of injury. They're out there, by the way, in a big way. So I did a poll today on my Twitter account at Grant H. Paulson, and I just asked, of Commanders fans, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, this was before DQ said he's going to play. I said, if he's healthy, he should play or he should sit. What would you have guessed? I'm going to give you the results of my poll in a second. But what would you have guessed the results would have been? Because we got so many calls, loud group of the fan base saying, don't play this guy, that I thought it was close to 50-50. Maybe that's crazy. I thought maybe 40.
No, because they were passionate about it. They were loud.
I thought like 40 to 50% of the fan base didn't want to see this guy play if he's healthy. Just to save him for the offseason, to redshirt him the rest of the way.
I would have guessed 70-30. So 70 he should play, 30 no.
Surprisingly, the poll ended up with over 1,200 votes so far. 87% of people said he should play.
How about that?
About 13% said he should sit. So my question to you is, are we just hearing from a very loud, small minority of the fan base that screams about not wanting to see him for injury risk? Or is this poll not indicative of the actual numbers? Because I would guess, just based anecdotally on the phones.
Yeah, the percentage of coldness of among the 13%, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Is very high.
The people that we have heard from, it's close to half and half, might be hyperbolic.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that far off, I don't think. We've heard from constantly from fans saying this. So do you think 87-13 is about the ratio? Or are you're saying closer to 70-30?
I think it's probably close to 75-25, something like that. But even still, there is a pulse. And I understand how they get there. I know a lot of people don't. It's not what I subscribe to, by the way. But to me, it's every time he plays, he's been hurt. He sat out for a while, came back, got hurt against Seattle. This something about this is broken, whatever this is. You know what I mean? Like the when he plays, he gets hurt. So why would you play him if he's going to get hurt? That's the logical chain. To me, the juice is worth the squeeze. If he was, closer to Joe Burrow's status in the NFL, where a guy that's played, has been an MVP candidate, has been to a Super Bowl, and is a finished product, I could hear more of that case. But he's not. I think that's the big disconnect there, is that it's important to me that he gets some of the development. I'm going to be sitting there holding my breath. It's not quite to the level of Alex Smith, where I'll get queasy, where I'll be in a disgusting taste in my mouth when I see him play, because I'm so scared he's going to get injured again. It's not that level, but it's closer to that than zero.
Well, he also gets hit more than any
anybody
other
else?
quarterback. That's the stat. Now, I don't know what the numbers look like total at this point because he's missed a lot of games over the last several weeks. But I believe it was going into the Seattle game, and if not, it was the week before that. It wasn't that close. He had been hit more than any other quarterback in the NFL since he came into the league. And the combination of those hits, that quantity, with his minuscule frame is a problem. Now, a lot of the hits are because he runs so much and he gets tackled. And they're not scary. They're not bad hits. That just means, though, you took on contact on those plays. But guess what? Plenty of those hits are in the pocket. The one you talked about, that Bengals game last year where he delivers a dime.
And that's the position.
And that is part of the position.
Yeah, the Dallas hit that he got hurt on. That's a guy comes free. He's in an awkward spot. He went down awkwardly, hurt himself. That happens. That's going to happen next year too, probably.
But if the ball's coming out faster, if he's more decisive, Mariota in the sense, even though everything Jaden Daniels does is typically at a higher rate, other than maybe run and read option or a couple things, right? But my point is, Mariota is so decisive pre-snap, and the ball comes out so quick in quick game, he's going to get hit naturally a lot less. You're not going to see those 40-50% pressure rate games if someone's holding the ball to try to make plays. So that's going to have to be a part of this too. And if I'm Cliff, that's one thing I'm saying. Hey, help our guys a little bit here and help yourself. You're going to take the hits because of the play style. Let's take fewer of them in the pocket. Don't you think that would be a worthwhile conversation?
And that's part of my point about the paradigm. I want those things emphasized. If we're going deep, let's max protect it. Let's add an extra lineman or keep someone in the block to chip. And maybe, that route might be dead because there's fewer receivers there to deceive the defense. Whatever it is, I want we can't afford to have his growth stunted because it's not just the games that he's missing. Again, it's weeks of real meaningful practice. I know they don't meaningfully practice. It's vet days for everybody every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Tuesdays if it's a short week, or Mondays.
Did you see Noah Brown was out with a rest day today?
Yeah, but it was planned.
A planned
rest day. Oh my God. But even still, shtick aside, him being on the football field, both for practice and games, is incredibly valuable. We're still building this thing into superstardom. I know his rookie year was incredible. It's one of the best ones we've ever seen at the position or really at any position in the sport. This is not a finished product yet. I believe in him. I'm a huge fan still, but this year reminded everybody that it ain't that easy.
There's work to do.
Nobody just rolls over and dies. Defenses are too good. Coordinators are too smart. Too many adjustments got made. Too many injuries can happen. Too many personnel swings and misses can occur, which is exactly what happened here. The perfect storm of all happened to this team. I need him to be healthy and available, both for the improvement and to get those data points of experience.
Jaden Daniels is back. That's the big news we're covering on Grant and Danny. Want to get your reaction to that decision by the team to bring him back against a good Vikings defense, a blitz-happy Vikings defense. Since their bye week, they blitz almost 60% of the time.
Yeah.
58% of their snaps against dropbacks.
And in this day and age, it's unbelievable.
Well, it's 20% higher than any other team over that time. I mean, they are in a league of their own in that regard, an area, by the way, where Daniels has scuffled, which I love because they're going, all right, let's get some reps. Good on good here. Let's improve in this area. And he had no problem last year with Terry back out there, with Noah Brown back out there, with your offensive line completely intact in front of you. Maybe, just maybe, he comes out and slices and dices and says, I didn't have a problem against the blitz. That wasn't on me. We're good to go. But do you guys like the decision to throw him back out there for the final five here? 800-636-1067. We'll talk to Logan Paulson at 3. We're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets at 4. We're at Kraft House in Reston today. Come on out and hang with us. 2 to 6:30 on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Great and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. If you need to replace those old windows, but maybe put it off because of the cost, it's actually good you waited until right now this minute. You could take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. What does that mean, Danny? Great question, listener. 50% off all window styles. You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation.
Yeah, here's why we trust Window Nation. 45,000 five-star reviews. We've added to that pile. Window Nation's installed over 3 million windows across the country. Their windows come with a lifetime warranty, 96% customer satisfaction rating, Better Business Bureau, A+ rating. Window Nation's taking care of me and Danny, and it's time for them to take care of you.
The sale ends soon, so that's right. Hurry. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Do what we did. Schedule a fast, free estimate now at windownation.com or just give them a call at 866-90NATION, windownation.com.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings. Jaden Daniels going to be back under center. He will start for the Commanders on Sunday. Other injuries around the league. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is set to return this week. Rome Odunze going to be out for the Bears. Falcons wide receiver Drake London is going to be out. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray going to be done for the rest of the season. Hockey tonight. Capitals taking on the Ducks in Anaheim to wrap up their West Coast road trip. 10 o'clock puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, Wizards fell to the Celtics last night, 146-101. They're back in action tomorrow against the Hawks. World Cup draw today at the Kennedy Center. USA part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and the winner of the European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thought Jaden threw a great week of practice. He was full Thursday, full today. He's been cleared to play, and he will start Sunday. He really threw a great week, you guys. And like the other players, when you're injured, there's a lot of work that has to go back to it. I thought Jaden and the medical team put in many hours behind the scenes to get ready, from treatment to rehab to specific brace to all of it. And that's what it takes, when you're, finding your space to get back. And so just gratitude for everybody, pulling in the same space. Everybody here is aligned and how we want to get things done. So that was a good deal.
Head coach Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels, who is a go for Sunday in Minnesota. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live and out and about today. We're at Craft House in Reston.
Place treats us so well. Food is awesome. Great environment right here in this cool little town center of, I don't actually know what this area is called right here.
This
in
would be Reston Town Center.
This is Reston Town Center?
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was, in fact, Reston Town Center. Tobes is probably looking at me like, you horse's ass. He's a veteran here in Reston. But this is an awesome spot, man. You can throw a rock and hit another great place. But Craft House is great. Come on out, good environment and good foodstuffs.
Yeah, we're here till 6:30, so come kick it with us. Discussing the big news right now, Logan Paulson will join us to react to the return of Jaden Daniels at 3 o'clock. This was Dan Quinn on the importance of Daniels playing in these final 5 games, something that has been a source of debate for whatever reason among the fan base.
Yeah, it's really important for him, for his teammates, for for any of the guys, honestly. And looking into it with 5 games, that's like 30% of our season. There's a lot. All of these matter. And as he's developing, there's certain things he's working on too, to go ahead and be as competitive as hell, and taking care of things that he can. And so it's really important, John. And so as the process for that begins, we're ready to get rolling with that.
30% of the season has kind of been my rallying cry the whole time. It's a lot of football that's still left. It's one thing to say you shouldn't be out there with 5 minutes left when you're down 31, but this would be like saying, why wasn't he sat when they were down 10-0 in the first quarter? There's so much season left. This is not when you start to redshirt guys just yet. But let's hit the phones, get your reactions to Daniels returning to take on a Vikings defense that's coming off of one of its better games of the season. Steve is in Southern Maryland on Grant and Danny. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Not much, fellas. What's going on? Happy Friday.
You too, buddy.
You as well.
Hey, play along with me real quick. All right? I'm going to say something. I'm going to quote the famous Herman Edwards, and you repeat after me.
Okay.
Fellas, football players play football. Let me hear you.
Football players.
Football players.
Play football.
Play football.
Play football. Yes, sir. Hey, welcome back, JD5. All this stuff has been ridiculous. That Washington Post op-ed about him should be sitting. Wait till February before you can throw around the high school field. What are we doing? He's a professional football player. If you're worried about him getting hurt, why did you draft him? Only fans, silly fans, think about that. But people that are competitors, people that can play football, people that are coaches, know you need to be on the field to see the field, to get the reps for yourself to get better. What are we talking about? Happy Friday. Let's go, Manders.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. So it's a good phone call. And I was sent that column you're talking about, I think Candace Buckner wrote it today, who I'm friendly with and I really get along well with and I like a lot as a columnist. She's super nice and super talented and does a good job. I completely disagreed with that column. For people that don't know the column that was in the Post today, the gist was sit Jaden Daniels for the final 5 games. But the logic wasn't protect him from injury. It was twofold. It was you need to find out if Marcus Mariota is your backup. That was the primary point. I already know Marcus Mariota is my backup. And
Even if I don't, that's not a compelling reason to me to do anything.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree. But also, like, this guy's been in the league for a decade. I know what he is. I know what he isn't. And I've seen him plenty, like way more than I would like to over the last 2 years.
Really a lot of data points.
So
there.
if he will have me, I will have him. He can be back next year. So I don't care about that part at all. And then the other part was you don't need game reps, essentially. Who cares about game reps? He can go all off season, as he just said, and practice not in games. Again, I just disagree categorically with the take by a good writer who writes good columns. That's what a column's supposed to do is you form an opinion based on what they wrote. My opinion was I don't agree with this. We write 50 columns a day. People all day long listen to our show and tell us they disagree with us. That's the whole point.
That's the medium.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, that one didn't make sense to me. This was Herm Edwards on our show talking about what football players do.
Hey, last time I checked, you're a football player. That's what you do. You play football. Football players play football, guys.
I'm going to write that down, Coach. One second.
Players play football. That's what they do. Okay? And you have this window of when you get to play. And it ain't like on the off season he can play. No, he can't play. The season's now. He got to play now. Are you kidding me? That's what they do. Football players play football. They don't do anything else. That's their job. He's not going to say, hey, man, he don't care. He wants to play. He wants to compete.
Let's go to Yared, who's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Yared, you heard the news. Jaden Daniels is back for the Vikings. What do you think?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm going to be man enough to say this. To be honest, I was against it until like yesterday. But now I'm all for it because of the defense he's facing. He's going to play Minnesota, Dallas, Philadelphia. You're not going to play defense like that in practice. So that'll be a good experience going forward for his, future. And also, I was thinking about the draft because, if they shut him down, he get healthy 100%. And also, if you look the last 2 weeks, we moved from 9th to 6th spot. But there's no guarantee the person that you're going to pick up is going to pan out. So I'm all for it.
Appreciate you,
Thank
buddy.
you, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I recoil slightly at the hammered use of platitudes and cliches, even when I agree with the larger point that I think he needs to be on the field. But the sentiment I understand very much. Again, the data points or the experience is too valuable to pass up, even with my extreme anxiety about him potentially getting injured.
I think it would be absurd if Washington was quarterbacked by Matthew Stafford at 38 years old with his back issues, and he could come back this week to finish off this 3-9 season. I would still say, obviously, he's going to play. There's 5 games left. He's just going to sit and watch? No, you come back and you play football. But even that is more arguable, and you can make the case, well, let's play someone young. Let's play Sam Hartman or, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's an argument to be made of this older guy who's not learning anything, who doesn't really need to play in games to get better. You have a quarterback, I haven't looked at the numbers recently, who was in the 17 to 20 range in a lot of the advanced analytics when he played this year. Now, I'm not sitting here pretending like I think he's the 17th to 20th best quarterback in the league. I think that's an indictment on their health and some of the things around him. But there are plenty of areas where he can improve. I just told you the lowest completion percentage in the league against the blitz this season. The idea that he can't benefit 20 games into his NFL career,
well, I think you
or
just
whatever
said
it is,
yeah.
to by just playing more football, seeing more football. The whole argument Kurt Warner made when he was shredding him, which I thought some of the stuff was fair, some was like one bad game where the offensive line isn't helping you, and it's a little bit overstated. But I think Kurt Warner's great at what he does, and he knows way more about quarterbacking than I do. But his basic whole point was all this stuff gets cleaned up as you just see it more. You know how you see it more?
You actually see it.
Play
Yeah.
bleeping football.
Yeah, I mean, you said something yesterday that actually just was rattling around in my brain that actually came back up just now. What's best for his development? That's best for everybody. And so when I hear the arguments of it's good for the locker room or it's good for this and he owes it to his teammates or that stuff, is secondary to me, to be honest with you. Like he could want to play, and if a coach didn't think it was in his best interest, he could sit him down. But the point is his best interest. This is the most important position in sports, and we got one. So whatever's best for his success is best for everybody's success. And to me, that includes him playing. And also reserve the right, by the way, if it's another Seattle game at some point where you're getting your brains beat in, you're down by 30-some points in a meaningless situation, in a meaningless end part of the season, he needs to be pulled. I'll differ with some folks on that one. I think it's outrageous that he wasn't before that landed us in this injury situation. But we there's water under that bridge. But to me, the point of his growth, development, excellence is the most important thing, and that's how we should govern ourselves at all times. And I think that includes him playing.
Logan Paulson in 20 minutes. We're getting your reactions to the return of Jaden Daniels. Next, a huge NFC playoff ramification matchup last night. On Thursday Night Football, the Lions beat the Cowboys offensively, got right and poured it on as that game went on. We will discuss that next on G&D.
Second down and 8. To the end zone, open touchdown. Isaac TeSlaa.
Al Michaels on the call, Amazon Prime's broadcast of Thursday Night Football last night. The Lions throttle the Cowboys for 44 points and a 44-30 to win. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Toby's out here with us in Reston. The show's on the road, a Friday field trip from the Kraft House. Come on out to Reston Town Center and Kraft House. We are hanging out until 6:30. And by the way, you can enter a drawing to win Wizards tickets. So if you're out here with us, make sure you put your name in the raffle box so that you can try to win those Wizards tickets. We're actually giving away Leonard Skinner tickets on the show to a listener who calls in at 4 o'clock when we give you the cue to call right here on G&D. Logan Paulson joins us in less than 15 minutes to discuss the return of Jayden Daniels. But I wanted to get into Cowboys-Lions for a moment, Danny. We talked all day yesterday about the import of that game as it pertained to the NFC playoff picture. It was a loser leaves town game, certainly if Detroit lost, and very likely for the Cowboys unless they can run the table. So they've now put themselves
they're in a bind
in the jackpot. You know, they've got to run the rest of the table with wins, and they will almost certainly get into the playoffs, but they don't have any letdown. We'll get to their schedule in a second. For Detroit, that was impressive. Jared Goff ends up going for 309 yards and a touchdown. They didn't have Sam Laporta, but Amon-Ra St. Brown played.
Yes, he did.
What did they inject him with? I mean, what kind of laboratory experiment was done this week to get him back on the field? You would not have known that guy had a serious ankle injury a few days earlier.
The catch and run a couple different times over. There was burst. There was quickness there. There was, ability to get in and out of stuff. I mean, I'm sure that, some laboratory test could show that he was compromised in some way. But as you said, to the naked eye, to my untrained, pudgy eyes at home, it looked like himself.
There were two reasons, in my opinion, why the Lions offense cooked yesterday. The first was St. Brown got to do what he needs to do in the middle of the field. And as you said, with the explosive catch and run stuff, he really got them going. But Jahmyr Gibbs is just an absolutely amazing football player. 3 rushing touchdowns for him. He had 7 catches for 96 yards. 7 for 96. He made a couple of plays on linebackers that were play of the year, kind of most embarrassing thing you'll see in film review with your team type moments where he just left guys in his wake. He is so special. But between those two guys and then David Montgomery, who ripped off a 35-yard touchdown run.
That was a grown man run right there.
They got some of those weapons going. Goff was accurate at home indoors, threw the ball well. They put up 44 to beat Dallas. And after a couple weeks of that defense for the Cowboys looking a lot better, boy, did they crash back down to earth.
Yeah, get enough weaponry. To me, the key to all of it is Jameson Williams. That guy is so terrifying. He is so fast and so explosive. To me, it's a worse version of him that Dallas has is Kevontae Turpin, the guy with that world-class level of speed. They need to find a way to get him involved more. And maybe that will happen now after George Pickens pouted his way through that game last night, which we'll get to. But, yeah, Detroit looked like the Detroit from last year, right? Where it may not be as many cool gimmicks and as cool wrinkles and this off of that, which relates to this, which was a trick play they set up 5 weeks ago and knowing that somebody would take the bait. That was more kind of this 1.5 or 2.0 version of last year's group where they were just more physical when they wanted to be, faster when they wanted to be, and Jared Goff was back there just, hitting open guys, and the catch and run was there.
CeeDee Lamb's injury was a killer for Dallas. So it's early third quarter, a couple of minutes into the second half. He'd already gone 6 for 121.
They weren't stopping him at all.
No, he was chewing the Lions up and spitting them out. He makes nearly an acrobatic, unbelievable touchdown catch, but he's reaching up across his body. He lands hard. He does the fencing posture. You can tell he was concussed, comes out of the blue tent. He's yelling at the red hat saying, let me play, leave me be. This is a huge game. But the rules are the rules. 15, 20 years ago, you just go right back out there and you play more football. He wasn't allowed to. So then they had to move on without him. And they did some good things. The guy that was the beneficiary was Flournoy, the receiver who replaced him, went 9 for 115 with a touchdown.
Yeah.
So that could have been CeeDee Lamb going 15 for 230 or whatever, basically. But you mentioned Pickens. What the heck was that?
I don't know.
This guy's on his way to $30 million a year. He's been one of the big weapons in the league. We've been singing his praises for how great he is. I don't like questioning effort, but there were just routes he would stop on, passes that got broken up. Richard Sherman went off on him on television saying he was disinterested. There was a ball that landed like 5 feet from him on a deep shot that in real time I thought maybe was a missed throw, but you go back, you go, how's he not lay out or do something or adjust? It was the weirdest thing. And the takeaway for everybody's been, you see, this is the Steelers version of this guy. And I don't know if that's fair or not, but I know it looked like he was not engaged or invested. It seemed like something's going on in his personal life, and he's got to be here for the next 3 hours, but he's not that into it. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he's not in Pittsburgh, and it was that. It was that level of whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you're allowed to question effort or not. It looked like someone who wasn't trying, so I guess I am questioning it. Multiple times, it looked like it wasn't that important to him to catch the football or
in
to
their
run,
biggest game of the
or
year,
to run the route properly. I have no idea what was going on. I have no idea why he was pouty pants. But that's what it looks like. I've seen that. Anybody that's got kids that you coached in sports, you've seen them do that at some point, one point or another. And it's the most exasperating, impossible thing. It's your greatest challenge as a parent / coach to figure out what the hell you're supposed to do. Because when there's a buy-in that's just understood at every level of sport, right? You want to be here to some degree, right? And I know how to coach that. I know how to help you get something out of it. I don't know how you address that. I mean, obviously, I would probably, if it's me, I'd probably suspend him for a game or something like that, or
with your season on the line.
Yeah, or punish him.
CeeDee Lamb hurt.
Yeah, punish him in some other way. Be like, we can't do this. Like, we cannot go into battle with you in future weeks. You let everybody down with your act. It was pathetic, to be honest with you.
And after the Lamb injury, I thought, well, they're fine. They've got Pickens and some other guys. And then it was like they didn't have Pickens either.
Yeah.
So Dak's out there.
They'd have been better off with practice squad Peter out there.
They might have been
jogging through routes.
Here's their final 4 games here. The Vikings at home. Then they play the Chargers at home and finish on the road in D.C. Christmas Day and in New York at the Meadowlands. They could absolutely win all 4 and be 10-6-1. And then there's no tiebreaker for them because of the tie at that point. But they could half game their way in if somebody else is 10-7. But they now need to win all 4 and get help. Whereas if you win last night, they're just in a much better spot. All right, let's talk to Logan Paulson next. What does he think about Jayden Daniels returning? And what does that mean for the locker room? We'll talk to a former player to get that perspective. But also, how about playing this Vikings defense? The blitzes they're going to dial up, how exotic they are. We've talked a lot about this over the week on Take Command. Excited for people to hear Logan's thoughts on Minnesota and Brian Flores next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels is going to be back on Sunday, so it'll be 5 versus 9 for the Commanders and the Vikings. The Commanders looking to snap their 7-game losing streak. Injuries around the league. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is set to return this week. Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze is going to be out, as well as Falcons wide receiver Drake London. Head coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, said today that Kyler Murray is going to be out for the rest of the season. He's been on injured reserve with a foot injury. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in action against the Anaheim Ducks. Final game of the West Coast road trip, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Earlier today, the World Cup draw was at the Kennedy Center. U.S. part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and a European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future when the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We are live at Craft House Reston today on Grant and Danny, and we'll be here until 6:30 for a football Friday. Come on out, have yourself a little happy hour cocktail, get yourself something to eat, and let's talk ball. Taking you up to Week 14 in the NFL. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Those guys are allowing the show to hit the road this weekend. They are taking us to Minneapolis, where we will be broadcasting live after the game on Monday. Looking forward to that. We'll give some deets on our Monday show. For those of you that are out there, you can hit me up at Grant H. Paulson. We'll try to get together with listeners somewhere as we are out and about. But right now, let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Logan Paulson, my buddy who I host Take Command with, a Commanders podcast. Hopefully you all have subscribed and rated and reviewed and done all those podcasty things with. Logan, appreciate you hopping on with me and Danny here. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. Now that I'm talking to you guys, you fine gentlemen. So how are things going with you guys, all right?
We're great,
Oh,
dude.
we're handsome. Danny's wearing a suit. Everybody's
Yeah,
happy.
it's a big day. Logan, real quick. Thanksgiving. Did you allow yourself to have a single unit of carbohydrates?
Everyone gets on this carbohydrate kick, man. Carbohydrates are good for you. I just regulate the amount of carbohydrate that I eat. Does that make sense?
By not eating them?
I'm not doing the Grant Paulson, bathtub of mashed potatoes joint. You know what I mean? It's more like, hey, here's a nice portion, nice spoonful of mashed potatoes.
I advocated for him to do a football helmet full of mac and cheese and a bathtub full of mashed potatoes.
Yes.
He didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So that's his problem.
Look at me. I'm in shape.
And make sure you have 4 dinner rolls. I said 4 dinner rolls. Logan, Jaden Daniels is back. He is going to be playing, starting against this Vikings defense. Your reaction to that?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, this is the guy that's supposed to, be the savior of the franchise, and I want to see him on the field sooner rather than later. And again, I trust the medical staff. I trust Dan Quinn. I trust the people involved with the decision-making process. So if he's ready to go, I want to see him on the field. I think I am a little bit concerned about how he's going to handle this Minnesota defense. On Take Command, we talked about how much they pressure, how exotic they pressure. And that makes me a little bit concerned because I think there's going to be a lot of exposure here to, unblocked rushers, all those types of things. But, man, I can't wait to see Jaden Daniels back on the field with Terry McLaurin and this offensive line that seems to be finding its stride at the right time of the year.
What challenges does that defense bring? Brian Flores loves blitzing so much. He loves it as much as I love carbohydrates, Logie.
I mean, he actually might like it more, man. I mean, he is absolutely diabolical. I think, we talked about it on the Take Command podcast, he's blitzing since their bye week at a 58% rate, which is crazy. There are teams where you watch them and you say, oh, man, this team is blitzing a lot. This team is seemingly blitzing almost every single play. They're blitzing on first down. They're blitzing on second down. They're blitzing on third down. And the stuff they're bringing on first down isn't like your normal conventional, hey, we're going to bring the Sam, we're going to bring the Will, we're going to bring the Mike. It's like, hey, here's a cross dog with a nickel pressure, and we're going to zone drop Van Ginkel out under a slant window. And you're like, where the heck did that come from? It's just novel patterns from a blitz perspective. novel coverage philosophy. They play a lot of like light man match. So what I mean by that is like they'll play a match coverage with 6 players as opposed to a traditional 7 in the back end. And it presents a lot of unconventional looks, and the amount of pressure and kind of disruption they're able to create on early downs and on third down is really kind of, they're one of one in terms of what they're able to do there.
So what's the counter if you're Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury knowing that's coming?
Well, I think all the prep for something like this has to come on, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And what I mean by that is like if we can identify tells, positions, different variables that kind of tip their hand, and we can get our protections targeted, we can get our runs targeted, you can gash them. I mean, that's the one negative thing about bringing all this pressure is you are unsound for a portion of the blitz, right? So while, that 3 technique is looping to a 5 technique, if that combination on outside zone is really, really good, you can kind of build a wall there very quickly. And so anything you can find there to maximize the offensive line specifically, maximize the backs, anybody involved in the pass protection surface, I think is going to help you kind of take that next step with the offense this week.
Our guy Logan Paulson with us here on G&D. Logan, I just want to hear your voice on this as a knowledgeable football gentleman. The debate du jour, kind of among smart football folks that I respect and like a lot, is now the trend of everybody being under center all the time. Last year, 2 teams that weren't under center that much met in the Super Bowl. This year, it's under center or bust pretty much, right? Where there's a huge correlation with that, and the best offense is performing at the highest level. What are the trade-offs for being in shotgun as often as Washington is? There are some benefits, yes? I'd love for you just to give folks some light on that. What's good and what's bad about it?
So, yeah, I think a couple of the benefits are like you can get in more zone read looks, where you got the back running away, you're reading the backside end. You could run GT bash from the gun where you're pulling the backside guard, backside tackle, you're reading the backside end 4I, whoever that player is. You can run more zone read from the gun. Like some of these kind of more quote unquote like college innovations, high school innovations that are sweeping the NFL at the moment, they are better from the gun, right? So I think like that's really where the advantage comes from. And again, like being from the gun is kind of a nebulous term. I consider the gun when the quarterback's behind the center, 5 yards away, and the back's offset right to left. I think that there are some advantages and wrinkles you can get to from the pistol, where the quarterback's at like 4.5 and the back's at 7 that help mitigate some of those kind of tendencies that you get from gun runs specifically. But I do think it gives you flexibility. It just depends on how you manage the flexibility and how you kind of and how you handle the limitations of the backfield set. I think if you look at the Miami Dolphins, that's a great example of a team that runs what I would consider like quote unquote under center play action stuff, but from the gun just because of how they manage backfield action. So I think you can get around a lot of the limitations of it, but I do think there are some benefits that are often overlooked in these kind of under center gun conversations.
Logan Paulson, who you can listen to on Take Command, 3 episodes a week, wherever you get your audio. All right, Logan, I'm curious about the health of this offense and what it's going to mean. I mean, this is going to be the first time this collection of players has been on the field together all season. Daniels is going to have Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Deebo Samuel, Jalen Lane, kind of the guys from the first day of training camp if Terry was there. The only player really missing is Austin Eckler in the backfield, and McNichols in that role has been terrific anyway. But you've got your backs, you've got your tight ends, you've got the offensive line that they want, which is really ascending. I mean, this was part of my argument that I thought all the talk about not bringing him back was so ridiculous for. Like, this is the group. I mean, isn't this going to be telling now against a good defense coming up?
I mean, I would assume so. I mean, like all of the limitations we've talked about this year, they don't have the playmakers on the perimeter. The offensive line hasn't gelled yet. Those are really valid criticisms of where this team was at and really valid observations of what was going on. Like you said, now that's no longer an excuse. Let's see what this offense looks like. Can you kind of replicate all of the explosive dynamism that we saw last year throughout? The efficiency running the football, the efficiency in pass protection, keeping the quarterback clean, letting him hit some of these throws down the field for these really explosive plays. Like they were 3rd in the NFL last year in explosive plays over 50 yards. Like, can we get some of that, those teeth back? And I think, yes, the personnel would indicate yes. And so now, again, this is a tough challenge versus Minnesota, like we just talked about, all the nuance and variety that they bring from a pressure standpoint. But you want to be a playoff caliber team. Like, this is supposed to be your playoff caliber offense. Let's see how this sucker looks with one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL at the helm. And let's see if we can make some of these plays that we saw last year.
how do we keep Jaden Daniels as healthy as possible? It's football. I understand hits will be made. That the Dallas game is my kind of case to this, Logan, where he's in the pocket, something freaky happens, and he gets hurt. Quarterbacks get hurt, football players get hurt, et cetera. But process-wise, what can be done to try to ensure his health and safety?
Yeah, I think when you look at, I'm going to give Cliff a shout out here because I think he's done a really good job since Marcus has taken over, specifically the last 2 weeks of calling a game that is more, I'm going to say, offensive line friendly and then therefore quarterback friendly, and how it keeps him safe and keeps him protected. Like, we've been in a little bit more heavy personnel. We've been in tighter formations. We've been in looks in terms of running the football that, again, kind of married to some of our play action pass stuff. And I think like those things are really advantageous because anything you can do to make the offensive line more efficient, let them feel more comfortable, I think leads to an environment where the quarterback is going to be more comfortable and going to be safer, right? Because the defense can't just tee off. One of the criticisms of being in the gun all the time is that it's a pretty big tell for the defense, right? There's been more variety formationally. There's been more variety in terms of the personnels on the field as well the last couple of weeks. I think that stuff is going to be really, really helpful because it's going to decrease the amount of pressure that Jaden Daniels sees. And so you look at the games where he's been disrupted or uncomfortable, like the Green Bay game is a great example. The Dallas game is a great example. We don't get the best version of him. But when you look at the Bears game, when you look at the Chargers game, when you look at the Giants game from earlier in the season, you see a guy who's dynamic and explosive and efficient as a playmaker. And I think it comes down really to the protection. I think Cliff over the last couple of weeks has shown a propensity to improve in that area, and the offense has improved in that area.
Logan Paulson on G&D. Flip side, let's talk about the defense. 2 games now with Dan Quinn calling plays. They've been way, way better. Some of that might be that you're facing quarterbacks that are missing some things, but they've also just played better football on that side of the ball pretty obviously too. And you get a quarterback that should miss a lot of things this weekend, hopefully, in J.J. McCarthy, who has been a mess for the Vikings. What do you see when you watch him, and what do you make of Quinn as a play caller so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tackle the first one there first. I think, there are some things that JJ does that I think are good. I think he kind of generally understands like where the ball should go, generally understands the protection rules, generally understands like when he's hot or not. I think the thing that sticks out to me like as a glaring issue is that he's the throwing nuance that you see from a lot of the top flight quarterbacks just isn't there, man. Like he's throwing a rope, low trajectory laser beam pretty much for every throw. So it's like he's got the one golf club and he's going to hit the crap out of that golf club no matter what. And that's not always the right decision when he's playing in the football game. And I think it leads to drops. I think it leads to incompletions. I think it leads to kind of mistimed opportunities just in general. So I think you're seeing that in terms of his completion percentage. It's 54%. That's not very good, obviously. So I think that's what you're seeing. So when it comes to playing defense versus him, I think it's like understanding what Dan's done the last couple of weeks, zone, keep everything in front of you, and rely on the quarterback to make a mistake. I think that's going to come to the forefront here in a nice way because of his inefficiencies as a player. Now, what I've seen from Dan, I think Dan's done a really nice job of just maximizing the personnel that he's got. He understands the limitations of the group, of the pass rushers, of the coverage guys, and we've shifted our philosophy. And in this philosophy shift, it leaves you open to some of the underneath check down stuff and these long drives like we saw versus Denver. But he's also kind of relying on the fact that most quarterbacks can't do that. And so, Tua Tagovailoa, Bo Nix, they struggled in that regard mightily. And so I think that's what you're seeing here is a guy that understands, a coach in Dan Quinn who understands the defensive limitations and just try to maximize the personnel the best way that he can.
Logan, I want to tap into your playing days. You played for good teams, teams that came in second a lot and kind of everything in between. What's it like in a typical locker room right now if the season hasn't gone according to plan? Like, you're way under 500. And it seems like this one might be a little bit different than that. I know the results haven't been there, but they seem pretty together to me. I mean, that's based on brief little snippets on HBO or the occasional thing they release, but it seems like a good group still. What's it normally like, and what do you think this group is like?
Yeah, I mean, this can be pretty dark this time of year. What are they, 3-9 at the moment? Like, that's a tough environment to be in. Like, I've been a part of the 3-13 season in 2013, and that thing was on fire. Like everyone kind of knew people were going to get fired. It was a bad deal. Everyone's just trying to play to make sure that they got an opportunity next year. When I was at the Bears, I think they were 3-13 as well. That was a really tough thing. Maybe they were 2-14. I don't remember exactly, but those are tough locker rooms to be in. And so to see kind of the togetherness, the fellowship, the brotherhood, the continued work ethic that you see. I mean, because and everyone says, well, how do you know that, Logan? I just look at the last 2 games and look at how drastically different the defensive performance has been, how the offenses continue to improve. You don't see that in locker rooms that are really, really struggling. So I think this is a credit and a testament to Dan Quinn, the defense and offensive staffs, for being able to keep guys on track. I just hope that they're able to get rewarded here in the next couple of weeks with a couple wins and kind of show that, hey, this process of brotherhood, family, togetherness that we've been preaching is the right way to go about it. And again, because that would make everything a whole lot better coming out at the end of the season.
Logan, I'm a big fan of your work, big fan of the hit podcast that you're on, Take Command as well. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, boys.
Be good. There's Logan Paulson. By the way, Logan has a big weekend coming up.
What's Logan got?
Saturday, the Stonebridge Bulldogs are in a state playoff game. He's the play caller and the offensive coordinator for the Kedrick Colston coached Stonebridge program.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a day game tomorrow, and then he's getting on a plane to fly to Minneapolis to join the radio crew going into Sunday's game. So it's going to be a busy weekend for old Logie.
I love that. I like when our folks, good folks that we like hang out with, like you and me, and then everyone else in our sphere has like cool stuff that they're doing. I like that. I want to see Logan go get a little stadium, go a little district playoff
Trying to win a
situation.
state championship. They went to overtime in the region final last week and got themselves a win on a blocked extra point.
No way.
They scored first,
Yeah.
kicked the extra point. I think they were playing Riverbend down in the Fredericksburg area, home of the Riverbend Bears. And the Bears tied
Bears.
They scored the touchdown to tie the game at the extra point, and then the Bulldogs blocked the extra
And
point.
they blocked it, and they win.
How about that?
That is, can you imagine?
Yeah,
The
pretty
electricity.
cool. So they got a home game, I believe, tomorrow afternoon before he flies out. All right, Danny, a lot of people have asked this. So before we come back and dive back into the NFL, I thought we could address this once and for all.
What's that?
People want to know, Operation Does Danny Have Pink Eye?
Again, it's not the. We're not going to get the satisfaction. This, by the way, is the Jaden Daniels injury update of health updates.
I didn't say this to you, but I am kind of annoyed. I wanted a yes or no.
I did too.
And you're doing this like, well, I'm not really sure, but I'm going to sit next to you all day anyway. So, like, tell people what's going on
Well,
here.
what I've done a couple times is I've picked my eye and just sort
Yeah.
of generally gesture towards you.
Right.
No, I here's what I'm doing. I am acting as if I have pink eye. And what that means is you'll notice I have not touched my eye consciously once in the last 24 hours. Okay, I haven't. And you could watch me like a hawk on the stream, even though my eyes are a little bit itchy here and there. But I went to urgent care last night. She said it's too early to tell if you do, because the way we tell, there's evidence. This is gross. Everybody bear with me. We're adults here. There's that discharge. You know that gross stuff that's
That
in
is
your
a
eye.
gross word.
It's a terrible word.
Discharge is tough.
Most ladies hate the word moist in general. They think that's a terrible word. And I'm with you. It's not a great word. I'll take moist every time over discharge. I think discharge is the grossest thing we've got.
Yeah,
personally.
I'm glad I don't hear that word very much.
Yeah. Any hoodles. She's like, I can't tell you, but your instincts are right in that if your tear ducts are swollen and it feels like you're blocked up in that way, and you're a little bit stuffy around people that are sick. One of my kids is sick, like everybody's sick all the time. Our boss is sick. Ryan had the sicks last week.
Is CK sick right now?
Yeah, he's sick at home.
I didn't know that.
Working from home
How
last
do you
2
know
days.
that?
It's in your email, man. You got to check your emails.
Company email?
Both.
I've not. I had no idea CK was sick.
Because you deleted
Hope you're feeling better, boss.
You delete it so rapid fire. You're
Yeah.
the quickest deleter of all time.
That's a good point.
So she's like, your instincts are right. I'll get the prescription if you get started. I popped over to CVS, picked up my prescription, started it last night. So within the next 6 hours or so, less than that, actually, what time is it now? 3, probably the next 4 hours, I'll have had 24 hours of taking the medicine,
Yeah.
which means I'm no longer contagious.
Well, at the exact minute, right? That's how it works. Exactly 24 hours,
That-
you will not be contagious.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's 23 hours and 57 minutes and
Right.
you are, and then it's like, okay, the clocks are struck midnight and you're not. But that's the basic best practice to
But
follow.
you should be okay then to go to Minneapolis.
That is the idea, yes.
Very good.
Yeah, so the eye
What if
drops
you
are
start
silly.
to get pus and discharge?
If we get discharged, all bets are off. If it's discharge, then we're shutting it down. But there isn't any.
I mean, it's a little bit, I would say the outside of your left eye looks a little worse to me. Not redder, it's
Mhm.
less pink, but more like mucus adjacent than it did yesterday.
Interesting.
Yeah. I hope that doesn't get in your head, but we'll see where we're going.
Well, I mean, the whole reason this thing started is because you got in my head. No, I'm kidding. No, it is. These are all relevant data points. I will say I've got my drops going, and they feel wonderful.
Yes.
And I feel it's not like I felt bad. I felt fine. It was just like my eyes were itchy and irritated and tearing up and weird yesterday. was like, I'm just really upset about this Daniels mystery, and I don't know if he's going to play or not. I don't like how Dan Quinn is so vague with it, and that's what it felt like all day. And I got checked out, did the best we could, and that's my health update. Again, it's not the closure you guys want. You guys want an injury designation in or out. I'm telling you, my return to play metrics, we're not going to miss a mark.
Yeah, you missed the mark, I think, is what I'm gathering. But it sounds like for now, no pink eye. That's what I'm.
Yeah,
and
but we're taking precaution.
If you have pink eye, it doesn't affect anybody by a few hours from right now.
That's the idea.
So if you come out here, don't rub your eye against Danny.
Right. So, for example, earlier a listener was here, and I waved hello, like good to see you. But we don't need to limit the interactions. I'm not shaking hands.
But I'm happy to kiss some babies and shake some hands.
Yeah, Grant will do that for you.
We are in Reston. We are at Craft House. Come on out, kick it with us. This is a great spot. We're going to be here at the Reston Town Center until 6:30 today on G&D. We're getting ready to go to Minnesota. We fly out in the morning. I got to pack tonight. It is really, really cold. We'll talk about that next. Guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. East. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. This is boosts and bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring some Friday energy on a day like today, this one, a Friday. This isn't just another promo. It's a weekly pregame NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. FanDuel.com. Got to be 21. President, Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements. Max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels going to start on Sunday for the Commanders. The Vikings will host them on Sunday. The Commanders looking to snap a 7-game losing streak. Injuries around the league. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins set to return this week. Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze is out. Falcons wide receiver Drake London is out. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray going to be done for the rest of the season. Hockey, Capitals taking on the Ducks on the road tonight. 10 o'clock puck drop, final game of the West Coast road trip. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. In soccer, World Cup draw today was at the Kennedy Center. USA going to be part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and a European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Street Northwest. Downtown DC HolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
There's been a lot of adversity, but, I'm young in my career, and, it's something that I got to battle through, and, you go through adversity at some point, so however you approach it and you try to weather the storm and come out and see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jaden Daniels today meeting with reporters. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you're just hopping in the car, leaving the office early on Friday, two things to know. One, Daniels will be back. He is starting against the Vikings. Kickoff Sunday at 12 in Minnesota for us at the game, 1 o'clock East time. The Commanders will have as close to their entire offense on the field as they're going to have at any point this season. Only Austin Eckler, dealing with that torn Achilles, is out. Otherwise, McLaurin, Noah Brown, both expected to go. Deebo Samuel, your next best playmaker, will be out there. The entire offensive line, the running back room, the tight ends, everybody available to Jaden Daniels, who returns for the first time since playing against Seattle. So this is going to be not only more entertaining for fans to watch, but more telling and revealing as to this operation. The other thing to know if you're just getting in the car is that we are out and about today and resting at Craft House. We're going to be here until 6:30. So as you get out of the office, want to come on out for happy hour, this is the spot to post up tonight. Get something to eat and drink as we get ready for football in Week 14. Daniels, though, talking with the media there, talking about adversity. Man, has he dealt with plenty of it this year.
Yeah, seriously. It comes at you fast, right?
Last year, everything that could go right did, it felt like in a lot of ways. It was just a charmed life, and he brought it all on himself by how well he played. He was amazing. This year, it's like the deck's been stacked against him with fluky things, but you've got the early injury against the Packers. You're scratching and clawing to get back. Then you have the hamstring. Okay, fine. You rehab that. Now you're back. Then you come back. You have the elbow. And, oh, by the way, in the meantime, when you are playing, you're without some of your best players. You've had collectively a couple dozen snaps with the receiving core that you thought you'd be playing with. And this is the league. This is what's going to happen at times. You just got to deal with it. Everybody goes through it. But night and day, 2 seasons for him in terms of things going the way you want or things going a way that makes life really hard.
Yeah, and as anybody that's lived enough experience, you understand that that is exactly how life works. That's a microcosm. Last year we thought, oh, here's the adversity, right? That broken rib where he's getting wrapped up between every play over on the sideline. And even though we had to pretend that everything was fine, he was clearly not himself. And we thought, okay, there's your adversity, right? There's your hard part. Few game losing streak for Washington, right? In a charmed life, a charmed year. No, this is actually what it looks like, where everybody playing better competition, a lot less Cooper rushes on your schedule. Defensive coordinators know what the hell you're doing. You're limited on offense, both in terms of personnel and, again, those defensive adjustments, and then those injuries catch up to you. So, yeah, this has been a terrible, terrible year in that way. And just on a personal level, I do just want good things to validate the process for him.
Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day today here on the Fan. You can go vote on our Twitter account. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Getting people's reactions to the return of Jaden Daniels. 63% of our listeners correctly are thrilled that he's back. 13% incorrectly would prefer that he sits out. And 24% have checked out. They say season's lost. Don't care. New phone. Who dis? So you can go vote. Again, 1067 The Fan Twitter account on our poll of the day. We are going to Minnesota. We've been talking about that quite a bit the last couple of weeks. I got a lot of things to still do before now and when we get on that plane tomorrow. That'll be the first time when I sit down at the airport. We're like, everything's behind you now. You either got ready or you didn't, but we're going one way or the other, and let's make it work, right?
Yep.
So it'll be a stressful night of packing and getting everything lined up. In the meantime, to go have a lot of fun this weekend. But how much have you looked at like the actual wind chill weather of how cold it is?
Very little.
Oh my God.
It's
dude.
one of those where once you're past a certain point, and we are very past it, right? You can tell me it's -12. You can tell me it's 3. You can tell me it's negative. It's beyond human ability to deal with.
I mean, your
See what I'm
earmuffs
saying?
are definitely making it into their bag, right? Are you bringing your earmuffs?
Oh, I hadn't thought about it. Maybe I could.
Will you go like warm hat, or will you possibly avoid earmuffs just so that we don't see them, or is that not a consideration?
No, I'm 46. I don't care.
Yeah.
I wonder. Actually, I hadn't thought about it. It may be earmuff and hat type situation
Oh,
because
boy.
it's so unbelievably
Yeah.
cold. And yeah, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it.
I guess here's my question. And
Sure.
by the way, I'd love
Yours were the earmuffs.
Well, I prefer to see the earmuffs, yes, because I'd love to join on those a little bit. Clary, if you could give us an updated weather report with wind chill. I'm looking for Minnesota wind chill at night the next couple of days. But here's what I want to know, Danny. What warming devices are you planning on packing? I don't even know how to pack for an environment this cold. So I'm going to bring a coat.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have a hat and gloves. I could buy those tonight, I guess. But I'll get some kind of beanie and some gloves.
I got those things.
Because I don't know. You always wear those, so I'm sure you have those.
Sure. Yeah.
Is there anything else you're bringing?
Yes, I have something my wife got for me, almost as a joke, but I'm like, joke's on you. I'm using it.
Earmuffs.
No. That's just a functional thing that I do to keep my ears warm. I have a full body on long underwear thing.
Long johns.
Yeah. So I guess that's probably the better term.
What is that? What they're called?
Yeah, so I've got the tights that you can wear under your sweatpants or under shorts if you're working out or whatever. But I've got a full body suit for that.
So it's not these that are just from the underwear that goes all the way to your ankles.
It's that, but a top too.
So
and
it's
it's all one piece.
It's what they wear in the movies from the 50s, where they get undressed, but now they're wearing this one big shirt that keeps going all the way
Kind
down.
of. No, it's more like imagine I was doing the bobsled at the Winter Games.
But it's not spandex; it's cotton.
It's more spandex than it is cotton.
Really?
It's meant to be under. It's not the last thing you're going to see.
So you wear it every day?
Don't know. The days we're going to be outside because when we go to the actual game, it's an indoor stadium.
True.
Right. So I'm
So
not wearing
Saturday
it
you're
there.
gonna
It
wear it.
sounds like Saturday we're going to get wherever we're going, and then I could put it on then.
So you go underwear, then this thing, then clothes.
So this thing is meant to be underwear. It's your first layer.
So you don't wear underwear under it.
No, this is long underwear.
Okay.
But it's also a full bodysuit.
And
of
it's
long
spandex.
underwear. Not exactly like spandex, but it's like that moisture wicking kind of keep you warm situation.
Okay.
It's your first base layer. Layering is the key.
Can I get meteorologist, show historian, weatherman,
Geography
Ryan
expert?
Clary, as you'd please on this? So what is the wind chill going to be? I know the temperature's in the teens. What's it going to feel like in Minnesota?
So it's kind of hard to tell how it's going to feel like in Minnesota at this point. I can tell you this, it's going to be 5 to 10 mile per hour winds on Saturday. So obviously it's going to feel a little bit colder. It's going to be very nippy. And I think that, layer up because the low, it's actually getting colder.
Yeah.
And the last time we checked, I believe the low was at 5 or 6 degrees for tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, how does 0 degrees Fahrenheit sound to you?
It's low as it goes.
That's low as it
But is that late night? Is that 2 in the morning?
I mean, it's as of right now at night, I believe at around 1 a.m. it says it's going to be 0 degrees. So if it's let's say the wind's going 5, 10 miles per hour, the feels like temperature is going to be I don't know, -5 maybe. Something
I would say
in that
colder.
area.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is going to be insane. I mean, I feel as if that there is no way to prepare for this cold.
This
you're
is
going
the
to be
coldest I think I've ever been.
So-
That's the coldest environment. To quote Owen Wilson, it's the coldest environment imaginable. It's the coldest environment imaginable.
Because you had to get the game in, we played a game against Hofstra in 0 degree weather in February. Just happened to be one of those cold snaps, and you couldn't do anything about it. The game had to happen. They weren't coming back. We certainly weren't going to go somewhere to make it up. And the wind was whipping that day, my friends. It was a 1-0 game. I think it lasted 45 minutes total because nobody could do anything. The players that weren't in the game were allowed to stay in the van for both teams with the heat running. What you would do is you'd come in from the outfield and you'd get in the front seat or the field. You get to warm up a little bit next to the space heater. Then you had to, have your uniform on and go up to bat and do whatever. People were just get me out of this environment. I'm prepared for whatever this is. I've been that cold.
Dad, you're more in my camp. Danny has very nice clothes and has a nice wardrobe and is very fancy with his attire. You and I are kind of similar. What are you packing in terms of trying to keep warm? What do you own?
Oh man, this is going to be tough. So I do have a pretty nice, good, decent coat, I would say.
Okay.
I do have gloves. I will have a warm, kind of like beanie with with the puff ball on the top. I'll have a couple of those. Give me some options.
Yes.
Other than that, I was thinking about bringing an extra hoodie or two to wear under the coat or over the coat.
That's my current play. I'm thinking I'm thinking like shirt, like normal shirt, then hoodie, then coat,
right?
Hat, gloves.
That's the play.
I don't know what else I got, but that still doesn't seem like enough.
So here, the gloves that I've got, GP, I'll show them to you. I've got these little Under Armour gloves. I'm going to wear these. Okay, do you see how these go? I'll show the cameras.
Oh, those are the ones you
right?
can wear and still touch your phone.
You can still touch the phone. It's not great for touching your phone, but it's okay.
But those aren't warm.
These are your under gloves. This goes inside. So this goes on your hand.
You had 2 pairs of gloves this whole time.
Harry, it's the Rockies. You put that inside of the bigger winter glove. It's the only way to stay warm in that kind of temperature.
2 pairs of gloves. I think I'm going to try to find tonight hand warmers as well. Because here's the thing. Again, the game is indoors.
It's indoors.
Which is a game changer.
Now, getting there.
But we don't know what this Saturday situation is.
No, we don't.
We've been told to, we're going to have a blast. I'm sure they're planning great things. If it's up to me, we're never outside for a single second.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying.
It's 0 degrees. We're going somewhere? Awesome. I'll call the Uber.
So there's a
like that.
You know what
we're being told are we going on the back of a sled with dogs on snow stuff?
We're doing that Iditarod?
I don't know, but he's wear shoes.
There's an episode of Friends early on
boots.
when Ross and Chandler's friend Gandalf is coming to party. And they're like, okay, I have an extra pair of socks, some mittens, a Subway token, a bulletproof vest, and a gum wrapper. Because you never know the adventure. You have to pack for everything because this guy's coming to town and he's so crazy. That's what it feels like to me, where I have no idea how to pack.
Would you mind if you packed your other pairs of earmuffs so me and Darius could wear them?
After what I've received from you, kindly.
Yes.
F off.
Okay.
And you get nothing. And you're going to have to
You can keep your favorite pair, whichever that is, and then with your second and your third spares.
No.
Maybe Dad and I could wear earmuffs.
No. Again, respectfully.
Yes.
After the shrapnel
yes.
that I've caught from earmuff joning, no. I hope yours freeze. I hope you're miserable.
Can
Back
I
to you.
offer some suggestions?
Sure.
As
Yes,
someone
Tobes.
who has lived in that sort of environment. I was just showing Grant. There was a time at school where in Wisconsin, which is used to cold weather, we canceled school because it was too cold. It was negative 16. That was not real feel. That was the actual temperature. The real feel was negative 25.
That's insane.
Negative 30.
When it's like that, if you spit, does it freeze before it hits the ground?
No, but any part of your body that was open to the air started burning within
burns.
10 seconds.
Okay.
It's a freezer burn.
So what I would suggest, my go-to when I was in Wisconsin was a quarter zip, the athletic quarter zips underneath a hoodie. You could go underneath the jacket after that, but that was a layering thing that worked for me, which kept me reasonably warm even into the temperatures of what you'll see in Minnesota. The other thing that I would suggest, and this can be a nice thing that you wear to and from the stadium, did you guys ever wear those gator things that you wore during COVID? Like if you needed to walk in, you pull it up from.
Oh yeah.
Wear one of those.
The
things.
Joakim Noah's.
Wear one of those things.
The George
Al Horford's.
Pickens
And
move,
cover
where
your
I look like
face
a
when
little
you walk
turtle,
outside.
like it only your eyes are showing.
Cover your face when you walk outside. Put it back down around your neck when you walk inside.
Where do I get one of those things that only shows your eyes that Terry McLaurin wears? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I have one of those. You can get those at Dick's Sporting Goods has some.
All right, maybe tonight I might do that.
I don't know that you need to go fully that, but you need one that blocks the wind. That's the main thing.
Yeah, the wind blockage.
Temperature
So I'm
will
going
be-
scarf. I'll scarf it up, obviously.
And
probably go earmuff, hat, 2 pairs of
Well,
gloves.
you can't move so quick. You can't. What was the second one?
Earmuffs.
Earmuffs, and what else?
Hat.
Beanie.
Yeah, which I never remember which one's which. It's like this. It's this hat.
Is it
this
a wool
beanie?
hat that a hat that covers your ears?
Yeah.
A beanie's just a hat that you wear on top of your head.
Oh, I didn't bring my hat with me.
I guess that's all hats.
Yeah, that's a hat. So
Yeah.
the hat goes on your head. This one
Yeah.
does.
You know what a beanie is?
It's a head
guy.
hat. I think it is.
As opposed to what?
My Wizards. I never know. Some people call it a toboggan or a wool hat.
I don't
winter
think
hat,
anyone
whatever.
would call it a toboggan.
Some people do. Where Toby's talking about, they do.
Toboggan?
Yeah. We've done this before, and you're stunned by. I think it's a name for a sled, but they're like, are you putting your toboggan on?
Yeah, it's just pictures of
Picture of sleds.
are you sure about this?
Positive.
guy?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
that's not important.
No, it's a beanie.
It's a beanie.
Yeah.
Wool hat.
If you want to wear a toboggan on your head, it's not going to balance very well.
There'd be something.
And
Earmuff and a toboggan. I'm like, why are you guys making fun of me?
He's got a big sled on his head.
Why is everyone making so much fun?
Next on G&D, let's get you ready for the weekend with a little winning off the field. Want to take a look at the NFL schedule as well. Remember, in 15 minutes, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. A big injury report this weekend. Arizona will start here. Trey Benson, Kyler Murray, Greg Dortch, all out. Amari DiMercado is questionable for the Atlanta Falcons. Drake London, questionable. And Michael Penix is on IR. For Baltimore, Lamar Jackson is questionable. Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, also questionable. And Justice Hill, just placed on IR. For Buffalo, Dalton Kincaid, tight end, questionable. Josh Palmer, doubtful for this one. Joey Bosa is out. And A.J. Epinesa is questionable. In Chicago, just in this afternoon, Roma Dunze is out of their contest. For Cincy, Trey Hendrickson, questionable. Green Bay, no Jaden Reed. Dontavian Wicks, questionable, as are Matthew Golden and running back Josh Jacobs. In Houston, Woody Marks, Will Anderson, questionable. In Indianapolis, Sauce Gardner is questionable. And for the local game, Washington, Minnesota, for many, Aaron Jones is questionable. Their offensive line a little bit beat up. Donovan Jackson and Christian Darrisaw, both questionable. For Washington, no Trey Amos. He's been placed on IR. Noah Brown is going to play. And Jaden Daniels, you may have heard, is back in the lineup for Washington. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Some books just protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing at all. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day with their unbelievable fair play policy. It's the home of fair play. It protects you. All pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed, it's lightning quick. So bet with the book that's always got your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Today we're winning off the field on Grant and Danny, out and about in Reston at the Craft House. Come on out and join us. We're going to be here until 6:30. As you get out of the office, a little happy hour, Selly, ahead of Week 14, the NFL season. And the Commanders with some rare good injury news the last couple of weeks. Everybody's getting healthier. Too little, too late for the season, but something to watch this weekend. Jaden Daniels will be throwing passes to Terry McLaurin against the Minnesota Vikings in Minneapolis. But it's time to figure out how you are winning off the field. We do this in honor of Bruce Allen saying these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
So this morning, it's complicated, but I went down to the George Washington University, where I'm hosting their GW Athletic Hall of Fame induction ceremony tonight. It's why I'm dressed fancy pants, okay? I went down there for a sound check. I took my wife's car. It's a long story as to why, but I did. I had my computer bag in the car because I thought I was going to go straight from there to here. Turns out I had a little more time. I stopped at home. My wife was home, and she grabbed her car, and I took my car. Everybody with me so far? Makes sense? I realized, crap, my computer bag that you see right here, GP.
Yes.
You'll notice it's here. It was in the back seat or the trunk of my wife's car. And so I'm like, oh my God, I just realized it. What's going on? And it turns out, funnily enough, both our wives were getting their hair did today. That was her big activity.
Oh.
She was getting her hairs did. And I'm like, it's probably in some weird place that no one's ever been to. And it's like, you have to know somebody. There's a password. It's like, whatever. You got to change your email. Well, long and short, it was in Tyson's, which is not too far from where I was going to pick up the Devil's Toll Road to come, guess where? Right here to Craft House in Reston. It was one exit up on Route 7. I pop into the parking lot. It looked like I was doing some sort of high-level drug deal. I was not. I was grabbing my computer bag out of the trunk of a car. Nothing nefarious, but it looked weird. I grabbed it, got right back on the road. It only cost me about 4 minutes delay. So instead of a shabingus, it was kind of a minor annoyance. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Dan, who's in Fairfax, who wants to tell us how he's in the win column. What's up, Dan? How are you?
Good, boys. So the past couple of days I've had to work a double. I work retail. But today my coverage was able to come in a little early, which means I get to leave a couple hours early, get rush hour traffic, start my weekend a little early. And that's how I'm,
winning off the field.
One of my favorite race stations.
Attaboy. I love that. Good phone call. A couple people want to help us with our Minneapolis dilemma, or I guess wanted to give us some pointers and some tips on staying warm.
Good.
So let's do that. Adrian's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. It would make me win off the field if I'm not a block of ice in Minnesota. What's up, Adrian? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very well. How are you?
Doing good. I just wanted to give y'all some tips on some of the things that I did, especially working around sports all the time. I'm an athletic trainer, did some time in the military, and I hate the cold. So one of the things I've learned, there's a lot of heated gear out there that you can get for cheap. Heated hoodies, socks, gloves, everything, even beanies.
Are they available in stores that I could go to tonight? We fly out first thing in the morning.
Is that like an REI thing?
I think REI does have some. Most of mine I ordered online now.
Okay.
But for future.
In future.
Yes, as is normally the case.
We started planning at 3:50 p.m. the day before we fly out. That's how we do it.
Thank you for your call. Yeah, that's one of those things where it was like, okay, we fly out in the morning. Let me check the temperature here. Oh, it's going to be cold.
Oh, it's going to be cold. Should I do something about that?
I have a hoodie. Does that work in Minnesota when it's 0?
I got a phone charger.
Pedro's in Virginia Beach. What's up, Pedro?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, dude.
Good. So I'll do a kind of winning off the field coupled into the warmness. Basically got a heated winter vest that she was actually talking about. And it allows me to golf quite a bit more because it's electric. It heats your neck. The pockets are warmed. It heats your back, and your chest is lined. And it's literally just like one of those batteries that you can actually even plug in your cell phone to the battery it uses and charge your cell phone at the same time. So it's pretty awesome. I got mine at REI, so you might be able to find it.
That is amazing. Thank you for the call.
Is that a rechargeable battery?
I would imagine it doesn't die after you wear it a couple times, right?
Or you're just getting a couple of double A's and finding that one spot in there and replacing it. I don't know.
A couple people have answered the question I've been rhetorically asking all week, which is this like Indianapolis, which is the only city I've been in the winter that's really cold, where everything you can do in the city you can get to indoors in hallways and underground tunnels and stuff. And supposedly Minnesota is built like that.
Oh,
so
I
we
didn't know
might
that.
not actually have to go outside that much.
So like Vegas is like that for the opposite reason because it's 131 in the sun.
Right.
Right. And so you could just walk between all the casinos
There's a little,
underground.
like a tram that takes you wherever.
Yeah.
I don't know that they got that going on there.
There's an
but
Alan Trammell.
I think we can't, like, there's points where we can go underground, the convention center in Indianapolis. You could go like 6 blocks just walking in hallways. I think it sounds like Minnesota might be like that, which would be a big deal. Let's give away some tickets to Leonard Skinner just a couple of minutes. As soon as we return, we'll give you a Beltway Blitz as well, taking you up to 6:30. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels going to be back on Sunday. He's going to make the start for Washington as they look to snap a 7-game losing streak. Other NFL injuries, Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is expected to return this week. Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze is out, as well as Falcons wide receiver Drake London. He is out. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is going to be done for the rest of the season. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Celtics 146-101. The next game is tomorrow against the Hawks. Hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Ducks. Final game of the West Coast road trip, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Soccer, earlier today, the World Cup draw was at the Kennedy Center. USA, part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and a European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner. It's the Leonard Skinner Foreigner Double Trouble Double Vision Tour. Saturday, July 25th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. The show's out and about for a Friday field trip. We are kicking it and resting at Craft House. So come on out today and get ready for Week 14 with us.
Beautiful location out here in Reston. We also want you to know that we're sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morat. They can help you do a lot of things like draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We will be covering the Commanders, some college football, the NFL, all coming up on this Blitz. But we've got to start with the hottest team in town, winners of 6 in a row, your Washington Capitals. Boy, have they been rolling. John Walton has been on the call. John, I got to ask you how you're feeling.
How you feeling, dude?
Last time we played a highlight from you, another guy was calling the game, and it was actually you.
It was dreadful the other night. Yeah, as good as the team was going, I was in really rough shape the other night, but a lot better today. Yeah, it was. There's no feeling in sports, the play-by-play, when you know the light's coming on and you know it's like, yep, this is going to suck tonight. That's where we were.
How do you sound so good now?
Got through it.
What have you done?
At Anaheim, I'm good to go tonight.
What steroids have you're like? Amon-Ra St. Brown, like. You're back, man.
Miracle
It's
Hill.
been 3 days. What happened over these 48 hours?
I've been a lot of water, a lot of Advil. I never felt bad. That was the thing. Like everybody is, not everybody, but a lot of guys on the team and on the staff have had this just creeping throat crud. I'm like, I got to stay away from that. And then lo and behold, in LA, Beauvillier scored in the third period. I was like, oh God, this is not good. And of course, it's a back-to-back, right? So we're flying to San Jose, and I'm telling Kenny, I was like, I am in serious, serious trouble for tomorrow. and it was terrible. Yeah, I mean, it was just Kenny got me. I was on his back, and he drugged me through as much as I could. But a lot of quiet yesterday, a little isolation, which wasn't awesome. But you know what? It was great to be back at the rink today, and feeling pretty good for tonight.
Well, rightfully so, man. Well earned. It was literally sounded like your throat got in a fight with a gorilla and lost, man. It was unbelievable. But you sound like you now. And when you're calling games, you're calling a lot of Caps goals and a lot of wins. What's been different here, John, during this really good streak?
Well, they're getting the first goal, Danny, a lot. I mean, they've done that more than any team in the league. They've done it 20 times now. And, there have been times even on the road trip where I look at, the game against the Islanders, where LT had to be really good early because the Islanders kind of got the jump on them, but they still got the first goal and they kind of carried it from there. I thought Chucky did the same thing in San Jose where, that could go a little differently if they didn't, come up with, a couple of big saves early. And then once the first one went in, it seemed like San Jose was just done. And they, end up getting 4 in the first, and that game was over pretty quick. So, I think all involved. I just, getting a lot of offense, getting a lot of guys involved. The Ryan Leonard coming out party in San Jose, that's where you really would have wanted your throat to be good, by the way. He gets 2
many goals.
and 2 assists, and that second goal was just filthy. That was a fun one. So seeing some of his star power and getting the offense from other places. You've got a lot of guys on this trip that have had multi-point games. So it's not just one guy. It's not just Alex. It's not just, the normal suspects. I thought it was funny. Tom Wilson's led him in just about everything this year, but he wasn't even involved in the scoring the other night in San Jose. So that's probably a pretty good indication of what's happening here.
How much credit do you give for Leonard for getting this power play going? It just seems like he's been pretty invaluable.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the move to power play 1 for him has been very good. And the confidence. I was talking with Joe B this morning a little bit about this. You saw Leonard do these kinds of things for Boston College. You saw him do it for Team USA, but you really hadn't seen it yet at the NHL level until maybe the other night. And I think that's just a product of the confidence that he's got. Really good to see. And I think moving forward, that's, I think he's only going to get better, guys. He was an 8th overall pick for a reason. He's such a good skater. He's got an unbelievable shot. And now he's got that swagger that, I think we saw at those previous places that he played, but we hadn't really seen it at this level yet.
John, I really like Justin Sordiff. I know he's banged up now. He's going to miss a little bit of time, but you've forgotten more hockey this morning than I'll ever know. But just watching the Caps my whole life, there's always someone in a playoff series against them that I hadn't heard much about that's like Justin Sordiff, where he's everywhere on the ice, harassing you, not giving you any space. There's someone that seems to be in the right place at the right time, always getting a stick on the puck, always slowing down a rush, and is flying around the ice. I like that they've got this guy, and it's almost like you're not going to see a ton of point production, I don't feel like, even though he's been running some second-line stuff. But I just like having that asset because I want other teams and fan bases to feel the terror I felt my whole life.
Yeah, it's funny because I think hockey operations has done such a great job of being able to identify guys in other organizations. For Sordiff, there just wasn't a lot of room in Florida, right, and he'd only played 4 NHL games. So what do you really know until you get him? But he's been great, and I agree with you. He goes right to the front of the net. He's a great skater. Kind of a Swiss Army knife that, the 4th line right wing, 3rd line center, 2nd line center, all over the place. And being able to do that and do everything pretty well is an invaluable piece. And Spencer's always talked about he loves having a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. And I don't know that there's anybody in the forward core that can do things more differently than he can, because it really has been fun to watch. There's a chance he might get in tonight from what we saw of the morning skate here, just wrapping up a little while ago. Not a lock that he's in, but I don't get the sense it's going to be long-term, which is good. And hopefully we see him back in there pretty soon.
Well, John, thank you. Glad you're feeling better. Looking forward to your call of Caps hockey tonight right here on The Fan. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you, buddy.
Let's keep the blitz moving. And to talk college football, our buddy Denton Day. We're actually going to talk to Bill Bender a little bit later on in the show from Sporting News. I want to ask him about James Madison University's chances to get into the college football playoff. But let's start there, Denton. Obviously, if you're a JMU Dukes fan listening in the area right now, you want Virginia to lose to Duke. If that happens, what are their chances to get in? What other help might they need?
They don't need help. If Virginia loses to Duke and they take care of business tonight, they're in. You'll get 2 group of 5 teams. You are not, and they should not put a 5-loss ACC champ in, especially a Duke team that doesn't exactly have a lot of really good wins. So if Duke beats Virginia in the ACC championship, James Madison should be in.
Okay, now what if Virginia wins that game? Is there any path?
I don't think so. Unless the game tonight between Tulane and North Texas sees like each quarterback, break a leg. That's honestly what it's going to come down to. This game in the American is going to decide the top G5 representative, and then if there is an avenue from the ACC's lack of putting another ranked team in there outside of UVA, that's the only way I feel like James Madison will be able to get in.
And then before we move on from the Dukes, big news for them today is it is official. Billy Napier is going to be their head coach, former Florida Gators head man. They'd gone in a different direction with guys like Bob Chesney, these ascending stars. This is a guy coming back from the SEC after it didn't work out. What do you think of the hire?
That's a huge move because that guy can recruit. You know, say what you want about his success rate in terms of winning games at Florida. He got a lot of 5-stars there. And I don't know that you're going to get a 5-star to James Madison, but you'll be able to really recruit in the state of Virginia. It's going to be fun over the next couple of years watching him and James Franklin kind of go head-to-head to see who's going to end up with the best players in the state. I think a lot of those are going to go with James Franklin and Virginia Tech. But Billy Napier is a really, really good hire for James Madison if they want to continue to be a powerhouse in the Sun Belt.
Denton, what's at stake here, Georgia, Alabama, for each team?
Well, Georgia is fighting for a bye. You know, with Alabama, it's interesting, guys. If they lose, they're a 3-loss team.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we think that the committee is going to value playing in a conference championship. And people are talking about, well, that's the precedent. Well, we've only seen 1 year of this 12-team format. And I don't know that how much they're going to value a loss in the conference championship for a team that already has 2 of them. So I do think Alabama at least runs the possibility of potentially being on the outside looking in if they, you know, get boat raced by Georgia. If it's close, I think you can say, well, you know, they already beat them once and it was close. It was a 1-score game. We'll let them in. But if Georgia does to Texas or does to Alabama what they did to Texas, I don't know that Alabama is going to get in. And that makes the committee's life a lot easier because then they can let Notre Dame and Miami in and feel good about themselves.
And that's where I was going to go. So who leapfrogs them if Alabama loses? I don't think a drubbing is in the works here, but if they lose, who could leapfrog them? How many teams?
It would be Notre Dame and Miami. Those are the only 2. As much as Vanderbilt has been, they've gone on a whole media tour this week. And I get it. But, like, listen, you had 12 games to figure it out, and you couldn't do it. I don't know that you deserve a 13th one. So it would only be Miami and Notre Dame that can jump them unless we see a scenario where BYU wins the Big 12. They get the auto bid in the Big 12, and then, you know, Texas Tech falls a little bit towards the wayside. But in terms of the teams that are not in right now, it's only Miami and Notre Dame.
And that's what I was going to ask about Texas Tech. If they lose, are they out, do you think?
No, they're in. It would just then push either Notre Dame or Bama out, and then they would not get a bye, correct.
What's the line right now for Ohio State and Indiana?
It's changed. It was 5.5 at the beginning of the week, and last I checked about an hour or two ago, it was 4. So it's come down 1.5 points. I think that means really good things. I like Ohio State. I mean, I like this Indiana team a lot, but I like Ohio State. They're too talented.
Defense
we haven't seen them getting pushed, but they're just so good on defense, on offense. I mean, they have. If you can stop Jeremiah Smith, which feels, you know, very difficult, what are you going to do with Carnell Tate? And if you stop both of them, what are you going to do with the third guy that's waiting? Like, Ohio State is literally just loaded on offense. So unless they can find a way to manufacture pressure with 4 against Julian Sayin, I think Indiana is going to be just a little short. It's not going to be a blowout. I think they can play them tough, but they'll be just a little short.
If Indiana wins, though, this is not a question as much as just an observation. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, they will have gone 13-0. Cignetti will have the perfect season, the conference championship. Like, and we're talking about him as maybe one of the best coaches in America.
I mean, one of the very rare times where a guy who was really, really annoying at the end of one year becomes everybody's favorite the next year. And that's what he would do. Because last year, he was beating the drum for his program. It's like, all right, guy, pipe down. You guys haven't beaten anybody. When you played Ohio State, you got drubbed. Like, we don't want to hear all this. If he turns around and not only just wins the Big Ten, beats Ohio State in the process, and then takes Indiana to the number 1 seed and gives them a Heisman Trophy winner, I mean, that would be the craziest turnaround, and everybody would love him because he's doing it the right way.
Yeah, that's the ultimate boast, and then follow it up. Denton, enjoy the weekend, brother. Have a good one.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
We'll see you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. My guy, that's Michael Phillips' music, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder. Miguel, Jaden Daniels is playing. What do you care about?
I care about Jaden Daniels. I think this is good for him. I think it's good for the team. I think him playing potentially 5 games of NFL football here down the stretch can only benefit his development going forward. I want to watch to see if he protects himself a little better. That's not to say other people don't share some of this burden as well, but I think it's also on him to make responsible choices, and this is a great lab to learn how to make those choices in.
Does how he plays matter to you?
Well, good's better than bad. Certainly, if you're giving me a quiz here with options, I'd rather see him get back to doing the things he does, protecting himself, throwing the ball well, moving when he needs to, calling off the protections. He was so good working with Biotis to call up those protections last year. You know, he kept himself clean in the second half of most of the games. That hasn't really happened this year, and teams have really been focusing on him running. So I'd love to see him grow and kind of evolve past that. He's got a tough test this weekend. You know this, guys. Vikings defense is very, very good. I don't need a win out of him in the first outing, but I love that we're seeing him play football.
In terms of this defense, listen, part of it is they're playing better. That's obvious, right? But the other part to me, that's kind of the sort of hidden part of it. They didn't stop Miami on the ground. Evan Achane is still running on outside stuff. And they played a couple of mediocre pass offenses. Are we kind of crowning this Dan Quinn calling plays renaissance a bit too soon, or is the market improvement very real?
Yeah, I mean, if you set the bar low enough, you can jump over it. And look, I don't think the bar goes a lot higher this weekend. In this passing attack, you look at what the Seahawks did to them. Now, I'm not saying this defense is as good as that Seahawks defense, but they ripped these guys to shreds last weekend. J.J. McCarthy has not been a world beater. You get to play the games on the schedule. And Dan Quinn, strategically timed his move to defensive coordinator very well. I think also there has been improvement. I think anybody who, digs into it and looks at it would say that outside of the opponent, there has been real legitimate improvement as well.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. On offense, we've been waiting to see more from Ben Sinnott at tight end. Is this a week where they work him into the game plan a little bit, or do you think we're maybe still a week or two away because they're still not eliminated from really making him and the guys down the depth chart a priority?
I think winning really matters this week, given the opponent, given their record, given that they may be packing it in and getting ready for that high draft pick push for a quarterback here. I think this is an important one to have, especially because you're not going to get any gimmies in those NFC East games. Obviously, the Giants are trying to prove some things, and the Cowboys are as well. And, of course, the Eagles are going to try to stick it to you. I think this is a real opportunity to win one before that tough stretch. And you saw last week when they needed a winning play, dial up Zach Ertz, dial up Terry McLaurin. Those are the guys they're going to lean on heavily this week. I think winning will be a very high priority, more so than let's see what Ben Sinnott can do.
Oh, I was going to say, over or under half a target for Ben Sinnott in this game?
I'm playing the under if you're asking me right now. You can always end up with, I asked Treylon Burks. I mean, you can always end up with one and make it count for sure. But I think if they need a third down, they're calling on Zach Ertz as long as he's out there.
How do you think Daniels will play?
I think he'll be fine to good. I think there's going to be rust. I think that's very natural. I think there's going to be a learning curve to getting back at full NFL speed and diagnosing the blitzes and the things they're going to throw at you. I also think fine to good's probably good enough to win this football game. Quarterback win stats are wildly overrated, as you guys, of course, know. I do think that's probably a fair metric to put on this one, though, right? Like if the defense can keep them in it, hold them to 14 or 17 or whatever the number is, can they get across the finish line? Can he do enough? Everybody feels good. And, a win would be so invigorating for this team to have Jaden back, to have Terry and Noah back, and to get a win. I think that's going to be, especially after a moral victory last week, I think that's the marker we're looking for here.
Miguel, thank you. Enjoy the game.
Hey, enjoy the weekend.
You got it, buddy. Let's talk about that next. What do we want to see or need to see from Jaden Daniels this weekend? You're listening to Grant and Danny. We're out at Craft House in Reston, live on The Fan.
This update is fed by Paisanos. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels is going to make his return for the Commanders on Sunday as they go to Minnesota to take on the Vikings, looking to snap a 7-game losing streak. A look at the injury report. Drake Jackson is out after he was activated off injured reserve earlier this week. Noah Brown and Bobby Wagner both listed as questionable for Minnesota. Christian Darrisaw, Donovan Jackson are both questionable. Injuries in the NFL. T. Higgins is going to return this week. Roma Dunze and Drake London both out. College football tonight, Sun Belt Championship, James Madison taking on Troy at 7 o'clock. ACC Championship tomorrow, Virginia taking on Duke at 8 o'clock in Charlotte. Hockey tonight, Caps taking on the Ducks. Final game of the West Coast road trip, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. World Cup draw earlier today at the Kennedy Center. U.S. part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and the European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart. Use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm just trying to go out there and play football. No expectations, do whatever it takes to be the best version of myself and ultimately help my team try to win some football games.
That's Jaden Daniels, who's on his way back for the Commanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. We're at Kraft House in Reston. I want to open up the phones for you at 800-636-1067 because I want to get the temperature of our listening audience on the return of Daniels and what you want to see from him. First thing first is you want him to stay healthy. We all get that. And I guess just to get the ball rolling here and to start the conversation, we can kind of set aside the idea of protecting himself because I think that is a given. You want to see him make good decisions when he is leaving the pocket, running around, when he's a ball carrier, and in the pocket, just protecting himself at a higher rate. I'm not blaming him for the injuries because I really do think
no, not at all.
Football was happening. But honestly, on plays where he hasn't gotten hurt, he's done things to put himself at risk where I think he's been lucky. And on the plays where he has gotten hurt, it feels like just more bad luck, essentially. But the net result is this guy gets hit more than anybody else. So let's start with that, just the protecting of himself.
Yeah, and that to me is the alpha and omega of it. I want adjustments. I want paradigm shifts. I want a complete and total focus on that from everybody in the organization. It starts with him because I love the talk of I'm a football player and you know, every day you got to go out to lead your teammates and go into battle and lead, and all that stuff sounds awesome, and it goes a long way towards winning over the admiration of your teammates. That, to me, is secondary to you being available for your teammates. They're better when you play. So he got away with it his first year, quite frankly. Got lucky a few different times. I mean, there were hits where you go, oh, my God, that's terrifying, and he popped right back up. Think of the early games in the season where his helmet was on sideways. Against the Falcons where he got his bell rung. The actual injury that happened against Carolina. Subsequent hits against Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Otherwise, he was lucky this didn't happen last year. I need lessons learned, adjustments made. That's everybody up and down, but most especially him.
Next thing, and this is more of a football-related thing based on this matchup with the Minnesota Vikings, but I'm really interested to see him against the blitz of Brian Flores. We talked about this at the start of the show, but the Vikings have the highest blitz rate in the NFL, and by a wide margin this season. They actually have blitzed 58% of the time since their bye week, 20% more than anybody else. If you look at Marcus Mariota on the season, he has the number 7 completion percentage against the blitz in the NFL this year. Meanwhile, Jaden Daniels has the lowest completion percentage in the NFL against the blitz. And I think that's more of a sample size thing than anything else. I don't think that's like some super discouraging, big picture thing to worry about because we saw a larger sample a year earlier with less experience, honestly, and better players around him when Jaden Daniels did a much better job against the blitz. But because of that, color me intrigued. Like I want the chance for him to improve. If there was something I needed to, there's plenty of things, but if there's something I need to improve on and I can get live reps doing it, that would be of interest. Like, how do I handle it? And that's where I'm at with this. The guy who has struggled against the blitz is facing the team that blitzes the most. If he has a great game against the blitz, that's going to feel really, really encouraging for me moving forward. Whereas if he struggles with it big time, and these are the numbers going in, I go, okay, Maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something he's not seeing, something he's not reading out. How do his coaches, with Tavita Pritchard now at Stanford, that's David Blau, Cliff Kingsbury, Brian Johnson, and others, how do they help him here? Because there's something not getting through.
Yeah, are there, or the alternative, and this is, again, somebody smarter than me watching some film would be able to say, are there answers here? Are there easy answer keys to if this, then that? If you see this guy comes from this place, this is going to be open. What are your automated responses? Or, is that not available to him? I think those are instructive things. Like I remembered watching one of those late night 3 a.m. NFL matchup shows with Ron Jaworski and, narrating slowly, that whole deal. And one of these offenses, I can't remember who it was, this is years ago, where a blitz comes, nobody's hot, nobody makes any adjustment. The quarterback's going, someone should be here. There's no one here. I got to turtle and take a sack. Is the answer key available? That's an offensive thing. That's a paradigm thing to help him stay safe, to help him get the ball out on time, to punish some of these blitzes. Because the point of the blitz is, it's obvious, is to pressure and force some sort of action before the quarterback is ready, whether it results in an incompletion, a sack, a pass tipped, an interception, an errant throw, whatever. But if there's a readily, easily available answer, then you tear that blitz apart and you punish teams for doing it.
Here's another thing I'm going to be watching for, and then I would like to see Jayden Daniels do more of. And again, we'll take your calls on this in a moment. 800-636-1067. When you watch Jayden Daniels in Washington against the Vikings, what do you want to see from the second-year quarterback? So I want to see him scramble a lot less. His scramble percentage, and I don't have the updated numbers. This was coming out of the Broncos game going into Denver. So I would have to figure these out now, but this is via NFL Pro's Next Gen Stats. Marcus Mariota had scrambled at a rate of about 12% of his dropbacks this season. Do you know what Jayden Daniels' percentage of scrambles were on his dropbacks?
No.
24%. 2 times Marcus Mariota's. In the same offense, running some of the same things conceptually, Mariota would either deliver a quick pass and or move around, reset, throw, essentially twice as much as Daniels, who would just pull the ball down and run. If you want to have this conversation about durability, protecting himself, tackles he's taken, all this stuff, everyone wants to talk about design runs, and that's fine because those are very dictatable. Those are dictated. Those are like you could just touch a button and stop doing those. I get that. And you're going to inevitably run as a quarterback, as a scrambler, and you can't.
And you should,
And he should. But isn't that a crazy difference?
That's a huge number.
12% for Mariota, 20%, 24% for Daniels.
Well, I'm not arguing against his proclivity because he did it last year too.
No, it's literally what he does.
It's literally a thing that he does. The extra thing I would say, though, is against Green Bay, it felt like there were no options available. Right. So I wonder if Mariota had played Green Bay, would his number have gone up versus you play the Raiders or you play some of the teams that Mariota got to play? I think that's like a small portion of that 2X.
That's a game. We're 9 in,
right.
For each of these guys.
Right. You're talking about a small tick up, but even still, the point stands. The proclivity is clear and obvious.
If my eyes didn't tell me that his default setting is got to go. Like that,
right.
That's what it is.
And I'm not making an excuse for it. I'm simply offering, hey, there's a little bit of nuance to it, but the point is not much. I think that's his thing.
When he's been at his best, whether that's last year or the second half of the Chargers game when he played like last year, what happened was he would get a little pressure and he would move, continue to keep his eyes downfield, and find somebody. So I want you to think about the Browns play, I think it was, in the first quarter of last season, when he hit like 50-some yarder to Terry McLaurin, rolling out of the pocket to his right, stopping and throwing. That is the secret sauce. That's what every coordinator, every team, every GM wants when they take a quarterback. Somebody athletic enough, and Daniels is the most athletic, fast enough, and he is the fastest, that can do all those things and then throw the football, make the play. Whereas I think that is like the awesome thing that he does occasionally. I want it to be the default setting. The current default setting is this isn't right, gotta go, and he takes off, and we're not thinking about throwing. So it doesn't all have to be in one game against Minnesota. I'm talking about 5 games remaining. I would like to see a 24% scramble rate come down. That's too high. And it's too high for him. Based on his frame, it's too high for any quarterback, especially a guy that can win from the pocket. You shouldn't be scrambling a quarter of the time on dropbacks. That is an outrageously high number.
And it's so hard because, again, there are some times where it's actually awesome, Like the highlight plays, like, when Justin Herbert beat the Chiefs earlier this season, the highlight of the game was a 3rd and long where everybody's head was turned because they were in man. They tried to blitz. It got picked up. Herbert scrambles for the first down. Pat Mahomes is a hero as he shuffles like he's got an egg in his tuchus that he can't crack for first downs on huge scrambles. It's not to say you eliminate the scramble. There is absolutely a time and a place. It's it's always so hard to quantify when is good, when isn't. Like a 3rd and 5 to keep the drive alive when maybe you read 1 or read 2 isn't there and you got an easy sort of jog towards the sideline. Baker Mayfield, Drake May style, take your first down, punish them for being in that defense, get them out of it next time. But it's as you said, it's the default to it that I think is the thing I would go, I'd like to turn that down some because that playmaker gene is in there where you're getting out of trouble, but you can get out of trouble for a big play throwing the football.
All right, what are you adding?
I think we've covered it. I'm not trying to be difficult. Like, to me, I care so much about the organizational, coaching, player, new paradigm of health at all costs for Jayden Daniels. That's kind of the thing that I'm very, very focused on. But the secondary parts of this, dealing with the team that blitzes as much as Minnesota, I would argue or would bet on, is probably planning on doing. I don't think they're going to change their approach because they're playing a guy that's probably pretty rusty, that hasn't played a ton this year. I don't think they'll go, we should probably back off of him. I think they're going to get after him a little bit. That's going to challenge communication with the O-line, with Daniels, and Daniels in the O-line, setting those protections and trying to do everything right and making sure everybody's in the right spot. That sort of supercomputer as you're dealing with the live bullets for the first time in some time, I think that's instrumental. But to me, that's kind of my list.
I'll give you another one then. If your list is, we've unloaded the clip.
I think I've exhausted my list.
So I'll add to the list then. I want to see him and Terry McLaurin getting on the same page again. It's not even the same way that I say I want him to scramble less. I'm putting on there that I want him to, do a couple of other things like face the blitz better because it's areas where he needs to grow. This is not one of those. Mm-hmm. This is just something I want to see as a fan. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been
since I have seen him and Terry McLaurin making music together. And I want to see Terry out there running routes, getting open, and him and Daniels being in rhythm early in the year because they didn't have training camp, which they should have had, but they didn't.
Yes.
And they didn't have the preseason.
Something happened there.
Which they should have had.
Yes.
But they didn't.
Nope.
Remember, Terry gets wide open in that game against, I think it was the Giants in week 1, and Jaden airmails him by like 15 feet, which he never did at any point with him last year when they were in lockstep. Maybe it doesn't happen right away because they just haven't had a lot of time to practice together. But over these next 5 weeks, I want to see them back to being Batman and Robin, kind of thinking for each other. The hand signal, I know what you're thinking. Just look at me. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. The quicker those guys can become whatever that tandem was last year, again, the better this org's going to be at long term. And I'm excited to see that again. I want to see that Daniels to McLaurin deep ball that they've had zero of this year that they lived with last year.
I'd like to be reminded of what it looks like. I'm into that. Yeah, I mean, those things I think are nice bonuses for me. I'd like to see them too. Like, I guess on a binary, would I like to see it or not? Of course I would. But if I don't, I'm not going to feel empty inside just yet. As long as I get the things I want to see.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'll feel empty inside if I don't see it. But, I mean, the question is, what do you want to see from Jayden Daniels on Sunday? That's what we want to know. 800-636-1067 is the number. I am also fascinated just with this particular matchup in Minnesota because it would have been easy for them to have waited next week until the Meadowlands and the Giants and really leveled down in competition. The Vikings front was really good last week. And this defense, Danny, played one of its best games of the season.
Yeah.
So you're coming back rusty. Yeah. You're coming back having missed a lot of time. Timing's not going to be there. And you're getting dropped in via this claw machine to go deal with a top 10 defense in the NFL. I think they're 7th in yards per play. And they're pretty dangerous. They're top 5 group getting after the quarterback. It's not that fun of a matchup. So if he comes out and balls, I actually think it's going to be a really big deal. Just in terms of the proof will be in the pudding on, give me a couple players and I'll make some good music for you.
Flip side is, what if he doesn't?
Well, then.
How much we hold it against him?
Not a lot, but what does he struggle with? Does he struggle against the blitz? Then I'll say, okay, this year we've had a problem with that. How do we fix that? Mm-hmm. Is his accuracy not there? Okay, this year that has not been quite the same as last year. What's the correction? Is that just the time on task thing? That's what I think. Mm-hmm. He just needs to practice more, play more. I mean, just the context will be there, so we'll be able to sort through things. It's not a problem if he doesn't play well, but I think you can gain more from playing well than he loses if he doesn't, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. And that's exactly how I was going to try to quantify it. Where I go, let's just say I get a vintage, that sounds funny to say for a second-year player, but I get a vintage Jaden Daniels performance, that like second half against the Chargers or, whatever, once they were down by almost 3 scores, and then he ripped off everything and they looked incredible. If I get that, I'll go, oh my God, how amazing is this? If I don't, this isn't a sky is falling panic kind of a situation. I'll take it with several grains of salt, I think.
Live from Reston at Craft House, it's Grant and Danny. We'll take your calls on this next. You can dial us up at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. The question is, you're turning on the TV Sunday. The Commanders are playing in Minnesota. Daniel's much anticipated return. What are you hoping to see from him as he is back in the shotgun for Washington? This is The Fan. Guys, what's up? It's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Friday is turning up NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring a little Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Today's Friday, so coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes, it gets going again, only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was hurting that like the first 2 days, but the week after it wasn't really hurting as much.
Jaden Daniels on his dislocated elbow. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is headed for the exits. He is on his way to George Washington University. He's got an event this evening that he is emceeing out there. Your boy and Toby Altizer kicking it with you out here at Kraft House. Come on out. We're going to be here until 6:30 tonight, getting ready for Week 14 in the NFL season and the Commanders and the Vikings. Looking forward to Jaden Daniels' return. We're talking on the phones right now about what you guys want to see from Daniels in his first start since the injury against Seattle. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. I will say, just based on the comment, we just played that audio, Daniels' ability to avoid the serious injury this year has been stunning. For as much as we talk about his durability and him being injury prone or any of these other things that pop up, and I think they're fair after 3 injuries and all the time that he's missed this season, he has on each occasion been less hurt than was the initial fear, if that makes sense. So against the Packers with the knee, you're thinking, oh no, is he going to miss a bunch of time? And they were extra careful and very cautious and slowly brought him along methodically, and he misses a couple of games, but he's back. And he was hard charging and pushing to be back sooner than they brought him back. You think about the second injury, which was the hamstring against Dallas. That was quick, and he was back into the lineup. You're wondering, oh no, what kind of grade was this? How bad is this? Could this be a several-week thing? Nope, he was back out there. And then Seattle, I don't know about you guys, but when he first goes down before the replay, you're thinking, oh no, he just tore something terribly. Then they show the replay, and you see the arm, and you go, oh my GBs, he just broke something. It's all over for this season. There's no chance you're watching that replay and thinking he will play again this season, let alone a month later. That's what it's been, 1 month. You're talking about 3 games in a bye week. You're talking about getting to play in the final 5 games of the year. If I would have told you right after he went down with how awful that looked, and it was a gross visual in instant replay and high definition on national TV against Seattle on that Sunday night telecast, hey, he's going to be back in the Vikings game, and he's actually going to play 5 more games this season, you wouldn't have believed me. But to his credit, whether it's those plays this year, I always reference the Atlanta play where he got folded up like a chair and looked like Gumby last year and was popped back up and was completely fine. This guy has had a huge propensity to avoid, to this point, the worst-case scenario. And that might even be a skill. There's a very much a resilience to him. Maybe it's based on his youthful exuberance. I don't know. But some guys have that and some guys don't. Let's go to the phones. Rami's in Falls Church wants to hop in. Rami, what do you want to see from Daniels this weekend?
Hey, how you doing? I want to see him win. I want to see our team back. You know, and I agree with both of you, Grant. 24% scrambling, it's too high. Mariota in the same offense, he doesn't do that. And Danny, you know, emphasizing the run on our play calling, that's no good either. That's putting him at risk for no reason. But, you know, I'm reasonable with my family and my finances and my career. I want to be fanatical because what I think in the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And I feel amazing when we win. Until we're eliminated, it's Super Bowl, baby. You know what I'm saying? I want them to win out. I want the Eagles to lose out. Cowboys suck. They'll take care of themselves. And our team is back. You know what I mean?
I love the energy and the passion, and I hope you get whatever you want. If that's a playoff berth, God bless you. We could use it around these parts. The fans out here today, the people listening, they all want that. I don't know how realistic that is. I think there's a better chance Dallas wins out than that they lose another 3 games or something. But what's done is done. I mean, the chances of this team making the playoffs analytically right now are 2 or 3%, I think, depending on where you look. They would have to win all of their games. They would have to get a bevy of help. It's all probably not going to happen that way. So I'm not even going to waste time talking about that. But if you're saying you want them to win, you're a fan of the team, no kidding. I think anybody should want them to go out there and play a good football game this weekend. And without diving too deep into the waters that are draft position and should they win or should they lose, here's the goal. Everyone in the building should pull the rope as hard as they can for a victory. And as a fan, when the game's over, if they lose, you should go, that's not that devastating. I'm not going to allow this to affect my week negatively because it actually is best for business long term. That's how I do it. I can just flip the switch on and off. during the game on a 3rd and 7. You want them to convert. You want them to keep the football. You want them to go get points. When the game ends, they didn't win, so be it. Now they just climbed from 6th in the draft order to 4, and that's going to help them because either you're taking a great player at 4 ideally, or what I would do is you're going to trade back multiple times over, and the higher you are, the more you're going to get in your trade back. By the way, just looking at the betting line, it has moved again today with Daniels being announced as in. Washington has gone from a 1.5-point dog, I think it was yesterday on the road, to now a 1.5-point favorite. So Daniels worth essentially 3 points in the swing, going from your backup QB Mariota to your starter. The total in the game's up to 43.5 points. But right now, the way that the lines work, I think home field advantage is worth 2 or 2.5 points in some places, generally right around a couple of points. So Daniels is worth more than home field advantage, I guess, is what odds makers are saying. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. Chris, it's Grant out here at Craft House Reston. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I wish I could be out there, but Reston is quite far from where I am. So I enjoy the good food and drink and camaraderie. Listen, this is what I want to see from Daniels this game and the rest of the season. The best way for Jayden Daniels to remain upright and healthy is not, preventing the play calling or stopping him from doing what he does best, running. He get rid of the football. I think he needs to trust his first and second read. They're the first and second read for a reason, typically because that's the spot the coach wants you to throw the ball. I feel like he's just been pressing and trying to root for the play too often this season. It doesn't help that he didn't get a ton of practice time or play on the field with all of his core receivers. He'll have everybody available this game except for Austin Eckler. From this point forward, I want to see him get rid of the ball. I also want to see him to use more parts of the field. He favors the right side of the field quite a bit, and that's one of the reasons why Terry didn't get the ball as often last season. I want to see him distribute the ball better, and I want to see those two things for the rest of the season.
Good call. Thank you. There's something you mentioned I want to get to briefly next, which is on ball distribution. Areas of the field targeted. Got an observation on that I want to talk about when we return. So we'll do that. Then we'll spin around the league, go game by game in the NFL, some of the big storylines of the weekend coming up.
We do have Bill Bender joining us to talk college football at 5:30. I want to try to figure out University of Virginia versus Duke, what's going to happen in that ACC game, and JMU is still hopeful to get into the college football playoffs despite losing Bob Chesney this week. We'll ask Bender about that as well. You're locked into Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. How far is this from your house, Topes? Oh, that's good.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone, Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels going to start on Sunday. He'll return to the lineup looking to snap a 7-game losing streak for Washington. Drake Jackson is going to be out. Noah Brown is questionable. Bobby Wagner also questionable for Minnesota. 2 of their offensive linemen are questionable, Christian Darrisaw and Donovan Jackson. T. Higgins set to return for the Bengals on Sunday. Roma Dunze out for the Bears. Drake London out for the Falcons. College football tonight, Sun Belt Championship. James Madison taking on Troy at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, ACC Championship. Virginia will take on Duke at 8 o'clock in Charlotte. Hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Ducks. Final game of the West Coast road trip. 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Soccer earlier today, World Cup draw at the Kennedy Center. USA part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and a European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, it's really important for him, for his teammates, for for any of the guys, honestly. And looking into it with 5 games, that's like 30% of our season. There's a lot. All of these matter. And as he's developing, there's certain things he's working on too to go ahead and be as competitive as hell, and like taking care of things that he can. And so it's really important, John. And so as the process for that begins, we're ready to get rolling with that.
That was Dan Quinn today out in Ashburn. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The show's out and about. It's a Field Trip Friday. We are in Reston at Kraft House today. Come on out and kick it with Commanders fans who are getting ready for Week 14. Washington headed to Minneapolis. I want to take a look at the NFL schedule here and go game by game in just a minute. We'll take a couple more of these calls on Jayden Daniels first, though, at 800-636-1067. By the way, Danny has hit the road. He's on his way to George Washington University for an event tonight where he is a Hall of Famer, many of you may know. And Danny has a Hall of Fame event he is helping them with this evening. So I'll be with you the rest of the way. Toby's out here in Reston. We've got Darius and Ryan back in our Half Street studios. But at the end of last hour, it was brought up by, I think it was Chris in Hyattsville, but a caller on kind of distributing the football and what they wanted to see from Daniels against the Vikings. If you really want to drill down on ball distribution, the only thing I would say that would appeal to me, that would move the needle for me in a way that I would care about, because frankly, I think Daniels, for the most part, makes really good decisions. I think he goes to the right place. I do want the ball out faster. I always want the ball out faster. That's less a Daniels critique and more just a proclivity for me. But Marcus Mariota, and this was a stat that I last had out of that Dolphins game, so I don't know what this is now. This was a next-gen stats nugget from NFL Pro. But he had been pushing the ball down the field 41% of the time. So track with me for a second. This means 10-plus air yards on a throw. So I drop back, I throw the ball 10 or further beyond the line of scrimmage. That's considered, for this metric, a throw downfield. And his rate of 41% of his attempts being downfield at that time was highest in the NFL, okay? And that's a half dozen or so games and 7 starts in for Mariota. Daniels' rate was down around 30%. Now, that's significantly different. It's also much more the norm around the league as you play a lot more. But in this offense, I like the shots. I like pushing the ball down the field, especially if we're talking about a lost season where the result of the game doesn't matter that much. Frankly, the result play by play doesn't matter nearly as much. Let's push the ball down the field. Let's give Terry McLaurin a chance to make up for some lost time. Let's get Jalen Lane involved, who's got that speed. You saw the tight window, deep post that Mariota hit to him at home a couple of weeks ago in that game against Detroit. So I guess if we're talking about where to throw the ball and who to throw it to, my only thought would be I'd like to see Jayden be a little bit more aggressive vertically than we saw early in the season. But this is coming from someone who loves checking it down, who would use running backs in the passing game a ton, and who thinks that that's one of the more undervalued and underappreciated skills in the league. Should remind everybody that we're giving away tickets to Leonard Skinner one final time this week at 6, coming up in 55 minutes. You better be listening to the show then if you want those Leonard Skinner tickets. And if you're in the area out here by Reston Town Center, where we're at Kraft House until 6:30, we've got a raffle going on for Wizards tickets. So you got to fill out your name on our raffle cards, and you have a chance to win tickets to see the Wiz. Let's get to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number called by Elijah in D.C. Elijah, it's GP. What's going on, man? How are you?
What's going on, my man? I appreciate you taking my call.
You got it. No problem.
Thanks for taking my call, man. I'm happy that Jayden is back. I've been floating around this idea because I wasn't 100% sure I wanted him to play, but now that he is, I've been trying to find, like, what's my silver lining or what am I looking for most? And I've come to the conclusion I think he gives the best evaluation of the roster. Certain plays aren't just going to be able to be made and or evaluated unless he's out on the field. And I think he's going to be able to give them that in this time. Also having the game tape from Marcus Mariota last week for him to look at it, get the ball out, I think is going to be very key for him to see this offensive line, how they operate, some things that they had some success on. So when he's coming in, it's like, okay, well, there is a script that exists. Look how the ball was coming out 1.6 seconds. I think he's capable of that too. So if they can just take the formula from last week and keep it going and allow the QB1s to have his number one receiver, number two receiver, number three, there's so many things that we didn't have an opportunity to see. And if I'm going to evaluate my roster, why not give the best look at the guys to be able to say, this is what we thought we were going to get. It's almost like a Twilight Zone episode. It's like, oh man, this is this is what we wanted. And I think the fan base can kind of like, you kind of like feeding the wolves, if you would, to be like, well, you can see the idea, you see the goals, and you see what was supposed to happen. So that's what I'm looking at. And if they can just kind of present that with these guys, adding Burks, we haven't seen him with Terry and the number 2 and number 3 guys. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And if they can, encapsulate what they did last week on both sides of the ball, maybe the defense looks better, which is also part of this evaluation process. So
gotta be.
It's
a good phone call, Elijah. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate you. I think it's a really, really smart point. I want to come back to evaluating the offense in a second, because I think that's actually brilliant that you bring that up. We haven't talked a lot about that, but we'll get back to that. You mentioned how they played against Denver. If they play this weekend against Minnesota on the road, like they played at home against the Broncos, then this 7-game losing streak is over. And for the first time in 2 months, believe it or not, they will have won a football game. If they play like they did against the Broncos, they're winning in Minnesota and at the Meadowlands, and they'll win their next 2. You've been around long enough to know, just like I have, that's not how the NFL works. You can play a great game against a great team and win or lose, and then the next week you could fail and struggle against a bad team. And so you don't get to just roll the football out and be the team that showed up against Denver again. But I do like seeing Hard Knocks, seeing the Dan Quinn speech after where he says, we lost the game, but we're not lost anymore, addresses the club about finding their identity. The fact that it really wasn't, to him, I don't even think about going to overtime or being with Denver within a point. The result, be damned there. He was saying, this is what we looked like last year. We were aggressive defensively. We were violent in how we hit people. We dominated the line of scrimmage in the run game. We pass protected our butts off. We kept our quarterback clean. We took our shots down the field. We were able to run the football and stay ahead of the chains. This is what this team should be. And they weren't that for so many weeks this year. Doesn't matter if they were playing the elites at the time, your Kansas Cities and your Detroits and your Seattles, or if they were playing bad teams like Miami, trying to give you a football game in Madrid that you just wouldn't accept. They lost their identity. And he thought they had found it this past week. I agree with him. Now, does that mean that you have it the rest of the year? Or was it a fleeting moment where you found it in that game and that goes away again? We're going to find that out on Sunday, I think. But I happen to believe, my prediction is, we're going to see that product or closer to it again. And I think it's indicative of the health. They are getting healthier. Having McLaurin back going for nearly 100 yards in that game, scoring the big touchdown late, that's a club you didn't have in the bag in the weeks prior to that. And when you have better football players on the field, you're going to have a better product. This is the healthiest that they've been. With Daniels, now Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin at receiver, with Debo, you push everybody else down the depth chart, you get better. I've said this about the Nats sometimes, where you're looking at a lineup when they're dealing with some injuries or whatever, and you go, this is like a 59-win team that on this Sunday B lineup that they're playing to give some guys a rest. If you played 162 games with this team, you win 59 times. So I don't care if you're built to be an 85-win team. This Sunday 1 o'clock lineup is not a 82-win lineup. Well, they have been, 5-12 roster a lot of weeks because of their injuries. Weirdly, they were on their way to 5-12. As far as the evaluation of the offense, I like the point. I think Mariota, because of his veteran presence, because of how well he knows their scheme, the ball comes out, he makes the right decisions a lot. You still get to evaluate with him. It's not like if you're playing with some scrub off the street or some deep down the depth chart guy, like, not to throw my guy Sam Hartman under the bus, but he really, really rough preseason. If he was playing, I think you'd have a hard time evaluating a wide receiver like Treylon Burks, let's say. You saw it in the preseason where you're throwing backup quarterbacks out there with these guys. How do you know what Jeremy McNichols is if he only plays with your dude that's about to get cut at QB? But Mariota gives you that look. But I think your point's correct in, if you want to know what Burks could be with Daniels next year, if you want to know what this offensive line could look like blocking for Daniels next year as it ascends, comes into its own, you know what a really good way to find that out is? Watch it work with Daniels this weekend. And Mariota hopefully will be here as your backup, but he's still the number 2 behind Daniels distantly for good reason, because Daniels should be able to do everything at a higher level. Let's go back to the phones, 800-636-1067. Ravi's in Herndon on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ravi? How are you?
What's going on, man? How you doing? Great network, great show. Been a fan for like 13 years. So I always learn a lot and gain a new perspective when I tune in, so I appreciate that. I think, I got a little bit here. Dan Quinn took over the defense. I think that's a good thing. We've seen obviously a better defense and better play calling since then. This season, we got unlucky with the injuries. I think at this point, you got a tank. And obviously, you can't say that out loud as a front office, but, it was just a rough start to the season. It hasn't gone our way. And there's really no point. I mean, we don't even control our own destiny at this point. So there's no reason to lose our draft position. We're playing for the 2027 Super Bowl at this point. I think the rest of the season is extra reps and evaluation. Last season I was really high on the front office and Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels I thought was one of the greatest rookies of all time. Looks like, the front office, he's come down to earth a little bit. He missed some throws. He's missed some people open. He's overthrown and been less accurate than he was last season. I don't know what happened. Maybe he got proverbially a little bit fat and happy in the offseason. Not sure, but that's one thing. I think he's got to use these extra reps now. And then the front office, we have an aged defense, and it's showing. I think we got to tune that up, and we got to really use this to evaluate as a front office. And one player doesn't do it, but I heard JP Finley on the network say, we're playing for Arvell Reese at this point, and I think there's some merit to that. I just really feel like it's time to pack it up, and we have a talented team. I think that in the future, in 2027, we have a real chance for that Super Bowl. So we just have to, we got to start gearing up towards that, as opposed to trying to win meaningless games this season.
Yeah. So a couple of things. I mean, I am and have forever been able to watch a game and understand what you're saying when you suggest it's better if this team loses out. That's nails on a chalkboard for a lot of listeners. They just can't grasp it. They can't wrap their head around this idea of, well, how could a fan of this team want them to lose? And to that, I would say, do you like Jayden Daniels? You happy that he's here? Because me and that caller, Ravi, and a lot of other people were saying this 3 years ago when they were coming down the stretch, 2 years ago, I guess, because you wanted the best pick possible so that they could get up. My goal was to get into the top 2 so that they could take whoever the Bears didn't. You knew they were taking Caleb Williams, and then Washington was going to choose between Daniels and May at number 2 overall. So if you are one of these folks who says, I just don't understand how fans could possibly care about draft position, that's such a dumb thing to worry about. Well, they didn't affect it by worrying about it in quotes, by wanting it to happen. But those fans were on it correctly when they were rooting for Greg Zuerlein to make a field goal for the Jets that improved Washington's draft position to go up a spot. Now, I say that to say the team itself should not be doing anything right now at this point of the season to have a better chance to lose. I don't know that they should ever do that, okay? The Wizards are tanking as we speak. They are actively as bad as possible while developing young players so that they can lose enough basketball games to protect the draft pick that they will lose otherwise, top 8 protected, and in their case, so that they can be one of the 3 worst teams in the NBA so that they can have the best possible chance at the number 1 pick. Because that is the path that is easier than any other for them to get great as soon as possible. So it would be a mistake for them to try to win enough games where they would lose their top 8 pick, which is a huge commodity. That would be a dumb thing we can acknowledge. It would also be ridiculous if they did something to give themselves a worse chance in the lottery at the number 1 overall pick. Can most of us agree to that? So if you agree to that, then it's also true that you could say at some point late this year, it will be prudent and smart and wise for Adam Peters and Washington to make some decisions where they multitask both evaluating young, talented players and maybe not doing everything in terms of roster construction, snaps, decisions in game to have the best possible chance to win. But it's not going to be obvious. It's not like you're going to go for a 4th and 7 at your own 4. You're talking about going for the 2 at the end of a game where you may win, you may lose, but we're not going to keep playing football, a la the Denver game the other night. It's going to be, hey, we could play Zach Ertz and he could go out there and catch 7 balls for 81 yards, or we could sit him on this drive because it's time to target Ben Sinnott 3 times. Like, those are the types of decisions we're talking about. But it is too early to do the thing that you're talking about. 30% of the season remains. It's like saying it's time to bench the quarterback because my team's down by too much when you're down by 13 in the middle of the third quarter. That's what you're suggesting. They have 5 games left in a 17-game schedule. If they had been eliminated 3 weeks ago, would you advocate at the midway point of the year to do that? I mean, that doesn't make sense. So in 3 weeks, when they've got 2 games left, you call back in and I'll say, yep, it's time. Let's do it. It's time for less Zach Ertz, more Ben Sinnott. It's time for less Bobby Wagner, more Jordan McGee. And in between now and then, I'll keep turning up the faders on all those things for sure. But this week is Jaden Daniels' first game back. So everything they should be doing on offense is giving him the best chance to come back and play good football. His last game was one of his worst games he's played as a passer. Not a complaint. Kurt Warner takes him to task in video. Why is he doing this? Why isn't he seeing this? What's happening here? Well, it's because he was getting pressured at an unbelievably high rate, the highest of his career, about 50% of dropbacks. But you know what he needs is a couple deposits now. Let's feel good. Let's play good football. Let's finish the season strong. How do you finish the season strong? By giving him his security valve, Zach Ertz. By giving him the best possible players on the field, McLaurin, Noah Brown. You don't sit Terry McLaurin for 3 games so that you can be worse. But it's just a little too early for me to start worrying about the draft. You mentioned Arvell Reese, by the way. Unless they're picking in the top 2 or 3, they ain't getting Arvell Reese. Everyone's, Reuben Bain Jr. Reuben Bain Jr. is off the board when they pick. I promise you. Unless something crazy happens and they end up picking in the top 3 or 2, which is not a thing, that's not what we're talking about. Oh, by the way, who cares? Like, you don't know who's going to be available yet, but they shouldn't make a pick in the top 5 anyway. If they have the number 3 pick, God willing, that would be amazing. They should be trading it for as much as they could get, because last year they made the fewest picks possible, and this year they're about to make the fewest picks of anybody in the league for a second straight year. They have 2 picks in the top 4 rounds. They have no business picking a player in the top 7. They need to trade back. Now, you may not have a choice in the matter. You may not get a dance partner, especially in a year where this is not working out for Washington. The quarterback class in college is poopy. This is not the quarterback class that they needed in terms of trade back compensation. Because if there's 4 or 5 guys that are really, really good, like in the Jaden Daniels draft class that everybody liked when 6 went in the top 12, to be able to go from 4 down the board or 6 down the board or be one of these teams in the middle of the top 10 and trade back is actually a lot easier. In their class, Fernando Mendoza, let's say, goes 1-1 or something because somebody trades up with the Titans. Next thing you know, another quarterback, Dante Moore from Oregon, goes to the Saints at number 3 overall or something. There's not another quarterback anybody's trying to trade up for, hypothetically. A lot of the mock drafts you're going to see have Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson. That's kind of the whole list. So if all 3 of those guys are gone before Washington's on the board at 6, maybe they can't move back. But that should definitely be the goal, is to add the second-round pick that you don't have, to get another third-round pick, to get the fourth-round pick with a second that you don't have. So would Arvell Reese look good in burgundy and gold? You bet. Would Ruben Bain or Caleb Downs look really good for Washington? Yeah, I'm not going to be angry if that happens. You need great players. They don't have enough good players. They don't have enough picks. They got to try to move back. So I'm not going to go against your logic of wanting a higher draft pick. But this year, that does matter a little bit less to me because they have their quarterback already. I've always advocated to go as high up the board as possible because they've always needed a quarterback. The last time we were in this situation in this town, right now I was going, oh my gosh, every loss is a gift from God because it's Drake May and Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Bo Nix and Michael Penix. It's this cornucopia, it's a smorgasbord of QBs. They have their quarterback of the future. So the only thing really right now you want to be up the board for me, is to get as high as possible to trade back anyway, which is valuable. But I don't know that they're going to be able to. There's no guarantee. And they need more picks as it is. It's a good phone call, though. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, Bill Bender covers college football. I want to talk about all of the championship games this weekend. Does Indiana have a chance to beat Ohio State? I'm personally intrigued by that. But also, locally, Virginia, Duke, ACC title game. Huge ramifications not only for the Cavaliers, but also the JMU Dukes have an outside shot to play in the college football playoff. We'll talk about that next on The Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson from my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents, Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln. We like going around the state and doing fun things at historical sites. There are plenty of them in the capital of the Commonwealth. Of course, 8 presidents are from Virginia. Virginia is doing great. And Virginia is celebrating 250 years of America coming up on July 4th. There's no better time to get in on all the fun than in the year ahead. Virginia's been home to some amazing moments in history, and you can celebrate some of those. The VA 250's got these really, really cool booklets, passports they're calling them. You can get them stamped at various events that they're doing. There's actually a ton of them this month for the holiday season where Santa's out at different places. They're doing lights at different places where presidents are from and all kinds of cool areas. We were out at George Washington's Mount Vernon, which was amazing. We're going to Thomas Jefferson's Monticello coming up. If you want to figure any of these events dates out so that you can maybe take the family, here's what you're going to do. Go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. 250 years of Virginia and America being celebrated. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels is going to be back under center for the Commanders on Sunday. Rest of the injury report, Noah Brown and Bobby Wagner both listed as questionable. Only reason Noah Brown's questionable, he still hasn't been activated off injured reserve yet. For Minnesota, 2 offensive linemen questionable, Christian Darrisaw and Donovan Jackson. T. Higgins is going to be back on Sunday for Cincinnati. Roma Dunze is out for the Bears. Drake London out for the Falcons. College football tonight, Sun Belt Championship. James Madison taking on Troy at 7 o'clock. ACC Championship tomorrow. Virginia taking on Duke at 8 o'clock. Hockey, the Capitals taking on the Ducks tonight in Anaheim, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Final game of a West Coast road trip. And soccer today, the World Cup draw at the Kennedy Center. USA part of Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and the European playoff between Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, and Kosovo. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan from Craft House in Reston. We'll be here until 6:30. So if you're in the area, getting out of the office, driving home, why don't you get out of the traffic on this chilly, snowy day in the DMV and come kick it with us for happy hour. Danny has already headed for the exits. His work week is over. He's at the George Washington University for a function tonight. Grant Paulson with you. And we will take you up to the start of Week 14 in the NFL season. Toby's out here on site and back in studio. Darius Dameron and Ryan Clary working hard on the production. You can stream us, 106.7 The Fan YouTube. You can listen wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline, though. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome onto the show, Bill Bender from the Sporting News, senior writer covering college football. Bill, this should be quite a weekend coming up, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me on, Grant. I don't know where to begin. You know, do you want to start with the playoff craziness, the coaching carousel? I think it's about the playoff this weekend, though, and can we get the right 12 in? And there are some wrinkles to that, starting with the ACC. I think they're kind of the drama for the second straight season.
Certainly. So let's start right there, because I know that a lot of our listeners are inclined not only on the Virginia Duke game to care, but also the JMU angle here. Is it as simple that if Duke wins that game and JMU handles its business tonight, they're in the playoff, or is there more to it than that?
Well, there's always more to it, unfortunately. In my opinion, it should be James Madison's in. You know, the Dukes have done. I've been particularly impressed with what they've done since they were ranked. You know, sometimes teams will get in the top 25 out of the group of 5, then they'll lose right away. They've done their job. And heavy favorites tonight, obviously, against Troy. I think they take care of business. But if Duke wins, then it becomes Duke versus the Dukes in some ways. But it also becomes a political game for the ACC. What I actually think they will do is they'll shift to – I made the joke this week that, you know, Commissioner Phillips may just come out instead of the teams after that game and run a press conference about why Miami should be ahead of Notre Dame, because that would be their better bet to get in the playoff, in my opinion.
So that's one of the other huge debates here is Miami and Notre Dame. If it comes down to those schools, where do you weigh in?
It's a tough one. I get both sides. You're going to hate my answer because it's like both. I stand on the fence on it a little bit. Miami has the head-to-head. The metrics are comparable. By most of the statistical things, Miami should be in. But I've watched Notre Dame for the last month, and I look at them as a team, and when I watch them, I think there's a team that might actually beat Ohio State this year. And there are not too many that I about at least compete with Ohio State for 4 quarters. That's not a reason to take one over the other. But the committee has had Notre Dame over Miami the whole time, including Tuesday. Why would they switch it now? And if you want to do the head-to-head argument, I went to a Catholic school, and every Notre Dame fan and their brother and their son and their mom will tell you, what about 1993? when Notre Dame beat Florida State and Florida State won the national title. Nobody that likes Notre Dame has ever or will ever forget about that moment, and they should have won the national title that year.
Bill Bender is our guest, talking college football. Championship weekend and conference plays coming up. We'll dive into a couple of those games with him on Grant and Danny. One other question on the playoff. So Texas is 9-3, and nobody's got a better resume of wins, if that's a thing. But they have lost 3 times, including to a bad Florida team. Are you of the belief that you disqualify yourself when you lose 3 times? Or do you think, hey, let's just have the best teams that have the best chance to win with the highest ceilings in there, and if that means a 3-loss SEC team gets in over somebody else and the results matter a little less, so be it?
Yeah, I think the committee should do that. I think Texas has a very compelling case. They probably should be in the playoff. Now, we have to weigh both, though. Are we weighing scheduling Ohio State and losing a close game versus they did lose to Florida? Florida did win 4 games. It's a bad loss. I don't care that they played in the swamp. It's still not good at the end of the year. And they didn't play well in some of their wins. You know, they needed overtime to beat Kentucky and Mississippi State. It's not like they barreled through their schedule, but they do have an impressive collection of wins. I get everything that Steve Sarkisian said. He's right. You know, why would you step out and schedule out if we're just going to make this a win-loss game? And I've been on that for a while.
Let me double-click on that really quickly, because I think that's the point. We got a lot of people that are listening in the DMV that maybe follow college football casually, and they go, well, they have 3 losses. What's the debate? Well, the debate is that Ohio State and Texas played to start the year in a game that Texas doesn't have to play. And if you are going to penalize teams for having an extra loss when they've decided I could have gone cupcakes and just won easy tune-up games, but I gave you what is good for college football, which is good on good, SEC, Big Ten, but you're going to penalize me. Why would anyone schedule those games anymore? Why would we ever get those really, really good games? I think that's a great argument.
We won't get them. And that's the issue. And I totally agree. Now, I've been posing this question, and hypotheticals are what they are. If Texas would have played like Minnesota there, I've used Minnesota. They've caught a lot of strays with this argument. Minnesota and they were 10-2. Is there any doubt in your mind, Grant, that they're ranked ahead of Oklahoma right now? Texas.
Right. No.
There's no doubt in my mind that they are. But they did step out and play that game against Ohio State. And like I said, you got to weigh in the Florida loss. There's no question. You've got to weigh in the Georgia loss where they weren't really competitive in the fourth quarter. So, but I want to see good games, and I'm afraid teams are going to see what's happening with Texas, and they're just going to say, you know what, we'll play with how tough these new schedules are within the conference. We're just going to schedule 3 cupcakes and go on with our lives. And that, by the way, that worked for Michigan in 23, Ohio State last year to some extent. They didn't play anybody in non-con play. And you know, nobody complained at either one of those places at the end of the year.
Looking ahead to the most important 48 hours of college football of the season, Bill Bender is with us. You can check out his work in the Sporting News, senior writer on Grant and Danny. Ohio State, Indiana for the Big Ten title, top couple of teams in America. This was at one point in time like the Ohio State-Michigan matchup that everybody looked forward to here with the top couple of teams, and now it's Curt Cignetti's Hoosiers. Who wins?
I think Indiana has a chance, but this Ohio State defense, they got to score more than 16 points to do it. Ohio State hasn't allowed more than 16 points all year. It's really quite a remarkable stat when you think about it.
Wow.
And able to run the football against Oregon, against Penn State, against Iowa. They averaged about 107 rushing yards in those 3 games. So at some point, it's going to come to Fernando Mendoza or even Julian Sayin. Do these guys have a huge game in that spotlight? We'll see. And I think the Heisman Trophy's in the balance there in some ways. I'm super excited about it. But again, Grant, we just talked about it. The value of a conference championship game, it feels a little bit like basketball to me, where it's going to be an awesome game, and I'm super excited about it. I grew up around the Big Ten and all that. But at the end of the day, the winner's going to be 1 and the loser's going to be 4, and there's a decent chance they could play again in the semifinals. That's hard to wrap your brain around sometimes, because the last time there was a 1v2 in the Big Ten, it was Michigan, Ohio State. They were both undefeated. It's still the greatest Big Ten game I've ever watched. And there were real consequences. Ohio State went to the title game. Michigan didn't.
Indianapolis, the site of that Big Ten title game, 8 o'clock East time kickoff tomorrow for the Buckeyes and the Hoosiers. Games televised on Fox. In the ACC championship game in Charlotte tomorrow night on ABC, that's another 8 o'clock East time kick, so we'll be multitasking. It's a multi-screen night, I think, for a lot of us. Virginia and Duke. Virginia is only a 4-point favorite. Do you think this is going to be a tight game?
Well, Virginia just beat them, didn't they? Not like 3 weeks ago. I love Virginia's running game. I do with Jamari Taylor. I like the quarterback play from Chandler. He's been good since he came out. Got knocked out of the Wake Forest game, but they've been good. I mean, you're asking me to predict the ACC. You know how hard that's been this year? I do think Virginia will win the football game. I do think they'll get to the college football playoff, and Tony Elliott's done a wonderful job. He should probably generate more Coach of the Year discussion for what he's been able to do there, for them to go 11-2 and do all those things. Now, if Duke wins, like we talked about, and Duke is capable of winning that game, you know what the irony of this is? And I've heard this a couple times this week. The quarterbacks for Virginia and Duke were the quarterbacks from North Texas and Tulane last year, and those two teams are playing tonight. What a weird, wild sport I cover, and I enjoy every second of it.
You're not kidding. Virginia winning in college football playoff. It's just funny as we talk to you from the Commonwealth, as we're out in Reston right now, that I got a fan wearing a JMU hat here. The Dukes are so heavily involved in everything going on there. I guess we'll keep it local for the final question here. The Napier hire for James Madison University, they've become a power in the Sun Belt, but also just kind of a breeding ground for the next big coach in the league with Cignetti and Chesney walking out the door. What do you think of the Napier hire?
It shows James Madison's real deal. And they're one of those programs that has made the adjustment, made the jump, and made it quickly and been successful. And some of that is the success that they had at the previous level carried over. It reminds me of App a little bit when App made the jump, and they were good right away. And then there was some bumps and those kind of things. Part of it is you can sell your program very well by having your coaches move up. And Cignetti's a great poster child for that, by the way. He's been amazing. And that's my point about Tulane and North Texas tonight. Both of those coaches are leveling up, so to speak. So when you're selling your program to the next guy, you say, hey, if you give us 3-4 good years, you're going to go to this job. And Napier did very well his last time in the Group of 5. And he can do that again. I still think Florida kind of pressed it a little early on him, like they do with every coach, because that job takes a little bit more to get it going.
Good information. I can't wait for tonight. Going to be an exciting kickoff to a couple of really entertaining evenings in college football. Thank you, Bill. Be good.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me on. Take care.
Always outstanding. Bill Benner, Sporting News, with us here on Grant and Danny. There is a vicious rumor, an absolutely terrible rumor circulating about Darius Dameron. We'll get to that next on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny without Danny for the stretch run on the Fan. We're at Kraft House in Reston. We'll be here until 6:30, getting ready for football tonight in college and all weekend long in the National Football League. I got your preview of Week 14 coming up at the top of the hour. Also, our final predictions for Commanders and Vikings. Paul Allen will be stopping by to scout the Minnesota Vikings, who's one of the great play-by-play broadcasters as well. It's part of our stretch run on G&D. But I want to bring in Toby Altizer, who's out here in Reston with me at Kraft House, who's wearing, by the way, if you're watching the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, maybe you'll see this, one of the great sweatshirts I've ever seen in my life. It's a Grant and Danny personalized 106.7 The Sweater, Christmas sweater. Which, did you make this on your own? Or did he sell these somewhere I don't know about?
Yeah, I found a spot online that I could send them a picture, and they threw on the Rudolph nose and everything, and threw on the Santa hat and everything. So, yeah, I found a spot to do it and sent them the picture, and they sent me this.
I look like Santa. Danny looks like Rudolph. It is a great sweatshirt. Well, Ryan, post this for us, if you will, a screen grab or something on the station 106.7 The Fan Twitter account, because it's a really, really good look for Toby. He actually did a nice video of our reactions when we first saw him today on his social accounts as well that you could check out. But, Toby, I bring you on because there is a malicious, absolutely remorseless, just terrible rumor circulating the web about Darius Dameron. So Darius doesn't know this, but I actually have enlisted Toby as a bit of a mole of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
I had you embedded as a spy in the producer studio after many, many months, just so we could get to the bottom of this. And you came back with a verdict for me that does not sound good for Darius Dameron.
Yeah, Darius and Ryan were wondering why I was wearing this long overcoat, a monocle, and all these different things. I'm actually an investigator, so sorry to let you know that, Darius and Ryan, but
P.I. Tobes, and you got to the bottom of exactly what I wanted you to.
I did. So I knew that you guys were going on this trip to Minnesota, and they have this famous chant that they do there. I think they stole it, by the way. Remember the World Cup? I think it was Iceland that kind of started this, the Skol chant.
Oh, yeah.
So,
right before the game, everybody like skulls at the same time, and they clap their hands over top their head.
So I'm pretty sure they stole that from Iceland, but regardless, it's a cool chant.
It's really neat.
Incredible to see in Minneapolis. Darius said that he may or may not be taking part, despite the fact that he's going to be wearing burgundy and gold.
So I need everyone to understand what we're getting at here. Darius Dameron, Commanders fan. Darius Dameron, burgundy and gold clad, there to support the Washington football outfit, plans on doing the Skol chant with Vikings fans just before kickoff. And the Vikings are playing who, Toby?
Commanders.
The Commanders.
Now, I have an important question to ask. There is another stadium that you guys were at that has an iconic tradition that you guys were at earlier this year. Was Darius doing the tomahawk chop in Kansas City?
He did not do the tomahawk chop in Kansas City.
So what's different for Minnesota?
It's a great question. And with that in mind, we now bring in Darius Dameron. Defend yourself, Darius.
Wow. I must say, private investigator Toby had us all fooled. Getting this information out of me just to deliver it to you guys.
I had a rat infiltrate your operation, and he
Unbelievable.
came back with the info I needed. This was my Billy Costigan, you see?
You just can't trust anybody these days. Listen, guys, we're going to Minnesota to watch two well under 500 teams.
Oh, he's not backing down. He's doubling down. He's doubling down, this guy.
We're going to watch two well under 500 teams. Now, if we were in a scenario where these teams are both fighting for the playoffs, the Vikings are, 8-4, we're 9-3, and battling head to head, and the fan base is going to be
if the game
rabid.
was more important, you wouldn't do the Skol chant. But because the locals are 3-9 and J.J. McCarthy stinks, you're skulling it up?
Absolutely. The environment's going to be so much fun. And what better way to have fun than to join in on the Skol chant? One of the coolest scenes that there is in NFL football. Anytime they show that on Sunday Night Football, I get chills. It's so cool seeing 50, 60,000 people do that.
Pokey, who's P.I. Toki, that's his name. Pokey.
That's funny.
Pokey was poking around and unearthed this. And as Pokey just brought up, it was a great point by Pokey Altizer. You didn't do the Kansas City Chiefs Chop at Arrowhead.
Well, I've been
It's the
told that
same
that's
thing.
I've been told that that's wrong and that you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't participate in such a thing. Isn't that right?
It was how racist that one is.
Yeah.
That led you to not
Well,
do
so,
it.
so I've got a question for Darius then. I know you like to go and take part in big time traditions, right? So if you're going to a stadium and it's going to be a cool thing,
I know where this is going.
you'll take part, right? Is that the case, Darius?
It depends on the scenario. Where are you going with this one?
He's giving himself an out.
I think the Nationals play at Fenway Park. Can we get you singing Sweet Caroline during the seventh inning stretch at Fenway Park when the Nationals go?
Well, that would require me to go to a stadium in Boston. So let me find out. That's something I would never do. So you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Darius, what team do you're a Vikings fan, you said?
No,
That was,
no,
you're not.
I'm a Washington Commanders fan. Yes.
Oh, but I thought you said you're doing the Skull Chant. Something about that doesn't make sense. So if you go see them play the Packers, you going Go Pack Go?
If I see the Commanders play the Packers in Lambeau,
Yeah, they play.
that's different.
All game long, they say Go Pack Go. You're going to do the Go Pack Go bit.
No, that's different. It's just people
wear a
singing
cheesehead, though.
singing a song. I wouldn't do that.
You're going to wear a cheese head?
No, that's excessive.
It's the same thing. This is the Vikings. This is what Vikings fans do. If you're in the club, you do it. If you're not in the club, you don't do it. You're going to be doing it.
With burgundy and gold on, with a Chris Cooley jersey on. And I'm going to be proud to do it. I can't wait.
Dad, unbelievable. I'll get a video. You'll all be able to watch it at Grant H. Paulson
Oh, yeah.
on Twitter when a very excited Darius Dameron is cheering on the Vikings just before kickoff against his team, the Commanders, with Jaden Daniels, needing all the positive vibes and energy he can get doing the Skull Chant. By the way, it looks like Stretch thinks that sweatshirt will be good for the ladies. Says it's going to be beneficial for you and the ladies.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think you walk around with your Grant and Danny 1067 the sweater shirt?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that this one is a chick magnet.
I doubt it. Knowing what I know, probably not going to help you much. All right, let's scout the Vikings with Paul Allen next. Has McCarthy been as bad as everybody thinks? Plus, I want to get to our predictions for the game. We got our player to lock in on, the Caps power play. We're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets. Have we done anything in the first 4 hours? That's a lot. Final 30-minute stretch run is next on The Fan.